Hey truckers, today we're seeing part 2 of Peerless Genius Woman in the 24th Century Isekai as Genius Doctor. Let's dive into the video. Under the cover of night, 50 plainly dressed figures slipped out the back gates of the Imperial Palace. They quickly dispersed to various parts of the city. If one were to observe carefully, their varied destinations were evenly spread out over the grounds in the Imperial City. In silence, 50 doors were tightly latched, hiding the very source of the nightmare, unknown to the people in the Imperial City, that will soon engulf them all. Days passed. Jun Wuxia's Ruilin army had been in the Imperial City for a week. In these 7 days, Jun Wuxia had been quietly hiding in the Lin Palace, training her spiritual powers. Jun Xian, under the meticulous care of Jun Wuxia, had miraculously fully recovered. Passing the Imperial Palace, he saw that it has been cleaned and had regained its regal grandeur. Under Jun Wuxia's instructions, he had in these 7 days undergone a crash course, being forced to see the realities the commoners face daily. It has become his routine to walk the streets daily doing good deeds and dispensing favors as the Crown Prince of Qi. As he was walking past a residence with Ruilin army guards, the tightly latched door burst open suddenly and a figure rushed out, wailing in anguish, running in the street, seemingly gone mad. As it was morning, the streets were crowded with people and the lunatic had knocked down a few passer-by, with the initial outburst. "Go see what is the matter!" Mo Qianyuan, seeing the uproar on the street, ordered the Ruilin army guards to investigate. In the middle of the crowd, the man's body was bloated and flushed in a shade of red. He was moaning in pain. His body continued to bloat freakishly and his clothes tore and his skin stretched. Blood gushed out where the skin and flesh stretched to its limits as the number of wounds multiplied. His face had bloated to be beyond recognition and wounds started to open up and blood covered his face. It was a gruesome sight. He rushed into the crowd, his hands clawing at his own body. The Ruilin army guards who went up to investigate wanted to suppress him but were thrown off with brute strength. That power he possessed was abnormal for any man. The lunatic's actions had driven the people into a frenzy, many screaming in terror and fleeing in all directions. Mo Qianyuan saw the mayhem in front, decided to see for himself. He summoned his contractual spirit, and it took the form of a long spear with a black tassel. He kicked off the ground and flew towards the lunatic, his spear point whipped out like a dragon strike through the man's arm, pinning him to the ground and stopping his raging rush. Despite being pinned to the ground by the spear, he struggled fiercely, paying no heed to the pain, oblivious to the spearhead lodged in his arm. He roared like a beast, struggling to get up. Mo Qianyuan stood beside the man, deep in thought about the beast-like man. His weird antics made him very suspicious and he was about to ask. The raging lunatic suddenly let out an ear-splitting roar and his body suddenly expanded exponentially. With a loud explosion, his body scattered in all directions and rained down in pieces. The blast had Mo Qianyuan covered from head to toe, in blood and other remnants from the explosion. The violent explosion in the city caused a red rain of flesh and blood, like a devilish red lotus, that bloomed in the street. Covered from head to toe in blood and various remnants of body parts, Mo Qianyuan stood stunned, face twisted in a grimace. His mind went blank, and all was quiet. The people who witnessed the gruesome scene were all shocked beyond words. Mo Qianyuan forced down the bile threatening to rush up his throat, and tried his best to maintain his composure. He raised his sleeve to wipe off his face, and ordered the Ruilin army guards, clear up the area immediately, and check on the man's background. The Ruilin army guards immediately went the task, fast and efficient, bringing order back to the street. With shouts of gratitude from the people, Mo Qianyuan went back to the Lin Palace, covered in the gory mess. The moment he stepped through the door, Mo Qianyuan met Jun Wuxia, who was on her way out. "Woo! Scram!" A single syllable uttered and he was rewarded with scram. Before he could say more, Jun Wuxia had turned and headed back into the house. "Hey, wait!" Mo Qianyuan felt that today's encounter was rather strange and had wanted to tell Jun Wuxia about it, but was brushed away so coldly. Get the L test VLS at .o/v/e/l/by.co. Wash up before you come see me. Jun Wuxia blurted indifferently and disappeared from his sight. Mo Qianyuan felt so small. He had stepped out happily this morning for his daily appearance to the people, and ended up with his face splattered with gore. He just stepped into the Lin Palace and without a single word of concern, he was slapped with scram and then avoided. He must be the saddest crown prince ever. He washed himself thoroughly, and Mo Qianyuan was disgusted. After a good scrubbing, he decided he was smelling better and proceeded to Jun Wuxia's courtyard. She was sitting by the lotus pond, an old book in hand, reading intently. Hearing Mo Qianyuan's footsteps, Jun Wuxia looked up. "Wu! Stay away from me." Jun Wuxia threw a cold glance at Mo Qianyuan, detecting a trace of the smell of blood on him. Mo Qianyuan's heart shattered as he saw the look of disdain in her eye. He sniffed himself, took a few steps back, judged it to be a suitable distance away, then he was finally allowed to finish his sentence. "I met with a strange encounter today." "Speak." Jun Wuxia lowered her head over her book, while listening to Mo Qianfei. She somehow felt her red-level spirit was growing a little too fast. Within 2 months, she felt like she could touch the door to bringing her spirit to level orange. It was a little too fast and it pays to be careful. Today started normal. I was touring the streets till I got to Huayan Street. A lunatic suddenly lunged into the crowd. His body was unusually bloated and not long after, he exploded. Mo Qianyuan related to her. Jun Wuxia jerked up and looked at Mo Qianyuan. "Did you say he exploded?" "Spontaneous explosion, that was what happened to Lin Yuyang." It was slightly different from official Lin's incident. "I was standing right beside him. When he exploded, I was covered all over in cough, but I didn't feel anything else, and I did not lose my strength." Mo Qianyuan knew Jun Wuxia's suspicion, he found it fishy as well. But in the case of Lin Yuyang's explosion, its effects on the surrounding people, as Jun Xian mentioned, was different with the one he encountered today. Jun Wuxia knitted her brows. "Come." Mo Qianyuan obeyed, and cautiously approached the stone table. Seeing the frown deepen on Jun Wuxia, he gulped, quietly. "Sit." Jun Wuxia commanded. Mo Qianyuan obediently sat. "Hand." Every single worded command Jun Wuxia gave was carried out without protest. Just as Jun Wuxia was to take his pulse, Long Qi shot into the courtyard, his expression anxious. "Young miss." Long Qi slid to a stop on one knee. "What happened?" Jun Wuxia's sensitive nose picked up another trace of blood coming from Long Qi. It was very slight, unlike the acrid stench from Mo Qianyuan. This seemed to have caught on Long Qi's clothes from the air and not from direct contact. "Trouble." Long Qi replied simply. Within a day, there had been 50 instances of strange bodily explosions. The locations of the explosions had been myriad, but the way they looked before they died were a match to Mo Qianyuan's description. If only one body exploded, it's an accident. With so many cases, at the same time, accident was ruled out. Explosions in many places had brought about an uproar among the people, and much unease. The Ruilin army has deployed to appease and placate the people. Your subordinate feels these explosions are the result of someone's deliberate actions. After that night's attack on the Imperial Palace, Long Qi had subconsciously reported any incidents to Jun Wuxia. Jun Wuxia contemplated on the findings. Bodily explosion happened first on Lin Yuyang, but the effects were slightly different. Nevertheless, she felt that the incidents had a closer link than it appeared. Mo Qianyuan listened to the report in shock. He had thought his encounter was unique. But it seemed now there had been tens of cases. Suddenly, Mo Qianyuan felt a soft warm tiny hand pulling his wrist. He turned to look and found Jun Wuxia holding his hand, her dainty fingertips gently pressed upon his pulse. In that moment, Mo Qianyuan felt the blood rush to his face and he felt strangely hot. He turned his eyes away shyly, but the soft touch on his skin made his heart beat furiously. Only after his hand was freed, did his heart slow and he managed to calm down. "Is anything wrong?" Mo Qianyuan asked. Jun Wuxia shook her head, and Mo Qianyuan's pulse was stable, there were no abnormalities. "Were we being overly suspicious?" Mo Qianyuan queried again. Discover W stories on no/e/lbin.com. There is no smoke without fire. Jun Wuxia would not let down her guard. Mo Qianyuan's body's constitution was different from others. He had taken Little Lotus prescription and his body has undergone great shifts. On top of that, she had been providing him with fortification pills daily, many of them antitoxins, to prevent any more untoward incidents in the Crown Prince residence. It seems, Mo Qianyuan was not a good subject for the diagnosis. "Bring me the Ruilin army guards who were with you today," Jun Wuxia asked cagily. Mo Qianyuan could only comply. The 10 guards who accompanied him were promptly summoned. The Ruilin army guards were rather young, in the age range of 25 and 26. But the newest recruit among them had a service history of more than 10 years. They stood in a neat row before Jun Wuxia, immaculately dressed, eyes lit with passion, bodies ramrod straight, with the stalwart air of military men. "You, come." Jun Wuxia raised a finger and pointed at masculine-featured soldier. He immediately strode with strong steps to the stone table, and with Jun Wuxia's instructions, rolled up his sleeve and presented his burly arm to her. He immediately strode with strong steps to the stone table, and with Jun Wuxia's instructions, rolled up his sleeve and presented his burly arm to her. She was done in a moment and the next soldier stepped up. "You updates tnvel/by.com. The diagnosis for 10 Ruilin army soldiers were done within a short time, and a chilly expression hung on Jun Wuxia's face. "Long Qi, fetch Uncle Fu. You men wait for me in the dispensary." Jun Wuxia dispatched her orders as she stood up. "How is it?" Jun Wuxia's expression had Mo Qianyuan feeling uneasy. Jun Wuxia replied, "Child's play. Can't they come up with anything else besides exploding bodies?" Her voice still chilled. Mo Qianyuan was further puzzled. The explosions that rocked the imperial city today were child's play? What's happening? In a moment, Uncle Fu came into the courtyard. "What are your orders, young miss?" "In grandfather's name, mobilize all herb stores and medical halls. Have them send all their stock of herbs including those in their warehouses to the Lin Palace. Immediately." Jun Wuxia tone allowed no room for negotiations. Uncle Fu was taken aback by the request, but maintained his silence and left with his orders. Mo Qianyuan and Long Qi who were listening by the side were getting confused by Jun Wuxia's series of orders, but they got an idea of the gravity of the situation. "Wuxia, what is actually happening? Why do you need so much herbs?" Mo Qianyuan had to ask. Jun Wuxia glanced at the two men and said, "Someone wants to exterminate the whole imperial city." "What?" Mo Qianyuan paled. Those explosions were not accidental. Someone deliberately planned it. It is similar to what happened to Lin Yuyang, with differences. In Lin Yuyang, after he exploded, within a short time span, the poison rendered people temporarily immobile. And with what you witnessed today, it is not that simple. A very potent poison incubates within their bodies, and when they explode, the poison spreads into the air. With a single whiff, one will be poisoned as well, and within a few days, the secondary poisoned person will explode and die as well. Jun Wuxia was expressionless as she explained. The horrifying news she was telling them was made more terrifying by her cold, calm tone. With that news, not only Mo Qianyuan, but Long Qi turned pale as well. The Ruilin army soldiers were one of the first few to arrive at the various locations of the 50 body explosions. If the poison is transmitted through the air, that means all the Ruilin army soldiers deployed today have been infected. Who could be so vicious? Do they want to kill all the hundreds of thousands of innocents that live in the imperial city? Mo Qianyuan's face was white as sheet. According to Jun Wuxia, the poison was colorless and odorless, and transmitted so easily. Once infected, he becomes a carrier. There were 50 explosions today. If left alone, the explosions in a few days will be in tens of thousands at least. Tens of thousand people exploding on the same day, to employ such a method to murder. It was too gruesome to think of. Jun Wuxia lowered her eyes in contemplation, staring with cold eyes at the pond. They are not targeting the people, it's the Ruilin army. When you corner a dog with no other way out, it retaliates viciously. It is difficult to use such methods on the Ruilin army directly, but if they drag the whole imperial city into the mud, the Ruilin army might not escape unscathed. The method was not too shabby, a pity though, their opponent was her. Jun Wuxia was calm, despite the insidious method employed. Mo Qianyuan, on the other hand, was trembling in rage, his fists tightly clenched. Have they gone mad? A whole city's people. What an outrage! That person had always cherished his good standing in the eyes of the people. How is he capable of something so despicable and deplorable? Jun Wuxia glanced at the raging and worked up Mo Qianyuan, and with eyes calm as still waters, she said, "The Emperor and Mo Xianfei aren't capable of this. It was by the hand of Bai Xian." Good, she can now ascertain, the poison that afflicted Lin Yuyang was the work of Bai Xian. She dared lay her hands on my grandfather. She will show Bai Xian, her amateurish tricks are nothing to in her eyes. Why would Qingyun clan have something so ruthless? Mo Qianyuan asked, astounded. Jun Wuxia, unsurprised, replied, medicine and poison are of one and the same family. People well versed in medicine are naturally well versed in poison. Young miss, our brothers in arms? Long Qi could not care less about palace intrigue, he cared only for his brothers in the Ruilin army. They have been poisoned. If the poison is not neutralized, they will not survive 3 days. Jun Wuxia told him plainly. Long Qi winced, and dropped on one knee pleading, I beg young miss to save them. Why do you think I made them stay? Jun Wuxia looked upon Long Qi coldly, she had thought her actions would have made that clear. You updates tnvel/buy.com. Long Qi knelt and bowed with his head on the floor in gratitude. Having witnessed Jun Wuxia's skills in medicine, Long Qi believed, with Jun Wuxia's assurance, his men will live. Wuxia, how confident are you with that poison? Mo Qianyuan asked cautiously. Poison that made one's body explode was unheard of before, but if the poison came from the Qingyun clan, it must be potent. Jun Wuxia looked at Mo Qianyuan, exasperated at his question. It's child's play. What do you think? Mo Qianyuan felt he asked a senseless question as well. Jun Wuxia had never cared about anything from the Qingyun clan. The Jade Du pills incident previously had Bai Xian slapped silly by Jun Wuxia. He couldn't help but scratch his nose in embarrassment. But based on what you said, the poison transmits so easily, I'm afraid the number of people afflicted will become more than we can handle. By then what are we to do? Mo Qianyuan did not dare to imagine how many people have been poisoned. Even if Jun Wuxia manages to concoct the antidote, as long as one person is still afflicted, the explosions will continue. It is not as scary as you think. The poison might spread easily, but the time span it stays in the air is very short, about 1/5 of an incense, and the poison loses its potency. If it remains in the air, they would not have had to send 50 men to their deaths. I will do my best to concoct the antidote fast, as long as the herbs do not run out. This does not come close to be able to stump me. Know your place, by Yin Xian, you are asking to be humiliated. I will make sure all the herbs arrive safely. Long Qi interrupted, this poison was targeted at the Ruilin army, and he will not allow to succeed. Leave the matter of the herbs to Uncle Fu, I have another task for you. Jun Wuxia looked at Long Qi, her eyes lit with the murder that had laid dormant too long. Since they are tired of living, she would send them along, with pleasure. The series of bodily explosions greatly affected the people of the imperial city. Although with many of the Ruilin army soldiers' reassurance, the people were somewhat appeased, for those who witnessed the explosion firsthand, it was a gory sight that will haunt them for the rest of their lives. Many of the eyewitnesses took ill from the shock from the frightful sight that very afternoon. They came down with high fevers, and their spiritual powers seemed to churn and boil within their bodies, which brought about great agony. All physicians within the city were sought out, but none could identify the cause. Burning up with the fever, many were soon bedridden, not knowing that they had been poisoned. The effects of the poison surfaced later in persons with higher spiritual powers, as when the poison amplified the spiritual powers, these people had a higher capacity to contain those powers. On the other hand, very few of the common people even achieved the basic red level of their spirits, and their bodies were not able to contain much amplification. In the Lin Palace, carts and carts of herbs arrived endlessly. With the imperial city under the control of the Ruilin army, the proprietors of the herb stores and medical halls had no choice but to comply with their request, especially when fully armored soldiers were standing in front of their doors, as they hurriedly emptied their warehouses. And it was not as if they were giving it away for nothing. The Ruilin army soldiers had told them the herbs were requested by the crown prince and the corresponding payment will be sent to them in a few days. That had the owners and proprietors do it a little more willingly. Jun Wuxia's courtyard was stacked wall to wall full of herbs, and the rapidly arriving herbs were carted to the courtyard that Mo Qianyuan occupied as storage. Jun Wuxia had been cooped up in the dispensary all morning till midday, carrying out endless tests and analysis on the poison that afflicted the 10 Ruilin army guards. From the small cup of blood that she drew from the soldiers, Jun Wuxia finally made a breakthrough. Night crept up, and the bright moon peeked out from behind the dark cover of clouds, and its light bathed the land in a soft glow. Jun Wuxia had finally concocted the antidote and had the soldiers drink it before she checked their pulse. Their pulse had become stable and their spiritual powers no longer thrashed and churned, recovering to its usual calm. You are dismissed. And get me Long Qi. They saluted Jun Wuxia and left immediately. Long Qi came in a moment later. Jun Wuxia had had a hectic day, and her legs were sore. She sat on a chair massaging her knees. Long Qi walked up to her silently, poured a cup of warm water and offered it to her, head lowered. Young Miss had always been quiet and did not speak much, her face a perpetual cold mask, generally rather unapproachable. But if she was willing to help, she completes the task beautifully. Long Qi had seen the soldiers before coming here. From their complexion and countenance, he saw that they have indeed recovered, and Jun Wuxia had successfully concocted the antidote. He had been a military man all his life, and there was not much he can do for his young Mississippi. He can only express his eternal gratitude, in his own clumsy way. Jun Wuxia did not act aloof but simply gulped down the water. Her dry throat was moisturized by the warm water and she lost a little of the fatigue. Find up tedovels on n/v/elben.co/m. I had been useless, I made no headway in finding out the identities of the exploding bodies. Long Qi hung his head in shame as he had failed to conclude anything with the investigation into the 50 cases of exploding bodies that Jun Wuxia had tasked him with. Jun Wuxia was not surprised. They exploded, normal. Even the bones were shattered, unless they used equipment and technology from her past life, no one would be able to come up with anything. I have prepared the antidote. We do not have the exact numbers of people poisoned, hence I prepared enough for everyone. After all the Ruilin army soldiers have taken the antidote, get them to deliver it into the hands of everyone. The poison spread over a very wide area, and Jun Wuxia was unable to provide a diagnosis for everyone, so it was decided to have everyone take the antidote, which would be more efficient. Consider it done. I assume I do not have to tell you how to do it. The cold eyes looked at Long Qi expectantly. I will not disappoint you. Long Qi replied resolutely. On the day after the exploding bodies, more people fell sick. With the physicians clueless on where to start, the people started to panic. On that same afternoon, a notice was put up all over the city. The people who read it were furious, and the news spread like wildfire to all corners of the city. The culprits who have been hiding in the city have not given up the fight and have used poison to spread fear in the imperial city. The 50 exploding bodies the day before was caused by the poison that they used. Within moments, the people were cursing and swearing everywhere in the city, and people with family members taken ill from the poison were sobbing with worry. While panic ran high among the people, the Crown Prince Mo Qianyuan brought the Ruilin army out and handed out the antidote to the masses, a concoction in a tiny bottle that neutralizes the poison in their bodies. 80,000 of the Ruilin army were deployed, incessantly handing the antidote into the hands of the people. Those afflicted with the poison saw instant improvements after they consumed the antidote, and in half a day, word of Mo Qianyuan's gesture of kindness was on the lips of everyone, singing his praises in deep gratitude. On this day, the Crown Prince's standing and popularity shot high beyond the clouds, support for him even overshadowing the current sitting emperor. A state of emergency was again declared, and those who were resistant to the initial lockdown of the city had by now hated the perpetrators to the core and became fully supportive of the Ruilin army. Updates tnvel/buy.com. The people were in a fervor. Not only the Crown Prince had his reputation drastically raised, but the Ruilin army were now embraced as the protectors of the people. The scheme that could have annihilated the whole of the imperial city was foiled cauldron by cauldron, with Jun Wuxia's antidote that the Ruilin army distributed bottle by bottle into the hands of the people that neutralized the poison in their bodies, totally eradicating this threat to the imperial city. The speed at which this was carried out did not allow time for the news to reach the imperial palace. Besides the initial 50 deaths on the first day, there were no other casualties from the poison. In order to identify the culprit's hideout, the Ruilin army investigated into the identities of the 50 dead. They were blown to bits, and it was impossible to investigate based on their looks. They started to investigate on families with missing persons. In the Lin Palace, Jun Qing looked on as Jun Wuxia busied herself with her pills, his expression thoughtful. You had Long Qi declare that the people responsible for the poison were the same culprits still hidden within the imperial city. What was the purpose of that? Jun Qing was unable to fathom the intentions of his own niece. With the uproar on the poison, it had given the Ruilin army a stronger reason to maintain control in the imperial city, but Jun Wuxia did not intend to end the issue here. How far does she intend to bring this? Jun Wuxia was still busying herself with the pills as she replied, things that have been hidden, naturally must be uncovered. Jun Qing thought to himself, Jun Wuxia got the Ruilin army to investigate into the identities of the 50 dead with the people. But with the way they died, it was an impossible task. With such a big number of citizens in the city, it will not be easy to find that out, even as missing persons. Under normal circumstances, it would have been tough to find out their identities. It is different now. With the people worried about the poison, the people will look into the safety of all their family members, including those members who have been conscripted into public service. Jun Wuxia explained, a bunch of herbs in her hands. Jun Qing was startled. Jun Wuxia intends to divert the people's anger towards the powers that be? How can you be sure? Those 50 dead were from the imperial palace. Jun Wuxia was right. Under normal circumstances, the families of people working in public service would not get involved. But with the poison affecting the whole imperial city, they will be worried about family members who stay within the imperial palace walls and inquire into their safety. Moreover, it was made clear by Long Qi and his men that the antidote was distributed only to the people and not to the imperial palace. The families of public servants have since carried the antidotes to the imperial palace to ensure they are safe. In this aspect, Jun Wuxia had not needed to lift a finger to have news brought to her, but the people will do it on their own accord. To carry out such an insidious deed, would they dare use the common people? Jun Wuxia pointed out matter-of-factly. A deed that dragged in the whole city's people, even as the emperor, he will be dethroned by the angry populace. With the stakes, they will not risk it. If it wasn't palace maids or eunuchs, it had to come from the imperial army guards, the Yulin army, and Jun Wuxia was certain of this. But if this was found out, Jun Qing dared not imagine the repercussions if the people found out that the initial 50 carriers of the poison had come from the imperial palace. Discover EU chapters at novelby.co. You would use the anger of the people against the emperor? Jun Qing asked. Jun Wuxia shook her head. In matters of revenge, I like to do it myself. If done with the hand of others, it would never be as satisfying. And, with a raging mob against the might of the emperor, it loses much of the impact. A shiver ran through Jun Qing as he looked upon Jun Wuxia. He did not know exactly what Jun Wuxia had up her sleeve, but he was crystal clear on one thing. Whoever her target was this time, that person was already a dead man walking. You said the poison was the doing of Baiyun Xian? Wuxia, there is much about the Qingyan clan that you might not know. I would like to point out that, if your target is the emperor, you can achieve it with legitimacy and glory under Mo Qianyuan's banner as the crown prince. But if your target is Baiyun Xian, you would have to be very cautious as she has Qingyan clan behind her. Killing her alone would not pose much difficulty, but having to deal with Qingyan clan after that will be very tough. Jun Qing cautioned. After Jun Wuxia told him that both the poison that afflicted Lin Yuyang and the one that killed the 50 men this time round were from Baiyun Xian, he knew Jun Wuxia would never spare her. Jun Wuxia knitted her brows in thought. She did not know much about Qingyan clan, only through bits and pieces heard from people around her that they built their might throughout the lands with their knowledge on medicine. Qingyan clan's medical prowess was acknowledged and revered by many kingdoms and various mighty powers. Few went against them, not in fear of their might, but in fear of loss of access to their medical know-how. Everyone fears death, and everyone hopes to receive the helping hand of Qingyan clan at these critical times. This reliance did not seem like much. But if and when Qingyan clan sound a clarion call for borrowed might, what will be scary to their enemies will be the thunderous throng of answers from all who were indebted to Qingyan clan and from those who seek their expertise. Besides the various kingdoms, nomad forces in the outer lands were not to be underestimated, and not forgetting the power of revered reclusive hermits. These were some of the forces and might at the disposal of the Qingyan clan. If the Qingyan clan were to raise its hand against the Jun family, it would be the toughest battle they had faced, amplified 100 times. The might of many armies and various forces closing in from all sides would not be stoppable by a single army of a mere several 100,000. Jun Wuxia's eyes narrowed, thinking that to avoid facing that scenario, there were only two choices. The first one was to give up on the revenge on Baiyun Xian, and the second was to not let Qingyan clan know the truth of the matter. Spare Baiyun Xian? That was impossible for Jun Wuxia. Anyone who hurts her grandfather must die. Uncle, don't worry, I have my plans all thought out. Jun Wuxia had thought the whole thing through. Jun Qing stared at Jun Wuxia, hoping to get some clue from her expressions on what she was planning, but the cold expressionless face betrayed nothing. This girl was too deep. If she refuses to say anything, nobody can guess what she is up to. Just be careful, but do remember, if you come into any danger, the Jun family and the Ruilin army will stand behind you. Yes, I know. And soon, the answer she was waiting for came from the commoners in the imperial city. It was the middle of night. About 20 over families were kneeling in front of the Lin Palace with torches in their hands, crying and sobbing. Long Chi went up to them and found out that all those families were the families members of soldiers in the Yulin army. When they heard that the poison spread throughout the whole city this afternoon, they got the antidote from the Ruilin army. The various families gathered together to deliver the antidote to the Yulin army camp. Many other families managed to hand the antidote to their family members, but they did not even get to see their family member. They panicked and kicked up a fuss at the gates of the encampment and were driven away. They were worried after hearing about the potency of the poison and have come here to the Lin Palace to implore that the Crown Prince help. Read the latest stories novelbin.com. When Long Chi presented the families to Mo Qianyuan, Jun Wuxia, who had received the news, was already seated at the side, looking at the sobbing and crying group, and she shot Mo Qianyuan a meaningful glance. For the initial 50 men who died, all investigations into their identities had yielded no results. And now, the Yulin army suddenly has at least over 20 soldiers missing. Seems to be too much of a coincidence. Jun Wuxia had her own conclusions validated, and she sat back unmoved at the scene in front of her. Mo Qianyuan caught the hint from Jun Wuxia and expressed deep concern for the families present, and thumped his chest that he would address their concerns. With that, he immediately led a group of Ruilin army soldiers, and went banging on the doors of the Yulin army. Having tasted the mettle of the Ruilin army soldiers' prowess in battle, the coward Yulin army practically invited the group through their gates. Mo Qianyuan brought the sobbing families into the encampment and sat down with his legs propped up and forcibly demanded the Yulin army commander to hand over the army name list. A detailed check through the list showed that in the past few days, the Yulin army suddenly had 50 soldiers missing for no reason. The commander had been red in the face, as he did not know nor could he explain the whereabouts of the 50 soldiers. At that moment, the families of the missing Yulin army soldiers created a big ruckus. It was too much of a coincidence. We just had 50 bodies that exploded in the city, and at the same time, the Yulin army has 50 soldiers missing. Before daybreak, the news had reached the ears of everyone in the city. They all knew, deep down inside, the 50 bodies that exploded were the missing 50 Yulin army soldiers. The poison was released by the Yulin army? The whole city was abuzz with rumors and theories. The Yulin army were too afraid to step out and hid within their encampment. At the same time in the Lin Palace, Jun Wuxia was arranging the lotus that was put in the jade dew nectar when Mo Qianyuan banged the door open, the expression on his face both excited and joyous. Success! We did it! Jun Wuxia raised her eyes and looked at the excited Mo Qianyuan. The Yulin army had been holed up within the imperial palace all this time, and the people think that there are traitors within them. They have petitioned for me to go flush them out. Mo Qianyuan exclaimed, unable to withhold the excitement he was feeling. He knew Jun Wuxia's plan. She had held back the Ruilin army, and waited as he gathered more support from the people. In the face of overwhelming odds, having Mo Qianyuan distribute the antidote to the people and letting him claim all the credit had done the trick. The overwhelming support from the people that the Crown Prince had gained erased all traces of the once fumbling and muddle-headed Crown Prince from their minds. Jun Wuxia had planned for the regime change, but she had also cherished the reputation of the Lin Palace. Hence, she had been waiting for an opportunity. And now, Bai Yunxian had presented this chance to her on a silver platter. Wouldn't it be rude to reject and hurt the poor girl's feelings? This time, both Mo Qianyuan and the Ruilin army had a legitimate reason to enter the imperial palace. If the emperor were to stop them, he would have to face some rather incriminating charges. The crime of poisoning the whole city's populace, not even the emperor can stand against charges like this. I see. Jun Wuxia replied coolly, busying with the lotus. Mo Qianyuan's face was red with excitement. How are you so calm? Are you not excited? For things to take such an unexpected turn was something Mo Qianyuan could never even have dreamed of. And the one who planned it all was Jun Wuxia. Everything had already fallen in place. The Ruilin army had a reason to enter the imperial palace legitimately, and the rest would be a walk in the park. Jun Wuxia was about to achieve her goals. How can she remain so calm? Excited? Why? Jun Wuxia tilted her head, her smooth black hair over her shoulder, her eyes tinged with query. Mo Qianyuan was speechless. This was the plan, nothing to get excited about. Jun Wuxia went back to her tasks. She did not need emotions that cloud her judgments. She only needed to think through and review every step in her plan and ensure she did not slip up, and that would be enough. In her eyes, the emperor was as good as dead. She needed to think how she was going to repay Bai Yinxian's present to her. Mo Qianyuan did not know what to say. Since that night when the Ruilin army stormed the imperial palace, he had never seen much of a change of expression on Jun Wuxia. The smile he saw that night brought death and emptiness, so beautiful yet so terrifying. When do you plan to lead the troops to the imperial palace? Mo Qianyuan realized that the moment Jun Wuxia leads the Ruilin army into the imperial palace, the throne of Qi will change hands. In 2 hours. Jun Wuxia replied. So soon? While the people are still raging. The fruit was ripe for the picking, it was time. Mo Qianyuan understood. I will go inform Long Qi, he said and ran off to prepare. Jun Wuxia sat back in her chair, her eye tinged in frost. Is mistress going on a rampage again? The little black cat jumped onto the table, licking its furry paws, its voice pitched higher in unbridled anticipation. Read latest OVLS at nv/e/l/by.com. The Symphony of Death written with fresh blood, just beautiful. Jun Wuxia glanced at the little black cat and intoned, I just want the Jun family safe. If left undisturbed, she did not bite. If the uninformed were to step on her toes, she would render them to pieces, scatter their souls, and cease to exist. Ever since the founding of Qi, no other army besides the Yulin army had overt access to the imperial palace. But today, things are about to change. Mo Qianyuan led an army of 5,000 Ruilin army soldiers right through the gates of the imperial palace, and the citizens in the city lined the sides of the streets in cheer, in a strong show of support for the intruding army. Within the main hall of the imperial palace, the emperor sat in his throne, his face dark with worry, and all the palace guards stood anxiously outside, ants in their pants. This is all your fault. The emperor stared at Mo Qianfei through gritted teeth. He had not known of the actions taken by Mo Qianfei and Bai Yinxian in retaliation of Jun Wuxia. If he had known, he would have stopped them from carrying out such an insidious deed. Poisoning the people of the imperial city. That was atrocious. The common people were like water. Water can push a ship, water can also sink a ship. The people had already leaned towards the Jun family and Mo Qianyuan in support and had unbridled praise for them, leaving the emperor and the second prince in a state of house arrest within the imperial palace and losing control over the imperial city. At a time of crisis like this, Mo Qianfei chose to go along with Bai Yinxian with a half-baked idea like this. If they had succeeded, he would have had nothing to say. But, the Ruilin army came out of it without losing a single man, and they managed to push the blame for the poison onto the Yulin army, giving Jun Wuxia the perfect excuse to legitimately bring the Ruilin army into the imperial palace. Ariad updated Estirise at n/vel/bin.com. Mo Qianfei was pale with fear and despair. Bai Yinxian might have been a little too vicious with her scheme, but if it had succeeded, it would have gotten them out of the crisis. He never would have imagined that the poison that had just started to spread would be doused and neutralized so soon. The scheme did not help their situation at all, and it had instead backfired and fused the people's anger against the imperial palace. I have realized my mistake. Father, please save me. Emo Xianfei knelt in front of the emperor, shivering in fright. Save? How? Emo Qianyuan, that lowly offspring, has jumped on the opportunity and led the Ruilin army to the imperial palace and will arrive at this very hall soon. What can I do? I had thought you were one with surpassing intelligence, but you have shown yourself to be worthless trash. You placed your trust in a woman like Baiyin Xian. She is a disciple of Qingyun clan. Even if the kingdom of Qi was to be swallowed up, she still has Qingyun clan behind her. The Jun family will have their misgivings in getting into a confrontation with the Qingyun clan and leave Baiyin Xian alone. But what about you and me? The emperor leaned back in his throne, never ever this exhausted. It's over, it's all over. They could have bided their time and waited for the Qingyun clan to arrive and recover their advantage. But Baiyin Xian was too naive to think she could defeat Jun Wuxia herself. What a joke! Where is Baiyin Xian? The emperor asked in anger. In the imperial palace. Emo Xianfei said, still shivering. He only found out what was happening out beyond the walls when he came to the main hall. Baiyin Xian was still oblivious that her scheme had flopped miserably. Get her here. She started this mess, and with her being a disciple of the Qingyun clan, she can stop the Ruilin army from doing anything rash. No matter what, we have to drag this out till the Qingyun clan gets here. The emperor ordered, rubbing his temple. Things are spiraling out of control. Baiyin Xian might have a strong backing, but that has also brought about her arrogance. If she had released the news to the nearby garrison and not to Qingyun clan, they will not be in such a quagmire now. If she had not planned something so malicious, the Ruilin army would not have any excuse to enter the imperial palace. After a short while, Baiyin Xian was escorted to the main hall. Emo Xianfei related the events to her and she was taken aback that her plan had failed before it even began. Read lat.stchpters on n/v/l/b.i.cm. That's not possible. Baiyin Xian said in disbelief. That poison was taught to me by my master. Throughout the lands, only the elder, my master and his disciples are taught how to concoct the antidote. Emo Xianfei and the emperor exchanged a glance at Baiyin Xian's statement and gave each other a wry look. The medicine of Qingyun clans was praised throughout the lands for having saved countless lives and helped endless people. They have been revered and sanctified Qingyun clan as the holy and unsullied place of healing. Behind that facade, the Qingyun clan teaches such vicious knowledge of poisons to their disciples? Keeping the thoughts to themselves, they did not question Baiyin Xian on it. Jun Wuxia must have employed the services of an outstanding talent to nullify the crisis. She is currently with Emo Qianyuan, leading the Ruilin army into the imperial palace, to confront you. Yun Xian, rest assured, I will do everything in my power to protect you. Emo Xianfei clasped Baiyin Xian's hands tightly in his eyes brimming with adoration. Come if she dares. I would like to see what she dares do to me. The Min butterfly has already reached the Qingyun clan and my master has sent men to come here. If she dares hurt a hair on my head, my master will not spare her. Baiyin Xian laughed coldly. I had intended to deal with the trouble before the men from Qingyun clan gets here. It does not matter that the scheme failed anyway, the Qingyun clan will still come. Baiyin Xian, in her rage, did not catch the smiles on the faces of the emperor and Emo Xianfei. Pushing Baiyin Xian to the forefront was the best move they can make now. The ignorant knows no fear. A cold voice rang out at the doors to the main hall and the three of them turned to look. They saw Jun Wuxia standing at the doors with Emo Qianyuan beside her. The Ruilin army behind them had taken down the whole Yulin army guards without a sound. The emperor's heart skipped a beat, the shock coursed through him and he could not find his voice. Jun Wuxia's cold and expressionless eyes chilled him to the bone, and he could not raise his head to look into them, shrinking back into the throne. Imperial Father. Mo Qianyuan greeted, composed and politely distant, as he walked into the main hall with Jun Wuxia. Bai Yinxian clenched her teeth at the sight of Jun Wuxia, and if it was not for Mo Xianfei who was holding her hands down, she would have walked up to that slut and given her 2 tight slaps. You are here. His voice did not have his usual tone of authority, and was tinged with a slight tremor. The emperor heard his own voice and quickly rearranged his emotions and tried to regain his composure. Imperial Father, I hereby report that there is a traitor among the Yulin army who committed violent treachery with the intention to inflict harm upon the common people. Your son, my heart fraught with worry for your safety, has taken the initiative to bring troops into the imperial city. I do not dare ask for your forgiveness, but to allow me to identify and apprehend that traitor who used poison in an attempt to destroy the kingdom of Qi and to harm the innocents. Once I have apprehended the traitor, I will present myself to you, Imperial Father, to punish as you will. Mo Qianyuan knelt down with a loud thud, his clear resounding voice had every word echo within the hall. The emperor tried to squeeze out a smile. As the corners twitched slightly. Punish as you will, what empty words. With Mo Qianyuan having led such a big troop of Ruilin army soldiers into the imperial palace, how is he, though the emperor, capable of punishing him? What really ticked the emperor off was that Jun Wuxia had just stood there without a single word. Even if he chose to overlook that she arrived in the main hall without a bow or salutation to His Majesty as the emperor, she did not even offer a single word of greeting. What an outrage! However, all he could do was to offer an amiable smile to his best ability. The emperor could not figure out what went wrong. He was almost rid of the crown prince, and even if he disregarded that he had suddenly made a complete recovery, he had despite the odds garnered the total support of the common people. It had baffled him for a long time, but thinking back on it after seeing the pair standing in front of him, it all started after Mo Qianyuan and Jun Wuxia began to get close. An obnoxious young miss from a declining Lin palace, and an incompetent crown prince who was heavily poisoned. Put these two people he could have snuffed out with a snap of his fingers in the past together, and they had somehow brought upon him disaster as he had never encountered, practically placing his head on the guillotine. And here they are, all the way in the main hall of the imperial palace, steps away from his throne. The emperor would have roared with rage at their impunity, but he realized that the situation was not the same as before. Rise to your feet, you were doing it all in the interest of the kingdom, how would I place blame upon you? The emperor spat out those words and they left a bitter taste in his mouth. Your son here is ill-versed in the ways of medicines and poisons, hence I have specially invited Jun Wuxia here. The fact that the people were able to overcome this crisis and the poisoning incidents was all due to the efforts of Jun Wuxia. Out in the city, Jun Wuxia had given the credit to Mo Qianyuan to win him support, but here within the imperial palace Missouri Qianyuan would give credit where it was due. Hearing that, the emperor was taken aback. But to the ears of Bai Yinxian, it prickled her. She could not help but sneered condescendingly. Her efforts? Nobody here knew the poison better than she did. Who was Jun Wuxia to claim she could neutralize the poison? Jun Wuxia's cold stare turned on Bai Yinxian. Her seemingly expressionless eyes made the hair on the back of Bai Yinxian's neck stand, as a chill ran through her. Suffering, deglaze, Mandela. Jun Wuxia recited offhandedly a long list of over 10 herbs' names, and besides a handful of common herbs, the majority were names the others in the main hall had never heard of. The others were uncertain, but Bai Yinxian paled noticeably as the names of the herbs were fully listed out by Jun Wuxia. How did she know? How is that possible? Bai Yinxian listened in disbelief. Jun Wuxia had just listed all the components to the exclusive Qingyun clan poison. The complete list, without variation. The most up-to-date NVELs are published on n0velgen.co/m. The formula for the poison was only known to Qingyun clan. How did Jun Wuxia come to know it? After Jun Wuxia unhurriedly recited the list of herbs, the corners of her mouth turned up slightly, and her cold gaze fell upon Bai Yunxian's face. Do not humiliate yourself by conducting child's play such as this. Bai Yunxian's face darkened and she started trembling in indignation as she stared at Jun Wuxia. Child's play. Emo Xianfei, upon seeing the trembling Bai Yunxian, went up and embraced her. He then saw the eyes of Jun Wuxia and froze. Those eyes! Eyes he would never forget. He had seen those same eyes on the night of the massacre. Jun Wuxia had stood with those eyes in the sea of blood, looking like the devil come from the pits of hell to claim those lives. With just that one glance, Emo Xianfei almost fell to the floor. But with Bai Yunxian pale as a sheet and still trembling, he gritted his teeth and stood up to Jun Wuxia. Jun Wuxia. What impunity! Yunxian is an honored guest of the kingdom of Qi, and is to be treated with respect. He had to protect Bai Yunxian. Till the Qingyun clan gets here and saves them. Jun Wuxia looked at Emo Xianfei, who was standing up for Bai Yunxian, and her smile widened. That smile made everyone in the main hall cringe and the hair on the back of their necks raised in warning. Kneel. Jun Wuxia's amused voice echoed in the main hall. Emo Xianfei stared in disbelief at what he thought he just heard and was stunned, unable to retort. Not just Emo Xianfei, even Emo Qianyuan, who was on Jun Wuxia's side, was caught unawares and stood in silence. You. Emo Xianfei continued, but Jun Wuxia did not want to hear any more of the rubbish he would have spouted and released two red flashes of light from her fingertips that streaked towards Emo Xianfei's knees. Before anyone could react, Emo Xianfei screamed out, his legs felt as if they had been broken, and he fell to his knees with a crack in front of Jun Wuxia. Bai Yunxian, who was in his arms, was dragged down with him and she fell to the floor on her behind with a bump. Jun Wuxia looked down from her higher vantage point upon the face of Emo Xianfei. Whatever you have to say it kneeling down. Jun Wuxia was smiling so much, she was practically beaming. Blood started to flow out from the knees of Emo Xianfei, staining the shiny marble below his legs. The imperious royalty had all subjects kneel in respect of the distinguished imperial family. Since they liked having kneel, they should try it out themselves. The air in the enormous main hall was deadly still as everyone stared tongue-tied at Jun Wuxia, with eyes wide open. Bai Yunxian stood up disheveled. The blood from Emo Xianfei's knees had stained the hem on her dress. Her tightly tied hair had slightly loosened and she pulled on Emo Xianfei's hand to help him stand. The slightest movement made Emo Xianfei howl in pain. Jun Wuxia! You've gone mad! Bai Yunxian had not met anyone so barbaric and unreasonable. She made him fall to his knees without so much as a single word. Jun Wuxia glanced at Bai Yunxian with a brow raised, taking that as a compliment. Bai Yunxian hurriedly checked the pulse for Emo Xianfei, and found the spiritual power with him choked, and his tendons, veins in both his blood and spiritual arteries below his knees sealed completely, which made him unable to feel his legs. Read lat stchers on n/v/l/b.i.cm. How did Jun Wuxia do that? What were those two suspicious streaks of light? Emo Xianfei was still moaning in pain, and the emperor cringed and looked away. Although Emo Qianyuan had led an army into the imperial palace, and his words filled with barely veiled threats, he had at least maintained a semblance of civility. Who would have thought, the moment Jun Wuxia made her move, she would be so vicious and unrestrained? A high and mighty second prince of Qi had to go down on his knees before he could speak. The emperor gripped the arm on his throne tightly, forcing the words threatening to burst forth back in, and gritted his teeth, trying his hardest to maintain his composure. He had better not rattle that lunatic any further. Jun Wuxia smiled radiantly. I sealed the blood flow in both his legs. If the pressure points are not released in 2 hours, he will never stand up again. People have mocked her uncle for his paralysis for a decade. The imperial family had made a show of their concern and gifted ginseng and lingji unendingly. But they had never done anything to stop or admonish the people who threw insults and hurled abuse at him. His uncle had been paralyzed for the kingdom of Qi for a decade. If the imperial family had appreciated the sacrifice, they could easily have stopped the wagging tongues. They had instead turned a deaf ear to them and condoned the malicious lies and theories to spread and take hold, leaving my uncle to live on in torment and abuse. Today, she will make the emperor's favorite second prince have a taste of the same. Such a superficial wound, for an esteemed disciple of Qingyun clan, it should be easily cleared, right? Jun Wuxian narrowed her eyes and looked at Bai Yinxian. Whatever they hold most dear to their hearts, she will crumble it into dust before their eyes to let them feel despair. Please kindly note that this site will be undergoing some techie tweaks which may result in a downtime. Do head over to Moon Bunny Cafe in the meantime if you are unable to view this site. No new chapters will be uploaded in the meantime. Since Mo Xianfei had always regarded himself far superior above the others, with his snobbish persona and high almighty attitude, from now on, let him have a taste of looking up at others instead. Jun Wuxia! You're mad. When are you going to stop being so crazy? My master will soon arrive in the imperial city. At that time, I'll make sure you slap slap slap. I follow Iwa's stories at nvl/by/n.com. Before Bai Yinxian could finish scolding, Jun Wuxia raised her hands and ruthlessly slapped her delicate hands across Bai Yinxian's face 3 times. This time she held nothing back as she gave 3 resounding slaps across Bai Yinxian's delicate face. The 3 slaps were so loud and sudden that even Mo Qianyuan, who was standing nearby, shrank his neck back in response. How merciless! I asked you to save someone, why are you still sprouting so much nonsense? Bai Yinxian reeled back in shock. Never had she thought that in this world, someone actually had the audacity to hit her. Bai Yinxian had her hand on her burning cheek, as she stood there momentarily stunned, yet to wake from the shock of being hit. The emperor was dumbfounded. This Jun Wuxia was really crazy. She actually dared to hit Bai Yinxian? You dare to hit me? Bai Yinxian's voice was trembling, full of indignation as she pointed at Jun Wuxia, her whole body shaking with anger. Jun Wuxia looked at her indifferently as she stepped forward and gave another tight slap across Bai Yinxian's face, raised her leg and ruthlessly kicked Bai Yinxian's chest, which sent her flying. Would you like me to verify that again? Jun Wuxia's lips curled up into a blossoming smile. Bai Yinxian's mouth hung a trace of blood. By now her hair was completely disheveled, gone were her haughtiness and elegance, they were replaced by dread and fear. She was looking at Jun Wuxia with eyes that reflected terror in them. She felt as if she was looking at the devil. In Qingyun clan, Bai Yinxian always had an exalted status and no one had ever dared to even touch her as they all held her in reverence. However, all that had changed ever since she met Jun Wuxia. Jun Wuxia simply answered with her actions that not only did she dare beat her, she was not going to go soft on her as well. For the first time in her life, Bai Yinxian finally understood the word fear as she experienced it firsthand, crumbling all her defenses and washing away all her pride. Drag her over. Jun Wuxia turned her head slightly and looked at the 2 Ruilin soldiers behind her. They both took uniform strides towards Bai Yinxian, each held one arm of hers and dragged her over to Jun Wuxia. Bai Yinxian attempted to struggle free but to no avail. Her opponent was the Ruilin army as each man held her firmly with an iron grip in front of Jun Wuxia. You cannot touch me. My master is Qingyun clan's sovereign. Bai Yinxian was like a trembling little mouse standing in front of a cat. Bai Yinxian looked at Jun Wuxia with a pair of pleading eyes. This was the first time she had ever met such a crazy person who completely disregarded Qingyun clan. Despite using such tactics, Bai Yinxian could feel that in the eyes of Jun Wuxia, Qingyun clan was like an ant. Oh! Jun Wuxia narrowed her eyes, raised her hands and landed another resounding slap across Bai Yinxian's face. Qingyun clan, is it? Bai Yunxian stared at Jun Wuxia with her mouth agape. She felt her scalp go numb, feeling as if she was falling deep into the depths of hell. Get up and save your lover. He can't stand now and all he can rely on is you, Qingyun clan's disciple. Jun Wuxia sneered as the two soldiers immediately grasped her intentions as they dragged Bai Yunxian over to Emo Xianfei's side. Bai Yunxian was scared witless from Jun Wuxia's sudden change in disposition, and when she looked at Emo Xianfei's knees she could not help but tremble even more. The emperor shut his eyes, unable to watch the horror before him. He had thought, with Qingyun clan's might, Jun Wuxia would not have dared to harm Bai Yunxian. He realized he couldn't be more wrong. Jun Wuxia doesn't dare? What a joke! She was just as vicious to Bai Yunxian as she was to Emo Xianfei. Emo Qianyuan was stunned and stood rooted to the ground. He had meticulously planned a variety of ways to force the emperor to abdicate, and they were now all useless with Jun Wuxia's simple and pure brutal ways. Wuxia, what are you doing? Emo Qianyuan gulped and asked in a whisper. Jun Wuxia spared him a glance and laughed coldly. Isn't it obvious? He was utterly stumped. Jun Wuxia had previously planned her moves while protecting the sanctity of the reputation Jun family in the massacre of officials or taking over control of the imperial city. She had planned flawlessly and no one could find fault with her actions. But today, she was unrestrained and dispenses punishment without reason. Jun Wuxia's torment of Emo Xianfei and Bai Yunxian today seemed to be in revenge for their past actions. 2 hours seemed to have flown by. Bai Yunxian was frantic and covered in perspiration. She could not unseal the blocked arteries. Emo Xianfei did not even have the strength to howl anymore. He could only stay kneeling on the floor, shivering. Why? Why is it still blocked? Bai Yunxian's eyes were red with panic. She had used all that she learnt, but to no avail. Even the various medicines from Qingyun clan she had with her, which she stuffed into Emo Xianfei, were of no use at all. You lied to me, didn't you? He was all ready. Bai Yunxian trembled as she looked up at Jun Wuxia, and her voice trailed off. She did not dare to take that haughty tone with Jun Wuxia. Jun Wuxia raised her brow in amusement as she saw the defeat in Bai Yunxian's eyes, and took a step towards Emo Xianfei. Bai Yunxian recoiled in fear as she stepped up. Jun Wuxia did not even bother to look at her, and just put her hands at the sides of Emo Xianfei's knees, and pulled out 2 blood-stained needles. The needles were what blocked the arteries. Without removing the needles, no matter what medicines Bai Yunxian fed to Emo Xianfei, it would be in vain. Ariad updated stirise at n/vel/bin.com. Check him again. Jun Wuxia said coldly. Bai Yunxian stretched a trembling hand to Emo Xianfei's wrist. Her eyes widened in surprise as she slumped in disbelief. The blocked arteries were now cleared, but the disruptions in the pulse that came after told Bai Yunxian that Emo Xianfei had lost his legs. 2 hours. Just 2 hours. The arteries were blocked for a mere 2 hours and it had turned Emo Xianfei into a cripple for life. Bai Yunxian had always bragged on her outstanding skill in medicine. She was seen to be one who was gifted even among those of the revered Qingyun clan and even caught the eye of the clan chief to be accepted as a disciple under his personal tutorage. But today, she did not even possess the ability to cure Emo Xianfei of his condition. Her lifelong learning in medicine was shown to be mere child's play in the face of Jun Wuxia. All her arrogance and dignity fell apart and shattered at that moment. Bai Yunxian looked up in despair at Jun Wuxia and saw in those cold eyes the glamour and confidence she once enjoyed, utterly crushed and scattered. In these 2 hours, Emo Xianfei had been under torment and agony under the needles. With the needles removed, he had heaved a sigh of relief, but fear crept in when he found he still could not feel his legs. He struggled to stand, but his useless legs refused to budge. He could only stay kneeling, looking up at the people. Bring me the wheelchair I prepared specially for the second prince. Jun Wuxia ordered. A Ruilin army soldier immediately moved to bring the wheelchair into the main hall. Emo Xianfei stared at the wheelchair, finding it awfully familiar. Was that the wheelchair the imperial family gifted the Jun family after Jun Qing was paralyzed? Help the second prince onto it. Jun Wuxia commanded. 2 Ruilin army soldiers reached out to grab Emo Xianfei. The enormity of the reality sunken in Emo Xianfei flailed his arms wildly to ward off the Ruilin army guards. Jun Wuxia! What is the meaning of this? What do you want? I don't want to sit in a wheelchair. No! The feeble resistance Emo Xianfei put up was useless in the face of the 2 Ruilin army soldiers who had their orders. He was grabbed and dragged into the wheelchair, leaving a bright trail of blood across the floor. You are crippled, face it. Jun Wuxia's smile grew more and more radiant, but when those same words were heard by the emperor who had been watching at the side in silent anguish, a chill ran up his spine. You are crippled, face it. These very words, he said them before. The emperor stared at the back of Jun Wuxia, and felt like he had been thrown into cold icy water, as every pore of his being screamed out in fear. Having witnessed his own son and Bai Yinxian toyed and tormented by Jun Wuxia, he had been frightened out of his wits. He wanted to run out from here, but he had nowhere to run. The Ruilin army soldiers have surrounded the main hall. He was trapped like a rat. Emo Xianfei, who was forced into the wheelchair, struggled fiercely like a lunatic, but it was futile no matter how hard he tried. The 2 Ruilin army soldiers held him down by his shoulders in an iron grip, and there he must stay. A sorry sight, of a prince. Emo Qianyuan watched in silence. He had seen how malicious Jun Wuxia could be. Now, he saw how vicious she was in her torment of her enemies. It would have been easy to just kill off Emo Xianfei and Bai Yinxian, but she had chosen to take what they took the most pride in, and crumbled it bit by bit in their faces, tearing apart their pride and arrogance mercilessly, and leaving them to quiver in despair and fear. Discover NW Chapter SNN0EL by.com. When a person's soul is utterly shattered, their bodies might heal, but even the gods cannot heal their hearts. Jun Wuxia! I will kill you. You slut. Emo Xianfei was like a caged animal, screaming in his wheelchair. His eyes became crazy and a sudden light burst brilliantly from the ring on his finger, and an ear-splitting roar shook the whole hall. Emo Qianyuan winced. That roar was all too familiar to him. When Emo Xianfei was 14, and his contracted spirit first awoken, it terrorized the whole imperial palace. When the light faded, a dazzling golden lion stood in the main hall, its body covered in a brilliant golden glow. The golden lion! In the kingdom of Qi, throughout the generations in the imperial family, this was the strongest animal contractual spirit. Emo Xianfei had summoned the golden lion, his final trump card to take down Jun Wuxia. The majestic golden lion let out a deafening roar as it lunged towards the 2 Ruilin soldiers who were pushing the wheelchair. Luckily they both were seasoned veterans and each quickly summoned their own contractual spirits. Emo Xianfei looked viciously at Jun Wuxia, bloodshot eyes bridled with madness. Jun Wuxia had ruined him. She had completely ruined him. His thoughts were filled with intense killing intent. All he wanted was to maul her down and give her a painful death. The atmosphere in the imperial hall suddenly became tense as Emo Qianyuan quickly materialized his contractual spirit, and in his hand was a silver spear. He took a step forward in front of Jun Wuxia in a protective stance. That's the golden lion, our kingdom's most powerful beast-type contractual spirit. He quickly alerted Jun Wuxia as he narrowed his eyes and locked onto the golden lion. Ariad updated estirise at n/vel/bin.com. Kill her. Kill him. Kill them both. Emo Xianfei stared deviously at the silhouette that was behind Emo Qianyuan as he screamed out at the golden lion. By this time, the emperor was utterly shaken as he stood up, eyes filled with mixed emotions. He was very clear on the fighting prowess of the Golden Lion. In their entire kingdom, only few could rival it. This was his last card. The Golden Lion let out another massive roar as it lunged towards Jun Wuxia, its powerful body and sharp claws targeting the frail girl in its sight. Suddenly, a huge shadow pounced out. Although its body was not as huge as the Golden Lion, however the pressure it emanated was full of ferocity and killing intent. Its pupils glimmered a coldness that could not mask its disdain as it glared at the Golden Lion. With one glance, Emo Qianyuan recognized this large black beast. Was this not Jun Wuxia's mount? The two beasts clashed as a series of deafening roars exploded forth as sharp fangs and claws met each other in a brutal manner. Although it was a violent clash, these contractual spirits did not spill a single drop of blood. Even mauled body parts did not have the sickening stench of blood. Everyone in the hall stared agape at the scene as the Ruilin soldiers that were stationed outside the Imperial Hall quickly rushed in and placed themselves in front of Emo Qianyuan and Jun Wuxia as they heavily surrounded them in a protective formation. The two beasts continued their intense clash as their roars became louder and made the bystanders wince in pain as a shocking pressure was directed to their eardrums. Need to call for help? Emo Qianyuan spoke in a low tone to Jun Wuxia as he looked at the two beasts in the heated battle. Jun Wuxia shook her head. Other than Jun Qing's contractual spirit, she had never met any other beast type's contractual spirits. She wanted to know how Little Black measured up in this world system of contractual spirits and how its combat abilities compared to the other beast type's contractual spirits. In the past, it was unrivaled, however Jun Wuxia needed to determine how it fared in this new world. She needed to observe a bit more. The black beast seemed to have understood her intentions as it glowered at the Golden Lion and charged towards it in a frenzied attack, ripping off part of the Golden Lion's shoulder. There was no blood but little golden particles diffused out. Roar! The Golden Lion, who was never defeated in battle before, viciously swiped its sharp claws at the black beast as it hurled its massive body at it. However, the black beast evaded the attack quickly as it leaped into the air just above the Golden Lion. In midair, it nimbly twisted its body and dived down towards the Golden Lion, bore its fangs and swiftly bit its neck. Hey guys, sorry techie tweaks didn't go as well as anticipated. Hence some of you didn't get your email updates. We'll be trying to smoothen everything out bit by bit. Please bear with us for a bit, trying to solve these issues, but it will most prob drag on a few days, sorry. In the meantime, can try checking out our Facebook page for updates, hope that works. If not, click on the site when you hear a calling, Ruwayer. The Golden Lion let out a blood-curdling roar as it trashed about, trying to shake the black beast off. However, the black beast tightened its grip on the Golden Lion's neck and used its claws to hold on. The battle between these two monstrous beasts was fierce and brutal to the extreme as all eyes were locked onto the vicious onslaught. When the black beast gradually gained the upper hand, Emo Qianfei's eyes were bulging out as he glared in madness, his face twisted into an ugly expression filled with disbelief. How could this be? His almighty Golden Lion, how could it be suppressed so easily by that black beast? Suddenly, Emo Qianfei felt a strong sharp pain, as if someone was trying to pull his very soul away from him. His breathing grew raspy as he clutched his chest, gasping for air. There was a very heavy pressure as if a tyrannical force was trying to rip off part of his soul. He struggled to look up. The immediate scene left everyone who witnessed it shocked and speechless. The black beast who had pinned the Golden Lion beneath its paws was now beginning to bite off chunks of the Golden Lion. The contractual beasts could transform into physical form, however they did not have real flesh and blood. Their physical appearance was only a combination of their soul and spirit energy. Hence when the black beast started to devour the Golden Lion, there was no blood and gore. It just simply dissipated into thin air. How could this be? As Emo Qianfei felt his soul being slowly ripped apart, bit by bit, he was clutching on tightly to his chest, gnashing his teeth, as he struggled to try to understand what was happening. Other than the mad gleam in his eyes, it reflected his golden lion being devoured by the black beast, and excruciating pain filled his whole body. Not to mention Mo Xianfei, even Mo Qianyuan and the other Ruilin soldiers were shocked beyond words as they witnessed the black beast slowly swallowing large chunks of the golden lion. It was simply unheard of for a contractual spirit to be devoured. They were only a combination of soul and spiritual energy. How could they be devoured by other creatures? This was simply unprecedented. Mo Qianyuan forced himself to steer his attention away as his gaze rested on Jun Wuxia's face, and to his surprise, her smile had faded and she was looking thoughtfully at the scene that was unfolding. Jun Wuxia did not notice that she was in Mo Qianyuan's line of sight. All her attention was focused on the black beast. Be it past or present, Little Black had always been by her side, however no one knew that in a sense, it was part of her soul. Top VL updates on n/o/v/lb/in.com. In the past, that madman had delved deep into various sinister researches using the most advanced technology, and Little Black was one of them. The black body was a synthesized body. It harnessed more strength than a regular beast, however it had not much intelligence. More accurately, it was an incomplete product. The madman's experiment that time was on to forcefully bind an incomplete soul and a human soul together. This fusion of two completely different species and their souls were forcefully linked. With this established, wherever Wuxia's soul resided, the little black cat followed. The little black cat is hence a product of the soul, somewhat similar to a contractual spirit, however not exactly the same. The little black cat transmitted a shocking message to Jun Wuxia. It could devour the golden lion and fully absorb its spiritual energy. This was a shocking new discovery. Jun Wuxia's interest was piqued. What kind of changes would devouring the golden lion bring about? Would it be like digesting food, or would other variables come into play? Jun Wuxia calmed down as she watched on with great interest, awaiting her answer. That regal golden lion was slowly being devoured in the main imperial hall, right in front of everyone. Despite there not being a drop of blood, everyone found this scene very disturbing. What in the world was that black beast to even devour contractual spirits? The kingdom of Qi's most powerful golden lion was being devoured, bit, by the black beast. Other than Jun Wuxia, everyone else's mind was frazzled at the sight, leaving only the black beast, who stood there licking its paws in delight in a contented manner. The black beast wagged its tail as it walked towards Jun Wuxia, as it let out a meow. Explore Ta-Ti stories at no/l/bin.cm. Meow. Everybody almost toppled over when they heard that. The awe-inspiring black beast who had shrouded the hearts of many in fear instantly vanished. How could the black beast who could easily devour a golden lion sound so cute? Its awe-inspiring domineering image instantly crumbled. I've never ate so full before. Do you feel any difference? Jun Wuxia did not know what impact that the huge contrast of its voice and appearance had on everyone as she patted its head and started to inspect its body. Meow. Not at all. Just feel very, very full, very satisfied. Can I go sleep for a moment? After eating its fill, the black beast felt a wave of drowsiness wash over it as it even had difficulty standing. Jun Wuxia nodded as it circled her once, and as suddenly as it appeared, it disappeared as suddenly as well, leaving not a single trace. After witnessing the black beast devouring the golden lion, Mo Qianyuan subconsciously touched his neck and felt that being trampled underfoot by that black beast was not such a shameful thing after all. At least he was not eaten. The chaotic imperial hall began to restore its previous calm after the black beast disappeared. Mo Xianfei suddenly screamed as he fell off the wheelchair and he rolled about the cold marble floor. He was having a seizure as his hands tightly gripped his collar, his face contorted in agony and was in so much pain that his face was almost white. As he struggled and writhed about, large beads of perspiration soaked through his blood-stained clothes, leaving him in a more than sorry state. From ancient times, no one has ever heard of a contractual spirit being devoured. However, what that transpired moments ago left a huge shadow looming, as the black beast had not left a shred of golden lion behind and had thoroughly devoured it. Does that mean that Emo Xianfei had lost its contractual spirit for good? Everyone subconsciously looked towards his ring finger. Originally, a sparkling golden ring was proudly sitting on his finger, however now what replaced it was a rusty dilapidated ring which was on his trembling finger, and fine line cracks spread over it like a spider web. Suddenly, the ring just shattered into smithereens, falling onto the marble floor. The contractual ring broke? Such a situation was unprecedented, as a huge commotion stirred. Contractual spirits upon awakening will follow their masters until the end of their master's death. Upon the death of their master, the ring will dissipate and disappear. Unlike what had happened, the ring simply shattered. They had originally thought that as long as the person was alive, no matter how weak their contractual spirit was, it would not die and just lay deep in slumber. But what they witnessed revolutionized their thoughts. Contractual spirits would not die but could be devoured. After being devoured, it was equivalent to death, shattering the contractual ring. The person will. Looking at the sorry state Emo Xianfei was in as he continued writhing about the floor in anguish and pain made their scalps tingle. No one wanted to experience that, it was simply a living hell. The emperor was trembling at the sight of Emo Xianfei that was lying on the floor. He felt as if his heart was stabbed by a knife. He did not deny that when Emo Xianfei had summoned the golden lion, he was elated and felt that they had a high chance to win. However, when he saw the bitter struggle it put up, and when it started being devoured by Jun Wuxia's black beast, he had a sinking feeling and a bad premonition stirred from within the depths of his heart. Jun Wuxia was a devil incarnate. The emperor no longer viewed her as a normal person. She was able to achieve so much at such a young age and able to scheme things to such an extent, and her plan to force him to abdicate was not something a 14-year-old could achieve. Moreover, her black beast was able to devour the golden lion. She was simply not a human. She was a devil. The emperor felt chills running down his spine, quivering as he sat back down on the throne. He did not dare utter a single word to plead on behalf of Emo Xianfei. Carry him back. Jun Wuxia furrowed her brows and looked disapprovingly at Emo Xianfei, who was twitching on the floor and started foaming at his mouth. This person could not wait for her second blow and was already on the verge of death. Two Ruilin soldiers lifted him onto the wheelchair. This time he no longer resisted. He was delirious and his mouth was foaming. His contractual spirit was devoured, which resulted in injuring his very soul. After witnessing everything, Bayan Xian was frightened to the extreme as she cowered in fear, curling up as she tried to hide behind the column, hoping that Jun Wuxia could not find her. Unfortunately, how could Jun Wuxia forget about someone who had specially taken care of her grandfather? As Jun Wuxia glanced at Emo Qianyuan, he immediately understood what she meant as he took two Ruilin soldiers with him and dragged Bayan Xian out from behind the column, ignoring the shrill screams, and even stuffed her mouth with a cloth as they dragged her to one side, waiting for her sentence. Now the emperor's abdication prelude was over, time for the main event. All test NOVL on novelben/.cm. Jun Wuxia's smile had long disappeared as she looked coldly at the throne, taking slow deliberate steps closer and closer to the emperor, whose face was ashen by now. Don't come any closer. The emperor trembled and shirked back in fear. Her cold eyes that had locked onto him made him feel as if a chilling tempest had descended and he was caught up in it and had no way to escape. I only want to ask a question. Jun Wuxia looked at him in the eye. What question do you have? The emperor looked nervously at Jun Wuxia. Cold sweat soaked his entire back. My father died, my uncle was hurt. Was it you who acted in the shadows and caused all of these? Jun Wuxia narrowed her eyes as she looked at him icily. The emperor's entire body was shaking in fear by now as he shiftily tried to avoid her intense gaze. He did not dare to reply, and also he could not reply. If he replied, he will die. It's no, not me, he forcibly squeezed out. Jun Wuxia curled her lips upwards as she swiftly took out 5 needles. This is what you asked for. Till this point, he still did not want to admit to it. There was only one way left, that was the road to death. Jun family's decline was definitely not an accident, and gathering from the reactions and evasiveness of Jun Xian and Jun Qing when she had probed on her father's death, she had guessed that it was the emperor who was playing behind the scene. After Lin Palace had won the war, the emperor had decided to get rid of them and see they had served their purposes. He actually had the audacity to treat them like his pawns and dispose of them in such sinister ways. I'll give you a chance to decide what to write on your tablet. Mo Qianyuan was surprised. Before he could think further on what she meant, the next second, a shrill cry resounded throughout the imperial hall. It was so shocking that he even dropped his silver spear on the floor. The 5 needles were ruthlessly stabbed into the emperor's eyes directly. The emperor let out a horrifying scream as he trashed about the throne. Jun Wuxia looked at him expressionlessly, without an ounce of pity. She would not let the emperor die so easily. He owes their Jun family a great deal, nothing he could atone for, not even with his measly life. She wanted him to pay back the interest, bit by bit. Throw the 3 of them into the dungeon. She scoffed in an icy tone. The Ruilin army were inwardly shocked at Jun Wuxia's ruthlessness and were perplexed that she had totally disregarded the emperor's identity. How was this an abdication? It was simply a regicide. After a short moment, the emperor, second prince and Baiyin Xian were dragged to the dungeons. The very same 3 were high and almighty just the night before were now dragged away like dead dogs. Pride and dignity were completely crushed by Jun Wuxia. Mo Qianyuan was staring at the empty throne, in a trance. What just happened? He had thought of his speech for this moment, however not a word he had prepared for was used. Jun Wuxia solved everything, in the most simple and crudest method there was. The culprits had infiltrated deep into the palace and poisoned the emperor and the second prince. Unfortunately, the emperor did not survive the vile poison and has departed us. Our kingdom cannot move on without a ruler. Jun Wuxia held up her handkerchief, wiped her soft hands and swept her expressionless gaze over Mo Qianyuan. He looked at her with an incredulous expression, unable to mask his current emotions. This girl. In this short simple sentence, she was able to cover up and give a valid reason for him to ascend the throne. These words seemed full of loopholes, however they did coincide with all the events that had happened in the imperial city. The poison was traced all the way back to the Yulin army, hence if the emperor and second prince were poisoned, it was not so hard to believe. What are you going to do with them? Mo Qianyuan could not help but ask as he looked at her with a trace of apprehension. The methods she used against them were ruthless and merciless. Leaving them alive certainly did not spell well for them. Qingyan clan will very soon reach the imperial city, so Baiyin Xian cannot die, yet. Jun Wuxia looked down as she recalled Baiyin Xian's threat. Not knowing what method she used to contact the Qingyan clan, for the time being she had to keep her alive. You're going to keep her alive? But what if she's able to contact them and told them the truth? Mo Qianyuan did not dare imagine the aftermath if they were to learn the truth. He was not afraid if the people had learned the truth, but he was afraid of the retaliation by Qingyan clan if they were to know. Qingyan clan's sovereign was very partial and overprotective of its disciples. There was an incident whereby a group of Qingyan clan disciples were out traveling and were robbed by a group of bandits. Not only the whole group of bandits were exterminated, even the officials and their entire family were dragged in and were all executed due to their negligence that resulted in their disciples being robbed. Baiyin Xian was the sovereign's direct disciple. If her master found out that she had suffered here, I'm afraid of the consequences. All test NOVL on novelben/.cm. Jun Wuxia gave Mo Qianyuan a glance. They won't know. What? Baiyin Xian will not utter a single word. Jun Wuxia replied. Emo Qianyuan looked at her with mixed emotions. He did not know how much of her abilities had she not revealed, however since she said not to worry, he did not give it any more thought. You just need to prepare for the ascension of the throne, there's no need to worry about anything else. Jun Wuxia said before leaving the imperial hall. Barely half the day had passed after the Crown Prince Emo Qianyuan led the Ruilin army into the imperial palace that news of the emperor's passing spread in the imperial city. It was decreed that Emo Qianyuan was to succeed the throne. The ascension ceremony was to be held 7 days later. LL News Tirais at N0V/LBI/.cm. The kingdom of Qi's regime changed, quiet and calm. With Jun Wuxia's bloody massacre of the emperor's lackeys and sycophants at the palace gates, not a single voice was heard in protest at the throne ascension ceremony. The court officials were vividly aware of the close relationship between Emo Qianyuan and Jun Wuxia, and with Emo Qianyuan ascending the throne to be the emperor, the vacant position of empress might very soon belong to Jun Wuxia. Moreover, with the fearsome Ruilin army still garrisoned within the imperial city, they would very much rather keep their heads. The ascension ceremony preparations went on without a hitch. Emo Qianyuan ordered the imperial palace cleaned thoroughly, from top to bottom, got rid of a bunch of palace maids and eunuchs who served the second prince and the previous emperor, and gained full control of the imperial palace. From having had his life under threat, to his ascension as the emperor. It had only been a mere few months. It all felt like a dream. If not for Jun Wuxia, he would have died in the Crown Prince residence. Your Majesty, the things have been sent to the Lin Palace, as per your orders. Emo Qianyuan had 2 more days to the ascension, but the eunuchs in the imperial palace had all already taken up the form of a dress usually reserved only for the reigning ruler. Emo Qianyuan was nonchalant. Sitting on the throne, he was not exactly joyous. Did you see Miss June? Since that day at the main hall, Emo Qianyuan had not seen Jun Wuxia. The 3 imprisoned in the imperial palace dungeons had been left as they were, their lives at the mercy of Jun Wuxia. I did not. Emo Qianyuan nodded. He had sent the jars of jade nectar he had in his possession to the Lin Palace. He knew Jun Wuxia was interested in little else, but the jars of wine might mean something to her. Having been busy with the ascension, he did not have much time to spare. No matter what Jun Wuxia was up to, he was assured, she would have thought things through more thoroughly than he could. In the Lin Palace, Jun Xian and Jun Qing sat facing Jun Wuxia, unusually stern. Jun Wuxia had not stepped out of Lin Palace for days, and her house arrest was all due to the interrogation of these 2 men. From forcing an abdication to regime change, the Jun father and son dug into every single detail, and as they got to know the simple brutality involved in the forced abdication, the details made them both break out in cold sweat. The Jun family were courageous and unyielding. They were godly and giants in battles and warfare, but became midgets when it came to matter in court politics. Jun Wuxia had in a matter of months, lifted the Jun family out of their predicament that had plagued them for over a decade. It had happened too fast, too sudden, and the 2 men had no time to react, before they realized the dust had already settled. Have you really locked the previous emperor in the dungeons? Jun Xian's heart was beating very fast. The Jun family had been single-mindedly loyal to the imperial family for generations, and how did they produce a resolute Jun Wuxia, a little devil who viewed court decorum with disdain? Yes. Jun Wuxia nodded in admission. Jun Xian and Jun Qing looked at each other, their eyes sharing a look of helplessness. You have executed your plans for the Crown Prince perfectly. But in regards to what Bai Yin Xian had said, what do you intend to do? Things were already set in stone. Jun Xian did not ask any more on what had transpired. He was worried on Bai Yin Xian's claim on the pending arrival of Qingyan clan. Qingyan clan, they are not to be trifled with. Don't worry, grandfather. She will not say anything. Jun Wuxia assured him calmly. She won't? Jun Xian looked skeptical. I know what to do regarding that, and I will handle it after the ascension. She will naturally keep Bai Yun Xian alive. Not just Bai Yun Xian, but even the former emperor and the second prince. She will make them live in torment and yearn for the sweet release of death. They had made the Jun family live under more than a decade of suffering, they cannot be let off so easily. With all that had been said, the Jun family father and son had nothing more to ask. They had just one more thing weighing on their mind. Over the past few days, Mo Qianyuan had sent numerous gifts to the Lin Palace. There were so much gifts that they were running out of space to store them. This unsolicited show of gratitude was rather worrying. Jun Wuxia was frequently with Mo Qianyuan before, and now, she had even helped Mo Qianyuan ascend the throne, and Mo Qianyuan seemed to cater Jun Wuxia's every whim. It was odd, any way one looked at it. Mo Qianyuan had grown to adulthood. All this time as the crown prince, he did not have any women by his side, he did not have an imperial crown prince concubine, not a single concubine. He had little contact with women, only with the exception of Jun Wuxia. As Jun Wuxia had not been out of the Lin Palace, she did not know of the rumors swirling around. It was widely said that after the crown prince's ascension to the throne, he will marry Jun Wuxia, who will become the empress. With the Lin Palace and the Ruilin army behind her, there was no doubt Jun Wuxia was the appropriate choice. Just that. No matter how the Jun family father and son looked at it, Jun Wuxia had no such intentions. After the forced abdication, Jun Wuxia had not met Mo Qianyuan a single time. What was this girl thinking in that little head of hers? Jun Wuxia had not thought about that at all. Mo Qianyuan was just an ally in her plans to force an abdication, and a sharp blade able to protect her family. The real reason she had not gone out at all these past few days was for none other than her little black cat. That day, after the little black cat had devoured the golden lion, it had always been listless and tired, sleeping most of the time. It was sleeping 16 hours a day. Seeing the little black cat like this had deeply worried Jun Wuxia. Having escaped from the Jun family father and son, Jun Wuxia went back to her courtyard. It was high noon and the sun was blazing. Atop the stone table, curled a black ball of fur, snoring softly. The golden sun rays shone on the sleek black fur, a slight reflection showing a tinge of gold. Jun Wuxia strode over and carried the black cat in her arms. Having been under the scorching sun, the black cat's body was warm. Jun Wuxia carried it into her room and combed and groomed its fur gently. Don't feel well. The little black cat stirred slightly, its half-opened eyes showing its discomfort. What is it? Jun Wuxia asked. Up-to-date OVLS on OVL bin.cm. I feel bloated and hot. The little black cat shifted and snuggled to find a comfortable position, but was unable to, its discomfort refusing to go away. Its spirit in its body seemed to be burning and was on fire, and the scorching heat did not allow it to sleep well. Jun Wuxia frowned with worry. Little black cat's body was essentially a mass spirits. What could be making it feel like this? She checked the little black cat through carefully and only just realized that they were indoors, away from the sun. Why was the jet black fur, still slightly tinged with gold? That shade seemed to closely resemble the gold sheen of the golden lion. Jun Wuxia was overcome in worry. The little black cat's spirit was not complete. Before its spirit had merged with hers, the little black cat was just a puppet without its own consciousness. The golden lion was transformed from a contractual ring spirit, more accurately, a form of spiritual energy. When the little black cat devoured the golden lion, it consumed its spirit, and not flesh and blood. In her past life with the various experiments and tests, Jun Wuxia had learned a little about it. The symptoms the little black cat was complaining about were the exact symptoms the chimeras showed after having undergone the experiments. Jun Wuxia subconsciously poured her energy into the little black cat to help it allay the spirit of the devoured golden lion's spirit. The little black cat fell into a deep sleep and dreamt. It was pitch dark, except for a tiny sliver of golden light that seemed to be growing, pushing back the darkness. Roar! The devoured golden lion stood proudly in the dream. The weakened black cat stared at the massive beast in fright. It wanted to transform into its black beast form but was unable to do it. The massive lion pounced on the tiny black cat. Meow! A startled cry escaped from the tiny form in Jun Wuxia's arms. Jun Wuxia looked down at the cat in her embrace and saw the tiny face scrunched up with its eyes still closed. It suddenly stiffened its legs and drew its claws. It tore through Jun Wuxia's sleeve and traces of blood showed on the snowy white skin. A golden light enveloped the cat's body and grew in intensity. Jun Wuxia took a deep breath and held the tiny body tightly in her arms, disregarding the flailing claws digging into her flesh, leaving bloody scratch marks on her body. It had in both her previous and present lives been the only one that was always by her side. She will not give up on the little black cat, no matter what. You have one special contractual spirit. An amused voice suddenly sounded right behind her ear. Before Jun Wuxia could react, she was wrapped in a warm embrace. A huge hand picked the little black cat up from her arms, bringing the thrashing cat's razor-sharp claws away from her. Give it back! Jun Wuxia stretched out her hands to the cat, but the strong arm that embraced her kept the cat beyond her outstretched arms. Jun Wuxia rested his head on her shoulder, a lazy smile upon his face. There is nothing you can do. It devoured the golden lion, it must overcome the spirit with its own strength. I had not expected to see a spirit seize in a place like this. Jun Wuxia closed his eyes, inhaling deeply the mild herbal fragrance that lingered on Jun Wuxia. Spirit seize? Jun Wuxia stopped struggling. Jun Wuxia had been a mystery all this time, but he had not once harmed her, and he knew much more than the father and son of the Jun family. Seizure of the spirit of others, and have their own contractual spirit devour it. That can greatly increase the powers of their contractual ring spirits and absorb the abilities of the devoured spirit. Jun Wuxia explained good-naturedly, his mood greatly improved by the comfort brought about from his embrace of Jun Wuxia. I follow US stories at nvl/by/n.com. Seizure of the spirit of others? Jun Wuxia was stunned, she would never have thought such a thing possible. The fact that the little black cat devoured the golden lion was already beyond her imagination. Judging from the reactions of Mo Qianyuan and the others there, it was unheard of in this world as well. Why was Jun Wuxia not surprised by all this and made it sound all too natural to him? It was not for you people to know, but this contractual spirit seems to have been born with this ability. That saves me a lot of trouble. Jun Wuxia smiled, enjoying his embrace of the beauty in his arm. Jun Wuxia had no intention of releasing Jun Wuxia from his embrace. Seeing Jun Wuxia's furrowed brow, Jun Wuxia lightly brushed the nape of her neck and murmured softly, "If you are interested, I can explain it to you." Jun Wuxia tilted her head away from his face in an attempt to escape the intimacy, but it was in vain. She was caught, his arms circled around her, and she was unable to escape. Go on. She calmed herself. Contractual spirits live in the spiritual world, some of them originated from ancient spiritual beasts, and some originated from ancient celestial soldiers. After their physical bodies disappeared, their spirits returned to the spiritual world, living as contractual spirits, till its destined person appears, and they are summoned to that person, where their spirit and souls harmonize and are linked till that person dies. People die, but not the contractual spirits. The contractual spirits then return to the spiritual domain, to await the next destined person. But there have been exceptions. Jun Wuxia looked at the profile of Jun Wuxia and noticed that her frown was gone, and her eyes grew serious. He smiled happily and continued, although the contractual spirits do not die when the person they harmonized and linked with die, that does not mean the link cannot be broken. In some places, they have developed a way to strip a contractual spirit from the soul of a person, where they seize the contractual spirit from another person and feeds it to his contractual spirit. When contractual spirits leave the spiritual world, the speed that their training progresses is slowed down greatly. To speed up the progress, you either find a medium that evolves their powers, or you achieve it by devouring other contractual spirits. Jun Wuxia thought to herself. She was sure that no one in the kingdom of Qi knew about what Jun Wuyao had just told her, and she remembered that he mentioned, it was not for you people to know. What the little black cat did was a spirit seize? Jun Wuxia asked. Jun Wuyao shook his head, his face against her cool soft hair, and replied, a spirit seize is not achievable by the contractual spirit alone, your little black cat is special and I have never witnessed it. No beastral contractual spirit can strip off other contractual spirits and devour them. This is unique, just like you are. The process for a spirit seize has been greatly simplified. But to completely devour and overcome the power of other contractual spirits was never easy. It was lucky to have devoured a level 5 beast contractual spirit. If it was beyond level 7, I am afraid its physical body might not be able to contain it. Level 5? Level 7? Jun Wuxia was getting confused. Jun Wuyao laughed softly, and explained it patiently to her. Over here, the contractual spirits have a maximum of 7 levels, hence the difference in grades or ranks are not obvious. I will tell you at a later time how to differentiate the grades between contractual spirits. If your little black cat successfully absorbs the golden lion spirit, its power will be increased. Jun Wuxia bit on her lip. The mystery surrounding Jun Wuyao was getting thicker and thicker. The words he used, over here, indicated he was not from nearby regions, and it was not the first time he had done that. Seemingly to have read her thoughts, Jun Wuyao laughed. Don't worry, no matter where I am from, I will never harm you. You can let me go now. Jun Wuxia looked down at the arm holding her. This man is rather queer. Every time they met, he is always hugging her. Your F48 stories on /o/v/lbn.cm. Jun Wuxia was not uncomfortable with the close proximity, but she didn't like it that much either. Nevertheless, Jun Wuyao was not letting her go. He smiled and tightened the grip on his arm. How heartless, you want to be rid of me right after using me? He dropped the little black cat on the table and lifted Jun Wuxia off the ground. What are you doing? Jun Wuxia glared at the handsome smiling face. When someone is hurt, they need to apply medication. Jun Wuyao looked at the wounds the little black cat had inflicted on Jun Wuxia's arms. No need. Yes, you do. Jun Wuyao coaxed the figure in his arms, still smiling. He wouldn't listen no matter what she said anyway. Seeing that Jun Wuxia had stopped struggling, Jun Wuyao happily carried her over and sat her on the bed. He pulled a little wooden box out from under the bed and took out a jar of cream. A gentle fragrance wafted out from the pale white cream as it was opened, and Jun Wuyao lifted her sleeves and gently applied the cream on the cuts and gashes. The little black cat had not been aware of its actions, though not deep, but it had left many glaringly bleeding cuts on her arms. The cream felt cool from Jun Wuyao's light fingertips, but it also brought about a slight stinging pain. It was slightly ticklish and numbing at the same time. Jun Wuxia looked down at Jun Wuyao, patiently applying the cream on her cuts, not sparing a single one however tiny. With the cream applied on all the cuts, Jun Wuyao left her sleeves up to avoid having them wipe off the cream. He held Jun Wuxia's hand within his and toyed with the fingertips. You can let go now. Jun Wuxia was feeling a little stiff in her back, as Jun Wuyao was hugging her from behind, with her hands clasped in his. Her petite frame was made smaller by the strongly built body that enveloped her. Your F48 stories on /o/v/lbn.cm. She could feel from her back the rhythm of his heartbeat from the chest that was pressed against her. Jun Wuyao laughed as he noticed that Jun Wuxia stiffened her back. Was that a reaction? You are a really callous girl. I cleared your doubts and applied medicine for you. After having used me, you are just driving me away like this? And I take the effort to wash and change before I come see you every time. Sigh. Jun Wuyao whined as if he had suffered great injustice. But his face remained close to her neck, his chin rested on her shoulder. Not true. Jun Wuxia was getting a headache. She had never wanted to initiate contact with Jun Wuyao as he had always been shrouded in mystery and danger, and she had not wanted to court danger. She had wanted to go their separate ways, but he had always appeared whenever she was in need. What is not true? Little devil, do you detest me that much? His low voice sounded despondent and was sounding really sad. I do not. Jun Wuxia didn't know what to say. She was not angry with him, they had helped one another in order to leave from the cliff. She said she didn't like him, but she didn't detest him either. What's more, Jun Wuyao had saved the life of her grandfather, and she was indebted to him. How would she detest her benefactor? Jun Wuxia had in both her past and present lives been a cold and unfeeling person. The number of people she cared for in her heart could be counted off with one hand. These people were comrades with whom went through life and death with her, and her blood-related family who truly genuinely cared for her. But for Jun Wuyao, she did not know where to place him. He was not a comrade to her, and neither are they blood-related. But he had always appeared in her time of need, and disappear without a trace after. He cannot be found, but it seemed he was everywhere as well. Detest? Doesn't seem like it. If you don't detest me, that means you like me? Cheekiness flashed in Jun Wuyao's eyes as he raised Jun Wuxia's hand and kissed her fingertips. I'm so happy to know my little angel actually likes me. Not true. How do you like someone? She did not know. But she knew, the feeling Jun Wuyao gave her was different from her comrades and her family. The only likes she knew were limited to these two varieties. Since it differed from them, that means she didn't like him. Explore Tati stories at no/l//bin.cm. Huh? That means you still detest me? His tone was downcast and saddening to hear. Jun Wuxia was speechless. Didn't she just tell him she did not detest him? No, her headache was growing. No means you like me? She was at a loss for words, might as well just ignore his incessant questions. Sensing Jun Wuxia's frustration, Jun Wuyao was further amused. It does not matter if she doesn't know, she will slowly learn. Silence means consent, you know? Jun Wuxia teased mercilessly as he carried Jun Wuxia. Jun Wuxia did not reply, and was thinking of a way to drive Jun Wuyao away when she suddenly felt a warm and wet touch on her face. Jun Wuyao had planted a kiss on her cheek, and looking at her face of astonishment, he beamed smilingly at her, with a playful look in his eyes, and said, "That's good. I like you too." Thump. Jun Wuxia's heart skipped a beat. Her eyes widened at the proximity of the handsome face, and found herself enthralled by the good looks. She should pierce her silver needles into her artery, to get him away from her. But she is indebted to him, and she couldn't return the favor by harming him. In turmoil, she bit down on her lip and turned her face away from him. Seeing the beauty in his arms flustered and loving every moment of it, Jun Wuyao was not about to let her off. He put his hand to her chin and turned her head to face him. His smile widened when he saw her brow furrowed in confusion. All right, it's time to collect my reward and thanks for today. What? Jun Wuxia asked in surprise. Before she could react, Jun Wuyao had leaned over, with one hand around her waist and one hand holding the back of her head. He kissed her fully on the lips. MMPHH. Jun Wuxia was shocked and she moved instinctively. She pulled out her needles and stabbed Jun Wuyao on the temple. Blood flowed down the needles and down his face, and some dripped on her cheek. The smell of blood seemed to excite Jun Wuyao, and his kiss grew more passionate, eager to savor the sweetness he tasted. Blood trickled down his face, and a tiny drop got into his mouth. The thick scent of blood roused Jun Wuyao's inner instincts, and a violet glow flared unbridled in his eyes. The smell and the taste of blood assaulted the senses of Jun Wuxia and triggered the memories of her past life, and she bit down hard in response. She tasted more blood and Jun Wuyao released his grip. His violet eyes seemed bottomless, and with the blood flowing from his lip, he looked every inch the devil to Jun Wuxia. Jun Wuxia maneuvered out of his embrace and stood panting and staring at Jun Wuyao. Jun Wuyao wiped the blood from his mouth with his hand, the pain a lingering reminder of the merciless last standing before him. If not for his lightning reflexes, he might not have gotten off this easily. This kitty had grown claws, and was not to be teased. "Don't get all huffy, I spilled a little blood onto you, it's my fault," Jun Wuyao said with a smile, and pulled the silver needles out from his temple, before placing them into the hands of Jun Wuxia. "You will know whether the little black cat can completely ingest the golden lion tonight, watch it closely. Call for me if anything untoward happens, I will be around." Jun Wuyao grinned impishly, completely ignoring the cold blistering stare Jun Wuxia was giving him. He then left the room without waiting for a reply. After he closed the door to the room, Jun Wuyao smiled, savoring the blood still flowing in his mouth, and was unable to suppress the violet glow in his eyes. A black shadow who had been guarding the place appeared beside Jun Wuyao, with one knee on the ground and holding up a bottle of medicine for wounds. "My lord." The shadow's eyes narrowed as he saw the blood on Jun Wuyao's mouth. Few and far between exist in this world who were able to lay a finger on his lordship, but this Missy from the Jun family had made him bleed so often. Seeing the amused expression on Jun Wuyao, he swallowed back the grouses he had swirling in his chest. The shadow was chilled to see the look of satisfaction on his lordship's face. Did his lordship not realize the big problem in the interaction between the Missy and himself? Too frequently he had been mortally wounded, and came back covered in blood. No need. Jun Wuyao did not even look at the proffered medicine, as his expression grew even more amused. Visit no.v3lb/n.cm for new OVL. The cold and unfeeling lass has finally shown some form of emotional outburst. This might be a good thing after all. This is just a small gift, there is no need to fuss. You stay guard here. Jun Wuyao sniffed on his clothes, smelling the pungent blood, and thought to himself that this was the smell the little lass hated. The shadow could only nod as he saw the back of the disappearing Jun Wuyao, as he kept the worry to himself. "My lord. You might be interested in the young miss, but your methods are rather extreme. No one comes back drenched in blood all the time in their pursuit of their beloved. Are you sure you are doing this right?" After a while, having washed himself and changed his clothes, Jun Wuyao was back by Jun Wuxia's door. He positioned himself comfortably and laid back on the beam outside the door. "That little devil loves the little black cat a lot, it wouldn't hurt to help her guard it a little." Jun Wuyao raised his hand a little, and a waft of black mist diffused into the air, before it seeped through the gap between the doors and into the room. In the room, Jun Wuxia rinsed her mouth repeatedly but was unable to get rid of the taste of blood. She sat by the table, watching the little black cat's incessant struggle, her eyes tinged with worry. She raised her hand, as she always did, to stroke its fur. "Pull through it," she whispered. The little black cat did not know how long it struggled for, it only remembered the huge golden lion getting nicked by its tiny claws bit by bit. Its body was battered and covered in wounds, trapped in the darkness, and it was exhausted as it lay down in the nothingness when it heard a voice call out, a voice all too familiar. "Meow." Jun Wuxia stirred as she felt a warmth on her cheek as she lifted her heavy eyelids. The little black cat was rubbing itself against her face affectionately. "Why are you sleeping here?" the little black cat asked, blinking at Jun Wuxia. It had woken up to find Jun Wuxia sleeping soundly by the table. Jun Wuxia sat up, not answering the little black cat's question. She surveyed the little one intently and found a stretch of gold-collared fur around its neck to its chest. It looked like a gold necklace that was inlaid into its skin with its contrasting jet-black fur. The little black cat tilted its head in query and followed the sight of Jun Wuxia and discovered the golden fur as it pawed at its chest. "Hey, this looks just like that big fella's," the little black cat exclaimed. "How do you feel?" Jun Wuxia asked instead. "I feel energized. So refreshed. That dumb lion came into my dream somehow, and I ate him up again. Hee hee," the little black cat proclaimed proudly, with its nose high in the air and showing off the golden brand on its chest like a badge of honor. Jun Wuxia ruffled the fur on its head, finally relieved after a whole night of anxiety, softening her gaze as she looked at the contented little black cat. Your F4 stories on /o/v/lbn.cm. The little black cat did not feel any different despite the gold badge and just brushed it off, and didn't think any more of it. 2 days later, the Crown Prince Mo Qianyuan ascended the throne, a nationwide celebration, and newly throned emperor, royal pardons were granted to lesser criminals. On the day he ascended the throne, he reformed the imperial court system, got rid of the corrupt leeches from their positions of power, and promoted officials of humble birth. The new emperor appointed men to officialdom not based on birth or family background, but on ability. This won greater and louder cheers from the people. While the celebration was going on, a ragged figure was dragged forcefully by 2 Ruilin army guards to stand in a corner during the morning court address, to see Mo Qianyuan dressed resplendently in his dragon robe, sitting atop the imperial throne, directing the ruling of the kingdom. "Isn't this scene just splendid?" Jun Wuxia walked up and asked the ashen-faced old man. The former emperor was pale and gaunt, his eyes mired in defeat. He had always carefully protected his throne, and now it was usurped by his detested offspring. To make it worse, he was forced to witness this revolting scene by Ruilin army guards. Jun Wuxia's needles had pierced his eyes, but not enough to blind him, but it made his eyes stay open all the time. He did not want to watch, but the silver needles lodged in his eyes did not allow him to close them. Jun Wuxia wanted him to suffer the torment of witnessing his most treasured imperial throne, usurped by his hated son. From being an emperor that was above all, to become a lowly prisoner. Hit with such a huge setback, the former emperor hair had turned all white, in just a matter of days, looking decades older. "Jun Wuxia, you win. I am defeated, kill as you wish. Do not celebrate just yet. Mo Qianyuan got the throne by killing his father, you think he will allow Lin Palace to prosper?" The former emperor looked menacingly at Jun Wuxia, knowing what Mo Qianyuan was capable of. If it wasn't for Jun Wuxia's decisive maneuvering, Mo Qianyuan would never be able to take the throne. Jun Wuxia cast a glance at the defeated figure held by the guards, and her eyes went back to the one on the throne, to Mo Qianyuan who looked heroic up on the podium. "Why do you think he did it?" The former emperor paused, and said through gritted teeth, "Greed and ambitions, what more can it be?" Jun Wuxia did not shift her glance. "He was your loyal dog, but you reared him into a wolf. You killed his mother, executed his maternal family, and poisoned him. You cornered him too hard, and broke the father and son kinship. You still have the cheek to claim to be his father?" This was only too familiar to her. In her past life, she had not been treated like a blood-related family member either, she was treated like a dog, locked up all the time. Only in this present life, did she learn from Jun Xian, what a grandfather was like. You sowed the seeds, you reap the harvest. For Mo Qianyuan to have done what he did, it was all due to what the former emperor did to him. The old man was rendered speechless, and slumped in defeat. It's about time to deal with all of you. Jun Wuxia gestured to the Ruilin army guards. The former emperor was terrified, having developed an instinctive fear of Jun Wuxia. He wanted to shout out, but was gagged mercilessly by the Ruilin army guards, and dragged away from the corner of the main hall. The imperial dungeon had always been where the imperial family carried out their most dastardly deeds. It was very well concealed and was dark and dismal. Few beyond the imperial family knew of its existence. Over the generations of rule, countless executions of people who opposed the rulers were carried out here, including Jun Xian, who was previously held here, to await his death. The former emperor was dragged into the dungeon, the chain from his leg irons dragged on the stone floor, the sound of metal hitting stone ringing clearly. In the quiet empty dungeon, the clear sound was magnified by the echoes. Explore Ta Ti stories at no/l/bin.cm. On the two opposing sides of the dungeon, behind two sets of iron bars, Mo Xianfei and Baiyin Xian were locked up separately. The ringing clatter of the chain shocked them, awake them from their nightmare-filled sleep. They opened their eyes wide, looking outside. Mo Xianfei had long lost his haughty air of being the second prince, with his contractual spirit destroyed, his legs crippled, and both his arms cuffed to the wheelchair. He had to sleep upright in the wheelchair with his head lolling around, and his clothes were already filthy, so covered with blood, grime and dirt that its color was now indistinguishable. His messy mop of hair had strands of straw dangling, his face pale from the torment of pain, cheeks sunken, eyes devoid of any emotion, but terror. He did not look human. Even if this battered and decrepit cripple was thrown onto the streets, no one would believe he was once the suave, haughty second prince. He was shocked awake by the noise from the chain, his face a mask of fear as he saw his father dragged into his cell like livestock and thrown on the floor. "Second prince, I trust you have been well." A cold chill voice sounded suddenly from outside the cell. Mo Xianfei shrank from the voice, and started trembling uncontrollably. His teeth chattered as he turned his head, to see Jun Wuxia standing just beyond the bars. She wore a dress of light blue, the cool color matching her cool personality, and her exquisite face was expressionless, her eyes like dry wells, looking upon a lifeless dog. Mo Xianfei wanted to hide in the corner, but with him bound in the wheelchair, he could not go anywhere. What do you want?" Mo Xianfei stuttered in fear. Having his contractual spirit ripped apart from him had brought torment not just physically, but had wreaked his soul as well. The pain had just subsided, but at the sight of Jun Wuxia, the pain all came back with a vengeance. Jun Wuxia glanced at him and did not say anything more, but turned around to the other cell. In there, a girl in white hugged her knees tightly, trying her best to stay hidden in a corner, as her shivers rustled the dry straw below her. Compared to the gaunt-faced and disheveled Mo Xianfei, Baiyin Xian had been treated much better. Up to TED Chapters NNVelbin.com. Although she was locked up in the cell, her freedom restricted, the Ruilin army guards gave her fresh food and clean drinking water, warm water to wash with and clean clothes to change into. This had allowed the disciple of the Qinyan clan to maintain a presentable outlook at the very least. The difference in the treatment had ignited a sense of hope in her, that Jun Wuxia might not kill her after all. Despite that glimmer of hope she harbored, she did not dare go against Jun Wuxia in any way possible. "Drag her out," Jun Wuxia commanded the Ruilin army guards. The guards opened the cell door and dragged Baiyin Xian out. She lowered her gaze, stood trembling, unable to look into Jun Wuxia's eyes. She did not know what was going to happen, she could only pray that Jun Wuxia did not intend to kill her. "Bring him out," Jun Wuxia said, pointing at Mo Xianfei. Mo Xianfei was wheeled out of his cell, while the distraught former emperor sat within the cell, and watched Jun Wuxia, as he cowered in fear. "How are your skills in medicine in the Qinyan clan?" Jun Wuxia asked of the pale Bai Yin-xian. Bai Yin-xian jumped in shock and was too afraid to answer Jun Wuxia. Her confidence in medicine had been savagely shredded into nothing by Jun Wuxia. With Bai Yin-xian's silence, she then instructed the Ruilin army guard, pry open the second prince's mouth. Mo Xianfei's heart sank and was helpless to struggle. His legs were useless and his hands bound to the wheelchair, rendering him immobile. The Ruilin army guard forced his mouth open, and he could only scream in terror. Jun Wuxia raised her hand and dropped a black pill into Mo Xianfei's throat, and he was forced to swallow it. "Watch," Jun Wuxia told Bai Yin-xian. Bai Yin-xian gulped in silence. In the next moment, Mo Xianfei, who was bound to the wheelchair, started thrashing about and wailing in anguish. Green splotches appeared and spread across his face and started to swell. The flesh split at the boils and grew into red bloody gooey wounds and slowly turned dark. The green splotches spread to his neck and throughout his body. The once dashing suave second prince had in a moment turned into a rotting flesh monster. He continued to wail as the rotted flesh dripped onto the ground, emitting a foul odor. Bai Yin-xian was almost driven to madness at the sight. If it was not for the Ruilin army guards holding her, she would have tumbled to the ground when she lost all strength in her legs witnessing it. The once handsome and dashing prince had turned into a hellish monster before her eye. At this point, Mo Xianfei was just like a corpse that did not stop rotting. "Pry open her mouth," Jun Wuxia commanded coldly. Bai Yin-xian, who had already been scared out of her wits, went berserk at those words. She kicked and clawed against the guard's firm grip, screaming at the top of her lungs, tears running freely down her face, a wretched sight to behold. "No. No. No. I don't want to die. Please. Please. Please let me go. I will never go against you again." Bai Yin-xian sobbed as she pleaded, "She understands. She now knows the effects of the poison Mo Xianfei consumed. She will never dare go against Jun Wuxia again. To have your whole body constantly rotting, like a walking corpse. That was just too terrifying." Even as a disciple of the esteemed Qingyun clan, she had never come across poison that had such terrifying effects. Bai Yin-xian screamed herself hoarse, but was unable to escape her fate. The Ruilin army guards forced the poison down her throat. Bai Yin-xian was struck dumb as the pill went down her throat. She trembled violently, unable to move a muscle. "This poison will not kill you. It will just make flesh rot bit by bit. Do not worry though, you won't die from it. When the flesh rots to the bone, flesh will regenerate back onto it. Rest assured, it won't kill you." Jun Wuxia looked coldly at Bai Yin-xian, her every word driving Bai Yin-xian to wail unabashed. "Staying alive like this. Death would have been sweet. Does this mean she would have to live out the rest of her life a hideous monster?" Her desperation to live lent her the strength to escape the hold of the guards, and she fell at the feet of Jun Wuxia. She wailed as she pleaded, "I beg you to spare me, I beg you. Please. Spare me and I'll do anything you want. Anything. My senior fellow disciple will arrive at the Qi Kingdom soon. Don't kill me, I promise not to speak a word of this." Ariad updated s-tirise at n/vel/bin.com. Bai Yin-xian was totally flustered. The Min butterfly had come back with the news that people from Qingyun clan will arrive at the kingdom of Qi within 5 days. She had held on to that as her last hope for rescue, but Jun Wuxia's poison had extinguished even that last glimmer of light, and she only saw a future bleak and desolate. If that was her life, living as a horrendous ghastly monster, she would rather not live. Jun Wuxia watched Bai Yin-xian as she pleaded and gestured to the Ruilin army guards. The two soldiers lifted Bai Yin-xian to stand before Jun Wuxia. "This medicine here can curb the poison within you. You will have to maintain the dosage or the rotting poison will start to take over, and nothing can save you then. Jun Wuxia produced a small pill and put it before Bai Yinxian. Bai Yinxian opened her mouth wide, anxious to take the medicine immediately. After Bai Yinxian swallowed the medicine, a cold chill flashed briefly in Jun Wuxia's eyes. Remember what you promised me today. If you go back on your words, I will make sure you suffer a fate worse than Mo Xianfei. Jun Wuxia warned her frostily. Bai Yinxian nodded her head vigorously. Having suffered under her vicious hand, Bai Yinxian had lost all will and guts to confront Jun Wuxia in any way. Jun Wuxia had the guards return Bai Yinxian and Mo Xianfei return to their cells, and commanded Bai Yinxian to surrender all information she had of the people of Qingyan clan who were arriving in the imperial city. Bai Yinxian knelt on the stone floor within the cell, a brush in her hand and paper parchment spread on the ground. Her ears were filled by moans from Mo Xianfei, and when she raised her head, her eyes was met with the horrendous sight of Mo Xianfei, whose flesh had rotted to the bone. The unforgettable sight made her shudder in horror every time she thought about it. The former emperor who was sharing the cell with Mo Xianfei looked on in silence at Bai Yinxian in the opposite cell, his eyes narrowed in hatred. If Bai Yinxian had not foolishly sent the Min butterfly to the far-distant Qingyan clan, they would have been saved earlier. If Bai Yinxian had not used such an insidious poison on the people of the imperial city, Jun Wuxia and Mo Qianyuan would not have any reason to bring their army into the imperial palace. He would not have abdicated, and Mo Xianfei would not have turned into such a horrid-looking beast. It was all because of this woman. Dumb and naive, and she made them lose everything. Bai Yinxian had been scared senseless and did not notice the stare of malevolence. She was praying fervently she does not turn hideous like Mo Xianfei. At this moment, thoughts of love and devotion could not be further from her mind, and only staying alive and well was her foremost thought. The former emperor continued to stare coldly at Bai Yinxian. Things have come to such a stage where he no longer harbored any hope for himself, but Jun Wuxia's intention to deceive Qingyan clan through Bai Yinxian would not be an easy task. There was one other thing: he had dealt secretly with the chief of the Qingyan clan, something that not even Bai Yinxian was aware of. The people arriving in Qi were coming not to just rescue Bai Yinxian. Visit N0VL/BEIN. For the best novel reading experience. He shall watch Jun Wuxia, watch Mo Qianyuan, watch Bai Yinxian, all die 1,000 deaths. The former emperor gave out a low laugh, a laughter repressed and twisted. Bai Yinxian looked up at the former emperor in fear, and saw the scathing stare he gave her, eager to rip her apart. Bai Yinxian slithered back into the further corner in the cell. She did not feel any guilt, as she did not think herself responsible for the current situation. She saw herself a victim, victimized by Jun Wuxia, a lunatic in the kingdom of Qi who tormented her. A victim of the impotence of the former emperor and Mo Xianfei, who dragged her into this mess. She was just looking after her own hide. What was wrong with that? 5 days later, a convoy of beautiful carriages approached slowly from the outskirts of Imperial City, each carriage flying a banner with a cloud totem. The guards at the city gates hastened to let them pass upon seeing the banners, allowing them unobstructed passage right to the Imperial Palace. The cloud totem was the insignia of the Qingyan clan. Any convoy bearing the totem went unobstructed everywhere. In the midst of the convoy, the most beautiful carriage of all, was a girl clad in a light blue dress, a peerless beauty. She sat in the carriage, her bright eyes looking out the carriage window, watching the crowds of people gathered along the sides of the streets, people of the kingdom of Qi, and she raised the corner of her red lips ever so slightly, gracing the people with a smile so graceful and gentle. "This is the kingdom of Qi?" The blue-dressed girl turned her gaze back into the carriage and asked. "Yes, eldest Mississippi." Her companion in the carriage was a white-haired old man. He might be advanced in age, but the penetrating and astute gaze he gave out told people otherwise. Yunxian got herself trapped in this tiny place? That is. The girl sighed lightly and shrugged it off, but a slight tinge of disdain flashed briefly in those eyes. That was what Miss Yinxian's Min butterfly conveyed. The old man replied respectfully. I did not see many guards within and without the city. Didn't Yinxian say the city was surrounded by the army called the Royalin Army? The girl cupped her chin and her palm in disapproval. The Qingyan clan convoy had not seen anything untoward along its journey, and there were not many soldiers spotted, a contrast to the message the Min butterfly had conveyed. The purpose of our journey is not just for Miss Yinxian, but to retrieve an item our clan chief desires. Eldest miss, you had not been out for a time, it might be good to come out for a spot of fresh air. The old man said with a laugh. The girl in blue smiled and did not say anything more. As they rolled along the bustling streets, the people's eyes were attracted to the convoy and crowded the sides of the streets, craning their necks to get a better look. On the second level of a restaurant along the street, Jun Wuxia sat by the window and looked down at the convoy of carriages that just entered the imperial city. Qingyan clan. Jun Wuxia narrowed her eyes. There were a total of 10 carriages, and excluding the coachman driving the horses, there were at least 2 passengers per carriage. Bai Yinxian told us, there were about 10 people from the Qingyan clan arriving, and the leader among them is the daughter of the Qingyan clan's clan sovereign, Qin Yuyan. Accompanying her was an elder of the Qingyan clan, Jiang Qinqing, and 8 disciples from the clan. They will be escorted by 15 expert exponents not from their clan. Mo Qian Yuan, who was sitting at her side, verified that against the list Bai Yinxian gave them. Qingyan clan was the topmost clan in medicine, and many mighty powers were eager to lend them a hand. The 15 exponents must have been gathered from those powers. Bai Yinxian had no knowledge on the 15 exponents, but she gave us very detailed information on the people from Qingyan clan. Jiang Qinqing had already broken the blue level barrier with his contractual spirit, a level rarely seen. Besides him, the other Qingyan clan disciples have at least achieved the yellow level and beyond. The Qingyan clan have sent a mighty force this time. They mobilized a blue spirit and gathered 15 exponents from external forces. I believe those 15 exponents are not too far off from Jiang Qinqing by much. Jun Wuxia listened quietly and thought it through. According to the norm in the speed and training, for a person to break the blue level barrier, he has to be over 100 years old. But according to Bai Yinxian, Jiang Qinqing was only just past 70. From the red level to blue, he had shortened the average time needed by an astounding 30 over years. He must be extremely gifted. In a broad sense, no exponent from the kingdom of Qi had broken the blue level spirit barrier. Her uncle was already perceived to be gifted, and he had only managed to achieve the top end of level yellow. Her grandfather had struggled in the green level for more than 2 decades and have not managed to break blue. From green to blue, it might be a difference of 1 level, but for one who is not gifted, it will take them 60 long years. For the average person, even if immediately after their contractual spirit awakens, they train and developed non-stop every single day, they will be 107 years old to achieve a level green spirit, provided they do not meet with any difficulties breaking all the level barriers and ascend successfully to the next level, before they can even achieve green. If they meet with any mishaps breaking the barriers, the time taken is compounded. It might be easy to raise spiritual powers, as all it takes was concentration. But breaking level barriers had smashed the hopes and dreams of many. You did not need to be gifted to raise your spiritual powers, but it was essential when you attempt to break level barriers. Many have trained half their lives, and only managed a level orange spirit. I follow US stories at nvl/by/n.com. Jun Wuxia bit down on her lip and thought, her spirit was a measly level red one. Although she had an inkling she was about to break into level orange, in the face of a blue spirit, she would be annihilated in the blink of an eye. It's not enough. Not strong enough. Qingyan clan had easily mobilized a mighty blue spirit, and their might stood before her, an unscalable mountain on her heart, making her gasp for air. The might of Qingyan clan had steeled Jun Wuxie's heart to avoid having the Jun family go against Qingyan clan at all cost, for now. "How are things over on your side?" Jun Wuxie asked as she turned her eyes away. Mo Qianyuan replied, "Everything has been arranged as you planned. Bai Yunxian has been moved to the previous Crown Prince Palace and everything there has been arranged to prevent rousing any suspicions from the people of Qingyan clan even if they are to meet." Mo Qianyuan looked up at Jun Wuxie and hesitated a moment before asking, "You really believe that Bai Yunxian will keep up her end of the bargain? What if she reneges upon meeting her clan members and spills the beans on us? What she has witnessed for the past few days will tell her how to choose." Jun Wuxie sipped on her tea, its fragrance permeating the air. "You turned Mo Xianfei into that hideous monster just for this purpose?" Mo Qianyuan was stunned at the realization. Mo Xianfei's looks had made many people who saw him these past few days turn pale in horror. The flesh on his body was rotted, and while he was locked in the filthy dungeon, his rotting wounds had attracted numerous rats, ants, maggots and such eating away at him, which hastened the effects of the rot. Mo Qianyuan had witnessed the rot on Mo Xianfei himself, a thin layer of flesh barely covering his bones that were exposed in many other areas. He looked just like a corpse, but the flesh regenerates and the cycle of rot repeats itself. That was what traumatized Bai Yunxian in the dungeon, having occupied the cell directly facing Mo Xianfei. Even when she turned her eyes away from him, the overpowering stench and the sounds from the nibbling rats assaulted her every moment. No matter how resolute one can be, after seeing the horrendous torment Mo Xianfei was put under, no one would dare risk it to suffer under the same fate. Bai Yunxian treasures her life too much. It is normal for her to harbor intentions of going back on her word. But before she does that, she has to ascertain if Qingyan clan can produce an antidote for it. Jun Wuxie raised an eyebrow, chin nestled in palm, looking at the convoy getting further away from sight. "That was why you made me release Mo Xianfei and appoint him a royal duke and have him stay in the imperial palace? To allow Bai Yunxian to make use of Mo Xianfei as a guinea pig for the people of Qingyan clan to assess if they are able to treat the poison?" Mo Qianyuan asked as he was awed by the meticulous planning involved. 2 days ago, Jun Wuxie had not only released Bai Yunxian from the dungeon, she had hauled Mo Xianfei, who was as good as dead, and placed them in the palace he had previously occupied. Mo Qianyuan had not understood the rationale behind Jun Wuxie's actions before, and it was clear now, all the torment that Mo Xianfei was put through, was used just to make a terrifying threat to Bai Yunxian. Follow US stories at nvl/by/n.com. You are absolutely certain the bunch from Qingyan clan are unable to unravel and overcome your poison? Mo Qianyuan asked cautiously. That was of paramount importance for Bai Yunxian to keep her silence. With their capabilities? Jun Wuxie asked coldly, her question said it all. Your word is good enough for me. The Qingyan clan carriages will be reaching the imperial palace soon. The emperor has to go prepare himself to welcome our distinguished guests. Even after becoming the emperor, Mo Qianyuan carried no airs with Jun Wuxie and disregarded the need for cumbersome formalities. Jun Wuxie waved her hand nonchalantly and Mo Qianyuan disappeared. Long Qi, who was guarding downstairs, saw him leave and proceeded upstairs. Saw anything unusual? Jun Wuxie asked. Long Qi reported, the coachmen were just regular people and the passengers inside did not reveal themselves. But in one of the carriages that passed, I saw a young lady at the window. The daughter of the Qingyan clan sovereign? Jun Wuxie raised her eyebrows in amusement. Your subordinate, am not sure. Have them followed, but do not get too close, and do not be seen. The carriages from the Qingyan clan stopped outside the imperial palace. The guards were prepared and stood in formation in welcome. Standing before the palace, Missouri Qianyuan was dressed in his dragon robe, smiling at the guests. Qin Yuyan stepped off from her carriage, her peerless beauty attracting countless eyes. A very revered welcome to Miss Qin. Emo Qianyuan did not show any haughtiness as the emperor, and stepped up to welcome them with a smile. Jiang Qinqing frowned at the young emperor. You are the emperor of Qi? His tone devoid of any respect. Emo Qianyuan did not take offense, and laughed it off. The former emperor was in ill health, and handed down the throne. I am the current emperor of the kingdom of Qi. You are Emo Qianyuan? Jiang Qinqing asked. That's right. Check new CHDers at novilbin.com. With his reply, Jiang Qinqing's expression turned frosty, and his spiritual power started to diffuse from his body. Emo Qianyuan felt an overpowering oppression pressing down on him, making it hard for him to breathe. It seems what Yin Xian told us was true. You have collaborated with the slut from the Jun family and wanted to bring harm to a disciple of the Qingyan clan. And Jiang Qinqing was about to strike. When Bai Yin Xian had relayed the message to Qingyan clan, she had mentioned that Jun Wuxia had allied with the crown prince, Emo Qianyuan. Now that Jiang Qinqing had verified that the emperor's throne had fallen into the hands of Emo Qianyuan, he had felt that was all he needed to know. Elder, please allow me to explain. Who in the kingdom of Qi dares to lay a ginger on Miss Bai? There is another reason why Miss Bai relayed the message like this to Qingyan clan, and the actual situation is totally different. Emo Qianyuan asked hastily, forcing himself to calm down. Allow him to finish, Uncle Jiang. Qin Yuyan, who had remained silent, interjected, stopping Jiang Qinqing. Jiang Qinqing reluctantly restrained his spiritual powers, but kept his eyes fixed on Emo Qianyuan. Emo Qianyuan heaved a sigh of relief inwardly. He had thought Bai Yin Xian to be reckless, but compared to Jiang Qinqing, a lunatic who went for the kill immediately, Bai Yin Xian was a tame little rabbit. Qin Yuyan stepped forward, a gentle smile on her face. No need to worry, Your Majesty. Uncle Jiang was just worried for the safety of Yin Xian. If there is any misunderstanding, it's better to resolve it early. Qin Yuyan's voice tinkled like a mountain spring, and puts one at ease immediately. Her mild tone of voice and her words filled with understanding had the people around whispering with praise. A worthy eldest miss of Qingyan clan, graceful and cultured, an outstanding lady. Eldest miss, you have my gratitude for your grace. This actually concerns the kingdom of Qi. The journey must have tired you out. Why don't we rest within the imperial palace while we wait for Miss Bai, and everything can be made clear? Emo Qianyuan invited them with a smile, but could find no joy in his heart. As the ruler of a kingdom, faced with the Qingyan clan, he was someone they can hit and kill at will. How shameful was that for a ruler? Qin Yuyan smiled and nodded. That will be good. Thank you. My pleasure, please. As Qin Yuyan has spoken, the others kept their silence and followed suit. Jiang Qinqing gave Emo Qianyuan a steely stare and said, Don't think you can pull a fast one here. When we get in the palace, and find that you have been dishonest in any way, I will have you know, the Qingyan clan is not to be trifled with. With that, Jiang Qinqing followed after Qin Yuyan into the imperial place. Emo Qianyuan looked on as the backs of the Qingyan clan people grew smaller in the distance. His back was drenched in sweat, from the tension from before. But it was not fear that gripped him as he clenched his teeth and continued looking at the haughty backs disappearing. The Qingyan clan group entered the imperial palace, and Emo Qianyuan followed right after. The delegation of over 20 were invited into the main hall. Only lowly palace maids and other palace functionaries were present in the main hall with Emo Qianyuan to face the visiting guests from Qingyan clan. With Emo Qianyuan having been poisoned for a long period which damaged his body, his spiritual powers had not developed much. His measly spiritual powers in the eyes of the present group would not stand up to a single strike. Where is Yin Xian? Jiang Qinqing had just sat down and maintained a dark expression, ignoring the refreshments the palace maids had served. Qin Yuyan sipped at her tea with her head lowered, a smile on her lips, but not saying a word. I have instructed for her to be invited here. Please rest your legs a moment more. When Bai Yunxian came to the kingdom, she had received the highest form of treatment and Mo Xianfei had gone to great lengths to win her favor. Bai Yun had been arrogant, but Mo Xianfei had not been treated dismissively like he was now. Jiang Qinqing does not even bother with basic pleasantries with the emperor of a kingdom. The elder of Qin Yin clan must really be somebody. Jiang Qinqing glanced at Qin Yuyan, and seeing that she was not going to say anything, he suppressed his displeasure at the situation. A tiny kingdom like Qi was beneath his notice. Compared with the might of the Qin Yin clan, the kingdom's strength was reduced to almost nothing. If it had not been for Bai Yunxian's message, they would never have come. Moments later, a lady in white ambled in leisurely. Bai Yunxian was dressed in a white brocade dress, her hair held with a pearl hair ornament. She entered graciously, and was taken aback for a moment by the numerous people in the main hall, before she composed herself and walked in with poise. My respects to you, eldest Mississippi elder. Jun Wuxian knelt in reverence. From the time Bai Yunxian appeared, Jiang Qinqing's gaze had been locked on her. His penetrating eyes had surveyed her several times over, verifying Bai Yunxian had not been mistreated in any way, before the look of disapproval faded from his face. Yunxian, have you been fine here? Father was worried sick upon receiving your message, but he is still in seclusion and was unable to leave from the clan. Hence, he had instructed Uncle Jiang to accompany me on this trip, to see if you have been treated well. Qin Yuyan stood up with a laugh and helped Bai Yunxian up to her feet. Her smile on her face was so gentle that you can almost feel the warmth, but the expression on Bai Yunxian's face was a tad bit stiffened. In the short moment that Qin Yuyan helped her up, Qin Yuyan had her fingers on her wrist feeling her pulse. I regret that I have troubled Master with this. I was not thinking straight. I was anxious and lost my mind. I beg for eldest miss and the elder's forgiveness. Bai Yunxian said with her head lowered, not daring to move her wrist. Qin Yuyan's knowledge of medicine was way beyond hers. She might have been a direct disciple of the Qin Yin clan sovereign, but she can't be compared to his daughter. With Qin Yuyan taking her pulse, she had to feign ignorance, but her heart was bursting with anticipation. When Jun Wuxia had given her the poison, she had taken her own pulse. It had been steady, with no signs of having been poisoned. Can Qin Yuyan detect that she had been poisoned? If she can detect it, does that mean she has the ability to remedy it? Full 0W current novels on n/o/v/3l/b in.co/m. Bai Yunxian raised her head and looked at Qin Yuyan expectantly. And Qin Yuyan finally let go of her hand, her gentle smile still on her face. Bai Yunxian's eyes dulled. As expected, Qin Yuyan did not detect the poison. What really happened here, my girl? You sent the Min butterfly which brought us such alarming news. If anyone had bullied you, I will definitely give you justice. Qin Yuyan cooed laughing, her voice gentle and soothing. Bai Yunxian's pulse was normal, and she did not seem to have suffered any internal injuries. With the situation presented to them now being totally different from what Bai Yunxian had relayed to the Qin Yin clan previously, Qin Yuyan decided to see how it played out. Bai Yunxian was crying in her heart, but she had to put on a sheepish mask on her face and said, I had no choice. Xian Fei was poisoned. I tried everything I could but I was unable to find a remedy. He is now at death's door. I thought only Master could save him. So, I made up a story like that. The main hall was silent. Bai Yunxian's words had left everyone stunned. What a twist! This story was way different from what they heard. When they left Qingyan clan, they all knew that someone bold and audacious in Qi had schemed to harm Bai Yin, but what Bai Yin was telling them was a totally different story. Xian Fei? Who's that? Qin Yuyan was still reeling from the news. Bai Yin managed to blush a little as her cheeks turned a pale pink while she replied looking abashed, "He's the second prince of Qi, and he is now a duke conferred by the new emperor. He takes great care of me, and we have pledged to marry." Upon hearing that, the delegates were all struck dumb. If they did not hear this from Bai Yin herself, they would not have believed it. As a disciple of Qingyan clan, in an attempt to save her lover, she relayed false information, mobilizing a whole task force, just to save her man. Your F4 stories on /o/v/lbn.cm. Bai Yin turned red as all eyes trained on her, and even Qin Yuyan lost her smile. Cough, Miss Bai had done that for my brother and I should shoulder some part of the responsibility. If my distinguished guests from Qingyan clan are willing to lend a hand to treat my brother, I shall personally be grateful. Mo Qianyuan chipped in to lend some conviction to the drama unfolding before him. What was thought to be coercion of one of their people has turned into a desperate cry to save a lover. Their expressions were all livid. After receiving her urgent call for help, they had not only sent the eldest miss and a few elders, they even invited some experts with them as well, and it turned out to be such a huge joke. Jiang Qing's face was black to the extreme, his mouth twitched and he did not utter a single word. I have specially prepared a welcome feast for everyone, you've come a long way. As for my brother's matter, I will not insist on my brother's treatment. Mo Qianyuan gave an amiable smile. After looking at Bai Yin for a long time, Qin Yuyan finally said, "Kingdom of Qi and our Qingyan clan have friendly ties, and since we are already here, we will surely not turn a blind eye to a friend in need. After the meal, I will go and have a look with Uncle Jiang." Mo Qianyuan gave his startled and pleasantly surprised look as he quickly nodded and immediately arranged for someone to lead them to the banquet hall. He took advantage of this opportunity and quickly headed towards his old quarters. Ever since he had ascended the throne, he naturally had to move out of his previous residence. However, he had left everything as it was, other than to cherish the memories he had. It was also a place he had left for Jun Wuxia to stay in and use it as her base. At this moment, Jun Wuxia was well prepared and had entered the palace. To deal with Qingyan clan, she had to be extra careful and vigilant, and the best way was to know her enemies well, hence she had decided to temporarily stay in the palace so that she could observe their strength personally. When Mo Qianyuan opened the room door after knocking on it, he only saw a young eunuch with very delicate features in there. Mo Qianyuan hesitated at the door. He had personally selected all the palace maids and eunuchs serving his former palace, but he had never seen this young eunuch before. Did they buy it? The young eunuch looked directly into the eyes of the Son of Heaven, and with those words, made the emperor's eyes widen in surprise. Wuxia! Mo Qianyuan was astonished to see Jun Wuxia transformed into a male. If not for the voice and mannerism, he would never have thought this young eunuch could be Jun Wuxia. Even her features and face shape has changed, nobody could have guessed. Jun Wuxia raised an eyebrow. She might have changed her looks, but her cold personality had not changed one bit. How did you transform to look like this? Mo Qianyuan stared wide-eyed at Jun Wuxia. Did they believe Bai Yin? Jun Wuxia ignored Mo Qianyuan's question and just continued with her questions. They believed, and it was a wonderful performance. Mo Qianyuan said happily, remembering the dark look on that high and mighty, pompous Jiang Qing's face after Bai Yin told them the truth. Did they agree to treat Mo Xianfei? Jun Wuxia asked with another question. They agreed that Jiang Qing might be a tough nut, but their eldest miss, Qin Yuyan, was more amicable. I did not think they would have agreed, but they did in the end. Mo Qianyuan thought back on the events today with the Qingyan clan, and felt Qin Yuyan was the only one that went a little easier on him than the others. Jun Wuxia turned to Imo Qianyuan and said, I want to see them treat Imo Qianfei. Imo Qianyuan considered it and realized why Jun Wuxia had transformed her looks. The Missy of the Jun family, Jun Wuxia, had no reason to be there, but as in common eunuch, no one will find out her real identity. Are you afraid they might find a remedy for your poison? Jun Wuxia shook her head. I am confident, but I want to be there to know more about Qingyan clan. She might not know much about Qingyan clan, but based on Bai Yinqian's prowess and the skill of the physicians within the imperial city, she could roughly ascertain how much her own medical skills and knowledge surpassed the people here. The medicines and poisons here were based on the most basic fundamentals herbs and was the treatment used in the earliest of times in Chinese medicine. However, Jun Wuxia had, in the world of her previous life, not only learned the effects of the various herbs and medicines, they had even changed their genetics. If she had had access to a laboratory here, she would have produced things beyond the imaginations of everyone here. The difference between their skills in medicine will have the doctors of this world think Jun Wuxia a miraculous wonder. For the poison she gave Imo Qianfei and Bai Yinxian, besides making their bodies rot, its most important function was to break down cells within their bodies, disabling the body's natural defense of healing where every small wound had spread, the wound was unable to close. When the body is unable to regenerate and repair, the affliction spreads to other areas as well. With other components she added, it turns the terrifying effects of the poison into a vicious cycle on the afflicted person. Its effects was not a condition the people in this world can diagnose by reading their pulse. Without advanced scientific machines and instruments, they cannot even dream of detecting a single trace of the poison from their bodies. The people from Qingyan clan did not stand the slightest chance against Jun Wuxia, who was backed by her reputation as a genius doctor in the modern world. No way! Imo Qianyuan was not aware of these secrets of Jun Wuxia. He only knew Jun Wuxia's skill and prowess in medicine far surpassed anyone he had ever seen. His own life was saved by Jun Wuxia, and he trusted her unconditionally. Arrangements can be made for you to be there, but please be careful while you are there. Qin Yuyan commands respectable spiritual powers, but Jiang Qinqing's powers are insanely strong. Jun Wuxia nodded slightly and a question suddenly came to mind. The request to treat Imo Qianfei was made by Bai Yinxian? Imo Qianyuan shook his head. No, I had intended to bring it up during the banquet, to request for their help, as a topic for conversation. Actually, I think even if I had not asked, Bai Yinxian would not have passed up on the opportunity. She will not give up without a definitive answer from the Qingyan clan. Only when the Qingyan clan affirms that they are not be able to rid Imo Qianfei of the poison, will she resign to her fate. I know that if I had not asked, Bai Yinxian would have tried all ways and means to make Qin Yuyan lend a hand, to decide on which side her loyalty should lie. Imo Qianyuan paused before he continued, I didn't think it would have been so easy to enlist their help in the treatment without having to say much. Qingyan clan's willingness to lend a hand had come too easy. Though Imo Qianyuan had a good impression of Qin Yuyan, he somehow felt that it was unusual of Qingyan clan to agree just like that. Before they agreed to it, I distinctly saw Jiang Qinqing's face darken considerably and was afraid he would give vent to his frustration then. Surprisingly, Qin Yuyan suddenly agreed. Jun Wuxia narrowed her eyes in thought. She was not present and did not know how it all happened. She had thought that Qingyan clan only agreed with Bai Yinxian's incessant pleas. The situation at hand was too different from what she expected. All test NOVL on novelben/.cm. Saying that was because Qingyan clan's prerogative was to save a human life at all costs, would have been laughable. Countless have died at the hands of the Qingyan clan, and they had not saved them. People who are of no value to them will never get an ounce of sympathy of effort from them. The kingdom of Qi and Qingyan clan did not share close ties, and Imo Qianyuan has already ascended to the throne. Hence, Imo Qianfei did not have a chance at the throne anymore. The Qingyan clan will not waste their time on a downtrodden duke. Moreover, it was due to this duke that a disciple of their own clan had embarrassed and shamed them like this. Whichever way she looked at it, Qingyun clan had no reason to want to lend their expertise. But they have done just that. Have those palace maids and eunuchs serving the Qingyun clan watch them. Inform me of all that they hear. Jun Wuxia had to tread carefully. If she was found out to be carrying out all these actions behind their backs, it will not be just her alone, but the whole of the Lin Palace that will meet their maker. Before she is strong enough, she will take each step carefully. Maybe, just maybe, they are being kind? And will leave after staying a few days? Mo Qian Yuan ventured carefully. Jun Wuxia shot him a stare. If it's too good to be true, it probably is. Mo Qian Yuan shuddered and understood the reason for Jun Wuxia's caution. I'll make sure they watch carefully. That night, after the delegates were bursting with wine and food from the feast, Mo Qian Yuan and Bai Yin led Qin Yuyan and Jiang Qinqing to the palace that Mo Xianfei resided in. Before they even reached the door, Qin Yuyan detected a foul stench of rot mixed in with the fragrance of various herbs. The strong smell of herbs was unable to cover the pungent stench. The door was opened, and within the palace sat a man on a wheelchair. No. More accurately, it was a decaying corpse. Rotting flesh hung on its exposed bones. He was clothed, but in the areas where he was not covered, there was not a single spot where the flesh was not affected by his condition. Thick yellow pus clung on the darkened blood wounds and dripped from the man's face, neck and hands. If his chest did not rise and fall weakly, there would have been no sign of life in him. Even the hardened and stoic Jiang Qinqing had gasped deeply at the sight of Mo Xianfei. That breath had drawn in the foul stench deep into his lungs and very nearly caused him to faint. That man is still alive? That is obviously an old rotting corpse. The constant rot had caused Mo Xianfei to lose all his hair, his thin scalp was in tatters, and his skull was visible. The smile on Qin Yuyan's face froze, and her hands at her sides trembled. Up to TED Chapters NN Velben.com. Mo Qian Yuan observed their reactions carefully, and reveled in his heart. He looked discreetly at a figure standing in a corner of the room. Jun Wuxia was small in stature, and dressed in the clothes of a palace eunuch. It hid her girly curves perfectly. With her tiny face, hidden among a bunch of palace functionaries, she blended in perfectly. This is my royal brother. He had been poisoned for a time. If it was not for Miss Bai's efforts, he would not have lasted till now. I implore for Miss Qin to please have a look. Qin Yuyan's smile was rather stiff. When she heard that Mo Xianfei was poisoned, she had prepared herself, but never could she have imagined that Mo Xianfei would turn into such a hideous monster like this. Is that even human? That was just a pile of rotting meat. Uncle Jiang is a respected elder of our Qingyun clan, and posse's exceptional medical skills. Allow him to have a look at him. Qin Yuyan recovered and pasted her gentle and elegant smile back on her face, refusing to take a single step nearer towards Mo Xianfei. The second prince who had made so many ladies swoon throughout the kingdom had now had his looks reduced to be one that scared ladies to the point they feigned in fright. Jiang Qinqing was shocked by how Mo Xianfei looked, but they had agreed to lend a hand. He had no choice but to soldier on. Jiang Qinqing walked towards Mo Xianfei with a dark expression on his face. Qin Yuyan turned her eyes on Bai Yin, whose eyes were fixed upon the form of Mo Xianfei, her eyes showing fear and anticipation. Yin, you really do love him. Qin Yuyan said with a laugh. Bai Yin was focused solely on Jiang Qinqing's diagnosis. She did not pay much attention to Qin Yuyan's words, and nodded absent-mindedly. In the corner, Jun Wuxia, who was disguised as a eunuch, observed every single reaction of those three. Jiang Qinqing might be an elder in the Qingyun clan, but from their conversation, it can be concluded that Qin Yuyan had the authority to command him. Qin Yuyan was obviously the chief in command in this delegation from Qinyan clan. Qin Yuyan seemed to be showing concern for Bai Yinxian's relationship with Emo Xianfei, but in actual fact, she was trying to ascertain whether Bai Yinxian genuinely wanted to save Emo Xianfei. Qin Yuyan did not sense anything from Bai Yinxian that showed otherwise. Bai Yinxian was really anxious for them to save Emo Xianfei. If they can cure Emo Xianfei, she will be free of Jun Wuxia's manipulation. Jun Wuxia was watching everything intently, but she was not the least bit worried. Qinyan clan, self-proclaimed as the best in medicine under the heavens, Jun Wuxia would like to see if they had what it took to remedy her poison. Trying his best to hold down the vomit threatening to rush up his throat, Jiang Qinqing took Emo Xianfei's pulse, his face in undisguised disgust. However, when he ascertained his pulse, he stood there as if frozen, his expression in shock. How is it possible? Jiang Qinqing's incredulous exclamation attracted the attention of Qin Yuyan and Bai Yinxian. Uncle Jiang, what is it? Qin Yuyan asked. Jiang Qinqing's face showed utter disbelief. He had forgotten his disgust at Emo Xianfei's mangled hand. He checked his pulse again, carefully, and his expression remained the same, still unable to believe himself. Eldest miss, this. It's better that you come see it yourself. Jiang Qinqing was at a loss. Seeing Jiang Qinqing's reaction only made Bai Yinxian more anxious, as she stood wringing her hands, unable to ask outright and could only look on helplessly. Qin Yuyan hesitated a moment to bring her emotions under control and to maintain a facade of calm, before she stepped up to take the pulse of Emo Xianfei. She put her fingers lightly on the wrist of Emo Xianfei, and her expression became just like Jiang Qinqing, an expression of incredulity. This man was visibly rotting away and on the brink of death, but he possessed the pulse of a healthy individual. If his condition was not so painfully obvious, Qin Yuyan would have given him a clean bill of health. What is happening here? Eldest miss, can he be saved? Bai Yinxian could not hold herself back anymore. Up-TED chapters nvelben.com. Qin Yuyan bit on her lip and stepped away from Emo Xianfei. His pulse is normal, his condition might not be caused by poison. The world came crashing down on Bai Yinxian, her last glimmer of hope extinguished. That's about right. She had taken her own pulse after taking Jun Wuxia's poison, and the diagnosis was the same as Qin Yuyan. Nothing abnormal. It is now certain, Qin Yuyan and Jiang Qinqing are unable to cure her of the poison. Your Majesty, our findings from our diagnosis of the Duke rule out the possibility of poison, and we are unable to cure him of his condition. All we can do to help is to prolong his life and reduce his pain. Qin Yuyan walked over to Emo Qianyuan, showing absolutely no remorse on being unable to help. Emo Qianyuan made a face showing regret and sighed, well, guess that's fate, and we've troubled the two of you. Qin Yuyan was in a foul mood. She did not care that she could not cure Emo Xianfei. It was her intention to first save Emo Xianfei and have Emo Qianyuan owe Qinyan clan a debt of gratitude, making it much easier to fulfill her other goal in coming here. But since she was unable to cure him, the only option left was to tell it to Emo Qianyuan straight. With that decided, she pulled out a bottle of medicinal elixirs and handed it to Emo Qianyuan. These are silent dragon elixirs, and its recipe is guarded closely within our Qinyan clan. It can prolong a person's life and lend nourishment to their spiritual powers. Qin Yuyan explained. Emo Qianyuan was surprised, thinking Qin Yuyan was really unpredictable in her actions. She had offered to save a life, and then she readily offered him such amazing elixirs. It would be hard to believe she did not need anything from him, and was just doing this out of kindness and magnanimity. He wouldn't buy that, over his dead body. How can I accept that, a priceless treasure like this? Emo Qianyuan declined politely. After having met Jun Wuxia, he didn't care for Qinyan clan's medicines, pills and whatnot. The hidden Jun Wuxia perked up. She had long suspected Qin Yin clan had other intentions. Faced with Mo Qianyuan's refusal, Qin Yuyan went straight to the point. To be honest, the regime change in the kingdom of Qi was beyond our expectations. Before that, the former emperor had previously agreed to a deal with my father. The purpose of Yun Xian's visit was to retrieve an item, only she was unaware of it. The former emperor is no longer around, but the agreed deal still stands. Hence, I hope your majesty can adhere to the wishes of our fathers, and complete the deal. What deal was that? This time, Mo Qianyuan was genuinely confused. He had not heard anything about a secret deal with the Qin Yin clan. It's the Soul Jade. Qin Yuyan replied, short and concise. Soul Jade? Mo Qianyuan was shocked. Yes, the kingdom of Qi has 2 pieces of Soul Jade. It was handed down by the founders of the kingdom of Qi. The 2 pieces of jade was originally one whole. When they founded the kingdom, the founding emperor broke the jade in 2, and kept one half in the palace, and gifted the other half to his comrade-in-arms who was of a different family name, General Junxian. The soul jade might only serve a symbolic purpose to you, but it is extremely important to the Qin Yin clan. Our Qin Yin clan is willing to exchange it for a batch of priceless elixirs and medicines, and the former emperor had previously agreed to it. The purpose of my visit this time round was firstly to bring Yun Xian back, and also to conclude the deal with Qi. Yun Xian had already brought the elixirs and pills from Qin Yin clan earlier, and I would request for your majesty to hand over the 2 pieces of soul jade to us. Qin Yuyan had initially conveyed her request in a clear, gentle tone. The further she went on, her request took on a tone of demand at the end. Mo Qianyuan was flustered. He had not counted on them demanding for the soul jade. The soul jade had been with the kingdom of Qi for decades. Besides being a symbol of the kingdom's founding glory and honor, it had served little other purpose, and it was no great loss to gift it to the Qin Yin clan. The problem was with the half that was given to Jun Xian. If he remembered it correctly, when Jun Xian's eldest son, who was Jun Wuxia's father, died in battle, and that piece of soul jade had been buried together with him. If they were to retrieve it, that would mean digging up Jun Gu's grave. Sweat formed on his forehead. He knew that Jun Wuxia had heard all that was said. He did not dare reveal to the Qin Yin clan that the Jun family's half of the soul jade had been buried together with Jun Gu, as knowing the tyranny the Qin Yin clan was capable of, they would have sent people to desecrate Jun Gu's grave immediately. That will naturally be done. I will have the 2 pieces of soul jade sent to you as soon as possible. It had been too sudden, and Mo Qianyuan did not want to speak too much on it, and agreed for the moment. Qin Yuyan nodded in satisfaction, and exchanged a few words with Jiang Qinqing before Mo Qianyuan escorted them out to have their rest. In the palace, Bai Yun Xian looked at Mo Xianfei in resignation, as depression seeped into her. Give up? The clear cold voice cut across the room from a corner. That now familiar voice sent a chill up her spine. Jun Wuxia restored her facial features and stepped out from the shadows. She was still dressed as a eunuch, but her frosty demeanor still left her weak in her knees. I. Bai Yun Xian looked in terror at Jun Wuxia. Under the skies, no one can save you, but me. If you know that now, you know what to do. Jun Wuxia stared icily at Bai Yun Xian. Bai Yun Xian fell to the floor with a thump, trembling uncontrollably. I understand, I'll listen to everything you say. Just don't let me turn into that hideous beast. Jun Wuxia turned away from her and said frostily, Scram. Bai Yun Xian picked up her legs and ran hastily out from the palace and bumped into Mo Qianyuan, who was returning after having seen the guests out. Upon seeing the look on her face, Mo Qianyuan knew someone had been threatening people yet again. Upon entering the palace, Missouri Qianyuan saw the eunuchs sending Mo Xianfei back to the dungeon, and the palace maids had lit various incense to rid the place of the stench of rot. Jun Wuxia stood in the middle of the room, staring at him quietly. Mo Qianyuan cleared his throat nervously. You heard everything that Qin Yuyan said? Jun Wuxia nodded. What do you think we should do? Mo Qianyuan did not possess the guts to ask Jun Wuxia to dig up her own father's grave. Give them what they want, Jun Wuxia said without much thought. It was just 2 pieces of jade, and the time was not ripe to go against Qingyan clan yet. What? Mo Qianyuan stared at her, incredulous. You agree to hand over the soul jade? Why not? Jun Wuxia asked with her head tilted, baffled. She had never heard anything about soul jade from Jun Xian nor Jun Qing. If it was anything important, they would have told her about it. Since they did not, it must not have been anything unusual. To go against the Qingyan clan over some decorative stones? It wasn't worth it. Get the latest chapters on n/velbin.com. Mo Qianyuan scrutinized Jun Wuxian carefully, unable to shake of his incredulity. I find that I understand you less daily. You have shielded the Jun family so aggressively, I did not expect you to agree to digging up General Jun's grave. You might be right. If he had known, the general would not have wanted you to stand against the Qingyan clan. Before Mo Qianyuan could finish, Jun Wuxia's eyes flashed dangerously at him. What did you say? I didn't say anything. Mo Qianyuan shut his mouth in a hurry. Whose grave did you say to dig up? Jun Wuxia's eyes were aflame. Mo Qianyuan gulped. Jun Gu, Generalissimo Jun. The piece of soul jade bestowed to the Jun family was buried together with his body upon his death, wasn't it? Jun Wuxia's brow furrowed into a deep frown. You did not know? Mo Qianyuan asked in bafflement. No, Jun Wuxia replied simply, her frown deepening. Jun Wuxia was still very young when Jun Gu passed away, and she did not retain much memories of her father himself, not to mention the items that were buried with him. Mo Qianyuan saw now the reason Jun Wuxia had agreed so readily. Do you still intend to hand it to them? Mo Qianyuan asked. Jun Wuxia was deep in thought. She had never met Jun Gu, and her affections to the Jun family were limited to only Jun Xian and Jun Qing. She did not think too much of digging up a grave, but that was after all the grave of Jun Xian's son and Jun Qing's brother. It was not a matter she could decide on her own. The last people she wanted to hurt were those 2, the father and son of the Jun family. I'll let you know tomorrow. Jun Wuxia thought on how she was going to proceed. She needed to discuss the matter with her grandfather and uncle carefully. She had to, at the very least, ascertain if the soul jade had indeed been buried together with her father. All right. I will stall the Qingyan clan for now. Don't worry. Mo Qianyuan said with a laugh. He had decided, with or without Jun Wuxia's half of the soul jade, he will first present his half to Qin Yuyan tomorrow, to appease them, in order to buy some time for Jun Wuxia. Jun Wuxia nodded. Her only intention now was to return to the Lin Palace and discuss the matter with Jun Xian. Jun Wuxia returned to Lin Palace immediately and had a meeting with Jun Xian and Jun Qing in the study, to have them tell her all about the soul jade. Jun Xian's expression grew grave as he heaved a sigh and said, The soul jade has been buried together with your father. Jun Wuxia remained silent as she observed Jun Xian's and Jun Qing's expressions. She gathered both father and son were reluctant to disturb her father's rest. From Jun Xian, she learned that people of this world would place a piece of jade into the mouth of the deceased to ward off evil, and believed that this would allow the soul to rest in peace. Having a piece of jade put in the mouths of deceased persons and buried was a practice Jun Wuxia had heard of in her previous life as well. It was an ancient custom from a long time ago. The soul jade was bestowed to their family by the founding emperor and a symbol of the glory of Qi. When Jungu was killed in battle, Jun Xian was devastated, and things linked to his past glories achieved from his own battles only served to remind him painfully of his loss, and he decided to bury the soul jade with Jungu. Who would have expected that after so many years, Qingyun clan would come searching for the very same soul jade? With regards to this, your uncle and I will settle the issue. Jun Xian sighed, having come to a decision in his heart. The deceased was no longer here, while the living continued to suffer the tribulations of life. The might of the Qingyun clan was not something that Lin Palace could stand up to. Even if they refused, the fact that the soul jade was buried together with Jungu was widely known among the people, and with the slightest probe, the Qingyun clan would easily find out about it. Knowing Qingyun clan's tyrannical ways, they will disregard any protest the Jun family put up. Instead of having the Qingyun clan dig up the grave forcefully, they would rather carry out the task themselves. Jun Wuxia remained silent as she saw the look of helplessness and grief on the faces of Jun Xian and Jun Qing as she gripped her hands tightly. Their disparity in might showed her clearly how harsh reality could be. The law of the jungle, the weak stands at the mercy of the strong. However reluctant they might be, there was no other way. Get the latest chapters on n/velbin.com. So what if she could force the emperor into abdication? As large as the world was, there were many powers that could coerce the Jun family into submission. The current situation being an example. The Qingyun clan had forced the Jun family to have no choice but to desecrate Jungu's grave, or if Qingyun clan were to find out what Jun Wuxia had done to Baiyun Xian, the whole Jun family would be annihilated. Even with the 100,000-strong Ruilin army defending them, the delegation of over 20 from Qingyun clan had many highly skilled exponents among them. With Jiang Qinqing's prowess, if he wanted to kill the family of 3 in the Lin Palace, the whole of Ruilin army might not be able to stop them. Jun Wuxia gritted her teeth, she didn't want the Jun family so helpless. You should go rest up. Jun Xian sighed heavily. He was feeling very reluctant, but he was not prepared to risk the lives of his son and granddaughter. Persecuted though no fault of theirs. The noble Jun family had to suffer such injustice. If the Qingyun clan was aware that the other half of the soul jade was in the Jun family's possession, the Qingyun clan will come knocking in demand if the Jun family did not surrender it. Jun Wuxia stood up and left without a word. She walked out of the study and looked up into the night sky. The bright round moon and the star-studded sky could not stir up any feelings of appreciation. What's on your mind? A bemused voice rang out. Jun Wuxia did not turn her head, as she knew who that was. Jun Wu Yao. She called, eyes fixed to the sky. Are you strong? The steps that were going towards Jun Wuxia stopped. He did not rush up as he usually did, to put her in his embrace. He narrowed his eyes, and looked at the solitary back before him. I would think so. How strong? Jun Wuxia asked, still staring at the night sky. Jun Wuyao laughed. How strong do you want me to be? Strong enough to kill all those people, can you do it? Jun Wuxia finally turned, her clear eyes flashed with determination. No one would understand what she had felt when she saw the looks of helplessness and despair on Jun Xian and Jun Qing, and how much it had hurt her. Her family should not live so compromised. Jun Wuya raised an eyebrow. This was the first time Jun Wuxia had asked him to kill someone, and he was surprised. He had always thought the little girl was not too interested in him. Whatever you long for, there is not much that can stop me. Jun Wuyao smiled. They want something from the Jun family, but if we give it to them, my grandfather and uncle will be heartbroken. Jun Wuxia said, biting on her lip. She might still not understand much on the emotions involved in relationships between people, but the prickling pain in her heart could clearly be felt. Jun Wuxia did not know why she was telling all this to Jun Wuyao. The man was mysterious, dangerous, and savage. But somehow, she had a feeling that she just needed to ask, and he would deliver. This inexplicable trust confused her totally. Updates tnvel/buy.com. If you don't feel like giving it to them, then just keep it. Jun Wuyao saw a different Jun Wuxia tonight. Her eyes showed confusion with the myriad emotions within, like she was thinking and learning at the same time. The other party is too strong, much stronger than Lin Palace. If we refuse, they will strike at Lin Palace. Jun Wuxia was certain Lin Palace was nothing in the eyes of the Qingyan clan. In fact, not just Lin Palace, they thought nothing of the whole kingdom of Qi. You could tell, from the way Jiang Qinqing had treated Mo Qianyuan, the emperor of Qi. Rise up in protest, or cower in subservience. Then, just kill them all. Jun Wuyao's laughter was almost devilish, his easy tone of voice made it seem killing people mattered little to him. You are thinking whether to endure the pain to avoid the heavy repercussions that will come? Jun Wuyao asked when Jun Wuxia remained silent. Jun Wuxia hesitated further before nodding slightly. She acted as she did with the former emperor and the second prince, as she had complete confidence to root out the evil completely, without having to fear for any consequences. But she was not so sure with the might of the Qingyan clan. It would not be difficult to kill the delegates here in the imperial city, but the repercussions from their vengeance will be impossible to deal with. Jun Wuyao walked up to stand beside Jun Wuxia. He raised his hands and held Jun Wuxia's shoulders and turned towards him to look at her straight into her misty eyes. To give in will always be the choice of weaklings. You concede a step now, and you will get used to giving in. You do not feel like giving in one bit, right? Right. Jun Wuxia nodded. The Jun family had endured too much the past 10 years, and she was not willing to allow her grandfather and uncle live under any form of suppression anymore. Handing over the soul jade might buy them some temporary peace, but the confidence the Jun family won from the people after the tribulations fighting for the regime change will be for naught and sink back into negativity. Then do not give in, I owe you a debt. So, make use of me whatever way you like. Jun Wuyao gave her a wide smile, bowed deeply and took her small hand in his, and laid a gentle kiss on it. I can be the blade you wield, and be your shield from your enemies. You can choose to use me in whatever way you want. Jun Wuxia stared at him. Why? They did not owe each other anymore. Why was he willing to help her to such an extent? Jun Wuyao laughed at her question. It's my pleasure. What an willful and arrogant answer. Jun Wuxia stared silently, trying to fathom the man's heart and guess what he was thinking. Just do what you want to do. I will be with you at all times, protecting you. I am your brother. Protecting my sister is to be expected. Right? Jun Wuyao raised a hand and ruffled her head, and a thought came into his mind. If this little girl would speak to him civilly all the time like today, even without the embrace and kisses, it felt rather comforting. Jun Wuxia was surprised. Brother? That qualifies as family as well, right? Jun Wuxia stood in front of Jun Wuyao for a moment more, her eyes different from before. She nodded at Jun Wuyao, and turned away, running to the study. She was rushing to tell Jun Xian and Jun Qing she didn't want to dig up her father's grave. Even if it meant going against the Qingyan clan, the Jun family will not bend their backs an inch. Seeing Jun Wuxia back disappearing from his sight in the distance, Jun Wuyao could not stop smiling. This was the first time the little devil had spoken in such an amicable manner to me. It felt rather good. Jun Wuyao was in the courtyard alone, as if talking to himself. A shadow appeared beside him, barely visible, standing within Jun Wuyao's shadow. The Missy sees you treat her well, my lord. The man in black replied in a low voice, having witnessed everything earlier. He stole a peek at Jun Wuyao, and felt that something seemed not right. Besides Jun Xian and Jun Qing, she had never spoken to anyone so amicably. Jun Wuyao was in a great mood, thinking how she had always bossed over the damned crown prince all over the place, and remembering the look in Jun Wuxia's eyes when she left, his stone-cold heart gave a seldom-seen flutter. The miss places great importance on family. The shadow reminded cautiously. However, the lord's mood was almost ecstatic and did not catch it. Right. The shadow looked at the happy smile plastered on his lord's face and was nervously thinking whether he should remind his lord that this mischange in attitude towards him might be taking a completely different direction from what his lord is thinking. The miss had obviously heard and hung on to his lord's proclamation of being her brother. Clearly the miss had steered the relationship with his lord toward the direction of being siblings. His lord was more inclined to be her lover than a brother. Go find out everything you can about the tiny Qingyun clan. Jun Wuyao exhorted. If Jun Wuxia decides to retaliate, exterminating the delegation from Qingyun clan will only be the beginning. The Jun Wuxia he knew will annihilate them by rooting them out completely. Yes, my lord. Seeing his savage and vicious lord, spurred on by this miss's grateful eyes, starting to plan for her upcoming campaign, he did not know whether to laugh or to cry. Being so sweet and meticulous was never a trait he saw in his lord. My lord, your servant had heard that Qingyun clan had some links with one of the palaces. Look. The smile on Jun Wuyao's face faded, and his great spirit balled up into a knot of hate. The 12th palace sure has long arms, they are even interfering with affairs in the lower 3 realms? 7 sit envelb/n, c/m for L test vels. The shadow saw his lord's face in gloom, and whispered to himself in his heart. You claim they have long arms? Your arms are not that short either. No matter which palace they are linked with, those that deserve death will have death served. Jun Wuyao laughed chillingly. When Jun Wuxia arrived at the study, Jun Xian and Jun Qing were already gone. Even Long Qi and a troop of guards were missing. Jun Wuxia went to Uncle Fu, and got to know from him that Jun Xian and Jun Qing had decided to protect the safety of the Jun family, and had immediately set out to Jun Gu's tombstone. His intentions were clear to see. Let's go! Jun Wuxia threw the little black cat outside and it transformed into its black beast form. Its newfound badge of gold extended from its chest into a mane after the transformation, lending it a more majestic and commanding look. The Jun family had gone yearly to Jun Gu's tombstone for prayers, and Jun Wuxia naturally knew the way to it. Under the starry night sky, Jun Wuxia sat upon the black beast, while it sprinted towards Jun Gu's tomb. The Jun family shall not bend their backs. And Jun Gu's grave shall not be desecrated. The beast ran out of the city, and brought Jun Wuxia towards the graveyard. Many who were buried there used to serve as soldiers and officers under the Jun family's command. They were martyrs who had sacrificed their lives in battle, and were men of valor. Jun Xian had said, brothers in arms and comrades of the Jun family must be buried together, for them to remain together even in the afterlife. When Jun Wuxia got to the graveyard, there stood 2 guards dressed in the liveries of the Lin Palace. They were shocked to see Jun Wuxia, and the black beast shot past them before the guards could open their mouths in greeting. The flustered guards stood ramrod straight in salute, at nothingness as the beast zipped by before they reacted. Deep within the graveyard, 10 over Rui Lin army soldiers stood around a tombstone, with burning torches in their hands, their faces in grief, their motions reluctant. Long Qi led a team of men to dig up Jun Gu's grave. With every inch of earth they dug up, their eyes reddened more. Buried right at this spot was the god of war of their hearts. This man was the one they all most revered and idolized. And today, they are forced to desecrate his grave with their own hands, disturbing his eternal rest. Jun Xian stood at the side with his eyes closed, unable to bear the sight, and Jun Qing stood solemnly beside his father. My son, for the sake of the Jun family, I am forced to cause you further grief in your place of rest. Jun Xian said in a low voice, feeling an overwhelming sense of grief. Jun Qing lowered his head, fists tightly clenched. Dust flew as the coffin was raised. Jun Xian took a glance and his tall frame staggered back a step. My lord! Are we really? Long Qi, with his eyes rimmed in red, asked of Jun Xian, whose hands were trembling. Jun Xian took a deep breath to calm the raging emotions within, and closed his eyes and gritted his teeth. Open! Wuxia had, in order to protect the Jun family, even gone against the former emperor. In this matter, he did not want to involve the poor child. Although when Jungu died, that child had been very young. But it was her father's grave after all. He could not bear to make the child see her own father's grave defiled and dug up from its place of eternal rest. Jun Xian and Jun Qing had set off immediately after Jun Wuxia left the study, and they had not intended to tell her about it. Long Qi clenched his teeth together and pushed the heavy lid of the coffin with the soldiers around him. The lid creaked loudly from the movement when a massive shadow suddenly pounced out of the shadows. Do not open the coffin! Jun Wuxia's voice rang out. Jun Xian and Jun Qing looked up at the voice and saw Jun Wuxia sitting atop the magnificent beast, her face tinged with anxiety. Wuxia! Why are you here? Jun Xian looked flustered and gave Jun Qing a look. Jun Qing caught the glance and walked up to stop Jun Wuxia from taking another step. Wuxia! What are you doing here? Go back now! Jun Qing admonished Jun Wuxia sternly for the first time. He did not want her to witness her father's grave defiled like that. Jun Wuxia jumped off from the black beast, looked at Jun Qing who had on a stern expression, and said, Uncle, I will not hand over the soul jade, don't touch the grave. What? Jun Qing asked in shock. At that moment, Long Qi let out a shout of surprise. My lord! Come look! He had opened Jungu's coffin, and he was in shock. The 3 Jun family members rushed over to see. What they saw when they looked into the coffin left them speechless in astonishment. How is this? Jun Xian was still in shock and the trembling did not stop. A handsome man laid within the coffin, his face at peace. The moment the Ruilin army soldiers around the tomb saw the face, all of them felt a strong surge of emotions deep within and almost fell to the ground. 10 years! 10 whole years! They had not seen that face for 10 long years. They had all bemoaned that they will never be able to lay their eyes on that face they had respected and revered 10 years ago when they laid his body to rest, and will only forever become a memory. None of them had expected, a decade later, when they unsealed his coffin, he would lie there looking exactly just as he did when they laid him to his eternal rest, like he was just asleep. If they were not at the graveyard, and Jungu was not lying in the coffin they had just dug up themselves, they might very well believe he was alive and well and was just fast asleep. A decade long, the aging would show even on people alive, but time had not touched this man who lay dead, and buried deep underground after all this time. Jungu who lay before them looked just as he had 10 years ago at his burial. His bronze skin full and taut, his jet black hair stretched out beneath his body, his eyes closed, his brows as striking as ever. Below his straight sharp nose was his mouth, slightly open, holding half a piece of clear green jade. His hands were overlapped on his abdomen, holding the sword that had won him countless battles and slain countless enemies. The sword glowed coldly under the moonlight, though hidden for 10 years, it was still as sharp as ever. Jun Xian and Jun Qing held back their tears at the sight. Time left no trace on Jungu's body, in fact he looked younger than Jun Qing, who was several years his junior. How did this happen? Jungu's body. 10 years. Why is the body kept so well? Jun Xian had a lump in his throat, as he was brought back to the time 10 years ago at the funeral. They had suffered the ravages of the past decade but Jungu had been frozen in time. It was unheard of to see a body untouched by rot and decay over a decade, unless it was kept in extreme cold, under the freezing snow and ice the day they died. Jun-gu's body was buried in the ground. The stifling oppression they felt having to unseal the coffin to retrieve the jade melted away when they saw Jun-gu looking the same from before. The Jun father and son, and all the Ruilin army soldiers included, wiped away tears that slipped out from their eyes. The man might have left the world, but he had not left from their hearts. Jun Wuxia looked at Jun-gu who lay in the coffin, her eyes a mix of emotions. Jun-gu and Jun-ching shared only a slight resemblance in looks, and was better endowed with his handsome features. If Jun-ching had taken more after his father in terms of looks, Jun-gu must have taken more after his mother. Sharp distinct features, sharp nose, handsome looks. Jun Wuxia looks was definitely passed down from her father, distinct features, beautiful. When Jun-gu passed on, he was only 28, a young man. 10 years ago, Jun-ching was 20, and from what they can see now, Jun-gu definitely looks somewhat younger. It was the first time she saw her father and Jun Wuxia had mixed feelings about it. If his body had decomposed into a pile of bones, her emotions might not be stirred up much. But looking at that face that so closely resembled hers, it was hard for Jun Wuxia to brush it off completely. "Let me have a closer look." Jun Wuxia looked at Jun-ching as she suppressed her raging emotions. They did not have much knowledge or technology on preservation in this age, and Jun-gu had been dead for 10 years, buried underground. His body should be a pile of bones by now, but he looked just as he did, unblemished, like he had just passed away. Jun-ching made way for Jun Wuxia immediately. After so much that had happened recently, Jun-ching had somehow developed a blind trust to Jun Wuxia's words. Jun Wuxia inspected the body carefully, and she found no pulse, no heartbeat, and the body was icy cold. He was dead, but Jun Wuxia did notice something strange. Jun-gu's flesh was still soft, and his limbs had not stiffened. This did not correlate to his time of death. The condition the body was in would only be possible if the person had just died. 10 years, flesh that did not rot, limbs not stiffened, totally illogical. Jun-gu's body had nothing else unusual, so... Jun Wuxia's gaze drifted subconsciously to the piece of jade in Jun-gu's mouth. That must be the soul jade that was sought after. It was important enough for the Qingyun clan to mobilize a significant force to come to this distant kingdom to personally retrieve it. There had to be more than meets the eye. Discover W stories on no/e/lbin.com. Could it be that what kept Jun-gu's body in its untouched condition was none other than the soul jade? Jun Wuxia stretched her hand out to the soul jade. The cool, clear surface brushed her fingertips. Suddenly, a foreign force shot through Jun Wuxia's fingertips and directly to her brain. She heard an explosion in her head, and all her thoughts and considerations were scattered by the force that hit her. A strong force was pulling at her soul incessantly, feeling as if a huge vortex that had opened up within her, threatening to suck away her soul. Meow! The black beast was in torment as well. The force surged throughout their bodies, growing stronger and stronger. Wuxia! Suddenly, Jun-ching saw the pained Jun Wuxia as she fell backwards, as though all strength had been sucked right out of her. Jun-ching quickly stretched out his arms and caught her firmly in his embrace. When her fingertips were detached from the soul jade, the pulling force stopped immediately. Jun Wuxia laid in Jun-ching's arms, panting heavily. Her eyes were wide with shock at what had just happened, her heart still beating fast. The total loss of control of her soul that she felt, that sickening feeling that her soul would be sucked out of her in the next second, was something Jun Wuxia had never experienced before. It had been just a light and brief touch on the soul jade, and it had sucked all her strength from her. Sweat soaked through her clothes, her tiny face pale, drained of color. Jun Wuxia's pale countenance frightened Jun Qian and Jun-ching. "Wuxia! Are you all right?" Jun Xian's heart had cringed when Jun Wuxia had suddenly fallen and she looked pale as a ghost. He remembered what Jun Wuxia was doing just now and he turned to look at the coffin, staring fixedly at the soul jade in Jun Gu's mouth. Wuxia had touched the soul jade just before it happened. Did the soul jade possess extraordinary powers? Jun Xian turned to look at her pale-faced granddaughter, then he turned to look at the untouched body of his son in the coffin, and reached out his hand for the soul jade. Grandfather! No! Jun Wuxia clasped her hands to her chest, and screamed. Jun Wuxia could not stop him, and Jun Xian touched the soul jade. Its cold and smooth surface was felt through his fingers and Jun Xian frowned. He did not feel anything unusual. Wuxia, what happened to you? Please don't frighten us. Jun Qing held Jun Wuxia tightly, eyes filled with deep concern. When Jun Wuxia had been affected earlier, the black beast had shown signs of torment as well, and the beast was still panting heavily, lying on the ground. In that brief moment, Jun Wuxia and the black beast seemed to have sustained great injuries and they looked to be in rather bad condition. With Wuxia and her contractual spirit struck at the same time, it was rather worrying to see. I'm fine. Jun Wuxia shook her head to clear up the dizziness within and tried to focus on the task at hand. The torment the force inflicted on her earlier was not so much pain on her flesh, but a terrifying strike at her soul. She struggled to stand, and looked at Jun Xian. Grandfather, you are fine? She looked at the hand that was still in contact with the soul jade. Jun Xian turned and walked towards his granddaughter and released his hand from the soul jade. Of course I am fine, are you feeling better? Jun Wuxia nodded, but was feeling rather puzzled. When she had touched the soul jade, it had struck powerfully at her soul, but looking at Jun Xian, he had seemed to be totally unaffected. What could be causing it? Meow. The black beast had crawled over to her after it saw Jun Wuxia struggling to stand and lowered its head while it whined pitifully to rub against the back of her hand. It was such a terrible feeling, I had thought I would never want to go through it again. The black beast was feeling rather depressed and melancholy. Your favorite ovals at n/vl/bin.com. Jun Wuxia was startled. She looked down at the black beast and asked, again? Black beast nodded. Mioru. Before I merged with you, when my soul was detaching from my body, it was the very same feeling. Having heard from the black beast, Jun Wuxia finally understood what they had experienced earlier. If her guess was right, the soul jade was capable of drawing out the soul of a being, but its capabilities were somehow limited. She was not the original soul that inhabited this body, hence her soul was not entirely stable and complete in it. Jun Xian's soul was complete in his own body, thus the soul jade had no effect on him. This piece of soul jade here was capable of absorbing incomplete and unstable souls, and Jun Wuxia did not like that one tiny bit. But, the soul jade's capability to absorb unstable souls did not explain why Jun Gu's body did not decompose. Can it be that the soul jade held more untold secrets? Jun Wuxia frowned in consternation. She was certain that Jun Gu's body, having been preserved in such a good condition, definitely had something to do with the soul jade. If the soul jade was taken out, Jun Gu's body would rot and decompose in time. Staring at the perfectly preserved body of Jun Gu in the coffin, Jun Wuxia was reluctant to disturb his peace. Grandfather, I have something to discuss with you. And Jun Wuxia walked towards Jun Xian. I do not intend to hand the soul jade over to the Qingyan clan. Moreover, my father's body could very possibly be preserved in perfect condition by the soul jade. If we remove the soul jade, I'm afraid. Jun Wuxia did not have to finish her sentence and Jun Xian understood the consequences. Something that could preserve a dead body perfectly for a decade, it must definitely be one of a kind. If he had not seen the body perfectly preserved, he might still give up the soul jade. But having seen his beloved eldest son's face in his piece, he did not have the heart to defile it. Jun Wuxia saw the look on Jun Xian's face and knew he was conflicted. Jun Xian did not want the Qingyan clan to lay their hands on Jun family. That thought had gone through Jun Wuxia's mind. Although the matter with Baiyin Xian had been suppressed and kept hidden, Jun Wuxia believed every wall has its cracks. Qingyan clan would find out the truth of the matter in time. When that time came, the Qingyan clan would come after the Jun family all the same. In that case, offense was often the best defense. All right. Jun Xian sighed heavily. He could not make himself say it, to ask them to give up the soul jade. Jun Wuxia nodded, and spoke to Long Qi standing by their side, secretly move my father's body back, and do not be seen. Discover W stories on no/e/lbin.com. Send it back? Jun Wuxia's words had shocked the father and son, and they looked at Jun Wuxia, their eyes wide in surprise. Wuxia, don't tell me you know of a way to let your father. Nobody could blame the Jun family father and son for harboring hopes in their wishful thinking, as Jungu's body had been preserved in such a perfect condition, and Jun Wuxia had performed such miraculous feats repeatedly, surprising them all. Jun Qing's legs, Mo Qian Yuan's poison. The Jun family father and son could not help but wished Wuxia had a way to resurrect Jungu. I do not know of any ways now. Jun Wuxia's mind was filled with ways to revive a person who had just died, as at the moment when people breathe their last, most were in a state of suspended animation and the organs in their bodies start to deteriorate before they die. But Jungu had been dead for 10 years, and even if the soul jade had preserved the body in perfect condition, they had passed the critical time period that resuscitation techniques required. A person dies when the soul leaves the body. Even if Jun Wuxia could restore Jungu's body to be like one who was alive, what about his soul? Without a soul, Jungu will remain a perfectly preserved body. Jungu had been dead for 10 years, his soul should have reincarnated. There was one more thing that Jun Wuxia wondered about. The soul jade was capable of drawing in and absorbing the soul of a person. When Jungu had died, and before his soul left the body, did the soul jade absorb his soul? If Jungu's soul was really trapped in the soul jade, a resurrection might just be possible. It was too bold an assumption, and Jun Wuxia did not dare share it with Jun Xian and Jun Qing. Before she ascertained the facts of the matter, she did not want the father and son to suffer any more disappointment. The Jun family father and son looked rather crestfallen, but thinking back on it, they accepted it as reality. No one under the heavens had ever heard that resurrections were possible. We cannot leave my father here. The Qingyan clan knows that the other half of the soul jade is with us. They will just have to ask around a little, and they will know that the soul jade had been buried together with my father. It's a matter of time for them to come straight to the grave to dig it up. Jun Wuxia reasoned. Jungu's coffin had been dug up and there was no point in putting it back. Jun Xian understood Jun Wuxia's concerns and the reasons behind them. Moreover, after seeing Jungu's body in that condition, he fully agreed with Jun Wuxia's decision. The Ruilin army soldiers in the graveyard moved, silent as wraiths, loading the coffin onto the horse carriage. They then moved more earth from the surrounding areas to fill up the grave and made it look like the grave had been undisturbed for a decade. Jun Wuxia climbed back up atop the black beast, and allowed her thoughts to drift afar. If the soul jade can really bring Jungu back to life, she would keep not just the half the Jun family possessed with them, she would not hand over the soul jade in Mo Qian Yuan's hands to the Qingyan clan as well. Jun Wuxia had asked to leave Jungu's body in her courtyard. As she was unable to touch the soul jade, Jun Wuxia could only inspect Jungu's physical body. Her findings were beyond her expectations. Jungu's body seemed as though it had been frozen when he died, and all his organs were still completely intact, with no signs of organ failure. 10 years, not 10 days, it could only be due to the soul jade. Jun Wuxia could not think of any other reason that Jungu's body could be so well preserved. She knew from having touched the soul jade that it would exert an immense force to draw in unstable souls. When Jungu died, his body had been sent back to the Lin Palace immediately and was laid to rest the very next morning. That half of the soul jade had been placed in his mouth then and had stayed there ever since. Jun Wuxia had good reason to believe that Jungu's soul had not completely dispersed and could very well be trapped within the soul jade. If she could locate Jungu's soul, and with his body in such a perfect condition, resurrection might not be an impossibility. But she was faced with one big obstacle. She could not initiate any contact with the soul jade. If she were to touch it, the soul jade would pull hard at her soul. A thorough inspection aside, she could not even see the back of the soul jade. In regards to the soul jade, Jun Wuxia could only look at it, and the exasperation of only being able to guess was depriving her of much-needed sleep. Little Lotus toddled unsteadily on bare feet and came beside the coffin. He tiptoed and stretched his tiny form fully to peer in to look at Jungu's face. He looked at Jungu and then he turned to look at Jun Wuxia, his doleful eyes filled with amazement. "Mistress! This big brother over here looks just like you." Little Lotus had seen Jun Xian, Jun Qing and Jun Wuyao. He had seen all those that had blood relations to Jun Wuxia, but this was the first time he saw someone that so closely resembled Jun Wuxia. "Big brother." Jun Wuxia looked at the innocent-faced little Lotus and stretched out her hand to ruffle his hair and said, "He is my father." "Big brother. One was enough." "Father?" Little Lotus asked with his head tilted. "Why does Mistress Father have things from my spirit world?" Jun Wuxia sat up. "Things from your spirit world?" Jun Wuxia was not hearing Little Lotus mention of the spirit world for the first time. She did not know what kind of place it was, but from what she heard from Little Lotus, it was not difficult to deduce that was where contractual spirits lived. About this place that contractual spirits lived in, she had asked Jun Xian and Jun Qing about it when she first heard about it from Little Lotus, but they had never heard anything about it. It was to be expected. Although many people had contractual spirits, they were usually either spirits of weapons or spirits of animals. They were able to establish a form of bond through their link, but they were not able to communicate verbally. Little Lotus might have been a plant spirit, but he had the ability to transform into a human. This ability had enabled Jun Wuxia to be privy to information not known by others from a contractual spirit. Visit novilbin.c/m for the L-test updates. "Isn't that the soul-calming jade?" Little Lotus clambered clumsily up the coffin, needing all four of his limbs. His little finger pointed at the soul jade in Jungu's mouth. This soul-calming jade is broken." "Why is it broken in half?" Little Lotus scratched his tiny head, baffled. "Soul-calming jade? Not soul jade?" Jun Wuxia looked at Little Lotus. The name he had called it by had one word added to its name. Little Lotus blinked his big innocent eyes, and replied hesitantly, "What is soul jade? I have not heard of it." "I have seen a picture of the soul-calming jade in the spirit world and it looked just like this one here. And within that jade, there is soul energy of the spirit world." "What is soul energy?" Jun Wuxia was getting confused. Little Lotus had used too many terms used only in the spirit world. Little Lotus looked at Jun Wuxia's confused expression and put on a smug smile. He hopped down onto the ground and put his tiny hands behind his back and proudly proclaimed, "My mistress does not seem to know much about the spiritual domain." "All right, I'll explain it slowly to you. Soul energy is the power that contractual spirits attain after training and cultivation, also known as spirit energy. We contractual spirits are actually souls, and our power form part of our souls. The soul-calming jade is one of the 7 treasures of the spirit world. It possesses the ability to protect and heal souls. No matter how unruly a soul is, under the power of the soul-calming jade, it gradually regains its calm and restores its core. But I have never seen the real thing, a soul-calming jade. I heard from the others that the 7 treasures were lost in a war, and all that is left in the spirit world are just pictures of them. The Lord of the spirit world has sent many contractual spirits out to locate the whereabouts of the 7 treasures. After his lengthy explanation, Little Lotus was so proud of his achievement, he gave Jun Wuxia his toothiest grin. I did not expect to be so lucky that I actually found the soul-calming jade. If I brought the soul-calming jade back to the spirit world, I will be very well rewarded. Little Lotus was happily talking to himself, oblivious to the gradually darkening look on Jun Wuxia's face. A goofy little contractual spirit was gleefully proclaiming he wants to bring his mistress' treasure back, in front of his mistress. Besides saying that he was playing with death, there was no other way to describe it. "Mistress, can I squash him now?" The little black cat's eyes narrowed to a slit, staring at the bumbling Little Lotus. It finally dawned on Little Lotus and he hurriedly hid his smile and blushed shyly at the little black cat. You stay away. Can you be any more dumb? I would have left it alone if you have just been useless, but you are now eyeing my mistress' treasured artifact. What a wretched ingrate. It is no good to have you around anyway, might as well let me eat you. Little black cat had devoured a contractual spirit before and it licked its fangs expectantly. This dumb flower was becoming rather foolhardy. Little Lotus froze, and looked blankly at the little black cat. In the next moment, a huge bean-sized tear rolled down his face, and he fell by Jun Wuxia's feet and wailed, his small fleshy hands grabbing the hem of her dress to wipe his nose between his sobs and tried to explain, I did not mean that. I would never take your things. I meant, after you have passed on, then will I bring the soul-calming jade back. He was a loyal flower, and would never steal from his mistress. Jun Wuxia's face darkened further. From wanting to conveniently pilfer from his mistress, this dumb flower had just moved it up a notch to curse his mistress to suffer an early death. Find the new ST ovals on n/velben.com. Little black cat sharpened its claws and leaped towards the dumb flower. In that moment, the fragrance of lotus flowers hung usually heavy in the air in the room, and accompanying the heavy fragrance were the cries of pain from Little Lotus. Jun Wuxia rubbed her temples as she looked at the blur of a black cat and flower. Will she be able to find the answer that she seeks? Enjoying the fast releases? Currently 2 chapters in queue. Smiley face. Current schedule. 6 regular chapters a week. Ravaged by the little black cat's claws, Little Lotus hugged his knees and sat sobbing in a corner of the room. Jun Wuxia carried Little Lotus, who was crying so hard that he was catching his breath between sobs, and Jun Wuxia hugged him tightly to comfort him. Can you be sure that is the soul-calming jade? Jun Wuxia was curious about the soul jade. She meant the soul-calming jade. If that half of the soul jade was the soul-calming jade of the spirit world, that explained its ability to draw in souls. The soul-calming jade was used to protect and heal a soul, and it only worked on incomplete souls. Hence, when a normal person touches it, there would be no adverse effects. It was different in her case. She and the little black cat had merged their souls earlier and transversed to another age, and took over Jun Wuxia's body. Her soul had not completely harmonized with the body, and the soul-calming jade identified that as incomplete and had tried to suck her soul into the jade to heal. I'm not sure, I only know that it looks exactly like the picture that I saw and it contains spirit energy of the spirit world. With Jun Wuxia's comforting hands, Little Lotus had somewhat calmed down and he stole a glance at the little black cat and found that little black cat was still keeping its eye on him, and he immediately turned his face to hide within Jun Wuxia's embrace. Bad kitty. Appearance and energy. Little Lotus had verified these 2 points, and to top it off with Jun Wuxia's brush with the soul jade, she could almost be certain that was the real soul-calming jade. An artifact of the spirit world, how did it land up in Chi? What kind of a place was the spirit world? The Chinyan clan was anxious to get their hands on the soul jade. Did they know that the soul jade was in fact the soul-calming jade? One tiny soul jade had brought countless uncertainties, and Jun Wuxia was unable to make any headways towards a conclusion. If the soul jade was the soul-calming jade, and if she possessed the soul-calming jade that had the ability to heal souls, it could very well become the medium to resurrect Jungu. The only thing she was sure of at the moment was that she would not be handing over the soul jade to the Qingyan clan. She will have to get her hands on the other half that was with Mo Qian Yuan. Having made a decision, Jun Wuxia ready to set off to the imperial palace. It's so late into the night, where are you going? Jun Wuxiao leaned lazily against the door and looked at Jun Wuxia in the room, glancing passingly at the open coffin on one side of the room. The little girl had rather unique interests. She moved a coffin into her room? Jun Wuxia was surprised to see Jun Wuxiao, but this time, her expression did not show the usual cold and frost, but one of indifference. Come with me. Jun Wuxia looked up at Jun Wuxiao. This time, Jun Wuxiao was the one surprised. Geet the L Testvels on no/v/elben, c/om. What? What did he hear? Go with her? The little girl had just hours ago showed him an amicable side of her and now she wants to elope? Happiness came too suddenly, and the smile on his face almost reached his ears. His mood soaringly great, Jun Wuxiao walked to stand beside Jun Wuxia. One could almost drown in the gentleness in his eyes. Anywhere in the world, where do you want to go? Jun Wuxia looked at Jun Wuxiao, who was beaming radiantly, and curtly replied, Imperial Palace. It's great that you are here. With your skills, you can escape the notice of the Qingyan clan and smuggle me into the Imperial Palace. That should be a piece of cake for you. Jun Wuxia said in all seriousness. She did not know why Jun Wuxiao was here, his prowess was never in doubt. The smile remained on Jun Wuxiao's face, but the light in his eyes faded like the tide that did not come back to shore. Jun Wuxia was oblivious to the change and rambled on, no need to harm them this time, I only need to see Mo Qian Yuan. Explore Ta Ti stories at no/l/bin.cm. That's just great, I just need to send her into the arms of that damned crown prince. Murder brewed deep within Jun Wuxiao's eyes. All right, he will bring her there, and at the same time, get rid of that eyesore, the newly minted emperor. When she didn't hear a reply from Jun Wuxiao, Jun Wuxia raised her head and saw the change in Jun Wuxiao's eyes, and she bit her lip in contemplation. She had forgotten that between Jun Wuxiao and her, they were not just strangers who made use of each other to achieve their goals. Summoning up all that she had learned since her rebirth from the Jun family's father and son duo in family interpersonal communication skills, Jun Wuxia stiffened, and the words barely tumbled out of her mouth. Big brother? A bolt of lightning struck Jun Wuxiao's heart. Winter left, and the ice and snow melted, and spring was the time of rebirth. The chill of murder in his heart had thawed with the coming of spring and warmed his heart. Jun Wuxiao was silent, as his tall slender frame flashed to come beside Jun Wuxia. He whipped out his strong arms, and curled them around Jun Wuxia's tiny body. With a great leap, they soared into the air. Jun Wuxia instinctively reached her hands around Jun Wuxiao's neck as a single leap had brought them up halfway into the skies. He carried her as they flew through the air, the stars above seemingly within reach if she reached out for them. Wuxia. Jun Wuxiao's sounded in her ears amid the rush of the wind. Say it again. The slightly hoarse voice was tinged with anticipation. Jun Wuxia stared blankly and was thought on it a moment before she realized what Jun Wuxiao was talking about. Big brother. The arms curled around Jun Wuxia tightened, squeezing so tightly almost crushing her. Wherever you want to go, whatever you want to do, Big brother will be with you. All right? Jun Wuyao lowered his head and looked at Jun Wuxia in his arms. She was so petite and light, but at that moment, she weighed a ton, and he had to summon all his strength to hold her or she might disappear from his grasp. Jun Wuxia sensed the turmoil of emotions in Jun Wuyao and felt puzzled, and a sudden realization dawned on her. This big guy might be extremely strong, but his heart might just be like hers. The first time she had felt the care and concern from Jun Xian and Jun Qing, she had reacted in this exact same way. Jun Wuyao had only interacted with her and nobody else. He had treated her as the benefactor who saved his life and had developed a sense of reliance on her. Jun Wuxia, who had been deprived of love, naturally linked Jun Wuyao's abnormal behavior to her own bitter experience. All right. She nodded slightly. She had grandfather, uncle, and maybe father in the future. Adding a big brother to family was not too much to ask. Jun Wuyao smiled in satisfaction. He did not know what it was that made this ignorant little girl finally open up, but no matter what it was, he was feeling fantastic. The two of them, with their fates closely entwined, had two totally opposing definitions for the two words, big brother. Within the Lin Palace, Little Black Cat sat in the courtyard and stared up at the sky, looking at the diminishing speck, trembling in its inadequacy. Oh my! My mistress has been kidnapped again. Mistress! Are you abandoning me? Bring me along. Little Lotus, who stood on one side, quietly scurried his short legs and went towards the room, clambering towards the cabinet where the jade nectar was kept. Under the dark canopy of night, the palace guards within and without the imperial palace were responsible for the security where they patrolled in twos. None of them had noticed a dark shadow soaring past above their heads. Jun Wuxia was held in Jun Wuyao's arms, experiencing her first flight. Over there. Jun Wuxia pointed out the palace that was Mo Qian Yuan's sleeping chambers without hesitation. Jun Wuyao's face darkened and descended towards the spot Jun Wuxia indicated. The guards outside the palace saw a shadow suddenly land from the skies and they almost dropped their weapons in shock. They stared at the intruder and before they called out, they saw that the shadow carried someone in his arms and recognized her to be the young miss of the Lin Palace, Jun Wuxia. It was widely known throughout the whole imperial city that Jun Wuxia and Mo Qian Yuan were madly in love and were all waiting for Mo Qian Yuan to issue an edict to invite Jun Wuxia to inhabit the East Palace that was reserved for the Empress. They realized that the future Empress had come to visit the Emperor's sleeping chambers in the dead of the night, and the shocked guards clamped their mouths shut immediately. Their eyes then wandered to the man standing, carrying their future Empress. Just one look at him, and their legs turned to jelly, almost stumbling where they stood. The man's exuded a terrifying and imposing aura, and his eyes made them tremble in fear. Is His Majesty inside? Jun Wuxia asked as she jumped off from Jun Wuyao's arms, not noticing the eyes filled with regret behind her as she turned to face the guards. Yes. The guards replied firmly. Jun Wuxia just walked towards the chambers with asking to be announced. Jun Wuyao followed behind her and the guards wanted to step up and question his intentions when they found they lacked the courage to take a single step nearer to the man. They only managed to gulp as he stepped past them and stood silently by the doors. Your Majesty, we were not slacking in our duty, it was just that the man the Empress brought was too overwhelmingly scary. Jun Wuxia pushed hard on the doors and sauntered right into the chambers and Mo Qian Yuan froze while he was undressing for bed. Mo Qian Yuan turned and a corner of his mouth twitched when he saw Jun Wuyao standing at the entrance to his chambers with a sour look on his face. Mo Qian Yuan's arm was still hooked on his belt burly, and the clothes that hung off his shoulders showed off a sculpted muscular chest. Although Mo Qian Yuan had been sustained persecution for a long time under Jun Wuxia's careful nursing and his own persistent hard work, his body did not look too bad too. Soul. MMMPH. Jun Wuxia had not seen the awkwardness of the situation, wanted to step up closer to discuss about the soul jade when a warm palm covered her eyes. Emo Qianyuan looked quizzically at the man behind Jun Wuxia, and saw the arrogantly good looks and his imposing manner, and they had not met before. What startled Emo Qianyuan more were his seemingly bottomless black eyes. "Indecent sight," Jun Wuyao said softly to Jun Wuxia, but his jet black eyes were like two swords and they pricked Emo Qianyuan all over. Those eyes looked like they wanted to rip him apart. His killer eyes and his gentle tone of voice highlighted the great contrast between his actions and feelings. Emo Qianyuan wasn't that dumb and caught the meaning behind those eyes, and he hastened to dress, putting on the clothes he had just removed, and the prickly feeling eased off after he dressed. Only then was Jun Wuyao willing to release his hand that covered Jun Wuxia's eyes. After regaining her sight, Jun Wuxia was still clueless about what happened. She looked at Jun Wuyao, and when she did not get much of a reaction from him, she brushed it off in pursuit of more important matters, and walked quickly further into the Emperor's sleeping chambers, eager to discuss about the Soul Jade. "And this is?" Emo Qianyuan shrank back a little from Jun Wuyao, who was standing behind Jun Wuxia. He sensed overwhelming danger from the man. "Jun Wuyao, my big brother." It was Jun Wuxia's first time to introduce Jun Wuyao to someone. "Big brother?" Emo Qianyuan was filled with suspicion. He did not remember that the Jun family had such a person, but he saw a brief flash of joy in the dangerous man's eyes when Jun Wuxia uttered the word brother. That night, when Jun Wuyao had rescued Jun Xian and brought him to the Imperial Palace gates, all eyes had been focused on Jun Xian, and no one had really noticed Jun Wuyao then. "What is so important that you came to find me so late in the night?" Emo Qianyuan stepped away from Jun Wuxia subconsciously, in order to distance himself from the dangerous Jun Wuyao. Jun Wuxia replied simply, "The Soul Jade." "Soul Jade? Did you really?" Jun Wuxia knew what he was going to say and shook her head resolutely. "I will not hand the Soul Jade over to the Qingyan clan, and I want the other half of the Soul Jade that is with you." "What?" Emo Qianyuan exclaimed in wide-eyed shock, looking at Jun Wuxia in disbelief. "She wants to keep the Jun family's Soul Jade and she wants the Imperial family's half as well? Has she gone mad?" "Wuxia, what do you want the Soul Jade for?" "It's just a symbolic ordinary piece of jade, and if you want, I can have people acquire better quality jade for you. To go against the Qingyan clan for a measly piece of jade isn't the best decision you can make." Emo Qianyuan had always trusted in Jun Wuxia's decisions, but this time, it made him want to pull all his hair out in frustration. Jun Wuxia must have realized the consequences, right? "Are you giving it or not?" Jun Wuxia asked simply, her eyes narrowed. The Soul Jade being the soul calming jade, Jun Wuxia did not have the intention to explain it to Emo Qianyuan, as she could not afford to be careless with this matter that concerned Jun Gu. This was the first time Jun Wuxia had directed her icy stare at Emo Qianyuan, and he had a taste of the chill that same stare had brought to Emo Xianfei and his gang. LA test NOVLS on n/co. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. "If you want it, I will give it to you, but what about the Qingyan clan? You have seen it yourself. They are determined to get the Soul Jade and will stop at nothing to get it. Give it to me and I will handle them." Jun Wuxia had no intention to shake hands and make peace with the Qingyan clan. When she had made Bai Yin Xian take the poison, she knew then that she and the Qingyan clan could not coexist together. Emo Qianyuan's heart sank into his shoes at Jun Wuxia's words. "You would go against the Qingyan clan?" "No. Wuxia, you have seen Jiang Qinqing's powers. Even with the Ruilin army, we cannot stand up to the might of the 20-odd exponents in their delega." Emo Qianyuan could not finish his statement. The room was suddenly pervaded with an overpowering pressure. In the next moment, a mountainous force crushed upon his shoulders. That moment alone made his whole body shake uncontrollably, making him lose all strength in his legs, and he fell to the floor with a loud thud. His sweat flowed unabated, forming a pool around him upon the floor. "Do as she says." The voice was filled with power that rang within his ears. The voice had not been loud, but it had made his ears prick with stinging pain, and blood trickled down a corner of his mouth, dripping onto his knees. Current schedule: 6 regular chapters a week. His voice alone had inflicted such heavy injuries upon his body that overwhelming force had almost scared the lights out of him. Green spirit? Blue spirit? Or was it the legendary violet spirit? Mo Qianyuan had absolutely no idea which level Jun Wuyao's skills had reached. He was that powerful without even releasing his spiritual powers. Such a terrifying power existed under the heavens? Enough. Jun Wuxia's voice rang out just in time. She did not know if it was Jun Wuyao's doing, but the force that struck at Mo Qianyuan did not affect Jun Wuxia in the slightest, and she could not know how terrifying it was. She could only guess at its impact by looking at the slumped form of Mo Qianyuan. At the same moment Jun Wuxia finished her statement, the force upon his body lifted and disappeared. He summoned every ounce of his remaining strength, and he struggled hard to stand, and fear lingered in his heart as he looked at Jun Wuyao. Who would have thought that such a man who possessed such heaven-defying strength to be concealed by Jun Wuxia's side? With him, Jun Wuxia did not have to fear the Qingyun clan. With such power, the 20-odd in the delegation would be a pushover. Even if the Qingyun clan sovereign had come himself, he might be subjected to the same humiliation of defeat. Soul Jade. Jun Wuyao asked of Mo Qianyuan. Mo Qianyuan wiped off the blood from his mouth and stole a glance at Jun Wuyao. Without hesitation or any protests this time, he ordered for the Soul Jade to be brought. Wuxia. After the task had been assigned, he asked Jun Wuxia in trepidation, "You said you would deal with the Qingyun clan, are you intending to ask your big brother to do it?" "To have them." Mo Qianyuan made a sweeping motion across his neck with his hands. "Yes." Jun Wuxia replied truthfully. Mo Qianyuan recoiled in shock. Just like that? Wasn't that too brutal? The Qingyun clan might not have been too cordial, but they had not committed any outrageous atrocities either, and you have decided to. A tad bit overboard, isn't it? Mo Qianyuan knew that although the Qingyun clan would not give up on the Soul Jade, Jun Wuxia's somewhat seemingly hasty decision was a little bit hard to swallow. Moreover, the delegation was not the whole of the Qingyun clan. If anything were to happen to them, the Qingyun clan would move in retaliation for sure. Can a single Jun Wuyao stand against the vengeance of Qingyun clan's might and of their borrowed swords? If possible, Mo Qianyuan would prefer to keep the peace and settle things amicably. Jun Wuxia did not reply but just looked at the conflicted Mo Qianyuan. She understood his concerns. He was now the emperor of Qi, and everything that he did, he had to consider the interests of the kingdom at large. But, being too compassionate and lenient, might not make a good ruler. Jun Wuxia narrowed her eyes and asked slowly, "You think I'm being too brutal?" With Jun Wuxia's query, he felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand as the chilling gaze locked onto him once again. "No, I was just think we should not kill unjustifiably." Jun Wuxia surveyed Mo Qianyuan. She chose Mo Qianyuan to ascend the throne because he was simple and kind, unlike his cruel and unscrupulous father and brother. He was groomed to become the shield for the Jun family, and this shield was showing itself to be strong and sturdy, and was rather blunt. LA test NOVLS on n/velby/.co. It could only defend but not attack. She kept silent for a while before she said, "You're being a softie." Mo Qianyuan's face darkened. It was not that he was being too soft, it was Jun Wuxia being too brutal. "Let's make a bet." Jun Wuxia turned to Mo Qianyuan. It was time to sharpen the shield a little. "What kind of bet?" "Whether Qingyun clan will seek their own death." Jun Wuxia said, her eyes narrowed just slightly. Current schedule. 6 regular chapters a week. What do you mean? Mo Qianyuan's heart skipped a beat. I am keeping the soul jade at all costs, and will not release it to anyone. Aren't you thinking that I want to kill them all off for no good reason and am being vicious and brutal? Then let's see what the Qingyun clan will do when we refuse to hand over the soul jade when they know it is in our hands. Jun Wuxia had wanted to have an upper hand in dealing the first strike but had now changed her mind. Not for any other reason, other than forging the dull shield that was Mo Qianyuan into a sharper shield. His lukewarm temperament needs a little stoking. The Jun family will in the future face other enemies and problems, and Jun Wuxia did not want to be faced with having to deal with Mo Qianyuan's benevolent heart all the time. To prevent future recurring nightmares, she chose to put Mo Qianyuan through the mill. Once he saw the cruelty and viciousness of the enemy, he would understand, a benevolent heart will only kill him. Ariad updated stirise at n/vel/bin.com. Tell the Qingyun clan tomorrow that the Jun family's half of the soul jade had been buried with our elders in the family and hope that they can give up on their quest. As to what their reaction would be beyond her control. Mo Qianyuan's eyes showed a mixture of emotions. He had not expected Jun Wuxia to give in to the Qingyun clan in the first place, and he somehow felt that her intentions were not as simple as what he was told. All right, I'll give it a try. Mo Qianyuan sighed. Jiang Qinqing was not an easy person to deal with, but Qin Yuyan looked like a very understanding person. While they talked, the guards brought the soul jade and presented it to Mo Qianyuan, who handed it over to Jun Wuxia. The other half of the soul calming jade laid within a brocade box, and after Jun Wuxia inspected it, she closed the cover and kept it securely. Mo Qianyuan had seen the soul jade before, and had not thought of it as anything important. He would not have expected that a tiny piece of the soul jade would make Jun Wuxia stand against the Qingyun clan. He did not want to probe further as he trusted that no matter what Jun Wuxia did, she had her own good reasons for it. With what she came for in her hands, and the wager set, Jun Wuxia had not much more to say. She turned to leave the chambers and Jun Wuxiao followed, where they subsequently disappeared. Outside Mo Qianyuan's living chambers, Jun Wuxia looked into the starry sky, and turned to Jun Wuxiao, who had followed behind her. Jun Wuxiao smiled and smoothly wrapped his arm around Jun Wuxia. With a leap, they soared into the sky once again. The guards outside the chambers stared dumbfounded at the soaring figures flying through the sky and gaped in wonder. Under the starry night, the cold wind rushed past them. The cold did not affect Jun Wuxiao in the slightest. The woman in his arms was always cold and unfeeling, but in his arms and pressed against his chest was a warmth that spread throughout his entire being. Why was your time spent making a wager with that dummy? If you feel it's not worth keeping, just discard it. A sword needs to be honed before it becomes sharp. I am just putting it under the mill. It might be the change in the way Jun Wuxia saw Jun Wuxiao that made her share so much with him. Sharp sword? Jun Wuxiao raised an eyebrow, not commenting further. Mo Qianyuan is intelligent, things that the former emperor had not taught him, I can teach him. The kingdom of Qi needed an emperor, I needed a legitimate heir to the throne who would owe the Jun family a great debt of gratitude. The path to being a great emperor had no room for pure and complete benevolence. Mo Qianyuan had been abandoned and despised by the former emperor and had not had the chance to learn much. Jun Wuxia did not mind to coach and instruct him to become a competent emperor. My little darling is especially nice to him. Jun Wuxiao said with a laugh, but his eyes did not show the slightest bit of joy. Nice? Jun Wuxia thought to herself. She did not feel she had treated Mo Qianyuan nice in any way. They were just using each other to further their own ends. I dared to do this because you are here. Jun Wuxia raised her head to look at Jun Wuxiao. If Jun Wuxia did not have the extraordinarily skilled Jun Wuyao behind her, she would not have let go of the opportunity to land the first strike. But, faced with Jun Wuyao, there was nothing the Qingyan clan could do to overcome him. She might as well make full use of the opportunity. To make the fullest use of everything was her way of doing things. Jun Wuyao was surprised, and glee filled his eyes. What Jun Wuxia had said had greatly pleased the malicious killer who slaughtered without thought. "Whatever you want, I'll get it done," Jun Wuyao said, laughing. It was for just a couple more days. He would allow those insignificant worms to live a little longer. Jun Wuxia blinked her eyes as she thought, sometimes, Jun Wuyao spoils her more than Jun Xian does. This big brother of hers wasn't bad at all. "Open your mouth," Jun Wuxia said suddenly. Jun Wuyao opened his mouth wide without hesitation, and the next moment, a slightly sweet elixir was dropped into his mouth and it went down his throat. A sweet fragrance lingered in his mouth and a warmth spread throughout his body. His veins and arteries absorbed the nourishment from the warmth and he felt lighter and comforted. Jun Wuyao's smile widened and he did not know what Jun Wuxia fed him. These elixirs were made by Jun Wuxia's own hands and only the Jun family father and son had had the luxury to have tasted them. And Jun Wuxia had fed one to him today. This night was the most wonderful night to him since he was freed from those chains. When they got back to the Lin Palace, the night was already deathly quiet. Jun Wuyao carried Jun Wuxia and his foot had just touched the ground in Jun Wuxia's courtyard when she smelled the thick intoxicating aroma of wine. That alluring aroma swirled within the courtyard, and the smell made one crave for more. "It smells of jade nectar?" Jun Wuxia wrinkled her nose. That was an all-too-familiar smell, encountered daily in her cultivation of the snow lotus, but never had it been so strong. Before Jun Wuxia could figure out what had happened, a sudden roar sounded from inside the room. "You wretched brat! Let me go!" The little black cat meowed and roared from inside the room and a chaos of bangs and clatter sounded again. Jun Wuyao was curious and followed a dark-faced Jun Wuxia as she stormed into the room. A handsome youth, his face flushed red, drunkenly straddled upon the black beast, his bare feet planted upon the cold floor, his fair skin in deep contrast to the sleek black fur on the beast. The ferocious black beast, having the youth upon his back, scratched incessantly at the floor, attempting to throw the wretch off. The slender weak-looking youth had instead seemed to weigh a ton, sitting firmly atop the black beast, a wine jar in his left hand, the mouth upon his red-flushed face laughing evilly. "Move! Come on! Move! Why don't you hit me like you always do?" Try it. Drunk Lotus's mouth curled up at the corners, his slender legs held the black beast flanks in an iron grip, holding it firmly on the ground. His slender graceful body arched back slightly, and with his free hand, scooped up the black beast's tail that was swishing about furiously, and gripped it tightly. The tail pulled back fiercely in his palm and Drunk Lotus twisted it and gave it a sharp tug. "Meow!" The black beast gave out an ear-piercing roar. A storm brewed within Jun Wuxia's eyes, as she looked at the entangled flower and beast. Her chilling gaze swung to the wine cabinet in the corner of the room, where jars and jars of jade nectar had fully filled it after she had carefully sorted and arranged them previously. It was now all in a mess, as empty jars lay on their sides haphazardly in the cabinet, and many more jars lay broken on the ground, scattered all over, the incredibly precious jade nectar spilled. No wonder the smell hung so strongly in the air. The sight before her made her eyes turn bitingly cold, and they narrowed menacingly. "Separate them," Jun Wuxia said softly. Jun Wuyao knew that she was speaking to him and without a word, he swept into the battlefield, as his long arms reached for Drunk Lotus. Drunk Lotus, who had been focused on his personal vengeance, had not even noticed Jun Wuxia's return till Jun Wuyao neared as he raised his head in astonishment. Alas, he realized it too late. The moment Drunk Lotus raised his head, Jun Wuyao had had his hands clamped on his shoulders. Those immensely strong hands held him in a grip so tight that he felt as if the bones in his shoulders were about to break. "Damn it!" Drunk Lotus cursed. He twisted his agile body and countered, gripping Jun Wuyao at the elbows, and planting his legs firmly under him, he pushed up sharply. Jun Wuyao stood standing, an immovable mountain, as he raised an eyebrow at the drunken handsome youth. That was a rather good move, but used on a rather wrong opponent. Jun Wuyao's mouth curled in a smile and the hands holding Drunk Lotus's shoulders twisted in agony showed in Drunk Lotus's eyes as he felt his strength seep out from him. The black beast leaped up in retaliation at his newfound freedom but was grabbed by its neck and lifted easily. It turned in rage to face a pair of violet eyes, and those eyes dispersed completely all the battle fervor that had raged within it, and it hung limp in that huge hand. Had enough? Jun Wuxia asked calmly, arms crossed. She was expressionless as she stared at the two ruffians that hung from each of Jun Wuyao's hands. How long had she been gone? The black beast and Drunk Lotus turned meek the moment they saw Jun Wuxia. The biting cold from her eyes were felt by the pair who hung their heads, as those eyes swept across the two guilty faces. The chilly eyes fell on the black furry face first, then it swung to the young and mesmerizingly handsome one, before it swung back. Your favorite ovals at n/vl/bin.com. Speak! That voice froze their hearts in that instant. The black beast squealed. Mistress! The moment you left, that petty thief stole your precious wine. I was trying to stop him. He then transformed and had the cheek to hit me. This was the black beast's second encounter with Drunk Lotus. The first time, they had not fought as Jun Wuxia had been present. Their second encounter this day started the moment Jun Wuxia had put her foot forward to leave and Little Lotus's gluttony had taken over and he tottered to the wine cabinet. The moment he got his tiny grubby hands on the jars, he gulped down the jade nectar copiously. Little Black Cat had found out and tried to stop him at once. Little Lotus got drunk and transformed into the dashing Drunk Lotus who ignored the Little Black Cat's pleas and poured jar after jar of jade nectar into his mouth. Helpless, Little Black Cat transformed into his blast beast form and took on Drunk Lotus. Alas, the intention was noble, the ending tragic. He had pounced gallantly and valiantly, but the skinny malnourished youth's single punch had felled it, and he had sat on its back the whole night. The black beast was feeling rather aggrieved about the whole thing. Even the golden lion had been devoured, but faced with the puny stick-thin and shameless flower, he had been humiliated and helpless. It didn't make any sense. A million ways to punish them went through the mind of Jun Wuxia, but after hearing Little Black Cat relate the night's events, she grew solemn, and the anger disappeared from her eyes. Deep in thought, she walked to stand before Drunk Lotus. Jun Wuxia knew very well how strong the Little Black Cat was after transformation, and especially after it had devoured the golden lion, its power had grown further. However, Drunk Lotus had been able to suppress and rendered the black beast helpless. Jun Wuxia had always thought that Little Lotus would be useful in other ways and his fighting prowess was even below the mistress herself, but through Drunk Lotus's actions today, it might be time to reassess that. You can fight? Jun Wuxia narrowed her eyes at the red-faced Drunk Lotus. Drunk Lotus, who had been arrogant and egotistical with the black beast and grown subdued and meek as a mouse in front of Jun Wuxia. He replied softly, I can fight the cat easily. The contrast before and after is enormous. Jun Wuxia stated. Little Lotus and Drunk Lotus had an immense contrast in their personalities and fighting prowess. Snow lotuses thrive on fine wine naturally, and without the nourishment of wine, my powers cannot manifest. Drunk Lotus said sullenly. If not for that, he would not have been bullied all this time by that dastardly cat to such extents. He speaks the truth. Jun Wuyao said suddenly. He saw the interest his little devil was showing in Drunk Lotus and explained graciously, "Snow lotuses are supposed to look like this. The more fine wine they consume, the stronger they become. They are born with an insatiable thirst for wine. Your little bumbling lotus's theft of the wine did not come about by accident." Jun Wuxia nodded. If that was so, her contracted ring spirit was not as useless as she had assumed. But that was no excuse for Drunk Lotus to wreck and waste all these jade nectar. Jun Wuxia raised her hand and held Drunk Lotus's chin, as she said through narrowed eyes, "If you need a drink, fine. But the wine here are off limits to you." Drunk Lotus gaped like a goldfish under the steely stare of those eyes and was unable to utter a single word, before he nodded, resigned. Jun Wuxia was satisfied and let go of his chin. She had been vexed with her lack of prowess in battle, and although the little black cat made up for it in a way, she had not been satisfied. If Drunk Lotus could add on to her arsenal of strong fighters, he won't be a shabby addition at all. "How strong is he?" Jun Wuxia asked of Jun Wuyao. "Your favorite ovals at n/vl/bin.com." Jun Wuyao replied, "That depends on how much he drinks, and what he drinks. If he is provided with enough fine wine, he should not have to break a sweat battling anything beneath a purple-level spirit." Drunk Lotus's strength was beneath Jun Wuyao's notice, but his little devil had looked very satisfied. Throughout the world, the blue spirit had been their limit. In the past century, not a single purple spirit was achieved. Drunk Lotus's fighting prowess was the topmost and the finest fighter in Qi. "The wine you gave me before, do you have any more?" Jun Wuxia asked, looking at Jun Wuyao. Jun Wuyao smiled. The little devil was stingy with her feelings, but she wasn't the least bit shy with her demands for wine. She could not bear to part with the jade nectar and had shifted her attention to his jade moon. "As long as you wish for it, I will bring you all that you need. You can put them down," Jun Wuxia said. With her permission, the Black Beast and Drunk Lotus regained their freedom. With Jun Wuxia here, the two troublemakers stayed unusually silent. "If you need to quench your thirst in future, get it from him," Jun Wuxia told Drunk Lotus. Drunk Lotus stole a glance at Jun Wuyao, and his heart filled with dread. He could not defeat this man. He was too vicious. It was lucky he was a spirit and not human. A human would have lost his arms if he did not die with that death grip he had held him down with. His mistress asked him to get his fix from such a terrifying man. Drunk Lotus suddenly realized the days ahead of him were going to be long and hard. Early the next morning, without waiting for the morning court to commence, the Qingyun clan forced their way into the imperial palace's main hall. Mo Qianyuan had just sat down upon the throne facing his officials and generals when the Qingyun clan's domineering entrance scared them into retreating back out of the main hall, and Mo Qianyuan's face darkened. "Where is the soul jade?" Jiang Qinqing had not noticed that their overbearing actions had trampled Mo Qianyuan's position as the emperor into dust, when they burst in without announcements or notice, and scattered the various officials and generals before standing in the middle of the hall making their demands. Explore new ovals on nvelbai.com. It might not have escaped his notice, but he just did not care to extend any pleasantries to the ruler of such a tiny speck of a kingdom. Mo Qianyuan suppressed the discontent rising within and said smilingly, "You are very early. Men, provide seats for our distinguished guests." A group of eunuchs brought chairs in and the Qingyun clan delegation sat down. "We'll put aside Yunxian's folly for the moment, but I would like to reiterate that the deal agreed between the former emperor and the Qingyun clan still stands, and we don't mean to create a disturbance in Qi, but we would ask your majesty to speedily hand over the soul jade over to us, and we can return to Qingyun clan with the completion of our mission." Jiang Qinqing went straight to the point. He might have used polite words, but his tone and demeanor had shown not the slightest sign of deferment. Even the good-natured Mo Qianyuan was driven to anger, but faced with the might of the Qingyun clan, he swallowed it and maintained his composure. At that moment, he hated himself for not agreeing to Jun Wuxie's suggestion to kill off these arrogant scoundrels, instead of seeing them strut and bluster here now. Ah, you came here for that. I had agreed to it yesterday and I had naturally commanded my people to retrieve the soul jade throughout the night. But they were met with a problem. Mo Qianyuan had thought out his script last night just for this. Problem? What problem? Jiang Qinqing's face had darkened immediately. If Bai Yinxian had not sent such a preposterous message, they would not have mobilized such heavy resources for this. As a respected and revered elder in Qingyan clan, the tiny kingdom of Qi was beneath his notice. Having been made to come here, he just wanted to leave as soon as he could. The soul jade is indeed in the kingdom, and as you must have known, our founding forefathers broke it in two and bestowed one half to the Lin Palace's Jun Qing and kept the other half in the imperial palace. 10 years ago, Jun Xian's eldest was killed in battle and the grieving Jun Xian buried his half of the soul jade with his son, Jun Gu. And as for the other half, it had been sealed together with the former emperor in the royal tomb after he succumbed to his illness. Mo Qianyuan narrated unhurriedly. The former emperor was still locked up in the dungeon, but his death had been announced to the people. The former emperor's tomb was just a facade, and the one that was buried in there was the body of a death convict. This fact was known only to two people: Mo Qianyuan and Jun Wuxie alone. While Mo Qianyuan had related his prepared speech, his eyes had swung towards Qin Yuyan. He did not expect anything to change from the arrogant Jiang Qinqing, but he had harbored a little hope for the learned and cultured eldest miss, to respect the sanctity of the dead's eternal rest, and give up on their quest. However, when Mo Qianyuan finished, Jiang Qinqing's face had grown thunderously dark. He stood up staring at Mo Qianyuan and exclaimed, "What nonsense! How can you bury the soul jade? Such ignorance! Retrieve the two halves of the soul jade right now. I don't care if you dig up the graves or unseal the tombs, this time, I want the soul jade in my hand." There was no room for negotiation. Jiang Qinqing's first demand was to have Mo Qianyuan and the Jun family to desecrate the graves. Qin Yuyan had been silent all this while. She had sat quietly in her seat, her face masked with a gentle smile. Upon hearing Jiang Qinqing's words, Mo Qianyuan's face grew grave as he hastily said, "That doesn't sound like a good idea. As our forefathers lie in their eternal resting place, and we go unseal them, that is rather. Dead people or invalids, your majesty need not be so concerned." Qin Yuyan said softly. The former emperor and Jun Gu are already dead and are no longer of concern to the world. Why should your majesty put the whole kingdom of Qi at risk for the sake of two dead men? Mo Qianyuan was stunned as he looked at Qin Yuyan. He could not believe what he had just heard. Put the whole kingdom of Qi at risk? That was obviously a threat. Mo Qianyuan did not expect that the seemingly gentle Qin Yuyan spewed venom more viciously than Jiang Qinqing. Without giving room for negotiation, she had thrown an ultimatum. Hand over the soul jade and they will leave. If they refuse to hand it over, they will not spare Qi. Mo Qianyuan finally realized how naive he had been. He had expected the leader of the Qingyun clan delegation to be easier to deal with. Look at Jiang Qinqing, and look at Bai Yinxian. They were all from the Qingyun clan, and which one of them was easygoing? Mo Qianyuan remembered Bai Yinxian's attempt to obliterate the whole imperial city with her poison, and that poison had come from none other than the Qingyun clan. If your majesty feels uncomfortable doing it, we can do it on your behalf. Qin Yuyan did not wait for Mo Qianyuan's reply, and she stood up and turned to Jiang Qinqing. "Uncle Jiang, I will need to trouble you to bring them to the royal tomb and the Jun family's graveyard to retrieve the soul jade." "Hold on. Miss Qin, you..." Qin Yuyan interrupted before Mo Qianyuan could continue. "Your majesty had better not try anything rash. I hope you will think for your kingdom. You would not wish for your people to come to any harm, I suppose?" Her gentle smile was still plastered upon her face, but the chill of the threat that was veiled under those words could clearly be felt. Having said that, Qin Yuyan left with the other Qingyun clan delegates. After the Qingyun clan delegates had stepped out of the main hall, the various officials who stood outside shuffled back into the hall in trepidation. Upon seeing the dark expression on Mo Qianyuan's face, they clamped their mouths shut and did not dare ask anything about the morning's intrusion. F0 Low New Hapters at NOV/EL/BIN/.com. Within the huge main hall, there was utter silence as Mo Qianyuan sat on his throne staring blankly at the departing Qingyun clan delegates as his heart grew cold. I am keeping the soul jade at all costs, and will not release it to anyone. Aren't you thinking that I want to kill them all off for no good reason and am being vicious and brutal? Then let's see what the Qingyun clan will do when we refuse to hand over the soul jade when they know it is in our hands. Jun Wuxie's words from last night resounded clearly in his mind now as he remembered how Jun Wuxie's eyes were so sure and completely confident. Mo Qianyuan had a sudden urge to laugh. Jun Wuxie had completely seen through the innate character of the Qingyun clan, or she would not have made the wager with him. It was himself that he found hilarious. He had been put through the abuse and persecution under the hands of the former emperor and Mo Xianfei for such a long time. Why did he still retain that ridiculous modicum bit of compassion? Jun Wuxie, it was his own stupidity and no one else was to blame. In the eerily silent morning court session, a series of maniacal laughter suddenly broke out, and all the officials looked up in shock at the emperor guffawing, unable to stop. After the Qingyun clan delegates left the main hall, Jiang Qinqing wanted to quickly split them into two groups to retrieve the soul jade. How ridiculous is it? What was that little emperor thinking? He thought he could still keep the soul jade. Elder, do you think the soul jade was really buried together with their deceased family members? The other Qingyun clan disciples could not hold back their grumbles and asked Jiang Qinqing. Jiang Qinqing snorted in derision. He dares? Qi is just a tiny insignificant kingdom, and if he has the audacity to deceive us, I will make him regret that he ever thought our Qingyun clan can be slighted like this. Qi was founded less than a century ago, their foundations were not strong and neither was their military might. Among the various powers, they were just a tiny kingdom. And the protection of their lands was largely dependent on the Jun family's Ruilin army. The matter of the Jun family's soul jade having been buried with Jun Gu was previously mentioned by the former emperor. It seems they do not know the true capabilities of the soul jade and buried it with their deceased. Qin Yuyan said softly. She did not believe that Mo Qianyuan possessed the guts to lie to them on the whereabouts of the soul jade. Geet the L testvels on no/v/elbin.c/om. I had heard the sovereign mention that the former emperor were not on good terms with the Jun family. The former emperor was worried that Jun Xian's reputation with his merit in service overshadowed him, and he wanted to annihilate the whole Jun family. He used the soul jade to enlist the help of the Qingyun clan to carry out the deed. I believe Mo Xianfei had the same intentions with his father, or Yun Xian would not have been won over so completely in the short time she was here. I suppose they had wanted to make use of Yun Xian to foster closer ties with the Qingyun clan. Jiang Qinqing sneered. The other disciples were interested to hear more and asked curiously, was the emperor so dumb? If the kingdom of Qi did not have the Ruilin army's garrisons, it would have been swallowed up by the covetous eyes of the other powers. Eradicating the Jun family, the protector of their kingdom, when the kingdom had just begun to stabilize and flourish, wasn't that suicidal? For a tiny kingdom to even survive among greater powers, it was impossible without a strong defense force at least. The Jun family's Ruilin army was the sharp blade that was pointed at their enemies. They pushed back invasions and defended their soil. The former emperor of Qi had wanted to destroy this blade of theirs. That was pure suicide. The minds of the muddled will not be understood. I have no interest how the kingdom of Qi will turn out. The former emperor is dead. The terms in our deal with Qi can be altered. The pills had been delivered and we only need to retrieve the soul jade. Whatever happens to Qi in the future is of no concern to us. Qin Yuyan said smilingly. What eldest miss meant was, the little emperor does not know that in our deal with the former emperor, it included the protection of their kingdom by our Qinyan clan for 20 years against any external invasions and harassments. Jiang Qinqing explained, with a laugh. Qin Yuyan smiled, get the soul jade, and let's have nothing to do with this place anymore. Qin Yuyan's words made them smile and they split into two groups and headed towards their assigned destinations. The Qinyan clan group had not noticed a tall handsome man carrying a petite young girl had been above their heads, who overheard every single word exchanged among them. Those were the people from the Qinyan clan? Jun Wuxia surveyed the backs of the figures as they grew smaller in the distance and her eyes grew cold. She had not been present at the main hall, but from their conversation that she overheard, she guessed that Mo Qianyuan had not managed to squeeze out the tiniest gain from his encounter with those people. Those are just ants and are of no concern. When does my little darling want them dead? The corners of Jun Wuyao's mouth curled up slightly. If the blood of those people can win him a smile from Jun Wuxia, it should be an honor to them. Jun Wuxia turned her head back. No hurry, if Mo Qianyuan was to be schooled, let him go through the whole course. Making the fullest use of resources available, she had no more time to spare coaching an emperor. Jun Wuyao raised an eyebrow but did not comment further. Let's go back. Jun Wuxia said, having seen the people from Qinyan clan's demeanor, the peace in the Jun family's graveyard will be broken very soon. She had made Mo Qianyuan find a death row convict's body to be placed in the royal tomb as a substitute for the former emperor, hence, she wasn't too worried that the Qinyan clan would discover that the former emperor still lived. Back at the Lin Palace, Jun Wuxia acted like nothing had happened and continued busying herself with the lotus in the basin which had now bloomed. The intoxicating smell of the wine weaved with the fragrance of the lotus into an alluring aroma. Jun Wuxia's spirit power cultivation was achieved as easily as that. The spirit power within her was growing as it gradually filled her veins, arteries and blood vessels. She had noticed, in the past few days, that her spirit growth had shown some signs of halting and she had not made much in the way of progress. Are you breaking the level barrier? Jun Wuxia asked as she observed the gathering red spirit glow within her palm. She could control the release of her red spirit's energy outside her body well now, but she had absolutely no idea how to battle with her spirit energy. Jun Wuyao was seated on a chair on the other side, his long legs crossed, his chin resting in his palm, quietly observing Jun Wuxia's serious face. Ever since Jun Wuxia had addressed him as Big Brother, their meetings had a significant change in its patterns. At least when Jun Wuxia and Jun Wuyao were under the same roof, there were no longer any outbursts of expulsion or retreats. Plant spirits require unique cultivation techniques. Although they progress rapidly, their level barriers are much more difficult to breach. Jun Wuyao gently reminded his brash little devil. Jun Wuxia looked up, and she looked at Jun Wuyao puzzled. She had felt her spirit level break for some time now, but there had been no progress. She had even specially asked Jun Qing and Long Qi about it, thinking she had done it wrong somehow. Level barrier difficulties? For the average person, after they had spent years to train and develop, it was easy for them to break through to the next level. They only need to achieve fulfillment of the spirit energy for the particular level and they would have a chance for a breakthrough. The difficulty for the breakthrough of the level barriers increase exponentially as the levels go higher. But it was not too difficult to break through the red level to ascend to level orange, unless that person was ill-gifted in his innate talents, where their progress were halted. When they claimed that one was ill-gifted in innate talents, they meant that that person's veins and arteries were unable to contain enough spirit power. A person's resilience of their veins and arteries not only affected their speed of progress, it affected their accumulation of spirit energy. The spirit energy within a person constantly develop and accumulate. The more innately talented one was, more spirit energy would develop and cultivated, and their veins and arteries would have more spirit energy to absorb. For those lacking in talents, the spirit energy grow at a slower pace, and their veins and arteries are unable to sustain the flow of spirit energies, resulting in a portion of the spirit energy accumulated from their training and development to leak and evaporate out of their bodies, and cause a lack of adequate accumulation of spirit energy to achieve a breakthrough of the level barrier. But Jun Wuxia's body had undergone her own meticulous fortification and nurturing, and her veins and arteries were at peak conditions, and there was no remote possibility that they could not contain and carry the flow of spirit energy. Jun Wuyao raised his hand with a laugh, and a black misty fog coalesced within his palm. He swung his hand down gently, and the ball of fog flew towards Jun Wuxia, and spread downwards from above her head. The black fog spread around Jun Wuxia as it gradually thinned and disappeared. With the thin black fog's dissipation, a red glow started to emanate from Jun Wuxia's body. The red glow came from inside her, and under her fair skin, her veins, arteries and blood vessels were visible, as they pulsated with a red glow. The spirit power within you has reached its optimum within its boundaries. But the methods adopted to cultivate a plant spirit are unlike other contractual spirits. To achieve a breakthrough, it requires something else, besides spirit energy. Jun Wuyao said through narrowed eyes. What does it need? Jun Wuxia asked. Contractual spirit. Visit novelbin.c.m for updates. Plant spirits' spirit energies are like the growth of all living things, constant and endless. But it lacks the brute force required for a breakthrough of the level barrier. If you want a breakthrough, you will need to absorb other contractual spirits, and use its power to help you achieve it. Jun Wuyao explained. Jun Wuxia was stunned. Me? Absorb spirits? His suggestion was just preposterous. Do you know why there was never a single plant contractual spirit here? Why? Jun Wuxia was curious. Since she was reborn, she had not heard of another plant contractual spirit. At least throughout her inherited memories, this world had only two types of contractual spirits. One was the weapon-type contractual spirit, and the other type was the beast-type contractual spirit. Little Lotus was the first and only plant spirit that she knew of. Jun Wuyao laughed, and explained further, before contractual spirits and people establish a link, they choose a suitable contractual spirit based on their physique and their bodily constitution. Under the skies, people who can absorb the spirit energy of contractual spirits are few and far between, and plant spirits almost never descend to the world. If an occasional one appears, his master would not know how to achieve a breakthrough to the next level, and it becomes a useless spirit. There were also people who did not even realize the awakening of their spirits and lived through a mediocre life, dragging their plant spirit along carelessly. He had omitted one fact, and that was the skies he had mentioned only comprised of the skies in the lower three realms that Jun Wuxia inhabited in, and not the real vast skies that he knew of. But you are different, you have a duo spirit constitution. Your little black cat has the ability to devour contractual spirits, and you can too. Jun Wuyao stood up, and walked over to stand before Jun Wuxia. As he uttered the last word of his statement, he pointed his finger at Jun Wuxia's forehead. If you want to break through, then devour a contractual spirit. Jun Wuxia tilted her head to look past the finger on her forehead and saw the handsome face of Jun Wuyao as he gave her an enigmatic devilish smile. He knew! He knew little black cat's soul was fused with hers. The stronger the spirit you devour, the more it will help with your breakthrough to the next level. Do not squander this opportunity for your breakthrough, and it will bring you unexpected results. Jun Wuyao lowered his head, and the finger pressed upon her forehead and slid slowly down her nose, till it came to her tiny sharp chin. He hooked his finger under her chin and raised her head to look into her eyes before he said, "You don't have to worry about it. As a big brother, I will prepare everything necessary for your first spirit level breakthrough. You will just have to absorb it and it will be done. The contractual spirit that plant spirits absorb the first time they achieve a breakthrough had enormous repercussions on the human masters. Jun Wuyao did not want Jun Wuxia to haphazardly pick a useless spirit to devour. His little devil only deserved the very best. How do I absorb it? Jun Wuxia had no knowledge in this regard. Little Black Cat was the one who devoured the golden lion and not her. An absurd thing like absorbing a contractual spirit was already unheard of, needless to say of knowing how to carry it out. I will teach you, Jun Wuyao said as his mouth curled up at the corners. He saw the look of apprehension cross the face of Jun Wuxia and he grew more amused. Looking at Jun Wuxia's expression of confusion, Jun Wuyao could not bear but to pull her into his arms, his chest against her back and rested his chin on her head. Jun Wuyao cupped Jun Wuxia's hands together and placed a palm-sized crystal ball in them. I have already prepared the contractual ring spirit for you and placed it in there, Jun Wuyao said smiling. Jun Wuxia stared at the crystal ball in her hands. It was sparkling clear and you could see through it. Upon closer inspection, she noticed there was something more inside. A trail of light seemed to swirl within and the light seemed to be alive. That's a contractual spirit within? The ball's surface was cold and hard and felt just like beautiful crystal, but different. She could not identify what material that was. It is called a spirit prison. It is used to confine spiritual bodies. 2 hours after a contractual ring spirit's master dies, they return to the spirit world. Capturing the contractual ring spirits has to be carried out within that time. Trap them within the spirit prison and they will not be able to escape. Jun Wuyao's mind was not on the spirit prison. He had it prepared when he first discovered Little Lotus, as he believed that his little darling will need it one day. What kind of a contractual ring spirit is in here? Jun Wuxia asked as she peered into the spirit prison. The swirling stream of light was another form of the spirit body when trapped, and its original form was not visible now. Soaring serpent, Jun Wuyao replied through narrowed eyes. It was an ancient spiritual beast that was born at the beginning of time when the heavens and earth were created. Although completely absorbing the soaring serpent would be difficult with your current powers, but the first contractual ring spirit that you absorb is of paramount importance. Do not worry, I will help you with the breakthrough. Remember, no matter how painful it becomes, you will have to persist and hold on. Once the absorption begins, you cannot give up on it or you will be engulfed by the spirit that you wanted to devour. Making a red-level spirit absorb such a powerful contractual ring spirit like the soaring serpent was risky, but Jun Wuyao did not want any other alternatives. For people with plant spirits, the first time they went through a spirit-level breakthrough, the contractual ring spirit they absorbed was fused into the spirit energy of the person. This was the most complete ring spirit that Jun Wuxia could absorb, and Jun Wuyao did not want Jun Wuxia to miss out on the opportunity. The soaring serpent might be powerful, but its power would bring Jun Wuxia's future development to greater heights. It was worth the risk. With him around, his little darling will be fine. You trust me? Jun Wuyao asked. Jun Wuxia nodded slightly and she realized she could not see Jun Wuyao, who was behind her, and answered affirmatively. Visit N0VL/BEIN. For the best novel reading experience. Yes. Jun Wuyao was ecstatic. Jun Wuxia, who had lowered her walls towards him, made him want to hold her tight in his arms all the more. Open the spirit prison. Jun Wuxia followed Jun Wuyao's instructions and placed her hands on the top and bottom of the spirit prison and turned them in opposing directions at the same time. The perfectly seamless crystal sphere turned under her hands, and the struggling soaring serpent within found its only avenue of escape and pushed its spirit out through the tiny crack. Do it now! Like you do daily with the Snow Lotus's spirit energy, draw in the soaring serpent spirit into your body, but do not be hasty. Slowly let its spirit meld into your veins and arteries, and refine it bit by bit. Upon the release of the soaring serpent, Jun Wuyao had immediately set up a powerful spirit barricade around him, to entrap and seal the escaping ring spirit within. Jun Wuxia closed her eyes, and began to draw in the soul of soaring serpent into her body. When it began, Jun Wuxia felt an exceedingly violent spirit, rampaging within her body. That was the spirit energy of an unfamiliar spirit. It was completely tyrannical, and filled with marauding destructive power. The moment Jun Wuxia started to draw in the spirit, her mind had become chaotic and her nerves had felt like they were about to snap in the next moment. Sweat beads formed on her body and her clothes were soon drenched. Pain felt in the soul was indescribably tormenting, far worse than any physical pain ever felt. Jun Wuxia was never averse to pain, but the torment she was under made her turn pale. Physical pain could drive a person to a momentary faint, but the agony from the torture of the soul would never make one lose consciousness. When a person's soul is under torture, his consciousness would in fact be heightened. At that moment, Jun Wuxia's senses were heightened and amplified so much that a gentle tap on her would have felt like a boulder that had smashed on her. The petite body within his arms grew hot and the color drained from her face. Jun Wuyao did not do anything besides carefully cradling Jun Wuxia within his embrace. He knew very well, any touch on her now will only be harmful and agony to Jun Wuxia. Her soul was under merciless assault. Jun Wuxia gritted her teeth in defiance. Most people might not have had the chance to experience this agonizing torment throughout their lives, but she was no stranger to it. When the little black cat's soul had merged with hers, she had experienced this indescribable agony. She had been very young then. When she got off from the operating table, she had lost her human form. Now that she was once again feeling the familiar pain, there was no fear nor dread in her heart. If she was not afraid of death, this was nothing. Jun Wuxia's defiant streak was stoked. She did not back down, and increased the speed to draw in the spirit. Kill me if you can, if not, stay down and get devoured. The soaring serpent's soul thrashed and bashed, refusing to be absorbed by a human. But the spirit barrier totally shut off all his avenues of escape, and under the man's guidance, he was gradually being drawn into the little human girl's body. The soaring serpent launched a frenzied attack on Jun Wuxia's soul. Humans had weaker souls and he believed that by destroying the little last soul, he would be able to escape. But Jun Wuxia's soul had turned out to be more resilient than it had thought. No matter how he attacked, her seemingly weak and tiny soul had not given in an inch and had shown absolutely no sign of dissipation. When Jun Wuxia had fully drawn in the soul of the soaring serpent into her body, Jun Wuxia's eyes remained shut. Her consciousness had fallen together with her soul into an abyss of darkness. She saw within the darkness a huge fearsome beast. It was as enormous as the massive dragons of legend. Its body was one of a snake, but was endowed with a pair of wings with hooked claws. Its wings were flapping, and it suspended the huge serpent as it hovered in midair. Since Jun Wuxia's rebirth, among the bestial spirits she had seen, the golden lion had been the biggest. But with the soaring serpent before her eyes, its head alone was more massive than the golden lion itself. Its dominating presence spread as it flaunted its strength. "Insolent human! You would attempt to devour my soul." The soaring serpent looked down from its elevated viewpoint at the tiny Jun Wuxia on the ground. Jun Wuxia's soul was so tiny that a single fong in its mouth was bigger than her. Full 0W current novels on n/o/v/3l/b in.co/m. Jun Wuxia raised her head and looked at the tyrannical soaring serpent. In those shiny black eyes was a sea of calm. Jun Wuxia raised her head and looked at the tyrannical soaring serpent. In those shiny black eyes was a sea of calm. Jun Wuxia sat down and crossed her legs in meditation in the darkness, having no intention to combat the soaring serpent. The soaring serpent's arrogance flared, infuriated upon seeing the tiny human soul calmly sit before its majestic presence, seemingly unaffected when she should be cowering in fear. You! Aren't you afraid that I'll shred you to pieces? The soaring serpent roared. Jun Wuxia opened her eyes, completely calm. You are in my body, how will you shred me up? The soaring serpent was stumped. This little lass, wasn't she being a little too level-headed? It had not been aware of where it was now, but with Jun Wuxia's statement, it noticed a significant difference in the air that was different from before. It was obviously now in the lower 3 realms. Within the lower 3 realms, no contractual ring spirits had even gone beyond the 7 levels, not to mention the appearance of one as mighty as it was. Should this human soul not have been frightened senseless and lose her sanity upon laying her eyes on its overwhelming presence? Moreover, how did she know they were inside her body now? How do you know? The soaring serpent was stupefied by Jun Wuxia's calm demeanor. Jun Wuxia had just closed her eyes again when the soaring serpent spoke. She opened them again and said impatiently, "You are not the first spirit to have entered, so do not create such a ruckus." For anybody else, during their first time absorbing a spirit body, they would have been rather panic-stricken, but such encounters to Jun Wuxia were not unfamiliar to her. When the little black cat had fused with her, it had been just like now. This seemingly dark world was a space within her soul. Her current appearance was just a figment evolved from her soul, just as the soaring serpent was. The first time she had come to this space, and saw little black cat for the first time, Jun Wuxia had experienced the panic and helplessness, but this space had become one that she was familiar with now. In this dark space within her soul, it was impossible for any unfamiliar souls to cause or inflict harm upon her. All she needed to do now was to quiet down and use this space to chip at and divide the soaring serpent's soul bit by bit for its absorption. The importance of experience. It was a complete victory by Jun Wuxia. The soaring serpent stared at Jun Wuxia sitting calmly on the ground, dumbstruck. It could feel its own soul gradually being digested bit by bit into this lightless space. Full 0W current novels on n/o/v/3l/b in.co/m. The soaring serpent lost its cool. The great soaring serpent was to be devoured by a tiny insignificant little lass. Wait! You can't! The soaring serpent pleaded, it did not want to be devoured. If it was not for that terrifying man, it would not have sunk so low. Jun Wuxia ignored the cries of the soaring serpent and focused on breaking down the soaring serpent's soul and patiently absorbing it little by little. Upon being drawn in, the soaring serpent had lost any chance of escape. In here, it was only if Jun Wuxia's soul backed down that the soaring serpent could escape, if not, it could only accept the fate of being devoured. Jun Wuxia had lost track of time when she finally opened her eyes from her meditation. What met her eyes was not the endless darkness, but the familiar sight of her room. A mischievous voice tinged with a hint of relief sounded from above her head suddenly. I knew you could do it, and you would be fine. Having said that, Jun Wuxiao turned the petite figure within his arms around to face him. Jun Wuxia's face was beaded with crystal-clear drops of perspiration. Her big round eyes were not fully opened, having not fully awakened. When she became aware of Jun Wuxiao in front of her, she straightened herself and subconsciously looked down at her palm, which emanated an orange glow of spiritual fire. The orange glow of her spirit energy gathered into flames. Bright and radiant, the shade of orange reflected in Jun Wuxia's eyes, igniting a ripple of joy and surprise. I broke through. She gasped softly. Yes, you did, my darling. Jun Wuxiao planted a light kiss on her forehead, happy to just lightly taste her joy. His little darling had only recently changed her attitude towards him, and he did not want to risk breaking the beautiful atmosphere between them. Jun Wuxia had taken less time than he had expected, and it seemed the process of absorbing the soaring serpent had not brought her any difficulties. He had his eyes set on an amazing one. Advancing from red to an orange spirit, Jun Wuxia had taken a mere few months. She had shrank the years needed by an average person to such extents, which was absolutely unbelievable. On the other hand, if Jun Wuya had not prepared in advance, Jun Wuxian might not have achieved a breakthrough so easily. You have attained the orange level spirit. The spirit energy required for cultivation and development will increase in folds. You are still young, and there is no need to rush. Jun Wuya raised his hand to smoothen her hair. Jun Wuxian nodded her head. The first snow lotus had already fully blossomed. After the snow lotus bloomed, the spiritual energy they provided decreased. Fortunately, in the past few months, Little Lotus had nurtured a few snow lotus seeds and she had enough to use for the moment. According to the written records in the ancient book, if water from the heavenly spring were to be used, the snow lotus needed only a month to bloom, which will overshadow the effects that jade nectar gave. Having successfully achieved her breakthrough, Jun Wuxia was in no hurry to continue with her development and cultivation. While she had absorbed the soaring serpent, 3 days had passed. And in these 3 days, the changes within the imperial city had been devastating. The Qinyan clan had disregarded the imperial family and had forcefully broken into the royal tomb and dug up Jun Gu's grave. But no matter how they searched, they found no trace of the soul jade. They were about to blow the whole place up. Jun Wuxia had not even the time to freshen up before she heard a series of ear-splitting explosions. She frowned and grabbed some clothes to cover her from the ravages of the past 3 days and strode immediately out the door. Little Black! The little black cat lay just outside the door, and upon hearing its mistress call, it transformed into its black beast form and carried Jun Wuxia upon its back and rushed towards the source of the explosions. Jun Wuya walked out unhurriedly from the room, and his smile faded as he saw the hurried back of Jun Wuxia. Who were the insolent tiny insects that dared disrupt the rest of his little darling? His dark black eyes gradually tinged with a dangerous violet, and the air in the courtyard hung heavy and suffocating. A shadow who had been hidden in the shadows was stung by Jun Wuya's anger and appeared in a flurry, and knelt before him. My lord! Who was it? Jun Wuyao's mouth was a cold hard line. It's those guys from the Qinyan clan. Good. They seem to enjoy toying with death. I shall show them how I play. Jun Wuyao's laughter was chilling. A movement caught the corner of his eyes, and Jun Wuyao turned his dark violet eyes upon the clambering Little Lotus by the lotus pond. Little Lotus felt the vicious stare and a shock ran through his entire body. He was minding his own business cultivating within the lotus pond when Jun Wuyao's shockwave of anger had caused pains and aches all over his little body. He had transformed into human form to escape from here, but it seemed like a great demon had his eye on him. Get me a jar of jade moon. Jun Wuyao stood staring at Little Lotus as he commanded the shadow at his side. Smoke filled the air outside of Lin Palace. A big group of the Ruilin army gathered in front of its gates, and facing them were 10 men from the Qinyan clan delegation. I say, let's not waste time. Your weak attempt at resistance is futile, and I'll advise you to hand over the soul jade peacefully and save yourself the pain and humiliation. A disciple of the Qinyan clan turned his wrist around repeatedly. A pair of black half-finger gloves covered his hands. He looked towards the Ruilin army soldier whom he had flung to land before the Lin Palace's gates with a single punch, contempt written across his face. Behind him, there were 3 other disciples dressed in the Qinyan clan's livery, and 6 others dressed in individually different attire who were obviously top exponents from allies of the Qinyan clan who accompanied them on this trip to Qi. The terrified commoners huddled at the side. The chaos had been going on since yesterday when the Qinyan clan had suddenly attacked the Lin Palace. If the Ruilin army had not arrived in time, the Lin Palace might have fallen to these foreign intruders. The Ruilin army soldiers who gathered in front of the Lin Palace had swelled, numbering in the hundreds, but the Ruilin army who had the advantage of numbers were being systematically oppressed by the group from the Qinyan clan. In just a short day, the Ruilin army wounded had gone beyond 100, while the Qinyan clan had suffered no losses. At that moment, Jun Xian stood dark-faced, surveying the chaos in front of him. They had crossed swords for a long period, but only the 4 Qingyan clan disciples from the group had stepped up to fight. The other 6 had just watched from the sidelines. The 4 who had fought looked about 30 years of age, and they all had level green spirits and beyond. Follow the latest novels n/velbin.com. Judging from quality of the exponents sent, it could be seen that the Qingyan clan had placed a rather high priority on retrieving the soul jade, as not a single one of them were easy pushovers. "Father, let me do it." He had been seated in the wheelchair, and kept up the pretense of being crippled. He could no longer hold down the anger boiling within. Throughout the day, he had been forced to witness soldiers from the Ruilin army, brothers in arms to him, wounded and oppressed by the people from the Qingyan clan. The knot that had twisted his insides had grown as he sat holding himself back, but now it threatened to explode in his rage. The Qingyan clan was too much. Jun Xian remained silent, his gaze on the men behind the Qingyan clan disciples. Among the 6, the youngest of them had lived beyond a half-century, and a few of them looked older than Jun Xian himself. They had stood back, not because of their old age, but because the Qingyan clan's disciples were able to handle the situation they faced and there was no need for their expertise. Jun Xian was very certain that among the 6 at the back, every single one of them was more than a match for him. Jun Xian had a green-leveled spirit. If he were to join forces with the bone-corroding white owl, they might be on equal standing with the disciples of the Qingyan clan, but the other 6 way outclassed Jun Qing by too much. Jun Xian had held Jun Qing back all this time at a heart-wrenching cost of his men in the Ruilin army, as he had been very certain if he or Jun Qing had partaken in the fight, the other 6 men would not have stood idly by. Based on his calculations, the weakest among them must at least have achieved lower spectrum of the level blue spirit. And once the move, he expected the Lin Palace to fall. What? Still not giving up? The man wearing the black gloves arrogantly raised his chin. His gloves were his contractual ring spirit. With the boost from his ring spirit, he could take down a male lion with a single punch. Ordinary soldiers would not be able to stand up to single punch of his. The tiny Lin Palace should not have arrogantly gone against the Qingyan clan. "If you persist on your folly, we will bring our wrath upon you." After a long day's worth of skirmishes, the disciples of the Qingyan clan were getting impatient. "Since they insist on doing this the hard way, let's not waste time here. Capture the useless one first. I don't believe Lin Palace would refuse to hand over the soul jade then." 2 of the Qingyan clan disciples discussed their plans openly, totally disregarding the presence of the furious Ruilin army soldiers and the Jun family's father and son. The useless one that they were referring to was none other than Jun Qing, who was seated in the wheelchair. Jun Qing's eyes grew bloodshot red then. How he yearned to rush up to the 2 despicable scoundrels and have a glorious fight to the death. They had not attempted to negotiate nor made any requests. The Qingyan clan had come to their gates and attacked without warning. Scattered in front of the gates, many soldiers still lay on the ground gravely injured. They had been hurt by the Qingyan clan's merciless assault, their lives still hanging by a thread. They had heard of the tyranny of the Qingyan clan, and having faced them personally today, the stories they heard of the topmost clan rang glaringly true. "Do not push us too far." The Ruilin army soldiers gripped their sabers in fury, standing protectively in front of Jun Xian and Jun Qing. They might not be as strong in might as the disciples of the Qingyan clan, but their loyalty was not to be questioned. "If you want to get to my lord, it will have to be over my dead body." Long Qi stepped to the fore, alone. A cold gleam ran down his sword as he held it horizontally in front. "Ha ha ha." The Qingyan clan disciple laughed. His laughter was directed sneeringly at an opponent he deemed too weak to stand up to him. You think you can stop us? If you come seeking death, we'll grant you your wish. Rest assured, when you guys are dead, I will make sure to step on every one of your bodies, and drag your useless cripple of a lord to the ground, so he can grovel at my feet and plead for his life." His insulting tone was felt strongly, like a sharp knife had sliced across the hearts of every single one of the Ruilin army soldiers. The one they had pledged loyalty and devotion to cannot be subject to such humiliation. Long Qi shot forward, with sword in hand. The gleam on the sword trailed like lightning that struck at the man who spewed those words that humiliated Jun Qing. The disciple of the Qingyun clan did not back off, and faced Long Qi's attack squarely. He held 2 cutlasses in his hands, a manifestation of his weapon spirit. At the moment Long Qi's sword neared, he crouched down, to avoid the killing thrust, and his agile body flashed to its side, and a cutlass edge bore down towards Long Qi's body. In a moment, Long Qi was fully engaged in his fight with the man. The other Qingyun clan disciples stood by and watched on. They were confident the fight will end the same way the previous bouts. It will end up in humiliation for the Ruilin army again. Moments later, those smiles faded. Long Qi braced himself for the attack of the 2 cutlasses. When both blades were stabbed into his left and right shoulders, he exerted his energies to expand his shoulder muscles to trap and lock down both cutlasses. Disregarding the staggering pain in his shoulders, and with a loud roar, he thrust his sword at the heart of his opponent. Damn! The Qingyun clan disciple had never encountered an opponent who fought with such blatant disregard for his own life. In order to dodge, he released his hold on the weapons, and as a result, Long Qi's sword scored a hit on his opponent's left arm. New N0vel chapters are published on N0v/e/lb/in/co/m. Having fought tens of opponents, the Qingyun clan had not sustained a scratch. He stared at Long Qi, who had caused his blood to flow. The twin cutlasses had reverted to its insubstantial form when he released them and escaped from Long Qi's entrapment. Now, the twin blades had returned and coalesced within his hands. Long Qi straightened himself and stood where he was. Blood flowed from the wounds on his shoulders, but he did not bother about it. His heart-stopping gaze stared at the disciple of the Qingyun clan, daggers in his eyes. "My next strike will take your life," Long Qi said with narrowed eyes, in provocation at the Qingyun clan disciple. The man's face darkened, unable to believe he was wounded by Long Qi. "It's time to stop playing games. We should not waste our time with these trash. We should accomplish the eldest misorders first before we take out time to amuse ourselves with them." Seeing his comrade wounded, another disciple of the Qingyun clan stepped up to interject. They had spent quite some time fooling around, they did not have much more time to waste. "Do not kill that miserable mongrel, I need him alive as a test subject for some drugs," the wounded disciple said in a low voice, and shot Long Qi a venomous look. "As you wish." The next moment, the 4 disciples of the Qingyun clan rushed at Long Qi. Suddenly, he found himself under the attack of 4 green-leveled spirits, and Long Qi could not even afford the time to breathe. A shrill screech sounded from above them, the bone-crushing white owl swooped in from the gates of the Lin Palace, and a tall slender form trailed in its wake. "Father, I can't hold back anymore," Jun Qing had said the moment he made his move. Long Qi was like a brother to him, and that brother was fighting to protect him. It was impossible for him to watch on while his brother fought for him. Jun Xian sighed, but a flame lit in his eyes. "Let's not hold back. Ruilin army to arms. Kill them all." At Jun Xian's roaring command, the Ruilin army soldiers rushed at the 10 men of the Qingyun clan. Top VL updates on n/o/v/lb/in.com. The battle among hundreds of men raged in seconds, and the 6 men who had watched on silently made their move. Jun Xian's fears had materialized. The 6 men might have been elderly, but their prowess and skills were above the 4 disciples. 5 blue streaks of spiritual energies shot across the sky, and among them, a lone indigo streak stood out. just a level shy of the purple spirit, the mighty indigo spirit. The moment the indigo light appeared, all Ruilin army soldiers felt an immense pressure upon them. The might of the indigo spirit caused all whose spirits were below green to have difficulty breathing. They were robbed of their ability to battle, and some could not even walk. The indigo spirit glow emanated from head to toe on an elderly man with a grayish-white beard. He held his hands behind his back and stood behind everyone, his wise eyes surveying the battle, his brow slightly furrowed. The Qingyun clan had mobilized 2 indigo spirit exponents. One of them had gone with Jiang Qinqing and Qin Yuyan to the imperial palace to settle their scores with Mo Qian Yuan, and the other one stood before the gates of the Lin Palace. Under the indigo spirit's oppressive pressure, the Ruilin army soldiers were largely incapacitated. Only Long Qi, Jun Xian, Jun Qing and a few more struggled in defiance. But they faced 4 high-leveled green spirits and 5 overwhelming blue spirits at the same time. Things could not get any worse. The Jun family were in a very tough battle. Big and small wounds started opening up all over their bodies. The heavy stench of blood pervaded the air, further stifling the resistance they put up. Right at that moment, a ear-splitting roar cracked through the air. A massive black streak rushed out from the gates of the Lin Palace, and a tiny figure sat, perched high upon its back. "Who dares harm my grandfather and uncle?" Her bitter cold voice shot right into the ears of the men still in the frenzy of battle, and they subconsciously turned to see the source of that voice. They saw a majestic black beast, with a peerlessly beautiful girl perched upon it, and her eyes stood out, bitingly cold. Jun Wuxia's frosty gaze surveyed the battlefield, her sight locked onto Jun Xian and Jun Qing and their wounds. An angry explosion went off in her mind. She had intended to use the Qingyun clan's arrogance as a lesson for Mo Qian Yuan to learn how to be an emperor, and was prepared to have Jun Wuyao lend a hand to end the conflict with the Qingyun clan. She had not expected for her spirit breakthrough to come just then, and in the time that she had been unconscious, the Qingyun clan had brought their assault right up to their doors. Jun Wuyao had been preoccupied with protecting her throughout her spirit breakthrough, and had no knowledge that the Lin Palace had been under siege. And upon seeing the blood-stained figures of Jun Xian and Jun Qing, Jun Wuxia had only one single thought on her mind. She wanted all within the Qingyun clan to die by 1,000 cuts, and not a single one was to be spared. The young girl and the black beast's sudden appearance had surprised the people of the Qingyun clan, and when they saw the youthful appearance of Jun Wuxia, they heaved a sigh of relief. It was just a lass that looked barely 15. Even Jun Xian and Jun Qing were wounded by them. What could the tiny young girl do to them? Among the aggressors, only the exponent with the indigo spirit remained wary of Jun Wuxia's sudden appearance. He had released his oppressive pressure on the battlefield, and all with spirits below the green level should be greatly affected by it. But this little girl had maintained her cold gaze and did not seem to be affected in the least. What baffled him further was that he was not able to ascertain the level of the jet black beast contractual ring spirit whom she rode upon. The indigo-leveled exponent frowned in thought. With his powers, he was able to determine Jun Wuxia's spirit level with one glance, but what he saw shocked him more. The little girl, at such a tender younger age, had achieved a level orange spirit. With her age, her spirit must have just awakened, and within such a ridiculously short period of time, she had broken through from her red spirit to orange. That was absolutely incredible. A 14-year-old who broke through to attain an orange spirit and withstood his spirit's oppressive pressure completely. He looked at her in awe and disbelief. "Little black." Jun Wuxia called chillingly. "Kill!" At the drop of her command, Jun Wuxia had jumped off the black beast. She might have just attained her orange spirit. But the sight of her family members wounded drove her hatred for the attackers uncontrollably forward. The massive black beast roared as it leapt towards the Qingyun clan disciples. Its first target was one Qingyun clan disciple who was currently tangled with Jun Xian. The man saw the black beast as the young Jun Wuxie's contractual ring spirit and had not paid much attention to it. But at the moment the black beast pounced on him, he was stunned. How was it so fast? Before he could react, as he realized he had completely underestimated the beast, his neck was broken off with a crunch in a single bite. Roar! The black beast swung its head and threw the head in its jaws into the air. The dismembered head sailed in a smooth arc through the air as the blood flow trailed in its wake. The fresh warm blood splattered on the other Qingyun clan disciples. The sourc of this content N/O/V/L/N. It had happened too fast, and they did not expect that a ring spirit that possessed an unascertained level was capable of such speeds in its attacks. Today, none of you will leave alive. Jun Wuxie narrowed her eyes and released her newly attained orange spirit to its fullest extent. The orange spirit energy emanated from her body and spread out, bathing her in a halo of light. The 9 men of the Qingyun clan looked at Jun Wuxie, shocked. An orange-level spirit user was able to release her spirit energy to such an extent. Impossible! The girl before them had just a mere orange spirit. She was weaker than Jun Xian and many others. But for some unknown reason, when those bitingly cold eyes lock on you, you felt as if you had fallen into the depths of fiery hell. An orange spirit that stretched its boundaries, a ring spirit of unascertained level, the combination was tad bit too much to believe. Engaged in battle, Jun Qing stole a few glances at Jun Wuxie. He distinctly remembered that Jun Wuxie's contractual ring spirit had awoken merely months before, and she had already broken through to the orange level. The incredulous speed of her breakthrough had shocked Jun Qing as well. Jun Wuxie ready to make her move and had stepped towards the Qingyun clan disciples, when a white flash streaked past from behind. "Leave the small fry to me, my mistress. You should not dirty your hands." The youth's crisply clean voice reached Jun Wuxie's ears, and the breeze brought a scent of fragrant wine wafting over, lingering under Jun Wuxie's small pointed nose. Jun Wuxie stopped in her tracks, and stared after the white figure as he streaked into the chaos. "Drunk Lotus!" The youth's white flowy robes fanned out behind the handsome face that had been blessed with sharp features, his cheeks glowed, suspiciously pink, as he jumped right into the thick of battle. Where he passed, a hurricane seemed to trail. Many of them who were under attack, Jun Xian included, suddenly felt a brute force tug at their sleeves, and before they knew it, they were flung out of the battlefield. In moments, Long Qi and his comrades who had been surrounded found themselves flying through the air as well, having been thrown from the battlefield. A lone youth dressed fully in white stood within the circle formed by the people from the Qingyun clan. His loose robe was slightly open and it showed his clear and fair skin underneath. His slightly raised shoulder propped up his hand across his chest, and an intricate wine jar was held loosely in his fingers. Explore new ovals on nvelbai.com. Drunk Lotus stepped upon the wet ground, his feet bare. The sticky blood had been smeared all over them. He raised his eyes, and his anger rose as he stared at the men from the Qingyun clan. "Grandfather! Uncle!" When the Jun family father and son had been thrown, Jun Wuxie had extended her spiritual energy and held them, and gently set them on the ground. "Wuxie, who is that youth?" Jun Qing was supporting Jun Xian as they looked at the surrounded Drunk Lotus. He had not even noticed anyone approach before he suddenly found himself flung into the air earlier. Looking upon the battlefield now, it must have been the work of that youth. "That is Drunk Lotus." Jun Wuxie replied offhandedly, her face in a frown as she surveyed the father and son bodies. Only after she did not find any mortal wounds did she heave a sigh of relief. But her anger was ignited and stoked as the sight of their blood-stained clothes and numerous more smaller wounds were located. Her anger raged into a scorching inferno. Jun Wuxie turned to Drunk Lotus and the black beast on the battlefield and threw out her command in a chilly voice. "Spare not a single one. They dared wound Jun Xian and Jun Qing. They shall pay with their blood. Yes. Miss. A sinister smile curled up from the corners of drunk Lotus' mouth. He reveled in the effects of the wine as he delved into a maniacal frenzy. Who are you? The youth had suddenly interrupted their fight and messed up their momentum. The Chinyan clan disciples were furious as they stared at the youth with unveiled malevolence. First, it had been the lightning-quick black beast, and next came the sudden appearance of this youth. With the series of unexpected occurrences, they were getting cagey. If they were to say the black beast was too quick, they could at least see it. But when did this youth get here? None of them had noticed. Even the indigo spirit user only noticed the additional presence of a handsome young youth after drunk Lotus had stopped and stood still. Drunk Lotus swept his eyes over the men around him and swung the wine jar to his mouth. He took a mighty swig and wiped the back of his hand across his mouth, before he coldly exclaimed, "Remember this. Today, the one to send you all to hell, will be this Lord Drunk Lotus. Brag while you can. You don't know who you are up against, kid." The Chinyan clan disciples taunted at Drunk Lotus. They didn't know from where and from when the arrogant little scoundrel had appeared from all out of a sudden. Drunk Lotus raised an eyebrow at the man who spoke, and with a twisted smile, his snow-white clothes billowed out, and a white torrential hurricane blew as Drunk Lotus shot towards him. The man stood stunned, unable to see Drunk Lotus at all. His speed was even faster than that black beast. The white flash appeared in front of the man. Drunk Lotus' face was devastatingly drunk, and he raised a fist and swung at the man. The Chinyan clan disciple smiled in glee as he saw Drunk Lotus' attack was a simple punch, and he gathered all his spiritual energy onto the gloves covering his fists. Throughout the skirmishes in the past one day, his weapon series ring spirit, which manifested itself as combat gloves, had defeated countless full-grown men of the Ruilin army. He thought he did not have to worry about his current opponent as he was just a skinny weak boy. Explore new ovals on nvelby.com. Extremely confident, the man threw his most explosive punch right into the fist of Drunk Lotus. At that moment, the ear-piercing sound of shattering bones cracked through the air. The black-gloved hand had, upon contact with Drunk Lotus' clear pale fist, shattered under the crushing force and warped grotesquely, and the shattering of bones inched on as Drunk Lotus' fist continued on its path. Alas, that was not the end. Drunk Lotus' smile grew more twisted and pushed further into his punch. The dominating brute force shattered his fingers and broke the whole hand. The sharp cracking of bones pierced through the air. Drunk Lotus' single punch had pushed the bones of his opponent's forearm backwards to pierce out through the elbow. The whites of the bones stuck out awkwardly and looked totally out of place. Blood flowed down the bone and pooled on the ground. "Tisk, that's all you have?" Drunk Lotus jutted out his chin at the man howling in pain as his mouth scad in disdain. The black beast, who was engaged with another Chinyan clan disciple, had seen the man's hand shatter, and contempt showed on its furry face. Even it was unable to withstand a punch from Drunk Lotus, and these men naively think they can? Arg! The Chinyan clan disciple lay in a pool of his own blood, losing all signs of his prior haughtiness and arrogance. His face pale, he lay trembling uncontrollable on the ground, howling endlessly. His nightmare wasn't about to end, and the white-clothed youth squatted down next to the man howling and stared irritably at the disciple. Drunk Lotus' eyes were red and bloodshot from the wine, and he held his fists up before he rained a flurry of punches upon the man. Every punch broke his bones and ripped open his flesh. Fresh red blood splattered with his every punch, and they stained his clothes red. Warm blood flowed down his face, giving a devilish look to the handsome face. In a blink of an eye, a living man had, under the fists of Drunk Lotus, been pounded to mash, and not a single bone in him was intact. That gory scene drove the Chinyan clan disciples to nausea, and even Jun Xian, who had seen countless deaths in his decades of killing and slaughter on the battlefields, paled at the sight. He turned to Jun Wuxia, his face in shock, but found Jun Wuxia's expression cold, her clear eyes frigid, and she did not seem to be disturbed in the least. "Grandfather, they deserve it. Jun Wuxia seethed in anger. If she was strong enough, she would have broken their bones and scattered them as ashes herself. Satisfied, Drunk Lotus stood up. The maniacal smile remained on his face as he cracked his knuckles. He stretched his neck and stared at the stupefied group from the Qingyan clan, and his words made the men's skin crawl when he asked, "Next. Whose turn is it?" Drunk Lotus' words had made the faces of the men from the Qingyan clan turn white as sheets. The disciple that was now a pile of mashed-up flesh and bones on the ground might not have been their best fighter, but he had the most powerful fists among them. He had prided himself on his mighty fists, but those very fists had been utterly crushed and his bones shattered by the youth with a single punch to them. They could not even imagine just how incredibly strong the youth's punches were. All of them possessed at least a green-leveled spirit, and none of them dared to face up to those fists. But Jun Wuxia's command had been given. There was nowhere to hide, as Drunk Lotus would not allow that to happen. Drunk Lotus had turned his eyes on another disciple of the Qingyan clan. A chill ran up his spine and he started screaming. "Kill him! Senior One! Make your move! Now!" When that man shouted, the skilled indigo spirit user was feeling conflicted. He had no dealings with the Qingyan clan before this. He came here against his wishes as he had needed the help of the top clan throughout the lands. He had received an invitation to join the delegation to come to the kingdom of Qi and had been forced to accept. Hence, when they had faced the Ruilin army soldiers, he had not lifted a finger, and only when they were rushed by the Jun family's father and son and the Ruilin army had he reluctantly made a move and only released his spirit's oppressive aura to stop an all-out attack from their opponents. He had resisted from making a move against the Lin Palace till the last moment, and it was not because he couldn't, but because he wouldn't. For anyone to attain the indigo spirit, they were usually people who were extraordinary in their gift and character. Having lived close to a century, he had seen and heard much of the world. The righteous reputation of the Jun family had not escaped his ears either. Although their might did not take one's breath away, their upright and noble integrity had him respect them a lot, and he was extremely reluctant to raise his hand against them. If the Qingyan clan disciples were able to handle the situation on their own, he would just remain a bystander to their atrocities, but the tide had turned, and faced with the joint assault of the Black Beast and Drunk Lotus, 2 of the Qingyan clan disciples had been killed in a blink. The other invited expert exponents had had to move in and begin their attack on Drunk Lotus and the Black Beast, but based on the capabilities displayed by the youth and the beast, the answer was clear how this would end. Find up Tedovals on n/v/elben.co/m. To make a move, or to refrain. But, remembering the wounds of a member of his family back home, he sighed in resignation and turned his eyes onto Jun Wuxia. He could see that the one who had command over the youth and the Black Beast was this little girl standing in the distance. "Hand over the soul jade and this will end here," he said to Jun Wuxia. Jun Wuxia snorted coldly at him and took a step forward. "You dare harm my family and smear the Jun family's name. This will not end that easily. Today, I proclaim the Qingyan clan as my enemies. Not only the Qingyan clan people in the kingdom of Qi will die, soon I will show up myself at the doors of the Qingyan clan. And none in Qingyan clan will live." The indigo spirit user looked in surprise at Jun Wuxia. He saw her chilly gaze, her determined dominance, and could not believe he was seeing all this coming from a little girl. Her proclamation was a mountainous task to undertake. Was it even possible? Take down the top clan under the skies? The little girl was being rather arrogant. "Ignorant Junior, do you know what you are up against?" The indigo spirit user asked gently. Jun Wuxia said coldly, "You should ask that of the Qingyan clan. Do they know who they are up against?" Jun Wuxia continued, "I saw that you had not made any moves against us. If you leave now, I'll spare your life. But those who harmed my grandfather and uncle shall leave their lives here." The indigo spirit user was taken aback. Not even in his dreams had he expected that he would one day be threatened by a little girl who had just broken through to the orange level. While he stood in astonishment, Drunk Lotus had obliterated and mashed up another disciple of the Qingyan clan to a pulp of flesh and bones into the ground. That was when the indigo spirit user's face paled. 3 of the Qingyan clan disciples had been slaughtered mercilessly before his eyes. The last remaining disciple was struggling under the black beast's lightning-quick attacks. What was more frightening was that the white-robed youth had already eyed Eunuch Wei, a blue spirit user. Drunk Lotus was not slowed down even against a blue spirit user. His attacks were as dominating and as tyrannical as when he had fought the green spirit users. Green or blue, it did not matter the slightest to Drunk Lotus. Seeing the skills displayed by the youth, and the way he overwhelmed a blue spirit user, he was thinking maybe he himself with his indigo spirit might very well not be a match for him. Where in the deepest levels of hell did this overpowered demon crawl out from? The indigo spirit user did not even classify Drunk Lotus as a contractual ring spirit. In this world, only the weapons and beast-type ring spirits were widely known. Who would have thought the handsome youth could actually belong to the plant-based series of ring spirits? Moreover, Drunk Lotus was a plant-based ring spirit that had the ability to morph into human form. Based on Drunk Lotus' appearance, he would most probably be about 17 years. Maybe 18. No release of spiritual energy was detected when he attacked, and it was impossible to even guess at the real strength behind that slender attractive figure of a boy. Even under assault from several blue spirit users, he was handling the fight with ease. Was he an indigo spirit user as well? Impossible. Attaining the indigo level in his teens. None exists. When Xin Han. What are you waiting for? If we are to die, you would not be able to answer to the Qingyan clan. Don't you want to save your granddaughter anymore? The several blue spirit users who were being pushed back by a lone Drunk Lotus grew desperate and shouted out to an Xin Han, the only indigo spirit user and the strongest among them. Never in their lives had they seen a teenager this powerful who forced 5 blue spirit users into throwing all their spiritual energies into defense, just to ward off his attacks. The only indigo spirit user, when Xin Han, among them, still had not made a move. He is when Xin Han? From behind, Jun Xian, who had been tending to his wounds, was shocked when he heard that name, and he looked wide-eyed at the conflicted expression on the expert blue-leveled spirit exponent. Father, you know him? Jun Qing asked in query. Jun Xian frowned. Yes, I know of him. He is from the Yen Kingdom, and he was widely revered as a prodigy who attained a breakthrough to the level yellow spirit when he was just 20 years old. His father was an official in the Yen Kingdom, but a massacre of his whole family was ordered in secret by the reigning emperor. His whole family was killed and only he alone managed to escape. He disappeared from the face of the world thereafter, and I did not expect him to be still alive. The Wen family were fiercely loyal to the crown, and in no way were they inferior to our Jun family. I had heard much about the Wen family when I was younger. When he finished relating the story of when Xin Han, Jun Xian turned to Jun Wuxia. Wuxia, if possible, do not harm when Xin Han. He had not attacked us, and I think his sense of conscience is still sound. I believe in members of the Wen family, they would never be an accomplice to evildoers. In this battle, when Xin Han had not participated in the attacks. If the indigo spirit user had attacked, the Jun family father and son would have been dead before Jun Wuxia arrived. Jun Wuxia looked up at her grandfather. She had not been blind to when Xin Han's internal conflict, but it was that it didn't matter to her. If when Xin Han remained as a spectator, she would spare his life. If he continues to be party to the Qingyan clan's evil doing, she would not let him off. But Jun Xian had spoken, and she did not want to defy him. Discover W stories on no/e/lbin.com. If grandfather wants her to stay her hand, she will comply. Just when Xian Han was about to jump into the fray, Jun Wuxia said suddenly, Senior Wen, since you were forced to dirty your hands only because of a desperate need for the help of the Qingyan clan, then allow me to offer you an alternative now. When Xian Han held himself back and looked at Jun Wuxia. Jun Wuxia raised her hand and threw out a bottle of elixirs to Xian Han, who caught it deftly. As long as the person you want to save is still alive, this medicine will let him live on. But if you choose to attack today, not only the person you want to save, but even you will die here. Jun Wuxia offered with her eyes narrowed. When Xian Han looked at Jun Wuxia in consternation and stared at the bottle in his hand. What is this little girl saying? He had seen Drunk Lotus in action, and when Xian Han was not completely confident to come out of a fight with him unscathed. He knew exactly what Jun Wuxia had meant when she had said he will die here, and knew deep in his heart it was not just an empty threat. And she had also said her elixir would save a life. Was that really the truth? They saw that when Xian Han had been about to make his move when Jun Wuxia's bottle of elixirs had confused him back into inaction. The aggressors turned helpless defenders under the overwhelming assault from Drunk Lotus, and the Black Beast grew desperate. When Xian Han, do not fall under the spell of that witch. Even the Qingyan clan sovereign was not completely confident of treating your grandson. How capable can a little lass like her be? She's just dragging for time to kill us before she can consolidate her forces to take you on. Do not fall for her scheme. When Xian Han stood staring in wonder at Jun Wuxia. He would not even have given it a thought if he had only considered her age, but something about her when he saw her calm and completely confident eyes clicked in his mind, and he felt a sense of unhurried certainty from her. To fight with his life at stake, or leave cradling this last hope in his arms? Visit en Velben, cm for EU ovals. If he were to die, his grandson would have no way to live either. He knew the callousness of the Qingyan clan too well. Even if he were to die here in battle today for their cause, they would not waste their time on his grandson whom they had no use for without his grandfather. If that was the case, why should he risk his life? Your name is Jun Wuxia? When Xian Han raised his head and looked at Jun Wuxia. Yes. I'll remember you. I will not further involve myself here today. If this elixir really works, when Xian Han will henceforth owe you his life. But if you were to deceive me, I will do everything I can to bring down the Jun family, even at the cost of these old bones. When Xian Han had decided to take a gamble, he was not confident of surviving a battle with Drunk Lotus, and if he died, his grandson would have no chance to live either. Accepting Jun Wuxia's suggestion was an alternative. It would be the best scenario if it could save his grandson. If it could not, he would make Jun Wuxia pay in blood. I don't want your life. Jun Wuxia rejected coldly, and it answered the unspoken question in Xian Han's mind. When Xian Han suddenly roared in laughter, faced with such a confident and arrogant little girl, he couldn't find it in his heart to dislike her. Fine. If it works, I will make it my duty to protect the Jun family till the day I die. How's that? You think I can't protect it myself? That arrogance. This was a first for Xian Han. He had never come across a kid as unruly and rebellious as Jun Wuxia was. If not for the wrong timing and circumstances, he would have liked to see what this young girl who broke through to attain an orange spirit at such a young age was capable of. I have caused disturbance today. We'll meet again. When Xian Han did not want to be associated with the Qingyan clan any further. If not for his grandson, whose life hung by a thread, he would not have agreed to partake in such acts of tyranny with the highly regarded Qingyan clan. With those words, when Xian Han dispelled his spirit's oppressive pressure and with a flick of his voluminous sleeves, he soared into the air, leaving the shouts and curses of the blue spirit users far behind. Is he really gone? Jun Qing had watched the scene play out with incredulity, not understanding how Xian Han had been so easily coaxed to leave with a few words from Jun Wuxia. Jun Wuxia explained. Drunk Lotus' strength was glaringly obvious, and he knew he would not escape unscathed. If he dies, the Qingyan clan will not save the person he wants to save. Rather than to work to the bone to do the Qingyan clan bidding, why not take a gamble? It must be said, Jun Wuxia had clearly read Wen Xianhan heart and mind, and cornered him in to make the most logical choice. For one who survived the Yan Kingdom's emperor's deadly persecution till today, and managed to break through to attain a rare indigo spirit, Jun Wuxia had very good reason to believe Wen Xianhan knew how to choose. A drunk lotus who was powerful enough to cause consternation to the indigo spirit user, and Jun Wuxia's generous offer of a tempting alternative, had naturally made the strongest among the group, who did not like the Qingyan clan anyway, choose to leave. With both might and strategy, Jun Wuxia was bringing them down fast. With the oppressive pressure lifted, the Rui Lin army who had been rendered immobile rose back on their feet. They encircled the delegates of the Qingyan clan and forced them close into the range of the snapping jaws and mauling claws of the fearsome black beast, and the merciless tyrannical and unseen fists of the maniacal Drunk Lotus. Drunk Lotus went on a terrifying rampage as he did not have to watch his back anymore. In less than an hour, the 4 Qingyan clan disciples and the 5 experts who joined the convoy were dead, pulverized and torn to shreds. A glaringly red pool of blood on the ground surrounded Drunk Lotus' feet, and his white clothes were now red. His exceedingly handsome face did not show any disgust or abhorrence, but it instead shone with the exhilaration of the gruesome massacre he had just executed. Yeah! Drunk Lotus gave out a low roar of exhilaration as he held his blood-smeared fists to his chest and clasped them hidden within his voluminous sleeves. With a light leap, his slender form drew a graceful arc and he landed right in front of Jun Wuxia. Miss, all dead. Drunk Lotus beamed at her. Jun Wuxia nodded slightly. The threat against the Lin Palace had been diffused, but it was far from over. Jun Wuxia had the injured soldiers carried in to be tended to. As long as they were still breathing, she was confident of saving them. Jun Xian and Jun Qing's injuries had not been serious, but Long Qi, who had 3 ribs broken and sustained various wounds, had gritted his teeth and had been silent throughout the ordeal. She then ordered for medicine to stabilize the condition of the wounded to be distributed but did not go back into the Lin Palace herself. She stood at the gates, staring at the bodies of the men of the Qingyan clan, her eyes chill as ever. Little darling, what's on your mind? Jun Wuyao, who had been absent all this while, suddenly stood beside Jun Wuxia. You were the one who released Drunk Lotus? Jun Wuxia asked. FIDDEU UPTS on NOV/E/LN.com. Jun Wuxia smiled and surveyed the piles of ground meat littered across the ground, and his smile widened. Have you not always wanted to know how strong Drunk Lotus is? Hence, he had given Drunk Lotus the opportunity. It seemed Drunk Lotus' methods of slaughter were just right up his alley. I am going to the Imperial Palace, Jun Wuxia said. The smile on Jun Wuyao's face stiffened. That was not all the people from the Qingyan clan. Without getting their hands on the Soul Jade, they will not give up. I expect the rest of them to have confronted Mo Qianyuan. Jun Wuxia reasoned as she narrowed her eyes. From what she gathered from Long Qi, the Qingyan clan had attacked yesterday. It would seem that Mo Qianyuan had fallen into the hands of the Qingyan clan for a day now. What would the naive little emperor have learned of the ways of the Qingyan clan? You want to save him? Jun Wuyao raised an eyebrow. Yes. Jun Wuyao's smile faded. I'll go with you. A damsel rescuing a distressed dog, what a thankless task. Jun Wuxia nodded and issued her orders to the Black Beast and Drunk Lotus to proceed to the Imperial Palace. When she was done, she was carried up by Jun Wuyao within his arms and they soared towards the Imperial Palace. In front of the Lin Palace, the Black Beast looked in distress at the blood-covered Drunk Lotus and the corner of its jaws twitched. Drunk Lotus looked at the black beast with one eyebrow raised and jumped right onto its back and grabbed a handful of its flesh and fur in his hand. He then laughed coldly, "Dumb kitty. Take me there. Move." The black beast almost teared, feeling so sorry for itself. Its mistress must never abandon it to this extreme and maniacal flower again. The acrid smell of blood permeated the air in the imperial palace's main hall. Qin Yuyan sat upright upon the throne, which was symbolic to the emperor. Her beautiful and graceful face had her usual gentle smile on, but the smile did not reach her eyes. Below the throne in the hall, a group of Qingyun clan disciples led by Jiang Qinqing sat around, their mouths sneering, as they all looked at the curled-up figure of a man, lying upon the floor, in the middle of the hall. The man's splendid clothes were now tattered, his hair a mess, and countless wounds big and small covered his huddled body. Bright red blood dripped from glaring wounds and spilled on the cold marble floors, and his usual upright and straight poise had been reduced to become a tightly curled-up ball, trembling in agony. The palace maids and eunuchs huddled in a corner, forced to witness the horror before them, for never in their dreams had they thought they would witness such atrocities. "Your Majesty still refuses to divulge the locations of the Soul Jade? Why do you choose to suffer such torment? Qingyun clan and the Qi kingdom had always been friends, why do you choose to cause us such annoyance?" Qin Yuyan sat imposingly upon the emperor's throne and sighed in mock exasperation, looking aggrieved, her eyes on the figure sprawled upon the cold floor. Mo Qianyuan, the newly crowned emperor of the Qi kingdom, was slated to enjoy the celebrations and the great admiration his people had for him, but he was being tortured cruelly instead, in the same main hall of the imperial palace, by the people from the Qingyun clan. He no longer possessed the strength to struggle, and can only gasp weakly with his face upon the cold hard floor. The good-looking face had had 2 deep gashes, and they opened from his left and right temples and crossed upon his face to his jaws. The blood was still flowing unabated, and the pain had been forgotten by Mo Qianyuan, as the pain of his flesh was overshadowed by the excruciating agony felt inside his body. It felt like everything inside was being churned with blades, and he was supposed to pass out from the agony. See check out LTS-TVL on novl/bin.cm. Mo Qianyuan knew, though, the sweet comfort of unconsciousness would not come. He did not know how long he had been suffering under the torment. He had only remembered that it had been early in the morning when the Qingyun clan had barged into the imperial palace and drove out all the court officials and slammed the doors to the main hall shut. They had then dragged the ruler of the kingdom down from his throne and forced unknown poison down his throat. The pain had begun from then. They had cut the tendons of his hands and feet and broken his spine. He could not even count the number of slashes and cuts he had been put through. The pain should have been too much for the mind to take, but the Qingyun clan disciples had force-fed him a medicine that kept him conscious. No matter how much of the excruciating pain and agony he felt, he could never fall into a dead faint and underfeel every single heart-rending ounce of torment the pain brought. Mo Qianyuan felt like laughing, to laugh at his own naivety, to laugh at his own foolishness. All the suffering he was put through was brought about by his very own naive compassion. If he had listened to Jun Wuxia and struck at them first, he wouldn't have fallen into the hands of the Qingyun clan. But he had never imagined that the top clan under the skies, a clan known for their healing knowledge of medicine, were capable of employing such malevolent and cruel means against their enemies, refusing them the sweet embrace of death, only to suffer further under torment. He had thought that Jun Wuxia was vicious, but what the Qingyun clan had put him under made Jun Wuxia look like an angel. At the very least, Jun Wuxia would never raise her hand against the innocent. This was the wager he agreed to make with her? Whether the Qingyun clan would uphold their reputation as the most revered clan throughout the lands? And whether Qin Yuyan would be as understanding and accommodating as he had imagined her to be? Mo Qianyuan swallowed the blood that trickled up his throat, and his mouth curled in derision at himself with much difficulty, and the last traces of magnanimity in him was snuffed out, as he drowned in the agonizing torment that washed over him. "You still refuse to tell?" Qin Yuyan propped her chin onto her hand as she looked on in impatience at the mute Emo Qianyuan. She had not expected that a weak emperor of such a tiny kingdom had the audacity to lie to her. She had been to the royal tomb and the Jun family's graveyard. She had turned the places upside down and still did not manage to locate any sign of the soul jade. Qin Yuyan had decided that Emo Qianyuan had lied to her. The price for having deceived the Qingyun clan was not something everyone could bear up under. She would not kill Emo Qianyuan, but keep him within an inch of his life. After she manages to force Emo Qianyuan to divulge the location of the soul jade, she would personally bring him back to the Qingyun clan, dismember his limbs and leave him soaked in her medicinal urns, which were filled with devastating poison, and make him suffer unspeakable torment, while keeping him alive. This was the price for deceiving the Qingyun clan. Yun Xian. Qin Yuyan called out suddenly. Bai Yun Xian, who had been standing quietly at the side, snapped to her senses, and paled visibly, as she fell to her knees in a panic before Qin Yuyan, who sat high up upon the emperor's throne. "Senior! I have wronged you. I will never create such mischief again." Beads of sweat rolled down the side of her face. People were usually charmed by the gentle facade that Qin Yuyan portrays, but as a disciple of the Qingyun clan who knew the inner workings within well, she knew the terror that hid behind the mask that Qin Yuyan presented to the outside world. The eldest miss of the Qingyun clan, who always appeared gentle and affable, was actually a demoness in disguise. Qin Yuyan's area of expertise was not medicine, but the development of poisons. In Qin Yuyan's backyard, tens of enormous medicinal urns were kept. In every urn, it was filled with various brews made from myriad poisons. She would then dismember the limbs, gouge out the eyes and cut off the tongues of people who displeased her and dump them into the urns to conduct her research into her study of poison. These people used for her research were all kept alive and refused death to suffer under their painful existence. Even the disciples of the Qingyun clan were terrified of Qin Yuyan. The woman had never been benevolent in her ways. Even when their own Qingyun clan disciples caused her to be annoyed, they were not let off easy either. Qin Yuyan looked smilingly at Bai Yun Xian, who was sweating profusely, and waved her hand slightly. A Qingyun clan disciple appeared from the back of the hall pushing a wheelchair. And seated upon the wheelchair was the hideous and gruesome Emo Qianfei. "Since you admit to your mistake, you would know what to do. You are my junior, and my father harbored high hopes for you. Being hopelessly tangled with a duke would not be something my father would like to hear about." Having said that, Qin Yuyan threw a dagger at the feet of Bai Yun Xian. "Kill him, and go back with me to receive your punishment." Bai Yun Xian was stunned as she stared at the dagger at her feet. She hesitated a moment before she bent to gingerly pick it up. She trembled as she straightened herself and walked unsteadily towards the obviously delirious Emo Qianfei. He had been a suave and charming guy, and he had been reduced to such a sorry state. He lost his good looks, and his elegant charm was missing. He was now just a nauseating pile of rot that smelled just as bad as he looked. "Can't bear to?" Qin Yuyan asked, observing Bai Yun Xian. "It's not that." Bai Yun Xian calmed herself. If it was Emo Qianfei in the past, she might have considered herself to have some feelings for him. But after he was reduced to such a state, Bai Yun Xian had given up on any thoughts of that. "Kill him and my senior will spare me." Without much of a hesitation, Bai Yun Xian drove the dagger in her hands deep into the chest of Emo Qianfei. Emo Qianfei, who had been muddled and delirious for a time, seemed to wake up and regain his consciousness at that moment. The distant look in his eyes lifted and he stared befuddled at the hands holding the dagger hilt that stuck out from his chest, and turned to look at Bai Yun Xian with his eyes in disbelief and grudging resentment. "I had no other choice. Having you dead is better than getting myself killed." Bai Yun Xian whispered through her teeth as she watched the light fade from Emo Qianfei's eyes. And when he breathed his last, Bai Yun Xian turned and knelt before Qin Yuyan. Get latest CHPTers on NVE/LBJ/N.C/M. My senior, he is dead. Qin Yuyen nodded, satisfied. Bai Yun Xian hurried in retreat to the side as she was relieved from her burden. Qin Yuyan gestured to another Qingyun clan disciple and he walked over to the curled-up figure of Mo Qianyuan who was still upon the floor and pulled his head up by the hair, to let him see Mo Xianfei on the wheelchair, motionless in death. Your Majesty, your brother is dead. If you do not want to be like him, then tell us what we want to know. Qin Yuyan said indifferently to Mo Qianyuan, who had held his mouth longer than she had expected. The poison that he had been forced to take was no ordinary poison. Its potency was not enough to immediately claim his life, but it would have caused untold damage to his internal organs, and brought enough pain to make him want to end his own life. Even after having gone through all that, Mo Qianyuan still refused to spill the beans. This was what really frustrated Qin Yuyan. It seems your Majesty still does not understand your predicament. Qin Yuyan said softly, as she gestured for the disciple to lift Mo Qianyuan up. Perhaps we have been too lenient, and we need to do more to make you talk. Uncle Jiang, can you do us the honor please? Jiang Qinqing walked over and grabbed the limp right hand of Mo Qianyuan. He then held the tip of Mo Qianyuan's little finger and released his spiritual energy. Arg! A pitiful hull filled the main hall. Mo Qianyuan's little finger was crushed bit by bit starting from the tip by Jiang Qinqing. More blood splattered on the floor and the palace maids and eunuchs shrank back even further into their corner as the horrible scene played out before them. Is that pain enough for you? Qin Yuyan laughed aloud, the tinkle of her laughter was filled with malice and cruelty. Mo Qianyuan had been utterly decimated, the pain had driven deep into heart as he howled in agony. He did not know how much more of this unrelenting torment he would have to take before the end comes. If only he had listened to Jun Wuxia. If he had gone along with what Jun Wuxia wanted, all these would not have happened. Carry on. Qin Yuyan laughed as she uttered those words of venom. Jiang Qinqing readied himself to continue his torture of Mo Qianyuan when suddenly, the tightly shut doors of the main hall burst open, hit by a powerful force. A handsome youth with his clothes splattered with blood rode upon a magnificent black beast charged into the main hall. Roar! The black beast gave out a earth-shattering roar. Get latest CHPTers on NVE/LBJ/N.C/M. After the black beast devoured the golden lion, he acquired the ability to roar like the golden lion. The roar sounded so much more dominating than its meek meows. Who are you? Jiang Qinqing threw down the hand of Mo Qianyuan and straightened up to face the intruders as he stared at the duo of flower and beast. That question should be from me, and directed at all of you. The cold chilly voice rang out suddenly outside the open doors. The cold expression on her face showed at the door after those words and she stood, her frosty eyes surveying everyone within the main hall, as Jun Wuyao stood silently behind her, a hint of a curl at the corners of his mouth. Who and what kind of people would dare come to the Qi kingdom to commit such atrocities? Jun Wuxia's eyes fell upon the crumpled form of Mo Qianyuan on the floor in the middle of the hall and her brow wrinkled intensely as she frowned deeply. Before you beat a dog, you have to know who its master is. She had wanted Mo Qianyuan to learn his lesson from this, but she had underestimated the cruelty of the most revered Qingyun clan, worshipped throughout the lands. Wu Xia. He barely whispered, his face white with weakness. When he saw Jun Wuxia appear before the doors, the excruciating agony that tormented him had lifted for that moment and he summoned everything he had left within to move his mouth sporadically to form a slight lift at the ends of his mouth in relief. She's here. Finally. Mo Qianyuan's voice was barely a whisper but the faint sound had burned into her ears when he had looked up at the figure of Jun Wuxia standing at the entrance to the main hall. Wuxia. If her memory served her correctly, the eldest miss of the Jun family seemed to have been named Jun Wuxia. But they had sent their men to the Lin Palace. Why would Jun Wuxia be here? However, when Qin Yuyan noticed the fabulously good-looking Jun Wuyao who stood behind Jun Wuxia, her smile had widened and she could not take her eyes off him. Up-to-date OVLS on OVL.bin.cm. What an unbelievably handsome man. She had not known that such an attractive man existed in this world. I shall teach that mouth of yours some manners. If you choose to seek death, I am only too glad to grant you your wish. Jiang Qinqing did not care who she was, and what she looked like. He only knew that whoever dared to mock the Qinyan clan like that must die to atone for the unforgivable affront. Jiang Qinqing leaped directly at Jun Wuxia, choosing to ignore Drunk Lotus completely to be beneath his notice. Among the three people and a beast that had suddenly appeared, only the black beast seemed to possess a little ability to battle. They three humans were too young, with the oldest among them to be just over 20 years of age. No matter how prodigious they might be, they were not a match for him. However, before Jiang Qinqing could even touch a corner of Jun Wuxia's robe, a blood-colored streak flashed to appear right before his eyes. The dashing youth threw a lightning-quick punch at the face of Jiang Qinqing. His speedy movements had surprised Jiang Qinqing and he raised his arms hurriedly to block off the blow, and Drunk Lotus punch hit him squarely on his forearms. A searing pain tore through his arms that shot throughout his entire body with its impact. In a blink, Jiang Qinqing had been driven back. The arm that blocked the blow from Drunk Lotus had blood running freely down its length, and its bone broken and sticking out of his flesh, visibly exposed. What kind of a monstrous strength was that? Jiang Qinqing stared at Drunk Lotus, his mouth agape, his mind reeling in shock. He, a respectably powerful blue spirit user, just had his arm broken by a fledgling young youth in his teens, with a single punch? If word of this got around, nobody would have believed it. Drunk Lotus' domineering attack had not only shocked Jiang Qinqing himself, but had made all the others from the Qinyan clan stand up in surprise. They knew very well the prowess Jiang Qinqing possessed. Even if the kid had successfully sneaked an attack on him, it was impossible that Jiang Qinqing would lose so horribly in a single pass. Drunk Lotus raised his fists up to his chest and his knuckles made a crackling sound as he clenched his fists. The fresh blood that had just smeared his fist dripped from his fingers. He might be extremely arrogant, but there was one common aspect among all contractual ring spirits. They were fiercely protective of their masters. That obnoxious old man dared to attack Jun Wuxia before his eyes. He must have lived too long and was getting tired of living. Who in the world are you? Jiang Qinqing asked as he gripped his blood-covered arm and stared at Drunk Lotus. He could not believe the young teenager before him possessed such power. You are not fit to know that. Drunk Lotus spurned, with a laugh filled with scorn. Qin Yuyan watched from atop the throne with her eyes narrowed after she averted her eyes away from Jun Wuyao's good looks. Jiang Qinqing had attained a blue-leveled spirit and ordinary people were not a match for him. Moreover, he was skilled in poison as well. Unless the opponent was an indigo spirit user, no one should be able to dominate over Jiang Qinqing like this. But the youth was obviously very young. How did a single punch from him reduce an elder of the Qinyan clan to such a state? Qin Yuyan changed her tact and stood up suddenly. She smiled gently at the annoyingly arrogant Drunk Lotus and said, I ponder for a reason why a respected individual such as you would grace us with your presence here today. Could it be that some sort of a misunderstanding had mistakenly been formed with the Qinyan clan? The Qinyan clan are currently handling some private matters and I would humbly request for you gracious acquiescence to make way for us to conclude them, and the Qinyan clan will not forget the favor shown to us today. No matter who this youth was, Qin Yuyan did not want to make an enemy of him. She brought up Qinyan clan's name into this to lend her credibility to encourage the youth to accede to her request. As for Mo Qianyuan and Jun Wuxia, she will bide her time to decide on their punishments. Qin Yuyan's guess was that the youth was probably external help that Jun Wuxia had employed from foreign powers. But she was thinking what Jun Wuxia, a mere young miss of a miserly Lin palace, had to offer to those foreign powers. Whatever Jun Wuxia could offer, the Qingyun clan can easily double the offer. There were no such things such as unshakable alliances. When people stick to so-called loyalty and determination, it was just that the offer was not tempting enough. Full 0W current novels on n/o/v/3l/b in.co/m. Qin Yuyan strongly believed that if it was a choice between the Lin Palace and the Qingyun clan, any dolt would know to choose the latter. Drunk Lotus gave a look of disdain as he turned to the pretentious woman before him, clicking his mouth in disgust. "Are you done with your drivel? If you are done, sit down, shut your trap and await your death. Qingyun clan? You're not even fit to carry my shoes. Using a clan of humans to bait a ring spirit. Was she of unsound mind?" Qin Yuyan's face froze in an expression of shock. Nobody had ever rejected the favor of the almighty Qingyun clan. Ever. Qin Yuyan fumed and sputtered, but did not manage to get a word out in her rage. Qingyun clan, these three words had never failed to impress before. This was the first time they were spurned so completely, and it felt just like a big slap on her face. "Drunk Lotus." Jun Wuxia called out. "Here. Cut the chatter, obliterate." Jun Wuxia frowned. She had neither interest nor the patience for conversation with the Qingyun clan. When they had made their move against the Jun family father and son, they had their fates sealed, and were destined to die. Why should she listen to people who are dead, and their senseless prater? "Yes, miss." Drunk Lotus' mouth curled up at the corners when Jun Wuxia gave her orders. The murder in his eyes shone unbridled and the bloodied figure rushed, a blur of movements, right at Jiang Chenqing. "Little Black. Meow. Roar. Fetch him." Jun Wuxia ordered calmly. The black beast's mind was linked to her mistress and naturally knew what Jun Wuxia meant. It could be none other than Mo Qianyuan who was at death's door. The black beast zoomed towards the middle of the hall, making a beeline towards Mo Qianyuan. Qin Yuyan could only watch on in amazement as the tide radically changed against her. She did not expect the powerful youth to submit to Jun Wuxia's instructions so eagerly, and Jun Wuxia had taken her by surprise further when she had not tried to negotiate and went right for the kill immediately. Her domineering methods were not sparing the Qingyun clan the tiniest bit of deference to the reverence of their name. Utter brazen insolence. "Jun Wuxia! Do not be too arrogant. You dare show such contempt to the Qingyun clan? Everyone! I hereby lay my terms to you. Anyone who takes the heads of Jun Wuxia and Drunk Lotus in this hall shall have Qingyun clan owe them a debt of gratitude, and we will fulfill a request of yours in the future. I will endorse this agreement on behalf of my father here now." Qin Yuyan was livid and filled with so much rage that she threw out an irrefusable and tempting offer. There were only a few Qingyun clan disciples present, and the remaining people consisted of more than 10 expert exponents who were here by Qingyun clan's invitation, and half of them had accepted due to their various urgent needs for Qingyun clan's assistance. With Qin Yuyan's commitment and promise, all of them did not hesitate to jump into the fray. In a flash, more than 10 of the invited exponents who had remained seated all this time made their move. All of them possessed at least a blue spirit but one. He was the same Wen Xian Han, who broke through to the indigo level. Qin Yuyan continued to stare at Jun Wuxia with her jaw tightly clenched. When she had thrown out her offer of the bounty, she had consciously excluded the gorgeous man standing behind Jun Wuxia. He had remained silent throughout, and she did not have a clue on his identity. If he knew what was good for him, she would bring him back to the Qingyun clan after Jun Wuxia was taken down. If he was oblivious to his good fortune. Qin Yuyan's eyes gleamed coldly. She had many medicinal urns waiting for him in her backyard. Utter chaos ensued in the main hall of the imperial palace the next moment. The palace maids and eunuchs hiding in the corner started screaming shrilly when they found that they had no other space to retreat into. You are coming at me all at once? Fantastic! In face of more than 10 attackers rushing towards him at once, Drunk Lotus did not back off one bit. The frenzy had instead made his adrenaline start pumping. He downed the rest of the wine in the jar at once, glugging down the fragrant and one of the finest of wine before he threw the jar out to smash against the wall. The intoxicating wine worked through Drunk Lotus' body and his cheeks flushed red as he shouted in satisfaction, "Whoa! Your Lord Drunk Lotus, am going to enjoy this massacre. I'll see how long your arrogance lasts. Everyone! Take his head!" Jiang Qinqing stared darkly at Drunk Lotus with his jaw clenched. He had never been so humiliated throughout the years he had lived. He could not wait to crush his bones and scatter his ashes. The disciples of the Qingyun clan joined forces with the Blue Spirit users to attack Drunk Lotus. The Black Beast took the opportunity to slip through the crowd, but was spotted by 2 Blue Spirit users who tried to block its path. The massive Black Beast proved to be too fast for them as it zigzagged its way past without them realizing the beast had already gone past them. "You fools, enjoy your bout with Drunk Lotus. I have specific orders." The Black Beast slunk itself low on the ground, having no intention to engage the enemy as he neared his target. The lone mighty Indigo Spirit users set his eyes on Jun Wuxia and roped in 3 of the Blue Spirit users and charged at Jun Wuxia. They could clearly see that this young sapling of a girl was the commander of the group. To kill a snake, you need to strike at its head. As long as they kill the little lass, the youth and the Black Beast will crumble. However, they had completely overlooked the tall and handsome man standing behind Jun Wuxia. Jun Wuyao had been smiling all this while. Watching the screaming foursome who leapt at Jun Wuxia, his eyebrow twitched slightly. Just when the Indigo Spirit user was about to touch Jun Wuxia, he wrapped an arm around Jun Wuxia and his tall frame soared into the air, his movements both elegant and graceful. "Do not dirty my little darling's dress with your filthy hands," Jun Wuyao said cheekily with a smile, but the smile did not show within his eyes. The Indigo Spirit user leapt in pursuit, his eyes locked on the attractive face of Jun Wuyao. Jun Wuyao flicked his finger slightly and several dark streaks shot lightning quick towards the 4 pursuers' faces. Once upon their faces, the black streaks took on a physical form. They were actually black snakes about the width of a finger. The scales on their bodies protruded slightly, and were razor-sharp just like blades, and they were lined with potent poison. The tiny black snakes slit deep red gashes on the faces of the 4 pursuers, and a dark fog continued to permeate from above them, and screams of agony escaped from the 4 highly respected expert exponents. The flesh on their faces seared as though a red-hot iron bar was pressed against their faces, and the pain was unbearable. They then realized in horror that the pain was spreading throughout their bodies. Up-to-date OVLS on OVL-bin.cm. These snakes are poisonous. Protect your bodies with your spiritual energies. The Indigo Spirit user reacted under the dire circumstances and immediately released his spiritual energy from his body, and an indigo glow enveloped his body. The other 3 had followed suit. "That bit of spiritual energy, and you want to rid yourselves of my snakes of ink?" Jun Wuyao gave out a low laugh. The 4 men had released their spiritual energies and covered their bodies in it to protect themselves from the attacks of the ink snakes. But their spiritual energies had no effect on the little creatures, and they were extremely quick and agile. The snakes then slipped under their collars, and where they passed, a trail of searing pain followed, tearing up the flesh. Their spiritual energies had not helped them the tiniest bit. Not only the Blue Spirit experts, even the mightiest among them, the Indigo Spirit expert, had been helpless against the agony from the ink snakes. The snakes of ink were small in size and extremely quick and agile. Before they could catch hold of it, they had slipped under their clothes, and in the next moment, the clothes turned a bright shade of red, and they fell to the ground in pain. The man who had released the ink snakes looked on, with Jun Wuxia in his arms, a wide smile on his face, as he reveled in his own work. Within moments, the 4 expert exponents fell under the ink snake's furious attack, lying on the ground twitching in convulsions. Qin Yuyan, who stood before the throne, watched in dismay at all that was happening. She could not believe her eyes. That gorgeous specimen of a man had such heaven-defying abilities. He had just wriggled his finger, and several of the snakes he released had taken down 4 highly skilled blue spirit experts, and even the mightiest among them, the indigo spirit user, in just mere moments with a single attack. Where did his overpowering might come from? Her adoration quickly turned to fear, and the ever-present gentle smile on Qin Yuyan's face faded as the fear grew. Jun Wuxiao landed gently with Jun Wuxia within his arms, and his attention was on Jun Wuxia as he fussed around her to make sure that not a single drop of blood had stained his little darling, not sparing the convulsing foursome a single glance. Within the imperial main hall, Drunk Lotus was totally immersed into the heat of battle. His beautiful eyes were aflame in battle rage, teetering on the edge of madness. His lightning-quick punches were too fast to be seen, and every single one of them brought renewed agony to his multitude of opponents. Most up-to-date novels are published on n0velgen.co/m. Encasing your body in a spiritual energy shield? Highly skilled blue spirit experts? They were felled one after another under Drunk Lotus' ferocious and tyrannical endless flurry of punches, and all their feeble attempts at resistance looked like a joke. A lone punch had blasted a Qingyun clan disciple's head open, and the blood had soaked through Drunk Lotus' already blood-covered once white robes. The heavy stench of blood drove Drunk Lotus deeper into his frenzy, and his body emitted a thick murderous aura as his attacks intensified. Jiang Qinqing, who had screamed for Drunk Lotus' head, had both his arms broken and had been twisted in grotesque angles as well as his vertebrae. He was lying in a sorry heap as he watched on in horror at the descent of death onto the mortal realm. Jiang Qinqing understood now how Jun Wuxia, as a member of the targeted Jun family, could make her way here to the imperial palace. Judging from Drunk Lotus' prowess, the force dispatched to the Lin Palace had undoubtedly been annihilated. Jiang Qinqing never would have imagined he, who had lived half his life, dominating over most people, would trip up and meet his end in a tiny kingdom like Qi, which had been founded less than 100 years. Though, no one would have expected that such a terrifying youth existed in the minuscule kingdom of Qi. With his devastating strength, an indigo spirit exponent was not his match. Even the non-existent topmost legendary purple spirit might just be able to combat on equal footing with him. All traces of arrogance and haughty superiority had been obliterated along with his body under Drunk Lotus punches. He could only lie upon the ground in futility as he saw the others massacred under Drunk Lotus' insane onslaught. The black beast carried the barely alive Mo Qianyuan through the chaos upon its back. Mo Qianyuan had already been tortured to within an inch of his life, and with the black beast's jolting dash through the main hall, his insides had threatened to come out through his mouth when he clenched his jaw tight to last the nightmarish journey. He had held on with everything he had and more, and he must not give up now. He's in rather bad shape, really bad. The black beast stopped in front of Jun Wuxia and swished its long furry tail. It knew it was no doctor, but having tottered behind Jun Wuxia all this while, from all it had seen and heard, it could see that Mo Qianyuan had not long to live. The only reason Mo Qianyuan was still alive was only because the Qingyun clan had wanted to know from him the location of the Soul Jade. But his organs had started to fail, the tendons on his limbs were cut, and his veins and arteries blocked. Death was not far away for him. Jun Wuxia's eyes narrowed when she saw Mo Qianyuan. She was used to seeing blood, but the sight of the pitiful state Mo Qianyuan was in made Jun Wuxia frown unconsciously. These people were not just ordinarily cruel. Mo Qianyuan was almost just an empty shell, and he lived only through the subsistence of medicine fed to force his consciousness. Hanging on in his last breaths, his lips were tightly pressed together. But the glaringly red blood continued to seep out from the corner of his mouth. Jun Wuxia breathed in deeply and looked at drunk Lotus, who was happily engrossed in his killing, and she said chillingly, "Finish it up quick." She can wait, but Mo Qianyuan's injuries could not afford to. Drunk Lotus was enjoying himself immensely and had been caught up with battle lust when he heard Jun Wuxia's orders, which caused him to pause mid-battle, momentarily. The breather that his highly skilled opponents received from Drunk Lotus' sudden pause only made their heart cringe further. Did she say finish it up quick? This monster was holding back. The group of skilled experts had jumped at the chance to gain the favor of the Qingyun clan by just killing a few perceived young and therefore weak hot-headed youths, had by now deeply regretted their earlier decision, but it was too late. Having broken through their ring spirits to the blue level had made them extraordinary figures, and every single one of them had held sway over in their own countries. If not for the highly regarded and revered Qingyun clan's invitation, they would never have made their way to such a distant and tiny kingdom like Qi. None of them had expected this trip to be the last one of their lives. The young Qi kingdom, less than a century since its founding, was seen as totally insignificant among the various mighty powers. Bigger countries thought it beneath their notice to attack, smaller kingdoms lamented the distance, making it impossible to invade, and their immediate neighbors evenly matched them in might. This had enabled the Qi kingdom to prosper and build their nation in these tumultuous and chaotic times. In the eyes of the expert exponents, a tiny kingdom like this could not even compare with the region and districts under their jurisdiction. But it was right in this tiny, insignificant, and despised kingdom that such a terrifying and unstoppable demon had appeared. Just in his teens, and he could easily kill a blue spirit user. Even surrounded and under the simultaneous assault of more than 10 highly skilled experts, he was holding up very well. Was this guy even human? Discover new chapters at novelby.co. Drunk Lotus was no human, but a pity, these arrogant and shallow experts would never ever know that. Spare us! As for whatever damage we have caused, the Qingyun clan will repay you tenfold. Whatever you ask for, we will agree to it. I am an elder of the Qingyun clan. I have countless precious and rare elixirs and pills. Jun Wuxia's finish it up quick had driven his mind to near madness, as he knew it better than anyone, the power the youth possessed, and he obeyed Jun Wuxia's every single command. He believed, whatever Jun Wuxia ordered, the youth would deliver. The youth obviously did not care about any repercussions of vengeance by the Qingyun clan. Death had never felt so close. The haughty Jiang Qinqing finally learnt fear. Drunk Lotus frowned and looked at Jiang Qinqing, and turned in query to Jun Wuxia. He did not know anything about these deals that humans made between themselves. To kill or to leave alive was entirely up to his mistress. Jiang Qinqing saw that his words had an effect, as the youth had turned to Jun Wuxia for instructions. He hurriedly continued, "Miss Jun, if you let us go today, I will get our sovereign to treat your uncle's legs." He vaguely remembered, the Jun family seemed to have a crippled young lord. Jun Wuxia had opened her mouth to reply, but Jiang Qinqing's words had stopped her. Her eyes then narrowed. "My uncle's legs were previously treated by your sovereign." Jiang Qinqing said hastily, "It would be different this time." The sovereign had not really wanted to treat him that time. "I guarantee that this time, if you are to let us go, I will ask the sovereign to treat your uncle's legs for sure." Jun Wuxia's face darkened and her eyes grew frosty. The icy stare bore into Jiang Qinqing's bloodied face. Drunk Lotus. Here. Silence that trap. Jiang Qinqing's eyes widened in shock, and he stared in disbelief at Jun Wuxia. Why did she suddenly decide to kill him? He was totally clueless that his own words had just sealed his fate further. If he had only kept his silence, he might have outlived the others, although it had been decided, all of them were to die here, today. Before Jiang Qinqing had recovered from Jun Wuxia's shocking command, Drunk Lotus suddenly appeared in front of him. With his vertebrae snapped, he hung like a limp rag doll as Drunk Lotus picked him up. The others watched on in horror and only cringed in silence as they had grown fearful of Drunk Lotus' prowess, while Jiang Qingqing's face grew pale and was helpless to offer any resistance. "You brought doom upon yourself. If you had remained silent, I had intended to kill you last. But you had to displease my mistress, didn't you? That sealed your fate." Drunk Lotus laughed mockingly at Jiang Qingqing. Jun Wuxia had always been cold and unfeeling, and very few things in the world can incite her to anger. But anything that involved the members of the Jun family easily ignited the dormant murderous intent that within her. This dolt actually openly admitted that the Qingyan clan sovereign had not been serious in treating Jun Qing previously. They let Jun Qing stay crippled for 10 long years. There was no way Jun Wuxia would show the tiniest bit of mercy to them. Geet the L testvels on no/v/elben.c/om. They had repeatedly harmed the Jun family. The scoundrel truly deserved it. Don't. Jiang Qingqing was trembling in fright. He had lost all the cockiness that had been so prevalent when he first arrived in Qi and started pleading for his life. "I might as well tell you. My mistress' knowledge and skills in medicine overshadows your beloved quack sovereign's by leaps and bounds, and she has already healed her uncle's legs." Drunk Lotus enjoyed seeing the expressions on Jiang Qingqing's face switching between fear and shock when he could have killed him with a single blow, but that would have been too easy for him. For someone who caused displeasure to his mistress, Drunk Lotus wanted him to feel and languish in horror as the fingers of fear creep in and grip the heart before he dies. Jiang Qingqing's face had turned deathly white, and he has accomplished what he wanted, and there was no reason to prolong it. His blood-smeared fist raised and smashed right into the face of Jiang Qingqing. His head exploded with the impact, and blood, bone and brain covered Drunk Lotus. There was no disgust, but the gore only brightened the flame that was in his eyes. The taste of slaughter was heavenly sweet. Releasing his grip, he dropped the headless body of Jiang Qingqing on the floor and rushed straight at his next target. Agonized screams sounded out from the main hall, and the highly skilled aggressors that had thrashed the Qi Kingdom's imperial authority and trampled over the Jun family's dignity had now been reduced to be like animals awaiting their slaughter, resisting in futility against the fists of Drunk Lotus, and only resulting in a more painful death. He had looked to be such a charming and glamorous youth, but his method of killing was many times more bloody and gory than anything they had ever seen. In just a short while, ravaged and broken bodies lay scattered around Drunk Lotus. The smell of blood grew thick within the main hall, and almost all of the people from the Qingyan clan had been disposed of, except for a lone Qin Yuyan and a visibly shaking Bai Yin Xian who had hid in a corner. Qin Yuyan was speechless as she stared upon the bloody sight within the main hall, as fear and shock were reflected in her eyes. Jiang Qingqing was dead, the Qingyan clan disciples were dead, and even the invited highly skilled experts were all dead. She raised her head as the blood drained from her face, and she looked at Jun Wuxia standing before the doors of the main hall. She had been the one who had issued the orders for everything that had transpired here today. Jun Wuxia had only been a young miss of a tiny unnoticed Qi kingdom's Lin Palace. What did she have to offer to employ such overly powerful allies to her cause? "Mistress, that one over there." "Kill?" Drunk Lotus strode over to stand before Jun Wuxia, his face beaming in content, as he pointed his slender finger at Qin Yuyan who was standing before the throne. That finger, pointed in her direction, had made Qin Yuyan's blood turn to ice, as she staggered backwards in a panic and fell awkwardly back onto the throne. The glittering throne had blood splattered all over it in the earlier chaos and slaughter, and the contrasting dark red blood against the bright glittery gold make it a ghastly sight to see. "You cannot kill me, I am the eldest daughter of the Qingyan clan's sovereign. If you dare to kill me, my father will spare none of you, and the Qingyan clan will obliterate the whole of your Qi kingdom." Forcefully squeezing out the last remaining vestiges of arrogance within her, Qin Yuyan stared at Jun Wuxia, as she forced down the fear that threatened to overcome her, but her hand betrayed her false bravado as her knuckles turned white from the tight grip she exerted upon the arm of the throne. Jun Wuxia raised an eyebrow. She had not had any direct contact with Qin Yuyan before this, but her threat had sounded exactly like what Bai Yin had thrown at her before. Recalling the scene, Jun Wuxia turned to look at Bai Yin, who was hiding silently in the corner, trying her best not to be noticed. Jun Wuxia's stare was enough to bring Bai Yin to her knees as her knees buckled and she fell heavily with a loud thud onto the ground. Besides Qin Yin clan, couldn't they say something new? Bring her. Jun Wuxia said softly. Drunk Lotus leapt up to the throne and a scream erupted from Qin Yuyan's throat. The pampered and spoilt Qin Yuyan was no match for Drunk Lotus and almost immediately, Qin Yuyan was dragged unceremoniously by the hair off the throne to come before Jun Wuxia. The eldest miss of the Qin Yin clan was handled roughly by the abrasive Drunk Lotus, who did not even see her as human. The poison in him was given by you? Jun Wuxia pointed at Mo Qianyuan upon the black beast's back. Qin Yuyan's lips trembled and thought to push the blame only the deceased Jiang Qinqing, but the cold frosty eyes before her made her change her mind in a hurry and swallowed back the lie that was at her throat. I have the antidote. Qin Yuyan offered hurriedly. A mocking laugh sounded from the corner where Bai Yin had fallen. She had not been close to Qin Yuyan, and when she saw the always haughty and arrogant eldest miss falling into the same pit as she had before, her heart lit with twisted glee. Antidote? With Jun Wuxia's knowledge in medicine, she wouldn't care for Qin Yuyan's antidote. Poisons and antidotes, hand over all that you have. Jun Wuxia ordered dismissively. Qin Yuyan hurriedly took out all the poison and antidote bottles she had on her, but Jun Wuxia simply said, all. Qin Yuyan was stunned for a moment and in the next second, a sharp pain on her scalp shot through her entire body that brought unstoppable tears to her eyes and she looked pitifully at the gorgeous man standing behind Jun Wuxia, pleading for help. And Jun Wuxiao only smiled devilishly. Geet the L testvels on no/v/elben.c/om. Do you not understand? Take out all the poisons and antidotes you have on you. Drunk Lotus pulled impatiently on Qin Yuyan's hair again, but he exerted too much of his strength and found that he held a bunch of hair in his hands. Having a bunch of her hair pulled out forcefully, she howled in pain at that moment and Drunk Lotus grabbed at another bunch before she could recover. Hurry it up or I'll pull out all your hair. Jun Wuxia did not give him orders to kill her, but torture should be all right. Drunk Lotus' ominous warning terrified Qin Yuyan greatly and she flurried in haste to take out every single bottle of elixir, medicine and every last bottle she had on her to put them all before Jun Wuxia. More than 10 bottles were displayed before Jun Wuxia as she stared at the pale-faced Qin Yuyan and turned to look at the bottles. She picked them up one by one and sniffed at them. If you would spare me, I can give you however much elixirs or medicines that you want. My father will give them to you, anything that you want. Drunk Lotus' brutality had scared the wits out of Qin Yuyan and she was bawling her eyes out in pain. The graceful and beautiful face had lost all its former glory and with the way she looked now, no one would be able to picture her to be one and the same person of the cruel, vicious and venomously scheming eldest miss of the greatly feared and revered Qin Yin clan. Jun Wuxia ignored the crying Qin Yuyan and picked out a few bottles before she threw the rest on the floor. The elixirs that had many people fight tooth and nail for were thrashed and scattered on the ground. A fragrant aroma emitted from the open bottles that were lying on the floor. Qin Yuyan's eyes widened in shock as she stared at the bottles that Jun Wuxia threw away, knowing very well what they had contained. Jun Wuxia had thrown all the elixirs and medicines with healing properties, including the antidotes. What she held in her hand were all poison. Pry open her mouth. Jun Wuxia told Drunk Lotus. Qin Yuyan went ballistic as she struggled fiercely with all her might. But her strength was no match for Drunk Lotus. Drunk Lotus held Qin Yuyan's mouth open easily. She was helpless and could only stare wide-eyed in fear as tears ran freely down her face and pleading sounds came out of her mouth as Drunk Lotus held her mouth open. Scared? Jun Wuxia looked at Qin Yuyan and asked coldly. Qin Yuyan blinked her eyes rapidly. Not just plain scared, but absolutely terrified. Qin Yuyan had never met anyone insane like Jun Wuxia, whose actions went beyond reason. Even after knowing she was the eldest miss of the all-powerful Qingyun clan, Jun Wuxia was just as vicious. Jun Wuxia's eyes narrowed as she looked upon the tear-streaked face of Qin Yuyan and asked, "When you set your hands upon Mo Qianyuan, you had been fearless then." The bottles of poison that Jun Wuxia held within her hands were exactly what Qin Yuyan had forced into Mo Qianyuan's body. Qin Yuyan felt the cold fingers of fear creep up on her when she had force-fed the poisons into Mo Qianyuan and saw him thrash and writhe in agony. She had watched on in satisfaction. Without hesitation, Jun Wuxia poured everything within those bottles into the wide-open mouth of Qin Yuyan. Drunk Lotus clamped Qin Yuyan's mouth shut and held it closed, forcing her to swallow the lethal poisons down her throat. "Release her," Jun Wuxia then commanded. Drunk Lotus tossed her aside and wiped his hands in disgust as if he had been holding something extremely filthy. All test NOVL on novelben/.cm. In moments, the poison in her stomach started to take effect. The mussed-up Qin Yuyan felt the sudden surge of agonizing pain throughout her body and curled up tightly on the floor and starting trembling violently. She wailed and howled through the pain, interjected with piercing screams, reduced to a sorry sight to behold. Jun Wuxia watched on coldly at Qin Yuyan, her eyes devoid of any compassion or pity. Magnanimity to your enemies equates to cruelty to yourself. When the Qingyun clan had raised their hand against the Jun family and Mo Qianyuan, they had not shown a shred of compassion. The current situation had no place for unwanted and unneeded saintly benevolence. When people take an inch, she reciprocates by taking a yard. These people have caused harm to her family and her ally, and she was just returning the favor, tenfold. Since the Qingyun clan are as omnipotent as you put it, I shall leave you here in the main hall to save yourself. I will leave all those antidotes behind, all for you," Jun Wuxia told Qin Yuyan. As she said those words, Drunk Lotus and the one hiding in the corner, by Yin Xian, were stunned for the moment. What was Jun Wuxia saying? Did she just say she would leave Qin Yuyan the antidote? Wouldn't that allow Qin Yuyan to escape her fate? Even Qin Yuyan, who was still under unbearable torment, struggled to sit up at those words. Her eyes, which had dimmed in resignation, sparked with a glimmer of hope and her heart soared. Jun Wuxia would not kill her. Jun Wuxia observed Qin Yuyan and raised her hand the next moment. An orange ball of spiritual energy formed out of her open palm and streaked straight at the pile of antidotes on the ground and blasted them into fine powder. The highly prized antidotes and elixirs mixed in a heap, reduced to ash. Broken porcelain bits were mixed hopelessly among the charred black powder, impossible to separate. "It's all for you." As promised, Jun Wuxia had left the antidotes behind for Qin Yuyan. The only catch was to identify and separate the antidote from the pile of charred powder and porcelain bits. Even if Qin Yuyan was not under torment from the agonizing pain from the poison, it was still impossible to pick out the antidote from the pile of trash. The glimmer of hope that had shone through was mercilessly extinguished and robbed from her the next moment, throwing Qin Yuyan deeper down into the depths of despair. Falling from the high clouds and into the mud low on the ground, feeling the disparity and futility of the situation, Qin Yuyan was utterly devastated and she lay curled up, resigned. The agony brought about by the poison wrecked at her body, and Jun Wuxia's mockery by raising her hopes and then shattering it completely broke the will of Qin Yuyan. Jun Wuxia to offer a lifeline? In your dreams. After seeing Mo Qianyuan's condition, Jun Wuxia had wanted to skin her alive. Jun Wuxia had spent so much time and effort to nurse and enable the recuperation of Mo Qianyuan into such a healthy specimen, yet Qin Yuyan had come and erased all that in one stroke. It was all back to square one. Follow US stories at nvl/by/n.com. Qin Yuyan did not dare harbor the tiniest sliver of anticipation anymore, and had sunk deep into despair as the pain continued to wreck her body. The agony brought about convulsions, and her bones felt like millions of ants were slowly biting and chipping away at them. All these poisons with their malicious effects were made by her own hands. Qin Yuyan had used them on countless people before to inflict the unspeakable torment upon her enemies. She had never thought that the poisons of her own device would one day be turned around to be used to give her a taste of it herself. Everyone is to get out of here and leave the main hall to allow our Miss Qin to find the antidote in peace, Jun Wuxia ordered tonelessly. But her words were music to the many ears huddled in the corner as palace maids and eunuchs held back their tears of joy as they rushed out and escaped from the bloody and gory main hall, filled with mutilated corpses strewn all over. Bai Yunxian remained in her corner, left with nowhere to go, and stood woodenly where she was, looking with dread at Jun Wuxia. Jun Wuxia turned towards her, and Bai Yunxian hurried to kneel before Jun Wuxia before she could say anything and rambled on ashen-faced, "I did not tell them anything. I swear. Qin Yuyan forced me to kill Mo Xianfei. I really never said anything. Not a single word." Jun Wuxia raised an eyebrow. She did not know that Bai Yunxian had been so afraid of her to this extent. But Mo Xianfei is dead? He got off too easy. Stand up, Jun Wuxia said coldly. Bai Yunxian was still of use, and she will allow her to live, for now. If Bai Yunxian had revealed anything to Qin Yuyan, she would have outlived her usefulness. But it seemed that she was not that dumb. Bai Yunxian's body shook as she stood up, as she knew she had just managed to keep herself alive this time. "You stay here, and make sure she does not kill herself," said Jun Wuxia as she gestured at Qin Yuyan. Bai Yunxian nodded her head furiously, not daring to comment. With all said and done here, Jun Wuxia turned to leave and Jun Wuyao walked with her. The black beast carried Mo Qianyuan on its back and followed after. Drunk Lotus, who brought up the rear, hooked his hands on the doors as he stepped out, and pulled the doors of the Imperial main hall shut tightly behind him, shutting out the gory scene within. In the main hall, only Qin Yuyan, who was trembling violently, and Bai Yunxian, who heaved a huge sigh of relief, were left. A bright red trickle ran down the corner of Qin Yuyan's mouth. Her eyes were venomous as she stared at Bai Yunxian. She had realized from Bai Yunxian's pleading that the slut, Bai Yunxian, had conspired with Jun Wuxia all this while. Bai Yunxian was put off by Qin Yuyan's stare and said with a frown, "Senior, you can't blame me for this. Haven't both you and Master always taught me, the wise must bend according to changing circumstances? It's no use staring at me, I wouldn't have betrayed the Qingyun clan, but you guys are really not a match for Jun Wuxia." Bai Yunxian hesitated a moment, before she decided that Qin Yuyan was doomed anyway, and there was no need to hide anymore. She then revealed the truth. Actually, the poison that inflicted Mo Xianfei was Jun Wuxia's doing, and she had forced the same poison onto me. I had intentionally led all of you to give Mo Xianfei a diagnosis to see whether you or Jiang Qingqing would be able to counter the poison. If either of you had been able to do it, I would have told you the truth then. But both of you had disappointed me then, when both of did not even manage to detect the cause. How could I have told you anything then? Senior, haven't you always prided yourself on your exemplary skills in medicine? How could you be stumped so completely by a poison concocted by a little young lass? Bai Yunxian felt relieved as she got everything off her chest and managed to smile. The law of the jungle also meant every man for himself to Bai Yunxian. She was only trying to keep herself alive. Even the high and mighty Qin Yuyan had fallen so hard before Jun Wuxia, and it brought Bai Yunxian a twisted sense of satisfaction, but on the other hand, her fear of Jun Wuxia had intensified. Equipped with medical skills that the Qinyan clan could only dream of acquiring, and having mighty experts of unfathomable strength beside her, Bai Yinxian would not dare to go against Jun Wuxia ever again even if she had 100 lives. She only wished to live, and did not dare harbor any hatred. Qin Yuyan could not speak as the pain overcame her, and only managed to stare with hate-filled eyes at Bai Yinxian, wishing she could swallow her up whole. Lut. Trying with all her might, she managed to spit out a single syllable to curse, but at the cost of vomiting out blood that splattered on the floor. Full 0W current novels on n/o/v/3l/b in.co/m. Senior, I would advise you to conserve your strength, as Jun Wuxia will not allow you to die so easily. I saw the poison she poured into your mouth. It was all made by your own hands, wasn't it? You should know their effects better than anyone. As long as no one moves you, you will not die from it even after days of its agonizing torment. Jun Wuxia might be young, but her schemes and brains were the best I have ever seen. Did you not wonder why the Qi kingdom suddenly had a change of their rulership? It was achieved through the scheme of Jun Wuxia, who had single-handedly plotted it. The former ruler of the Qi kingdom is currently still locked in the imperial dungeon suffering a fate worse than death. And you had confronted her assuming she was just another ordinary teen. How naive. Bai Yinxian could not help but mock the helpless Qin Yuyan thrashing upon the ground. For all those times she had been toyed and suppressed in the Qinyan clan by Qin Yuyan in the past, Bai Yinxian finally got the chance to give vent here in Qi. Although twisted, her feeble mocking as her form of vengeance upon Qin Yuyan brought Bai Yinxian a sense of satisfaction. Qin Yuyan wanted nothing more than to kill the traitorous Bai Yinxian, but after hearing Bai Yinxian's words, fear crept into her heart. The poison that she had concocted herself would indeed not kill her within the next few days, but the unbearable torment that came with it was truly a fate worse than death. The last thing she would have expected was that her own poison that she had meticulously crafted to inflict the most torturous agony would one day be used upon herself. Bai Yinxian was right, and she knew it better than anyone else. Jun Wuxia had not killed her then, but it was not mercy that stayed her hand, but her vicious intention to inflict the most agonizing pain, and to prolong the torment through days before she can fall into the sweet embrace of death. By now, death, to Qin Yuyan, was an indulgence. Yun. Xian. K. Kill. Me. Tears fell from her eyes as blood spurted out from her mouth. Bai Yinxian looked at her with disdain, and patted Qin Yuyan on her sleeve. Senior, you should revel in your own work. Have you not realized? This is Jun Wuxia's way of payback on Mo Qianyuan's behalf. She sighed at the foolishness of Qin Yuyan. The black beast carried Mo Qianyuan upon its back and followed Jun Wuxia to Mo Qianyuan's living chambers in the imperial palace. The guards and palace maids saw Jun Wuxia approach and they all backed off in retreat to allow her passage. They could only crane their neck and observe silently after the queer entourage passed them and entered the chambers. Mo Qianyuan's injuries were severe. It wasn't just the poison within, but also the various wounds, big and small, that threatened to end his life. It was a rather sticky situation, even for her prodigious skills. Jun Wuxia got drunk Lotus to transfer Mo Qianyuan to the bed and immediately removed several bottles of elixirs and medicine from her body. Next, she held her silver needles and applied acupuncture quickly and skillfully on various major acupressure points on Mo Qianyuan at once. Dark red blood that was almost black flowed out from Mo Qianyuan and dripped off the silver needles. Without hesitation, Jun Wuxia then pushed 3 elixirs in Mo Qianyuan's mouth and helped him to ingest them before she started to tend to the numerous external wounds. Jun Wuxiao stood smilingly, with his arms crossed before his chest, as he observed Jun Wuxia's quick hands and mind while she labored endlessly to save a life. Meow. Mistress, the dumb emperor is really gravely injured. The black beast who had carried Mo Qianyuan all the way to the living chambers licked at its paws. It had felt that Mo Qianyuan's breaths were very shallow and weak, and he looked very much on the verge of death. His bones had been broken in many places, and many of his arteries and veins were blocked. Most of his organs were starting to fail, and his untreated wounds were beginning to fester and inflame. All these had brought about a high fever, and signs of dehydration were starting to surface. On top of all this was the lethal poison attacking Mo Qianyuan from the inside. He would not last much longer if he was not treated immediately. Meow. You're still going to save him? Even if it's you, I think it will still require a great amount of effort. Why don't we just push another emperor to ascend to the throne? Jun Wuxia frowned and ignored the Black Beast ramblings. But the Black Beast's words had made her eyes turn more chilly. If not for the Qingyan clan's completely merciless and vicious methods, she wouldn't have such a big headache now. The former emperor had stifled and schemed against Mo Qianyuan from a young age, and he was given jade nectar tinged with wheat night flour over a long period, which had severely weakened Mo Qianyuan's body foundation. If not for Jun Wuxia's prior selfless generosity with her countless divine elixirs, and even feeding him the snow lotus's seeds that built up his strength, Mo Qianyuan would not have lasted till she got there this time. But even if a healthy grown man had undergone the same torment under the hands of the Qingyan clan, he would not be far from death either. This guy here seems to attract calamities and disaster. Drunk Lotus leaned against the bed and looked at the sorry-looking Mo Qianyuan, thinking that his life had been one sad story. Even a person as savage as Drunk Lotus could not help but feel a tinge of pity for him. His biological father had killed Mo Qianyuan's mother and massacred the maternal side of his family, and the accursed father had then colluded with Mo Qianyuan's stepbrother to poison him. He suffered untold hardships before he fortunately met Jun Wuxia. His bad fortune had barely just turned when he ascended to the throne, and the insidious Qingyan clan came. Could he be cursed? Zip it! Jun Wuxia chided. Mo Qianyuan's injuries were very severe, and she had a lot on her hands. She did not need a flowers or a beast's incessant chattering around. If time had permitted her to, she would have jabbed them on their mute acupressure point. The Black Beast and Drunk Lotus quietened down and watched Jun Wuxia work. It seemed that Jun Wuxia was determined to save Mo Qianyuan. Jun Wuxia did not stop tending to Mo Qianyuan, as though the gods had imbued their strength in her. Her pair of snowy white hands moved with speed and skill, and the silver needles flew and weaved in the air. First, purge the poison within, and use blood-replenishing elixirs for his loss of blood, coupled with warm water to hydrate the body and stabilize his vitalities. Thereafter, repair and mend the veins, arteries and broken bones. Leave the external wounds alone for now and push that task to the last. The whole procedure and process of the treatment formed up in her mind in seconds. The revival proceeded systematically and thoroughly, just as Jun Wuxia had done in her previous life in her countless battles with Death himself. At that moment, Jun Wuxia's mind could afford nothing else but calm. Purging the poison gradually through the letting out of blood, Jun Wuxia watched intently with her cold eyes and timed it meticulously to feed Mo Qianyuan with a blood-replenishing elixir, mixed with a little warm water to aid absorption. With Mo Qianyuan's severely weakened condition, Jun Wuxia was careful not to overcompensate with the replenishment of blood, to avoid the slowed-down functions of the body in its current weakened state being unable to tolerate any overindulgent replenishment, which will instead result in spreading the poison deeper with the increased blood flow. The poison-tinged blood within Mo Qianyuan was slowly purged as it dripped from the needles. The bed sheets under him had turned a dark shade of red, and a pungent smell permeated the air. When the blood that dripped from the silver needles was noticed to have turned a brighter shade of red, Jun Wuxia began to feed larger quantities of the blood-replenishing elixirs, but maintained Mo Qianyuan's intake of water, and was to be fed to him intermittently. Mo Qianyuan had been motionless on the bed, and his bones, which were broken in numerous places, did not allow him to be moved much. After Jun Wuxia stabilized the condition and restored the functions of his various organs, she started immediately on the severed tendons of Mo Qianyuan's limbs. The cuts had reached to the bone and was visible through the ghastly open wound. Jun Wuxia slipped a silver needle into her hands and threaded a line finer than hair through it. The line was so fine that it appeared translucent, and Jun Wuxia's hands worked her magic as they weaved through the air, sewing the tendons back together. That was the first time Drunk Lotus had seen someone who was capable of sewing together severed tendons. His eyes widened as he watched in amazement at the unfathomable medical skills his own mistress possessed. Jun Wuxia's hands moved quickly and steadily, and the tendons were speedily sewn together. She changed to a different needle next and worked on the flesh wounds. Seeing Jun Wuxia work, Mo Qianyuan, a real-life human, seemed to have been turned into a rag doll. Sew and patch, a simple procedure, but it gradually brought life back to Mo Qianyuan, who had been teetering at death's door. First the organs, next the arteries and veins, then the broken bones. After Jun Wuxia had sewn up all the wounds on Mo Qianyuan, she heaped a quick healing salve generously over them to soothe and close the wounds. The frightful red bloody wounds visibly reduced in swelling and soreness quickly as Jun Wuxia proceeded to aggressively secure splints all over Mo Qianyuan's body, to allow the bones which had all been properly aligned to heal and mend properly. It had taken her half a day, and Jun Wuxia had fought tooth and nail against the persistent death that had hovered over Mo Qianyuan every second. The sun peeked from behind the western peaks before Jun Wuxia finally stepped away from the bed. And looking at Mo Qianyuan, although he was still rather pale, but his breathing had grown stronger. But he was practically bandaged from head to toe, and the tightly bound splints were secured all over his body, which still made for a pitiful sight. "Call in the guards at the door," Jun Wuxia said with a rather pale face herself as she threw herself carelessly into a chair at the side. Her bottom had just touched the seat when a teacup overflowing with an aromatic fragrance appeared before her eyes. She raised her head slightly, and looked into the bemused eyes of Jun Wuyao. She stiffly accepted the proffered tea from Jun Wuyao and lowered her head to take a sip, to moisten her dry parched throat. Jun Wuxia felt she had not taken that long to revive Mo Qianyuan. In her previous life, she had ever stood 3 whole days at the operating table without any shut-eye over consecutive surgeries, and she had needed to be carried out of the operating theater. When she embarks on treatment, her body forgets lethargy. As long as she stood before the target she decides to save, she transforms into an eerily calm and composed, unfeeling healing machine. Drunk Lotus immediately fetched the 2 palace guards that stood outside the doors into the chambers. The moment they stepped inside, they were shocked as the heavy pungent smell of blood assaulted them. They had seen the black beast carry the terribly injured emperor into the chambers upon its back. And when they smelled the blood, their minds had blanked out, afraid to carry on along that trail of thought. For the next 2 days, take good care of the emperor. Let him drink a cup of warm water every hour. Jun Wuxia placed a few bottles of elixir bottles on the table and gave very specific instructions on how each and every one was to be administered. Mo Qianyuan's condition had already stabilized and he was currently still unconscious. Hence, he will need people with him to cater to his needs. And Jun Wuxia had decided she would not be the one to do it. The 2 palace guards listened haltingly and were hesitant to ask too many questions. They took every word that Jun Wuxia said and deeply engraved them into their brains, taking utmost care not to forget a single thing. After she had left her instructions with them, Jun Wuxia left Mo Qianyuan's living chambers at once. The overpowering stench of blood did not sit well with her. Only after Jun Wuxia and everyone else had left the emperor's living chambers did the 2 guards make their way to Mo Qianyuan's bedside. The sight that met their eyes shocked them so much that they almost stumbled over their own feet when they reeled from the shock. The emperor was all wrapped up with bandages and lying on blood-soaked sheets. If his chest did not rise and fall as he breathed, the 2 guards would have assumed the person on the bed to be dead. In fact, when they had first seen Mo Qianyuan upon the black beast's back when they had returned, the guards had drawn their own conclusions then. They had thought the demise of the emperor was about to happen. And they were surprised to see that his breathing had gotten so much stronger and did not look like a person that was about to die. Although he looked rather tragic. The two guards were puzzled. The young miss of the Jun family had only entered with two men whom they were unfamiliar with, and they had not seen Jun Wuxia summon for any of the imperial doctors to come forth to provide any treatments. How did they manage to revive the emperor in just half a day? Could it be? Among the two strange men, one of them was a miracle physician? LL News Tirais at N0V/LBI/.cm. The two guards limited their assumptions only to Jun Wuyao and Drunk Lotus, and did not even consider in the slightest that the one who had brought Mo Qianyuan back to life was none other than Jun Wuxia. Jun Wuxia had wanted to hurry back to the Lin Palace to have an early rest, but she was just about to walk past the doors of the imperial main hall when she saw a group of court officials who had waited outside look at her with disconcerting eyes. Those court officials had arrived to attend the morning court, but they were driven out by the Qingyun clan delegates who barged into the main hall. They were no match for the Qingyun clan, but were worried for the emperor as well. The only thing they could do was to wait outside the main hall and pray that their emperor steps out safely through those doors. But the wait outside had only made them hear a series of blood-curdling screams. When Jun Wuxia had executed the many lackeys of the former emperor before the imperial palace gates, she had cleansed the Qi kingdom of about half the number of their court officials in court. Those that remained had consisted mainly of officials that were genuinely loyal to the Qi kingdom. After Mo Qianyuan ascended the throne, he abolished the privilege of nobility in holding official posts and widely accepted talents from humble backgrounds. Many capable young officials who were previously ostracized due to their lowly births were promoted as well, and Mo Qianyuan won their undying loyalty and unwavering support. These people were now gathered here outside the main hall. As they stood outside the main hall, they had heard clearly the cries of their beloved ruler, heard the unbridled arrogance of the Qingyun clan, and wished they could take the place of their monarch. Their hatred for the Qingyun clan had them seething, but they had been helpless and their inability had cut at their hearts as the screams continued. And Jun Wuxia's arrival had turned things around, saving them from their despair. They had earlier seen the group led by Jun Wuxia bursting into the imperial main hall and watched them kill the Qingyun clan delegates one after another, and the officials had all stood gaping in awe of Jun Wuxia. When Jun Wuxia was passing the doors of the main hall en route to the Lin Palace, an old man with a head of white hair stepped up to her and stared intensely at Jun Wuxia. Jun Wuxia frowned and stopped in her tracks. She recognized the old man. Including Mo Qianyuan's generation, he had already served 3 generations of the imperial family of the Qi kingdom. He had been mediocre and did not strive nor contest, and had been single-mindedly upright. That was the reason he had held a mediocre rank that was neither high nor low, even after having served 3 generations of the imperial family. Mo Qianyuan had considered the old man's long service and undying loyalty to the imperial family and promoted him when he ascended the throne, or he would still have remained a leisurely minor administrative official. The old man did not possess great capabilities, but his age and his long history in court had won him quite a bit of respect in the imperial court. He was not known to be tactful with his words, and even Mo Qianyuan had choked on his blunt speech several times in court. The old man was currently approaching Jun Wuxia. Currently, she was too tired and was not prepared to hear his nagging. But before Jun Wuxia could show her impatience with the situation, the old official had sunk to his knees suddenly before her. His sudden action had taken Jun Wuxia by surprise. After the old man knelt before her, the group of officials behind him all knelt in uniform. When Jun Wuxia had carried out her massacre before the imperial palace gates earlier, although her actions had been rational and she had a good reason to do it, many officials in the Qi kingdom had felt a little uncomfortable with her. Even after Mo Qianyuan's ascension to the throne, they still felt that the young miss of the Lin Palace had been too vicious and was not someone easy to get along with. Today's events had changed their minds totally, and they saw the good intentions of Jun Wuxia. If Jun Wuxia had not been vicious and merciless, the Qingyun clan would have thrashed the prestige and reputation of the Qi kingdom. For these officials who always preached on morals and ethics, they could only stand outside the main hall helpless, while they were forced to watch their beloved ruler thus trampled and tortured. The shame had been almost too much for them to take. The kingdom might be small, but its spirit must grow. Check out LTSTVL on novl/bin.cm. If the Qingyun clan had been allowed to carry on with their atrocities, Mo Qianyuan would not have survived the attack. If the pillar of the kingdom was to be broken, they would not be able to face their ancestors. The officials knelt before Jun Wuxia, disregarding their ranks and positions, and thanked Jun Wuxia in the only way that they knew. They realized being vicious had its good points as well, as that might be just what the Qi kingdom had been lacking and remained a tiny and inconspicuous kingdom. Jun Wuxia hesitated a moment before she understood their intentions. She frowned as she looked upon the officials and said, "I only did what I had to do, there is no need to thank me." She quickly turned away and left, ignoring the officials behind her. Jun Wuxiao glanced at the group of officials and quickened his steps to catch up to Jun Wuxia, and his sharp eyes caught something really interesting to him. The cute little ears on Jun Wuxia, who had walked off in a hurry, had turned suspiciously red. Having noticed that on Jun Wuxia, Jun Wuxiao thought his little darling was just too cute. Her personality just did not know how to respond to a whole bunch of senior officials who were as old as her grandfather, who showed their gratitude in such an overwhelming manner. She was not very honest with herself, and her bright red ears had betrayed her inner feelings. How adorable was she! His lips curled up as he followed her from behind. Jun Wuxia hurried back to the Lin Palace, where Jun Xian and Jun Qing had been waiting anxiously. They sighed in relief when Jun Wuxia stepped in, and Jun Qing had wanted to go up to her and ask about the situation at the Imperial Palace when Jun Xian held him back by the wrist and said to Jun Wuxia instead, "It's getting late, go wash up and get some rest. Everything else can wait till tomorrow." Jun Wuxia hesitated before she nodded silently. She hated looking like such a mess, and all she wanted now was to go soak herself in a comforting warm bath and rid herself thoroughly of the blood and its awful stench. "Father." Jun Qing looked at Jun Xian in puzzlement. Jun Xian shook his head slightly and said, "Didn't you see how exhausted she looked?" Jun Qing thought back and realized that Jun Wuxia had looked to be fine, but her face had been rather pale. Poor child, she must have strained herself. Since she returned safely, things at the Imperial Palace should be fine now. Let her rest up first. We can ask her tomorrow. Jun Xian sighed heavily. A young girl of 14 should be the age when she could enjoy her youth without a care in the world, but Jun Wuxia did not have the chance to do that. He had been comforted by his granddaughter's maturity and strength, but Jun Xian's heart ached when he saw how Jun Wuxia labored. "I have been too anxious, I get the servants to prepare some warm food and send them to Wuxia." Jun Qing realized he had been insensitive and left to get the servants. When Jun Wuxia got back to her room, the bath was already drawn and ready. She slipped out of her clothes and soaked blissfully into the comforting warm water, and her tensed muscles all over her body finally relaxed. She had just broken through her ring spirit to the orange level, before she waded through 2 consecutive battles, and worked tirelessly on a severely injured. The day's events had really tired her out good. The black beast morphed back into its little black cat form and deftly pulled out a robe from the wardrobe with its tiny mouth and slung it over the screen. Drunk Lotus had wanted to go in but was thwarted by the little cat. He had finished the Jade Moon and the intoxicating effects of the alcohol was fading, and he turned back into little Lotus. At the sight of little black cat's drawn sharp claws, he tottered sobbing over to the lotus pond to soak himself in misery by his own lonesome self. The little black cat then turned around to talk to Jun Wuxia, but to its dismay, its eyes were confronted by the towering form of Jun Wuxia standing at the doorway to the bath, and it froze in mid-step. Jun Wuxia walked soundlessly over to the wooden tub and looked at Jun Wuxia, who laid within, her eyes closed. The corners of his mouth raised as he stood behind the tub, and his long slender fingers closed over the soft shoulders of Jun Wuxia and kneaded gently on the knots within the tense muscles on her shoulders. It could have been because of the trials throughout the day, or the release of tension from Jun Wuyao's comforting massage, but Jun Wuxia slipped defenseless into a deep slumber within the warm water that covered her in the tub, her head slumped on one side, resting on the hand of Jun Wuyao. The fragrance of the bath water and the misty air formed from the warmth in the room wafted around the nose of Jun Wuyao as he breathed deeply, and his hands kneaded the soft skin of Jun Wuxia's shoulders, and it spread a warmth that enveloped his heart that made it beat a little faster. The little black cat stared in trepidation upon the back of Jun Wuyao, unable to decide whether to move or remain still. Helplessly, it made up its mind, determined and with unwavering conviction. If Jun Wuyao was to make any of his obnoxious moves to defend the innocence of its mistress, it will definitely wake its mistress up. But to its relief, the little cat's obnoxious scenes that went through its mind did not come into being. Jun Wuyao had noticed that the temperature of the bathwater had dropped and tugged at the robe slung upon the screen. He had lifted Jun Wuxia with a single hand out of the tub and carefully wrapped the robe around her, before carrying her over and setting her down gently onto her soft bed. CHCK for US to rise on no/v/l/bin.c0m. And there had been no further advances made after that. The little black cat's tensed nerves relaxed and hid under the table in shame when it realized its own imagined thoughts had been only its own. The little black cat brushed them all away and thought seriously. Had the devil himself changed? A devil that became such a gentleman? Early the next morning, Jun Wuxia woke up to find herself wrapped up snugly in a robe that had kept her warm throughout the night, while searching her mind in futility for any memory of having climbed into bed. During breakfast, the Jun family of 3 generations had sat together at the table, but Jun Wuyao had as usual made a short appearance and disappeared again. Over breakfast, Jun Wuxia had related yesterday's events at the imperial palace simply to the Jun father and son, and when she finished, she had not reacted to their astounded faces and had proceeded to lower her head and sip at her cup of tea. "Did you say that His Majesty is currently still bedridden and immobile in the imperial palace? And you had just left Qin Yuyan in the imperial main hall?" Jun Qing almost had a seizure at the methods his beloved niece had employed and at the callous way she had treated the Emperor of Qi. He knew deep down that Mo Qianyuan, who was the ruler of the kingdom, did not put up any pretentious fronts with Jun Wuxia, but at such a time when his life was at risk, Jun Wuxia had abandoned the emperor as he lay barely alive in his chambers without even summoning for a single imperial doctor, and just carelessly thrown the responsibility of caring for the emperor to 2 palace guards. That was done a little too haphazardly, isn't it? And as for the eldest miss of the Qinyan clan, Jun Wuxia had brazenly just left her locked in the imperial main hall. Mo Qianyuan might not be able to attend court, but that was just too reckless. Jun Wuxia did not see that she had done anything inappropriate. Mo Qianyuan will live, and Qin Yuyan will not die in the next few days, Jun Wuxia assured her uncle. Jun Qing threw up his hands in surrender. "Till when do you intend to keep Qin Yuyan there? You can't seal the imperial court forever, right? I will make Bai Yinxian thrown her into the dungeons later today. There was an emperor in there anyway, an additional miss would not make much of a difference." As she sipped the last of her tea, Jun Wuxia finally felt ready to discuss in detail with her grandfather and uncle. "Qin Yuyan will die soon, so do not worry for the dead. There is another matter that I need to talk to both of you about." Jun Xian and Jun Qing exchanged a tired knowing glance and waited for Jun Wuxia to go on. "I intend to go to the Qinyan clan." Jun Wuxia said those shockingly disturbing words calmly. "What? Preposterous." Watching the looks of disapproval on the 2 people closest to her, Jun Wuxia bit on her lip, thinking how she can explain the rationale behind the trip. For what the Qinyan clan had put the Jun family through, Jun Wuxia was not prepared to forgive, and had killed the delegation sent to Qi. But the mastermind was still sitting atop the Qingyan clan, oblivious to the fact that his daughter, an elder, and various disciples had been killed. When the news reaches him, the Qingyan clan will declare war on Qi and their tiny kingdom will not be able to stand up to them. To catch the enemy unprepared, taking advantage of the first strike, or be prepared to receive the full brunt of their retaliation. She did not need Mo Qianyuan to learn the same lesson again. Besides that, Jun Wuxia had another reason to go to the Qingyan clan. It was the soul-calming jade. The Qingyan clan, having mobilized so much of their resources to get their hands on the soul-calming jade, must have had a good reason to do so. Little Lotus had recognized the soul jade to be the soul-calming jade from the spiritual world, but had not been able to provide any further information about it. Jun Wuxia had the nagging feeling that the soul-calming jade could bring her father back to life, and that was what gave her the other reason to go to the Qingyan clan. To gather more information on the soul-calming jade. She did not intend to reveal the second reason to the Jun family's father and son. It was just her intuition, and she did not want to give them false hope, and subject them to uncalled for despair in the end. Jun Wuxia had only told them that they needed to catch their enemies unawares, and they had already reacted so strongly. She did not want to imagine their reaction if she had shared her guess on the capabilities of the soul-calming jade. The Jun family's father and son were aware of what Jun Wuxia was capable of achieving when she puts her mind to it. But her intention was to the Qingyan clan. The top and the mightiest clan throughout the lands. Would she really take down and obliterate Qingyan clan from the face of these lands? Thinking back on it, Jun Wuxia's plan was not without its merits. They had killed the delegation from the Qingyan clan that had included the daughter of the Qingyan clan sovereign. If the Qingyan clan got wind of it, they would come down hard, raining untold wrath upon the tiny kingdom of Qi. If they wait till the Qingyan clan stirred and commenced their retaliation against Qi, their position would become much more precarious to the dangers that lay ahead. The Qingyan clans might laid not only in their disciples, but was greatly amplified by the various powers and countries that stood behind them. If the Qingyan clan mobilized everything they could, not even tens of Qi kingdoms could hope to stand against that mightiest of armies. Wuxia, I know you are a very capable girl. But heading off to the Qingyan clan is really too big a risk to take. Jun Xian sighed. Things keep coming at them one after another, and peace never stayed long enough for them to catch their breaths. Up to TED Chapters nnvelben.com. Rest assured, grandfather, I have thought it through. I will not face them head-on, and moreover, my teacher will be with me. He will help me through. Jun Wuxia had been left with no choice but to bring her made-up teacher into the picture, which made Jun Xian a little less worried. Moreover, there is no way we can avoid them anymore. I'll rather take my chances to strike at them first, without them knowing, than have the Qingyan clan find out, and have us persecuted, and we have to run for our lives. Wuxia, this is a grave matter. If anything happens to you, you must not hide it from us. Jun Qing reminded her, his heart full of unease. Jun Wuxia nodded in agreement. The trip to the Qingyan clan would take a few months at least. It would be impossible for her to disappear for months under the watchful eyes of her grandfather and uncle, hence, she had decided to tell them the truth. Making use of her make-believe teacher, Jun Wuxia had convinced them somewhat. That afternoon, Jun Wuxia made her way to the imperial palace. Qin Yuyan, who had been left in the imperial main hall, had already slipped into semi-consciousness, and she had looked utterly terrible, the whites of her eyes showing, and convulsions racked her body. Bai Yanxian saw Jun Wuxia approach and stepped to one side of the hall to get out of the way as she watched the guards drag Qin Yuyan out of the main hall and a whole bunch of palace maids and eunuchs rushing in to clean up the bloody and gory mess splattered all over the place, without missing a spot. Come with me. Jun Wuxia glanced at Bai Yanxian, and she led the way towards the previous Crown Prince Palace. The palace had been loaned to Mo Xianfei for his temporary stay. With the passing of Mo Xianfei, the place had regained its peace and tranquility. Bai Yin-hsian followed behind Jun Wuxia quietly, not daring to utter a single word, and she just hurried along with her head lowered. Jun Wuxia sat down when she reached the palace and looked at the nervous Bai Yin-hsian and said, "I want to know everything about the Qingyan clan." Bai Yin-hsian raised her head in puzzlement, and she looked at Jun Wuxia. Although Jun Wuxia had not said anything, she could make a rather good guess at Jun Wuxia's intentions. The young girl's great mind had been meticulous in her plans and left nothing to chance. When she had decided on killing the entire delegation sent by the Qingyan clan, she must have already set her sight on the whole Qingyan clan itself. She knew that the Qingyan clan was not known for the benevolence and mercy, and would not spare her or the Qi kingdom, hence, she had decided to strike at the Qingyan clan first. Having guessed so much of Jun Wuxia's intentions, Bai Yin-hsian was feeling rather uneasy about it. She needs to take her antidote every 3 days, and if Jun Wuxia went to the Qingyan clan, what was to happen to her? What I have here is the antidote, enough to last you through the next 6 months. I will hand them over to my uncle. And after I leave, he will send someone to deliver the medicine to you every 3 days. While I'm away, you will have to stay in the imperial palace. Jun Wuxia said, as if reading Bai Yin-hsian's mind. Jun Wuxia then produced a porcelain bottle and opened the stopper gently, letting out the familiar fragrance of the antidote contained within. With Jun Wuxia's assurance, Bai Yin-hsian sighed in relief. She had already cut her ties completely with the Qingyan clan. Anyone with half a brain would be able to think that Bai Yin-hsian had been in cahoots with Jun Wuxia to bring about the deaths of Qin Yuyan and the other members of her delegation. There was no way for her to return to the Qingyan clan anymore. Over the days, Bai Yin-hsian had come to realize from her observation of Jun Wuxia's manner of handling things. She found that as long as she did not go against Jun Wuxia's wishes, her life can still be rather peaceful. Besides the poison within her, Bai Yin-hsian did not find her life in the imperial palace to be lacking and could be somewhat fulfilling. With nowhere else she could go, she had learned to be content. There are 12 peaks within the Qingyan clan's control, with the main peak under the command of the sovereign. The other 11 peaks were overseen by an elder each. It was said every peak specialized in a different area of expertise. Among them, the elder of Cloud Treading Peak was the youngest among all, and he was the son of the previous sovereign. The current sovereign was not of the same family tree, but was a direct disciple under the previous sovereign. Nobody knew how the leadership of the Qingyan clan fell into the hands of the disciple, but it was known that the current sovereign did not get along well with the elder of Cloud Treading Peak. The residual support for the former sovereign had remained significant and the sovereign had had his hands tied. But in recent years, the sovereign had secretly moved to remove many of those supporters and the elder of the Cloud Treading Peak was in a bleak situation. If my misintention is to go to the Qingyan clan, the Cloud Treading Peak would be a good place to start from and the Cloud Treading Peak's elder's name is Mu Chen. The Qingyan clan opens their doors to recruit talents every month, and with my extraordinary talents in medicine, it would be a breeze for you to slip into the Qingyan clan as a new recruit. Since Bai Yin-hsian had decided to switch to Jun Wuxia's side, she had provided Jun Wuxia with all the information and every single detail she knew about and hid nothing from her. She had in fact secretly hoped that Jun Wuxia would be able to totally annihilate the whole of the Qingyan clan to prevent any acts of revenge against her in the future. Jun Wuxia nodded her head slightly, seemingly satisfied with Bai Yin-hsian's detailed and informative narration. Selfish people are the easiest to manipulate. As long as you hold their lives in your hands, they were extremely cooperative when you need them. Jun Wuxia had kept Bai Yin-hsian alive, was to use this well of information against the Qingyan clan. Seeing that Jun Wuxia was satisfied, Bai Yin-hsian was feeling encouraged, and she further squeezed every single bit of information she had on the Qingyan clan, selling them out thoroughly, saying everything she knew and hiding nothing. The strongest among them would be the sovereign of the Qingyan clan itself, named Qin Yu, and he had broken through his spirit to the indigo level. Besides the disciples of the Qingyan clan, there were some permanent residents who stayed on as guest officers. These people command an indigo level spirit as well. They usually stayed hidden unless someone stirred up trouble within the Qingyun clan's premises, where they would appear and rid the Qingyun clan of the trouble. The Qingyun clan opened their doors for the recruitment every month only for a day, and people with outstanding talents in medicine apply to join the Qingyun clan then. If they pass the test set, they are admitted to the outer house to study medicine. The elite can progress in their second year to be admitted to the inner house to study the Qingyun clan's own unique practice of medicine. If they were lucky, and got selected by any of the elders or the sovereign of the 12 peaks themselves, they would be instantly promoted and be directly admitted into the inner house to practice and develop themselves. Jun Wuxia had no intentions of wasting a year of her time at the Qingyun clan. At 3 months the most, she wanted the Qingyun clan to disappear from the face of the world. Which day monthly? Jun Wuxia asked. Bai Yinxian answered without hesitation, the 15th of every month would be the day they opened their doors to receive talented disciples. Jun Wuxia nodded as she contemplated. Bai Yinxian thought of something suddenly and her expression grew grave. There is one thing, and I would ask my miss to remember it. Jun Wuxia frowned. Among the 12 peaks, there is one named Hidden Cloud Peak, and its elder is named Kudsongju. The Hidden Cloud Peak portrays itself to specialize in the research of herbs, but in actual fact, they research more along the lines of poisons. The Hidden Cloud Peak had always set the lowest threshold for the acceptance of their disciples, and they had always accepted the biggest number of them. But those disciples had also always ended up dead for no rhyme or reason. Bai Yinxian said gravely. If my miss was to go to the Qingyun clan, you must make sure not to go to the Hidden Cloud Peak. Bai Yinxian cautioned carefully. Disciples of the Hidden Cloud Peak had always disappeared mysteriously or were found dead for no reason. It was a fact not known to people outside of the Qingyun clan, but many who did not possess the capabilities to be accepted as a disciple were surreptitiously personally accepted by Kudsongju and brought into the Hidden Cloud Peak. Those people had always thought that it was a God-given opportunity, but little did they know that they had just put a foot forward into death's door. Tell me more about Kudsongju. Jun Wuxia had decided that the Qingyun clan was a place that was anything but open and above board. Anyone that could produce a disciple like Bai Yinxian and fathered a daughter like Qin Yuyan could not possibly be anything but abominable as the Qingyun clan's sovereign. Kudsongju was not originally of the Qingyun clan. He was brought into the Qingyun clan after Qin Yu was named the sovereign, and rose up the ranks within a few years to the position of an elder. Bai Yinxian replied honestly. I do not know of Kudsongju's real identity, but only of his gloomy personality, as he's not often seen within the Qingyun clan. His Hidden Cloud Peak was closed off to the other disciples, and even if Qin Yu were to go there, he had to inform Kudsongju of his intention beforehand. Jun Wuxia paid note to the mysterious circumstances surrounding this person and listened on to Bai Yinxian's narration of her knowledge of the Qingyun clan for a little longer before she dismissed Bai Yinxian and proceeded to Mo Qianyuan's chambers. Having been unconscious for a whole night, Mo Qianyuan had regained consciousness. But the pain that still lingered all over continued to torment him. He was bandaged from head to toe, and even sitting up became a wish that cannot be fulfilled. When Jun Wuxia stepped into the chambers, she saw the 2 palace guards that she had summoned yesterday standing on each side of the bed, with one holding a teapot and the other holding onto a tray filled with medicine bottles, their faces gaunt, obviously from a lack of sleep. Miss Jun. The 2 guards hurriedly fell to their knees when they saw Jun Wuxia approach. Leave. Jun Wuxia said coldly. The 2 guards scrambled out without hesitation, not forgetting to leave the things in their hands behind. You're here. Mo Qianyuan could not move, and could only move his eyes to try to see Jun Wuxia. Get the latest chapters on n/velben.com. Has your mind been cleared? Jun Wuxia did not check on Mo Qianyuan's wounds but sat down on a chair by the side. Mo Qianyuan laughed bitterly, but it tore at the wounds on his face and his expression contorted in agony. It couldn't be any clearer now. Don't you think I asked for it myself? If he had not tried to dissuade Jun Wuxia, he would not have been put through the agony. Had he not been blind to the true nature of the mightiest clan across the lands, thinking they were reasonable and understanding, he would not have realized that they were in fact just a bunch of merciless and unfeeling beasts. Without any signs of a reply from Jun Wuxia, Mo Qianyuan, despite himself, carried on with his monologue. I have been really dumb, or I would not be in this state, and had needed you to save me umpteen times. When I was small, my mother, the Empress, had always told me, it is man's nature to be kind. However fiendish a man was, he possessed a kind side. Treating people with a genuine heart will gain you an equal reciprocation in return. I had believed her to be right all this time, but the recent events had shown me that my mother could have been wrong right from the start. She had treated that man so well, and suppressed the jealousy in her heart, and overseen the 6 palaces, only wishing for peace and stability within the imperial harem. No matter whichever concubine that man had favored at any time, she had met them only with smiles, never harming a single one of them, to support and assist that man to become a brilliant ruler of the generation. She swallowed the whispered sweet nothings of promises, and would never have thought till the day she was murdered that her whole life's efforts for him and her whole family would finally be destroyed by the hand of that very man. Mo Qianyuan's voice sounded choked up, hiding the bitterness that welled up within. When I was small, I had always thought my father and my mother enjoyed matrimonial harmony. Even though that man was surrounded by beauties all the time, he had treated my mother civilly and with respect. That was before I had learned the lying nature of that man. Things became much clearer after my mother died, my maternal family massacred, and the few that remained of the once prosperous family were banished to the borderlands. It was ironic that only when things had unfolded to that extent, while I was imprisoned in my lavish cage of a palace, and slowly given chronic poison, that things were painfully simple, that I had trusted the wrong person. I had hated him then, and I had the notion that I had ridden myself of the so-called benevolence. But it has been proven now, I am still a fool. Jun Wuxia, I owe you so much. Too much that I will not be able to repay you adequately in this life. My life, henceforth, is yours. Whatever you say, whatever you do, I will never again raise any objection against you. Mo Qianyuan was now clearly aware that, to be compassionate to your enemies, was just being cruel to yourself. He's had enough of the cruelty inflicted on himself. No longer is he going to be the easy target he had always made himself to be, and he refused to just wait for rescue from others from the plights he had got himself into. Only when Mo Qianyuan had spoken himself hoarse, did Jun Wuxia finally decide to grace him with a reply. I do not want your life. And neither should the emperor of the entire Qi kingdom need to listen to me. Mo Qianyuan had wanted to retort, but his dry parched throat did not allow him to squeeze a single word out. The whole of the Qi kingdom lies within your hands. What you want to do should not come from anyone's orders, but you need to learn the way to be an emperor. With the recent brush with the Qingyan clan, I believe you already know what you should do, and what you shouldn't do. I will be away next month. It might take me 3 months at least, or 6 months at most before I return, and I will leave Bai Yunxian behind. She is not trustworthy, but her skills in medicine are many times better than all your royal doctors. I will leave the antidote for her with my uncle, and the recipe with you. To transform Bai Yunxian into someone useful to you, will be the task I assign to you. Jun Wuxia said without any expression. She had no intention to kill Bai Yunxian any longer. Jun Wuxia could not be bothered to, and she had to make preparations to depart from Qi. The skills of the doctors in Qi were laughable, and though Bai Yunxian's skills when compared to hers were insignificant, but if compared to all the doctors in Qi, Bai Yunxian surpassed them by leaps and bounds. His chapter is up.d by nvel bin.co/m. It can be said, keeping Bai Yunxian around would be akin to keeping a double-edged sword. Whether Mo Qianyuan could forge the sword to fit within his hand would prove whether this emperor was capable. The emperor of the Qi kingdom was named Emo, and not Jun. She had finished what she came to say, and Jun Wuxia proceeded to check on Emo Qianyuan's injuries. Emo Qianyuan had a lot he wanted to say to Jun Wuxia, and to ask where she was going. But upon seeing Jun Wuxia's cold expression, he swallowed all his words and clamped his mouth shut. Jun Wuxia wanted him to learn to be independent, and he did not want to betray that trust. Emo Qianyuan had been very severely injured this time. It was fortunate he had consumed the seed of the snow lotus previously, and that had shielded his body a little. With the addition of Jun Wuxia's generous heaps of precious rare elixirs, his life was finally saved. Under Jun Wuxia's miraculous healing hands, it was expected that Emo Qianyuan would not suffer any residual side effects when he recovered, but the pain and agony to be suffered on his road to recovery was nevertheless unavoidable. Over the period that Emo Qianyuan was bedridden, the court officials were exempted from attending court. Without having to attend court, the various court officials found a new place to haunt. The Lin Palace. Ever since Jun Wuxia led the charge into the imperial palace to rescue Emo Qianyuan, a whole bunch of stubborn and unyielding old court officials suddenly saw Jun Wuxia in a good light, and the usually shunned Lin Palace, to avoid sparking off any rumors of collusion, suddenly became a highlight for them to visit in the course of their daily routines. These few days, Jun Xian had been suffering from headaches for a different reason. The Lin Palace was not accustomed to mixing with officials of the imperial court. Military generals had shunned them to avoid gossip, and Jun Xian could not stand the endless gabbing of the literary officials. But over the course of the past few days, all the court officials, be it military or literary, had seemingly all agreed to come visit the Lin Palace daily. As they stepped in with their smiles in full bloom, all their conversations led to queries on Jun Wuxia. Jun Xian had initially been clueless on their various unannounced visits. But as all the conversations tended to fall upon the topic of his granddaughter, it finally dawned on Jun Xian. These court officials all had their eyes set on his Wuxia, and had all come to propose a betrothal. Jun Wuxia's reputation in the Qi kingdom had previously been so bad that it couldn't have gotten any worse. She was willful and unruly, and the addition of her dalliance with the previous second prince, Emo Xianfei, had many of the court officials deemed a disgrace. Even when the newly crowned emperor had heaped loads of praise upon Jun Wuxia, it had not been enough to change the perception that the court officials had for Jun Wuxia. But the tables seemed to have turned. Jun Wuxia's heroic and glorious deed of breaking into the imperial palace to rescue the emperor of Qi had spread like wildfire throughout the entire imperial city, and the pre-notions that all the court officials, be it military or literary, had of Jun Wuxia had drastically been altered and overturned then. The young maiden was stunningly beautiful, and possessed both brawn and brains. She would make the perfect daughter-in-law. Hence, any with a son or grandson in their family started to fix their eye on the exquisite Jun Wuxia, who had bloomed delicate as a flower and grown refined as the finest jade. If it wasn't for the prodigious prestige of the Lin Palace, the various officials might have been tempted to carry out an abduction for the marriage. But the Lin Palace had the Ruilin army standing guard, and that had quelled any thoughts in that direction, and they were left with the lone option of attempting to move them through emotions and have them listen to reason. They praised their own sons and grandsons to the skies, and expounded on the heroics of Jun Wuxia, and criticized the other candidates of the competition. It had sure been lively for the Lin Palace. Jun Xian had been helpless against them, as he had lived never to rebuff a smiling face. When the court officials had shown up cordially, he could not make himself expel them out, and sat through the pompous spectacle patiently as they presented their plans to steal his precious granddaughter from him. Jun Wuxia had not been aware of this, as Jun Xian had held them off at the front yard, and any who decided to attempt to enter the premises were shown their way out firmly by Long Qi, who stood guard before the doors. There were 23 more days before the Qingyan clan opened their doors to receive the next batch of applicants to enter under their tutelage. During this period, there was not much that Jun Wuxia had wanted to do except to prepare for her long trip. Before she was to leave the Qi Kingdom, she wanted to ensure that there was adequate elixirs and medicine for the Lin Palace, and another frustration that bugged her was the development of her spiritual powers. Her current development of her spiritual powers had been wholly based on the methods shown on the ancient texts to cultivate the snow lotus, and the cultivation of snow lotuses needed jade nectar. But it was impossible for Jun Wuxia to lug jars and jars of jade nectar all the way into the Qingyun clan. Without jade nectar, she would be unable to cultivate snow lotuses, and that had also meant Jun Wuxia would not be able to develop her spiritual powers in the months that she would be in the Qingyun clan. That was not what she wanted. This was not a desirable outcome for her. Without any other choice, Jun Wuxia could only continue to flip through the delicate pages of ancient texts to find other plants she could cultivate to develop her spiritual powers. New tiris at n/vel/b/i/n.co. But all she could find recorded within were names of plants that she had never even heard of before. It seemed that finding an alternative to develop her spiritual powers was not going to be that easy. On the 7th day after Qin Yuyan was imprisoned within the royal dungeons, Mo Qianyuan sent word on the passing of Qin Yuyan. Qin Yuyan had not expected till the end of her days that as the eldest miss of the mighty Qingyun clan, she would die so pitifully within the dungeons of such a tiny and insignificant kingdom. Without any alternatives to develop her spiritual powers, Jun Wuxia had no choice but to divert her attention to other plant life. Her spiritual powers had been developed through the cultivation of the snow lotus. Would the cultivation of other plant life bring about the same effects? To prove the point, Jun Wuxia had to experiment with planting and cultivating various types of medicinal herbs. After going through 10 days of exhaustive experiments, she found that the cultivation of common plants and herbs did not provide her with any spiritual energy, and only the cultivation of rarer plants and herbs was able to give her a little bit of spiritual energy. But the speed of growth and development they provided when compared to the snow lotus was absolutely negligible. But negligible was better than none. There were 17 more days till the 15th next month, when Jun Wuxia waved goodbye to Jun Xian and Jun Qing and stepped onto the horse-drawn carriage heading to the Qingyun clan's peaks. To see her off, the largely recovered Mo Qianyuan came to the city gates and looked on cheerlessly as the Jun family members sent Jun Wuxia on her way out of the city. With this parting, he did not know when he will see her again. Mo Qianyuan was solemn as he watched the carriage slowly shrink and finally disappeared from his sight. Within the carriage sat a delicate and pretty youth, quietly carrying a docile little black cat in her arms. Before she had left the Lin Palace, Jun Wuxia had changed her appearance. She had changed herself to become the youth that had gone into Ghost City. She had only brought the little black cat, Little Lotus, and lugged a few jars of jade nectar onto the carriage to allow her to continue to develop her spiritual powers throughout the journey. Before she left, she had wanted to bid Jun Wuxiao goodbye, but there had been no sign of him, and she gave up on it. "Mistress, you're really going to that funny clanny place? To become their disciple?" The little black cat asked as it snuggled deeper to find a comfortable position. Although it was aware of Jun Wuxia's purpose for going to the Qingyun clan, the thought of its mistress having to pretend to call some quacker teacher made it feel uncomfortable nevertheless. In this world, a teacher capable to school Jun Wuxia in medicine had not been born yet. Qingyun clan. Jun Wuxia reminded. From the intelligence from Baiyin Xian, Jun Wuxia had decided to set her target for this trip to the Qingyun clan was to be admitted to Mu Chen's cloud-treading peak. The enemy of her enemy would be a friend, and Jun Wuxia did not mind having an ally. The horse-drawn carriage rumbled on further gradually, and the carriage was no longer visible from the imperial city. Follow EUS stories at nvl/by/n.com. Outside the city gates, Jun Wuxiao's eyes stared fixedly at the point where the carriage had disappeared, his jet-black eyes thoughtful. A shadow formed and a man in black knelt by the foot of Jun Wuxiao, his eyes puzzled. His lord had known that the miss would depart on her journey today, but he had stayed hidden. Only after the young miss had left, he had come to stand outside the city gates for a long time. Having served his lord till now, he knew his lord would have wanted to accompany the young miss on her journey. Yi Sha Jun Wuyao called out suddenly. Right here. The man in black, Yi Sha, answered promptly. Follow her, and protect her well. Jun Wuyao narrowed his eyes. If he did not still have unfinished business here, he wouldn't have allowed his little darling to leave on her own. Your command will be carried out. Yi Sha acknowledged and had expected as such. If she is in no danger, do not reveal your presence. Jun Wuyao added, his voice cold as ice. The tiny Qinyan clan was an insignificant speck before his eyes. If it was only the Qinyan clan, he believed his little darling would be able to deal with them herself. What caused him concern was the hidden powers behind the Qinyan clan. One of the palaces among the 12, no matter which palace it was not something the present Jun Wuxia could handle on her own. The 15th of every month was the busiest time. The cloudy peaks of the Qinyan clan were most lively, always bustling with activity. The cloudy peaks bordered a few countries but belonged to none and was independent. The cloudy peaks were steep and treacherous, and had a total of 12 peaks. However, there was only one lone path from the foot to the summit. The cloudy peaks were revered not for their majestic peaks, but for the Qinyan clan occupying the entire 12 peaks. Famed for their medical skills, the mightiest clan across the lands opened their doors to the mountains to recruit talents who were medically inclined through a series of tests. For those who passed, they stand a chance to be admitted into the Qinyan clan as a disciple. The Qinyan clan sat upon vast tracts of lands, had centuries of history behind them, and had exceptionally skilled elders overseeing each peak. There were countless sacred medical writings and records hidden within the Qinyan clan, and was a sacred haven for any in their pursuit of medicine. Anyone accepted into the Qinyan clan had their status quickly escalated, and if they were admitted into the inner house, their status immediately shot into the skies. Countless people would give anything to secure a position within the Qinyan clan, and on the days they opened their doors for recruitment, the wide road leading towards the summit was always jam-packed with people from all across the lands. A nondescript horse carriage stopped at the foot of the mountain, and a scholarly-looking youth with delicate features dressed in plain and simple clothes stepped out. After a few words with the coachman, the little youth set off towards the cloudy peaks. The main thoroughfare towards the cloudy peaks was packed with people heading into the mountains. They were all not too old in age, 18 years of age at the most, and 14 years at least. The Qinyan clan had a hard and fast rule in their recruitment. They would only accept youths between the ages of 14 to 18 years. Anyone who were older than 18 years or younger than 14 years, no matter how prodigious, would be turned away firmly. The rule did not seem like much to others, but Jun Wuxia looked at it differently. From the age of 14 to 18, it was when a person underwent the most critical 4 years after their ring spirits are awoken. It was also the period that the youth were the muddled in consciousness and thinking on their path to maturity and adulthood. The Qinyan clan had wanted to recruit disciples of that age to better manage them by brainwashing and easily instilling in them the principles and philosophies of the Qinyan clan. Within the bustling crowd, many youths confidently assured their family members and strode onwards, putting up a brave front. Only the youths who were applicants themselves can go up towards to cloudy peaks, and their family members could only wait at the foot for news. If anyone were to breach the rule, they would be promptly thrown out by the Qinyan clan disciples who stood guard at the mountain's foot. Many were also spotted pulling at their hair, their heads buried deep into medical books at the mountain's foot in a last-minute's futile attempt to cram every single word in the books into their brains. Jun Wuxia looked indifferently, observing the various hilarious sights around her. She could not figure out why a clan with such mediocre skills in medicine would attract so many people to clamor and fight just to be granted admission into the clan. Jun Wuxia's unperturbed calm had also attracted the stares from many of the other nervous hopefuls. They cast their eyes upon the small youth who stood apart from the others, noticed that she was dressed in plain clothes without any adornments, and scoffed at her young age. They all then broke in sneering laughter. "A young brat like you wants to get into the Chinyan clan? No, he's just here to see the world. Look! Don't you see he came empty-handed? That's right, after you get rejected by the Chinyan clan, you would have at least opened your eyes to the might of the largest clan." Sigh, I must say, the Chinyan clan's threshold for new recruits are too low, even the stray cats and rabid dogs have come to join in the fun. The several finely dressed youth who boasted from having come from a lineage of medical practitioners put down their books and started mocking and pointing their fingers at Jun Wuxia, who had stuck out conspicuously. Little did they know, the youth that they mocked at would soon have their highly revered mightiest clan throughout the lands smashed into oblivion. Squeezed within the crowd, Jun Wuxia frowned deeply. Having broken her spiritual powers through to the orange level had heightened her 5 senses. Every single mocking word fell into her ears, but she ignored them all. These children were beneath her notice. Due to the overwhelming number of applicants, the Chinyan clan could not assess every single one of them individually, or it would have taken them weeks. Hence, the Chinyan clan had prepared a simple test as the first round of screening. It was a most basic test, identification of herbs. At the halfway point up the mountain, 2 long rows of 100 tables lined the sides of the path, and heaped upon the tables was a mess of grass, herbs, and a variety of plants. Every single applicant had 5 minutes to identify and pick out the herb the Chinyan clan had set as the question for the test from the mess. It was not difficult to identify specific herbs, but if they were mixed up in hundreds of other kinds of herbs, it was a different level of difficulty altogether. The herbs heaped on the tables were obviously freshly picked, and many still had mud clinging on their roots, and none of them were whole, like they had been roughly yanked out, and many had broken into pieces. The various candidates who had been brimming with confidence when they received their questions had now paled visible when they saw the weed-filled tables. New N0VL chapters are published on N0V/E/LB/IN/CO/M. To identify herbs, they must first and foremost recognize its outward shape and appearance. But the herbs in the heaps had been broken and badly ravaged. How were they expected to identify them? The first seemingly easy test had left a great number of applicants stumped. For a youth in their teens, even if they had come from a line of medical practitioners and had been exposed to herbs from a young tender age, it was impossible for them to remember and commit to memory all the different and myriad varieties, not to mention, identify and pick them out from these badly ravaged and broken tiny pieces of herbs and other plants. The smug looks of confidence soon turned to dismay as they stared at the mess of plants before their eyes, and they buried their heads deep inside trying to locate the right herb as time was fast running out. In the meantime, Jun Wuxia walked unhurriedly to stand before a table. When she had reached the midpoint of the mountain, the Chinyan clan disciples had passed her a tag indicating the name of the herb she was supposed to locate. Identification. To locate a commonly used herb that appeared closely similar to weeds. A few youths that had come at the same time as Jun Wuxia received the same task, and when they saw the name of the herb they were supposed to locate, their faces had lit up with joy but were now quickly replaced with a look of helplessness. How do they expect anyone to find it? A sobbing youth held his tag so tight he crushed it in his hand. With many of them scurrying around different tables in all directions, Jun Wuxia walked past a table and grabbed at a small piece of herb just half a finger's length and proceeded onwards without a moment's hesitation. A few youths who were behind her noticed that Jun Wuxia had picked her herb quickly and was proceeding to leave, and they stood stunned watching her walk away. Jun Wuxia had just taken a few steps when 2 other youths stood before her, blocking her way. She raised her head to look at them and recognized them to be the finely dressed youths who had criticized her earlier from head to toe at the foot of the mountain. "Move," Jun Wuxia said coldly. The 2 youths had no intentions of letting Jun Wuxia pass, and their eyes were locked onto the herb held within Jun Wuxia's hand. It was a small piece, but it was enough for them to ascertain that the piece she held was genuine. How this the little brat managed that? They had received their tags at the same time, and in the blink of an eye, before any of them could make head or tail of the task they were given, the little brat had managed to locate the herb without thinking? Was she that lucky? Or good? Discover new stories at nv/lbin.c/o. The Chinyan clan gave them very limited time, and they did not think they could locate the named herb within that allocated period. When they saw that Jun Wuxia had managed it, they began to have other ideas. The brat before their eyes wore simple clothes, and did not seem to come from a rich family. This brat's family background must be lowly. In the eyes of the other youths who yearned to join the Chinyan clan, Jun Wuxia looked to be very weak and made an extremely good target. The Chinyan clan had only tasked them to locate the named herb, but did not say anything against snatching or thieving. Brat, hand over the herb you have in your hand to us. Since it's so easy for you, you can just grab another one. One of the youths eyed Jun Wuxia with an evil smirk, intending to resort to snatching if she refused. In fact, things like this happened at every monthly recruitment within the mountain. If the youngest happened to locate the herb first, they were often snatched away by the older youths. The Chinyan clan disciples turned a blind eye to all these atrocities and did not interfere. Many 14 and 15-year-olds had been victimized before Jun Wuxia when older and bigger applicants had even ganged up to bully the younger and smaller ones to give up their herbs, and to give up their chance to enter the Chinyan clan, as they were forced to leave in dejection when they failed the first test. They were helpless, they were younger, and powerless. They could only suffer in silence when faced with blatant extortion. The two youths before Jun Wuxia were of the same mind. It was no wonder why they had targeted Jun Wuxia. She was just 14 and she had a small stature. She might have changed her looks to resemble a youthful boy, but her bone structure was plain for all to see. Among all the teenagers who came for the recruitment, there wasn't any as petite as she was, and she was dressed commonly, which made her look to be from humble birth. That had made her the perfect target in the eyes of the bullies. Jun Wuxia frowned as she stared at the two youths as she raised an eyebrow. They dared to snatch from her. Jun Wuxia was about to open her mouth when a figure suddenly whizzed to stand before her. Before she could react, a slender arm suddenly stretched out towards one of the youths, and like a lightning bolt, the youth was thrown over the figure's shoulder and flung far away from where they stood. You sniveling lowly worms, are you tired of living? This is daylight robbery. Don't make me kill you. A boyish teen dressed in patched-up clothes challenged gallantly in front of Jun Wuxia, his finger pointing at the disheveled youth he had just thrown, and the other youth who stood flabbergasted by the sudden attack on his partner. Jun Wuxia's expression froze. After he gave them a piece of his mind, the figure turned around and a slightly intelligent face but with distinctive features appeared before Jun Wuxia. Heh heh, what a coincidence. Imagine meeting you here. Don't worry, from now on, I will be your protector. If anyone were to bully you, I will beat the lights out of them. The spirited youth grinned as he looked at Jun Wuxia. There was a familiar air about him. Jun Wuxia's brows furrowed as she studied the figure before her. She searched her mind throughout, but could not link the figure to any in her memory. You've got the wrong person, Jun Wuxia finally said. The youth paused in thought, and his wide grin twisted into a grimace. He scratched at his head in frustration and looked agonizingly at Jun Wuxia before his face lit up as if enlightened. He squatted on the ground and wiped his hands on the dusty ground. He smeared his dusty hands all over his face and picked up a blade of grass and dangled it from the corner of his mouth before he stood in front of Jun Wuxia again to ask, "Think again." Peering at the scruffy-looking youth before her, Jun Wuxia's memory was jolted. Wasn't this the unkempt youth she had met in Ghost City that sold her those dilapidated books? With his face cleaned up, she could not recognize him at all. Remember me now? The youth blinked his eyes in anticipation. It's you? Jun Wuxia remarked calmly. The youth wiped off the dust from his face and said, "You remember me at last." Jun Wuxian nodded slightly. She had gone to the ghost city only once, and she had changed her looks then only once like she had now. She had not expected that after so many months, the unkempt youth had recognized her at once. "I did not think you would come to the Qingyan clan. I would not have thought they have anything that you might need," the youth said as he continued to wipe his sleeve across his face. He had spotted Jun Wuxia from afar earlier, and had hesitated not because he did not dare approach Jun Wuxia, but was wondering why a kid who could concoct far better elixirs and medicine than the Qingyan clan come such a long way to apply to enter the Qingyan clan as a disciple. Jun Wuxia looked at the youth, with her eyes showing no intention to reply. As though conscious of the fact that he was prying, the youth scratched vigorously at his hair and hurriedly tried to explain, "I am not trying to pry, but was just happy to see a familiar face here, and got a little too excited." Jun Wuxia raised an eyebrow. Were they already familiar with each other? The unkempt youth seemed oblivious to Jun Wuxia's cold and distant eyes and in fact became more and more enthusiastic. The other youth who had been thrown unceremoniously had already gotten to his feet holding his bottom and stared angrily at the unkempt youth who had rudely poked his nose into his business out of the blue. "Who the hell are you? How dare you touch me?" The youth squirmed at the pain in his bottom and was held up by the other youth. "The heavens forbid!" The penniless unkempt youth who was wearing clothes all covered with patches had dared crawl out of his hole and thrown him heavily to the ground without a word of warning. It was lucky he was still conscious. The unkempt youth paid no heed to the youth screaming his head off and said to Jun Wuxia, "Right, I'm Xiao Chu, and you?" Jun Wuxia stared at the overly enthused Xiao Chu and paused before softly replying, "Jun Xia." Left out to dry on his own, the screaming youth became furious as he saw that Jun Wuxia and Xiao Chu totally ignored him. He took a step wanting to stomp up to them to give them a piece of his mind when Xiao Chu suddenly turned and waved his fist at him. "Weaklings like you, I can handle more than 10. Xiao Chu threatened menacingly. The youth grabbed at the throbbing pain in his bottom from Xiao Chu's earlier attack and stopped in his tracks, but he continued on his rant. Jun Wuxia was irritated by the noise and there were only 2 minutes before the time was up, and she did not want to waste her time on idiots like those. Jun Wuxia took a step forward and shoved the herb in her hand into the face of the ranting youth, and said curtly, "New N0vel chapters are published on N0v/e/lb/in/co/m. Scram." The surprised youth brushed off the mud on his face and was about to continue on his tirade when his eyes fell upon the herb that had fallen to the ground. His eyes widened and he bent eagerly to pick it up in glee. He had thought that there was no chance of getting his hands on the herb from the petite youth now that the obnoxious unkempt youth appeared. Who would have thought the little brat would suddenly surrender the herb to him in fright? "At least you know your place. Let's go." It was enough that he got the herb, despite the throbbing pain that persisted in his bottom. He was happily discussing how he should split the herb with the other youth. Xiao Chu stood in his spot, dumbstruck, as he witnessed what Jun Wuxia was doing. Are you mad?" Jun Wuxia ignored Xiao Chu's stunned reaction, and turned to pick out an even bigger piece of herb from the tangled mess and walked on to complete the task. Xiao Chu stood rooted in place till Jun Wuxia had walked a distance away before he recovered from shock and ran to catch up. "I can see that the task is nothing to you, but you shouldn't allow them to take advantage of you like that." Xiao Chu had no doubts of Jun Wuxia's capabilities, but he was feeling sore at the fact that those scoundrels would get away with it. Meeting Jun Wuxia here was a huge pleasant surprise for Xiao Chu. The first time, when he had returned from the ghost city and brought back the Eastern Pearl, he had told his comrades everything about the events that had happened in the ghost city, and was soundly teased and scolded for being an idiot. Those rascals had made him go back to the ghost city to wait and see if the delicate youth with extraordinary elixir-making skills would appear again. Xiao Chu had been forced to lie in wait there for a whole month, before giving up after seeing no sign of him. Who would have known? His months of hard searching had been futile, and a moment's chance meeting had delivered the youth right up to him right here at the Qingyan clan. Xiao Chu was determined. This time, he would stick to Jun Wuxia like glue shamelessly, and would not let the little genius slip from his fingers again. As the self-proclaimed protector of the petite Jun Wuxia, when the bullies had taken advantage of Jun Wuxia, Xiao Chu had felt as though he had been bullied instead. If he did not have urgent matters to attend to in the Qingyan clan's peaks, he would have dragged the two bullies into the bushes and given them a good thrashing. Jun Wuxia was intent on finishing the task at hand, and while Xiao Chu carried on grumbling incessantly, Jun Wuxia took a deep breath and turned to face Xiao Chu. Qian Chu paused and blinked his eyes. "Things that belong to me are never easily taken away." Jun Wuxia turned and handed over the herb to the Qingyan clan disciple. After his inspection, Jun Wuxia was allowed to proceed, and Xiao Chu rushed up to hand over his own herb, still wondering on what Jun Wuxia had meant by those words. While Xiao Chu was still feeling confused, he suddenly heard a series of curses from afar. He looked up and saw the two bullies who had snatched the herb from Jun Wuxia arguing with the disciple of the Qingyan clan who had inspected their herbs. Vist and Velben. CM for new updates. Held in the hand of one of the bullies was no longer the same herb that Jun Wuxia threw at them. It was obviously just dried up weeds. What puzzled him was, he noticed a darkening of the skin on the youth's hand, a sure sign of poison. He thought back on Jun Wuxia's earlier statement, and Xiao Chu turned away from them, covering his mouth as he grinned wickedly. That kid must have planned this from the start, and had not intended to give in to the two bullies. Throwing the herb in their faces and watched them pick it up in glee, not knowing they were messing with the devil, and the results were devastating for them. At which point in time did Jun Wuxia smear the poison on the herb? That was something Xiao Chu could figure out and had him stumped. When did she do it? Seems like only Jun Wuxia herself would know. Her spiritual powers might have increased in an extremely short period of time, but an orange-leveled spirit was not that significant in the world. She did not come to the Qingyan clan to sightsee, but with an ambition to obliterate the mightiest clan throughout the lands. She had to prepare for any situations, and they must be lethal. Jun Wuxia was wearing a nondescript bangle, hidden below her sleeves, and nobody would notice it. Hidden within that seemingly common bangle were 7 different types of poison. It needed only a slight twist, and it could kill a person in a moment. The Qingyan clan conducted 3 initial tests for their recruitment. Besides the first one, where Jun Wuxia met the 2 bullies, she breezed through the next 2 tests easily. These 3 tests alone whittled the number of applicants going up the mountain from tens of thousands to mere hundreds. The crowded and squeezy thoroughfare felt much more spacious now. What was surprising was that the seemingly slipshod Xiao Chu managed to pass all the tests as well, and was now grinning as he followed behind Jun Wuxia, as he continued chattering all the way. Those who pass the tests will stand a chance to study under the Qingyan clan's banner. The hundreds of applicants left had reached the summit, and they could see the resplendent Qingyan clan's main temple before them. The applicants there were feeling awed, yet inspired with the sight. If they were accepted into the Qingyan clan, their lives would drastically change. The Qingyan clan disciple who led the applicants to the summit raised his hand to signal the noisy and excited crowd to be silent. A tall figure was heavily escorted out from the Qingyan clan's main temple as he stepped out slowly. It was a stately middle-aged man, looking no more than being in his early 30s, but for those who knew, the man was already in his 40s, and he was the man at the top of the Qingyan clan, Qing Yu. Following behind Qing Yu were 10 men of varied ages. Some of them had full heads of white hair, and some were just in the prime of their lives. But every single one of them carried with them an extraordinary air, and were finely dressed as they trailed behind Qing Yu. Xiao Chu stood beside Jun Wuxia as he stared upon the entrance of the various wielders of power in the Qingyan clan, and could not help himself but whisper into Jun Wuxia's ear, "The man in the front is the sovereign of the Qingyan clan, Qing Yu. And the men behind him are the elders of the 11 peaks. It's rather strange though. 11 elders but only 10 of them are here? Where is Jiang Qingqing of the Ash Cloud Peak? Where was Jiang Qingqing? Smashed to a pulp by the ring spirit of the lad standing right beside you. Jun Wuxia swept her eyes over Qin Yu and the men behind him. Bai Yinxian had described the appearance of the sovereign of the Qingyun clan and of the various elders to her, and she had paid special attention to Mu Qin of the Cloud-Treading Peak and Kudsong-ju of the Hidden Cloud Peak. LA test NOVLS on n.co. Mu Qin was the youngest among the elders of the 11 peaks, and was easily recognizable. Jun Wuxia could spot him almost immediately as he stood at the outermost spot among the elders. Mu Qin possessed a set of good-looking features. He was handsome and did not show an ounce of frivolity. He was dressed in a light blue brocaded robe as he stood quietly at the end of the row. There was no conversation between the elders, but she could faintly feel that Mu Qin did not get along well with the other elders. Just like it was with Mu Qin, Kudsong-ju was distanced from the other elders, but what was different was that Kudsong-ju looked hideous. He was not tall, and what was most distinctive was his curved hunchback. He was dressed in a dark purple long robe and looked extremely sinister, as if he had just crawled out from an old grave. According to Bai Yinxian, Kudsong-ju did not enjoy good relations with people in the Qingyun clan. Beside his dealings with the sovereign, Qin Yu, he did not pay heed to any of the other elders. He had a gloomy personality and avoided contact with other elders, and his appearance did not exactly encourage contact. But, in actual fact, Kudsong-ju was the elder he valued most among the 11 elders, even more than Jiang Qingqing, who was always with Qin Yu, did not enjoy the privileges given to Kudsong-ju. Qin Yu allocated the best resources of the Qingyun clan to Kudsong-ju, and had left orders that no one was to trespass into the Hidden Cloud Peak, not even the other elders. With the appearance of the sovereign and the elders, the youths were bursting with excitement as they stood ramrod straight and tried to stretch to stand as tall as their small still-developing bodies would allow them, trying their best to impress the sovereign and elders by showing how gallant and imposing they are. Unknown to the hundreds of youths who had made it through the 3 tests, the actual test was just about to begin. How many of them will remain in the Qingyun clan was not known yet. Qin Yu stood before the mass of pumped-up youths, his chin lifted, as he surveyed them as he would a batch of materials. He nodded at a disciple standing at the side, and the disciple stepped forward to announce the criteria for the final assessment to the crowd. To be qualified to join the Qingyun clan, you must possess extraordinary abilities. The Qingyun clan does not just accept anybody. You might have passed the initial 3 tests, but that does not mean you are one of us yet. Your performance in the upcoming test will be the deciding factor on whether you are fit to join the Qingyun clan. To be specific, for this last test, there was no criteria. The Qingyun clan just needed the hundreds of youths to showcase their best display of medical skills before the sovereign and the various elders. It could be treatment, ability to concoct elixirs and medicines. As long as it was outstanding, they would win acceptance into the Qingyun clan. Jun Wuxia lowered her eyes. This seemingly simple test was in fact to make it easier for the elders to select suitable candidates. The elders of the 11 peaks were specialized in different fields of medicine, and their selection were usually based on candidates whose strengths aligned with theirs. Mu Qin was specialized in the nurturing and development of veins and arteries, while Kudsong-ju portrayed his expertise as the planting and cultivation of medicinal herbs. Jun Wuxia decided on entering Mu Qin's cloud-treading peak, and would naturally display her expertise on veins and arteries. Hey, have you decided on which peak you want to go to? Xiao Chu noticed that Jun Wuxia had been silent and bumped his elbow against Jun Wuxia's. Jun Wuxia glanced at him, frowning slightly. The youths around them heard Xiao Chu and they were shocked. They proceeded to stare at Jun Wuxia and Xiao Chu from head to toe and saw that Jun Wuxia was dressed in common clothes, but Xiao Chu, who was standing next to her, could only be described as wretched. Xiao Chu could have been considered not bad-looking, but his worn-out and patched clothes which had been washed thin made him look like a beggar on the street. They all thought the two of them were shameless to even think they could choose the peak they liked when they were dressed so shabbily. Xiao Chu finally noticed the disparaging glares directed at them. He narrowed his eyes and shook his fist at the few skinny youths who stood around them, but that only won him more lowly muttered curses thrown in their direction. Brute! Xiao Chu could not be bothered with them and continued to badger Jun Wuxia on her choice. Jun Wuxia was slightly bothered by his persistence and finally muttered, almost in a whisper, "Cloud-treading peak." Cloud-treading peak? Why do you want to go to the cloud-treading peak? Xiao Chu was stunned. The cloud-treading peak was the smallest among the 12 peaks and had the weakest reputation. Even its elder was only 20 over years old. How capable could he be? Hey, let's not go to cloud-treading peak. How about we go to the Hidden Cloud Peak? At Hidden Cloud Peak, we will only need to grow flowers and plants and be a gardener. Doesn't it sound relaxing? Even as a new disciple, there won't be much for us to do. And the criteria to enter is extremely low. This last statement, Xiao Chu chose to keep to himself. Not me. Jun Wuxia said coldly. Hidden Cloud Peak relaxing? Only those who had died under mysterious and unexplained circumstances would find it relaxing. When the final test started, most of the youths gave it everything they had, wishing they could show off everything they've learned all their lives to the Qingyun clan's sovereign and elders. Some recited from medical classics, some pointed out the various acupressure points on paintings of the human body they had brought along, and some presented elixirs that they had supposedly concocted themselves. There were all kinds of presentations, made in many varied ways. Very soon, it became just like a fish market. Jun Wuxia had not rushed to react from the start, and only watched quietly as the youths turned the final assessment into a circus as they tried their hardest to present themselves in the best light possible. Your favorite ovals at n/vl/bin.com. Qin Yu and the others frowned, and as the situation got more and more rowdy, the frowns on their faces grew deeper and deeper. What a fracas! Do not get me involved in things like this ever again. If there are any that catches your eye, bring them back with you, and get the rest off the mountain. Qin Yu could not stand to see any more of the childish behaviors and the absence of talents among them, and stormed off in a huff. Qin Yu was usually absent from the monthly recruitment on the 15th of each month, and came infrequently just to watch. And every time that he came, he had always stormed off like he did today. Mu Chen watched with cold eyes as Qin Yu left, a sneer at the corners of his mouth. Qin Yu was as diplomatic as he always was. The good ones among the applicants had already been spotted by Qin Yu before they even entered the mountain and secretly brought within the Qingyun clan. He would not have any interest in these leftover applicants here and was rushing back to see and assess his new recruits. The show he put up today here was for the benefit of the elders. Mu Chen turned his eyes back to the front and looked at the applicants with neither pity nor compassion. It was not their fault that the youths were blinded by their enthusiasm and exuberance, but it became their fault if they were blinded by it and did not use their brains, showing the lack of intelligence. These youths are just anxious to show off, without knowing what the Qingyun clan was looking for. Just as Mu Chen was losing interest as well, he noticed something interesting. A tiny petite figure was standing in the midst of the crowd, observing everyone around him with a cold stare, looking as if he wanted nothing to do with this crowd. The chill emanating from those eyes did not seem fitting on someone of such a tender age. For no apparent reason, Mu Chen found his interest stoked. Maybe it was the cold personality, or it might be the eyes, but they all just made Mu Chen feel that that petite youth was different from the others. As if the youth had felt his gaze, the youth raised his head and looked Mu Chen straight into his eyes and weaved his way out of the crowd in the direction towards Mu Chen. Mu Chen watched the petite youth as he approached from far, but otherwise made no other move. Several Qingyan clan disciples saw Jun Wuxia walk out from the crowd and continued to approach closer to the elders. They immediately stepped up and moved to stop the youth from getting any closer. The assessment has not ended, and you are not allowed to move freely within the Qingyan clan. A lad looking to be in his early 20s frowned and looked at the petite Jun Wuxia. This youth was rather bold to dare approach the elders. This had happened many times before, but it was usually resolved when the Qingyan clan disciples threw a word of warning, and the offender had always backed off. But Jun Wuxia had no intention of backing off. When she was stopped, she stood her ground and raised her head. "I'm sorry. We'll take our leave immediately." Xiao Chu, who had followed behind Jun Wuxia, noticed the gradually darkening faces of the Qingyan clan disciples and had shot forward to stand beside Jun Wuxia, trying to pull her back while he persuaded. Jun Wuxia stood unmoving, rooted to the spot. Before Xiao Chu could even react, Jun Wuxia stretched out her hand and gripped the wrist of the Qingyan clan disciple. In the next moment, the disciple was flung heavily to the ground. "How dare you! Are you tired of living? The Qingyan clan will not tolerate such impunity. What audacity! Laying your hands on our disciples even before being accepted." The shouts that erupted shocked the crowd. They had been focused on displaying their best talents when the shouts shocked them into silence as they stared at the scene where the shouts had come from. When they saw what had happened, they were all visibly stunned. Was that brat asking to be killed? He dared strike a Qingyan clan disciple? Did he even want to enter the Qingyan clan? Some were shocked, some were smiling in glee. Everyone was competing for a spot to enlist it into the Qingyan clan, and with every competitor that dropped out, it just meant a higher chance for the rest. All of them thought Jun Wuxia had just forfeited her chance. Xiao Chu was frozen in place, and sweat trickled down his face. This kid was usually so quiet, and without any warning, he had suddenly placed them both in such deep trouble. They were still being assessed for goodness sake, and Jun Xia just suddenly decided to strike at a Qingyan clan disciple right before the elders. They would definitely be thrown off the mountain next. The most up-to-date novels are published on n0velgen.co/m. "I'm so dead. Brother Hua is so gonna kill me." Xiao Chu cried tearlessly as he stood beside Jun Wuxia. Realizing that Jun Xia had just stirred a hornet's nest, Xiao Chu nevertheless readied himself to take on the Qingyan clan disciples. Even if both of them were to be thrown out, he must never allow the Qingyan clan to lay a hand on this genius right beside him. Looking at his thin arms and legs, Jun Xia would not be able to take a beating. If anything untoward was to happen to the genius, Brother Hua won't be the only one beating him up. Not only the eyes of the massive youths were attracted to the scene, even the elders turned to look towards Jun Wuxia. The elder with a long flowing white beard frowned and exclaimed with annoyance, "Kids nowadays have no respect for rules and regulations." The sovereign had not been wrong, this is a circus. Mu Chen stared darkly at Jun Wuxia, but did not say anything. No one had noticed that when the silent Kudsong-ju had turned to see what had created such a ruckus, his eyes had flashed a moment, but had been suppressed just as quickly. Just as the disciple was about to make his move, Jun Wuxia suddenly said, "Spirit level orange, 3rd stage, upper body veins and arteries congestion, lower body hollow, cold artery constricted." A string of names of the body's veins and arteries overwhelmed the disciple as his hand froze in mid-air, his mouth gaped open in amazement as he stared at Jun Wuxia. What Jun Wuxia had mentioned earlier were the major arteries that were critical to the development of spiritual powers. As a disciple of the Qingyan clan, he was naturally aware of the condition of his own veins and arteries within his body. An orange-leveled spirit at 20 over years of age was nothing noteworthy in the Qingyan clan, and he had always pursued vigorously to become skilled in medicine or attain higher spiritual powers, but a detailed diagnosis of his body's veins and arteries by his teacher had told him exactly what Jun Wuxia had just said. How? How did you know?" the disciple asked, his face pale. Jun Wuxia retracted her hand from the man's wrist, and wiped at her fingertips carefully with a handkerchief before she said slowly, with flame-tailed flowers, you can treat the midsection to relieve the upper body congestion, use the leaves of moist luck plant to soak in baths to clear out the lower body, and... Jun Wuxia went on without pausing as she gave the solutions and treatments for every condition that the man's veins and arteries were inflicted with. When she finished, she took a step back and stared at the stunned disciple. If her long narration had fallen on the ears of the youths behind her, it might not have meant anything to them. But the elders of the Qingyan clan were all well versed in medicine, and they only needed to hear those words and they fully understood the significance of those very words. The looks of impatience and annoyance disappeared from all the faces of the elders. Even the face of the oldest elder among them showed an expression of shock after hearing Jun Wuxia's words. The nurturing and development of veins and arteries was the most complicated among the various fields in the study of medicine. The intricate weave of the multitudes of intertwined veins and arteries within a human body alone was enough to give anyone a headache, needless to say the study and knowledge required in the corrections and treatments needed when a problem is uncovered. With the countless veins and arteries greatly intertwined, and even when only a small section was inflicted, the problems that surface could affect the entire being. Even if the specific treatment were to be identified, many could not be sure that the treatment might not cause any damage to other adjoining veins and arteries. Hence, when problems occur within a person's veins and arteries, it was the hardest to treat and rectify, as the treatment was not subject to just the inflicted section, but a treatment that encompassed the entire body. That petite little youth had not only managed to diagnose the disciple's condition in such a short period of time, but had further managed to introduce a series of treatments targeting the various inflictions. What really shocked them was, the individual treatments recommended for the respective inflictions had sounded simple and independent. But if all the treatments were to be carried out collectively, the result would be astounding. While it relieved the pain of the upper body, it would also clear out the lower body. While it nurtured the lower body, it nourishes the upper body against its deficiencies. The treatments Jun Wuxia proposed were closely linked. If you looked at the string of treatments individually, it would not seem impressive. But if you were to look at them as a whole, the series of treatments complement and complete a cycle, and the elders were not able to see any side effects that might occur from it. How old was this youth? And he understood so much about the intricacies of the nurturing and corrections of the human body's veins and arteries. Elder Mu, was what the little youth said correct and true? The other elders' understanding of veins and arteries were inferior to Mu Chen's, and in order to verify what Jun Wuxia had said, they had to check with Mu Chen. At that moment, Mu Chen was not the least bit interested in the queries from the other elders. The moment that petite youth had said those words, his eyes had been fixed and had not left from Jun Wuxia. He had fully immersed himself into the study and research of veins and arteries for more than a decade. He had been extremely gifted from a young age, and all the hard work he had put in had enabled him to surpass anyone in the understanding and knowledge of veins and arteries throughout the whole Qingyan clan. Hence, no one there knew better than him how perfectly complete the series of treatments that Jun Wuxia proposed was. Even for him, he might not be able to come up with something like that. That youth there, I want him. He had no intention of explaining in details to the other elders. The usually calm and stoic Mu Chen had suddenly declared that he wanted Jun Wuxia to be enlisted within the cloud-treading peak and taken under his wing. With Mu Chen's unmistakable words, the other elders should understand by now, right? What that youth said must be true. Or Mu Chen would not act so uncharacteristically to lay claim on an applicant. It must be known that Mu Chen had seldom accepted any applicants as disciples into the cloud-treading peak in the months past. The amount of new disciples he accepted in a year could be counted with just one hand. Seeing that Mu Chen had picked up a real treasure, the other elders' eyes were turning rather green. Compared to the other childish and pathetic attempts by the other youths, Jun Wuxia's calm and affirmed gift in medicine made them feel all that very much worse, and they all felt like snatching him away from Mu Chen. Such a rare gem that appeared this time, and Mu Chen was being rather selfish to claim him just like that. The other elders were green with envy, but they did not say a word more. The youth was gifted in his knowledge of veins and arteries, and it was different from their areas of expertise anyway. Mu Chen would be in a better position to guide him. The other youths were still waiting for the situation to explode when they saw the youngest elder walk towards Jun Wuxia, and their smiles widened as they waited to see Jun Wuxia get thrown out off the mountain. Mu Chen walked up and stood before Jun Wuxia, staring at the unusually calm youth before his stern expression broke into a smile. "What's your name?" Vist and Velben, .cm for new updates. Jun Xia. Jun Wuxia replied. The youths who were anticipating the expulsion suddenly felt that situation seemed rather odd, as the Qingyan clan's elder was being rather mild. Shouldn't he be throwing Jun Wuxia out by now? "Will you be interested to come to the cloud-treading peak?" Mu Chen asked gently. Jun Wuxia was surprised, but her face showed no emotion. Mu Chen's words created a stir among the applicants, as they had expected to see Jun Wuxia thrown out for her actions, but they could only stare at Jun Wuxia in shock at what was happening. How did it come to this? The brat who challenged and offended the sanctity of the Qingyan clan should have been taken down. But he had been earned the interest of the elder of Cloud-Treading Peak instead. If he were to be accepted into the Cloud-Treading Peak, he would immediately become a full-fledged disciple of the Qingyan clan. Who would have thought that Lady Luck would cast her smile upon such an unremarkable petite youth? All that was needed was just for Jun Wuxia to agree, and she would become a disciple of the Qingyan clan, a true and earnest disciple of the Qingyan clan's inner house. That was a stroke of luck that many of them could only dream of, and the other youths harbored a deep jealousy as they clenched their jaws in rage. While waiting to hear Jun Wuxia's reply, another voice sounded suddenly. "Hold it, Elder Mu." A sharp and sinister voice suddenly spoke, and it could be clearly heard by all present. Kudsong-ju seemed shrouded in gloom as he walked towards Mu Chen. His hideous face was unreadable. Mu Chen frowned, his displeasure with Kudsong-ju visible. "What's the matter, Elder Ku?" Kudsong-ju dragged his feet over the distance, his bowed back making him look more sinister. The hem of his robe had old bronze bells attached to it, and they jingled with every step that Kudsong-ju took. "Those two lads there, I want them." Kudsong-ju raised his hand, and a wrinkled bony finger pointed at Jun Wuxia and the stunned Xiao Chu who stood beside her. Mu Chen's heart sank at that moment. "Elder Ku, what is the meaning of this? I had earlier declared that Cloud-Treading Peak would accept her as a disciple. If Elder Ku is in need of more disciples, go look elsewhere." Kudsong-ju scoffed. "Does that mean Elder Mu is making things difficult for me? I will have these two lads today. If Elder Mu has any objections to it, you can go take it up with the sovereign. If the sovereign agrees with you, I will hand over the lad, Jun Xia, over to you. If he disagrees, it would be better if Elder Mu remains silent." Mu Chen clenched his fists, hidden within his sleeves, as he stared furiously at Kudsong-ju. Everyone knew he was on extremely bad terms with Qingyu, and Cloud-Treading Peak had always received the least resources. In contrast, Kudsong-ju enjoyed the best support and was on friendliest terms with Qingyu. If he were to go ask Qingyu would never stand on his side and would surely reject him. This fella was obviously hijacking. The two elders started arguing in front of everyone, and it only made the other youths who were deeply jealous of Jun Wuxia hate her even more. What was so great about that brat that he was able to cause two elders of the Qingyan clan to argue and fight over him? Unknown to everyone, the Jun Wuxia whom the youths were jealous of, did not feel a single bit of joy. She frowned slightly at Kudsong-ju who had suddenly just butted in. She had not expected that Kudsong-ju would step forward to snatch from Mu Chen. Kudsong-ju looked sneeringly at Mu Chen and glanced at Jun Wuxia. He did not see any joy on Jun Wuxia's face but saw a frown in disapproval. "Kid, it's your honor to be accepted into the Hidden Cloud Peak. If you are to reject me, you can get the hell out of Cloudy Peaks now. From snatching to threats, Kudsongju's methods were outrageously domineering and Mu Chen's face was dark with fury. The other elders might not agree with Kudsongju's methods, but they all maintained their silence. Though Qin Yu tried to portray himself to treat the elders equally, they all knew how much he favored Kudsongju. Not to mention that Kudsongju was snatching a favored disciple from right under Mu Chen's nose. Even if Kudsongju were to cripple the lad called Junxia now, Kudsongju would not be persecuted by the Qingyun clan. Jun Wuxian narrowed her eyes and looked at the hideous Kudsongju, her frigid eyes flashed with cold. Suddenly, she felt a slight tug at her sleeve as Xiao Chu whispered by her ear, Junxia, do not do anything rash. You just wanted to get into the Qingyun clan, and getting in through the cloud-treading peak or the hidden cloud peak does not make a difference, right? Xiao Chu's voice betrayed his anxiety. He knew that with Junxia's prowess and his medical skills, there was nothing the Qingyun clan could teach him. There must be an ulterior motive behind his intention to get into the Qingyun clan, and instead of rejecting Kudsongju and getting thrown out, why not go along with his wishes for now? Jun Wuxia closed her eyes and held back her murderous intent. I agree. She spat out the words coldly. And Kudsongju broke into a hideous smile. Kid, you will soon find out that you had made the right choice today. Kudsongju cackled eerily in laughter, ignoring the fuming Mu Chen and just turned to leave. Jun Wuxia stared upon Kudsongju's departing back and her eyes were filled with chill. He would soon know how lethal a mistake he had just committed. Mu Chen took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the raging fire within. He tried hard to maintain a face of calm, but the tightness in his mouth betrayed the rage within. If you still find that is a need in the future, you can come look for me in the cloud-treading peak. My invitation to you will still stand. Mu Chen said softly to Jun Wuxia. He did not care what kind of atrocities Kudsongju had committed, but the youth before his eyes was a sincerely highly talented individual and he did not want the youth to be despoiled under the hands of Kudsongju. He would not let go of the slightest chance, no matter how minuscule, for the chance to have the highly gifted child live. All test NOVL on novelben/.cm. Thank you. Jun Wuxia looked at Mu Chen, sincerely grateful. Jun Wuxia could feel Mu Chen's sincerity. Mu Chen nodded helplessly. With Kudsongju's interference, Mu Chen had lost all desire to accept any new disciples. The best candidates had already been taken, and the rest were beneath his notice. Mu Chen had not known his rare offer made today would be the one that changed his life. With 2 elders leaving, the rest of the youths were getting flustered. But to fight for the remaining spots, they tried their hardest to present their best. For Xiao Chu and Jun Wuxia, who had been selected to enter the hidden cloud peak, they retreated quietly and stood to the side in stark contrast to the other flustered youths. I know you wanted to go to the cloud-treading peak, but we were left with no choice. Rest assured though, with me around, not even that hideous monster from the hidden cloud peak would be able to touch you. Xiao Chu said to reassure Jun Wuxia. Jun Wuxia did not reply. As things were, she had accepted them to be a fact. Kudsongju? She would let him see who was the greater devil between them. The game had just begun. There was no rush. As expected, among the hundreds of candidates left, only slightly more than 10 of them were picked by the elders to enter the inner house and less than 100 admitted into the outer house. The rest who made up the majority were asked to pack up and leave the mountain. The day ended with many youth in tears, and several Qingyun clan disciples led the selected candidates to the various peaks. Jun Wuxia was put together with Xiao Chu, and the disciple that led them was the one that had almost fought with Jun Wuxia, but now, the disciple did not treat them with his previous arrogance. It might be Jun Wuxia's prior diagnosis of his condition that was delivered with pinpoint accuracy, but the disciple treated them with utmost courtesy. The hidden cloud peak isn't too bad, and they don't have that much to do. It shouldn't be too tiring for you guys. The disciple rambled on and then paused, turned his head to look around. When he was sure that there was no one else around, he turned to them and whispered, "Remember this. When you get to the hidden cloud peak, do not go against Elder Ku." Jun Wuxia looked up at the disciple of the Qingyun clan. She had heard from Bayan Xian about the ominous dangers of the hidden cloud peak, but she had not expected to hear the well-intended warning from a disciple of the Qingyun clan. Noticing Jun Wuxia's eyes on him, the disciple turned away consciously. Our altercation had instead brought us together and made us fellow disciples. If I had offended you before, I hope my junior fellow disciple would forgive me. The disciple went on. From which peak is my senior? Jun Wuxia asked suddenly. Me? I'm from the cloud-treading peak, but not a direct disciple of Elder Mu. I am only assigned odd jobs and menial tasks there. My name is Rongheng. Rongheng laughed good-naturedly and hesitated before he went on. I would like to thank you for earlier. I have noted down everything you said, but might not be able to get all the herbs you mentioned. I would have to hand the prescription over to my master. The sudden change in Rongheng's demeanor was not entirely without reason. What Jun Wuxia had said earlier could drastically improve his veins and arteries and allow him to break his current stagnant progress and maybe achieve a breakthrough. That would change his life completely, and for that, he was eternally grateful. Jun Wuxia nodded and was silent for a moment before she said, "If my senior can find the time in half a month's time to come to the gates of the hidden cloud peak, wait for me there an hour before noon. I have something to give you." Jun Wuxia did not feel that Rongheng owed her anything, as her actions had been only meant to attract Mu Chen's attention, and it had inadvertently brought her Rongheng's gratitude as well. Rongheng's kind intentions behind his warning to the two of them was about to win him a real reward nevertheless. Jun Wuxia would never forgive a wrong done upon her, but would also repay any kindness showered upon her. If she were to benefit from others, she would definitely repay in folds. Rongheng was not aware of the great fortune he was soon to reap, and did not know what Jun Wuxia wanted to give him. He simply nodded and continued to lead the way. Discover new stories at nv/lbin.c/o. At the gates into the hidden cloud mountain, they met with another group of candidates. They had not been selected and were supposed to leave the mountain, but a disciple of the Qingyun clan had led them here instead. There were about 20 to 30 of them, and when they saw Jun Wuxia and her group, their faces showed that they were pleased at their unexpected fortune but still harbored a deep resentment for Jun Wuxia. "Isn't that our distinguished senior fellow disciple? Being so distinguished, he could not afford to walk as fast as us, can he?" A youth in the group sneered at Jun Wuxia and Xiao Chu. Those youths had been overcome with jealousy when the two elders had fought over Jun Wuxia at the selection assessment. They had given up all hope when they did not get selected and were about to leave from the summit when they met with a disciple of the hidden cloud peak. He selected several tens of them and told them that Kudsang-ju had picked them to be admitted into the hidden cloud peak and they would become disciples of the hidden cloud peak henceforth. What a turn of events! New chapters will be fully updated at novl/bin.com. They were pulled out of their despair and were elated at the news. Now that they met Jun Wuxia again, the one who had won the envy and jealousy of every single one of them in their group, they could not contain their disdain for her. So what if two different elders had picked her? She was admitted into the hidden cloud peak just like they were. They had wondered what ability she possessed, but now it seemed she was just like any one of them there. Teenagers were prone to having a rebellious streak, and they had already disliked Jun Wuxia and Xiao Chu for being selected during the assessment. Now that they are facing the two of them, everything about them displeased the bigger group of youths. Jun Wuxia ignored the jeers and sneers, and Rongheng just sighed and said to Jun Wuxia, "I can only escort you up to this point. From here on, the hidden cloud peak disciple will lead you. Take care." Jun Wuxia nodded at Rongheng and walked with Xiao Chu to join up with the group, who still looked at the duo with daggers in their eyes, but Jun Wuxia and Xiao Chu were totally unaffected as they stepped into their midst. "You must think yourself really great. You think you are better than all of us?" A slightly older youth among them was irked by Jun Wuxia's cold and distant attitude and charged at Jun Wuxia with his heavier body. Alas, he did not even manage to even touch any part of Jun Wuxia before Xiao Chu stepped in suddenly and grabbed his shoulder, reversed the grip of his other hand to grab the forearm, and raised his foot and kicked down forcefully. A loud snap sounded and the youth's arm had been broken in a flash. And a screeching wail burst out from the youth. A malicious expression surfaced on Xiao Chu's usual lazy look, and he narrowed his eyes dangerously, looking at that moment like a totally different person from Xiao Chu's usual laid-back and carefree attitude. "Stay away or I'll do worse." The youth with the broken arm continued to wail, and the others turned pale and sweat ran down their backs at Xiao Chu's brutal attack. The Qingyun clan's disciple nonchalantly glanced at Xiao Chu and did not say anything. Xiao Chu's expression changed back like a switch as he went back to stand beside Jun Wuxia, his malicious expression before had disappeared without a trace. He then said with a laugh, "My fists are tough enough to fight off any who dares bully you in the hidden cloud peak." Jun Wuxia noted with interest Xiao Chu's quick change in demeanor but did not see anything wrong with it. She did not think Xiao Chu's attack was brutal. If they were not at the Qingyun clan's cloudy peaks, she would have told Xiao Chu that you need to root out the evil and not allow them to live to come back and haunt you. But since they were going to the hidden cloud peak, that youth would not live long anyway. It did not make a difference if Xiao Chu left him alive or not. "If you have finished playing, then come with me." The hidden cloud peak disciple muttered disagreeably as he looked at the group with impatience. Xiao Chu's attack had frightened the youths, who treated them with disdain, and no one dared utter a single word against them as they walked through the gates of the hidden cloud peak. The hidden cloud peak was the second largest among the 12 peaks, after the sovereign Qingyu's, and it boasted a large surface area. Upon entering the hidden cloud peak, fog hung heavily in the air, and dense forests stood on both sides shrouded in the fog. Peering into the fog, beds of herbs that were planted lining both sides of the path could faintly be seen. The hidden cloud peak was well known to people externally to specialize in the planting and cultivation of herbs. It was even said the one could find every single rare herb in the world within the hidden cloud peak. The youths had been jittery ever since they've entered the hidden cloud peak. When they saw the expansive beds of a multitude varieties of herbs everywhere around them, they became overcome with awe. They started to look around for rare herbs that they had heard of, exclaiming loudly as they identified them, seemingly trying their best to impress the hidden cloud peak disciple of their wide knowledge. Besides childish and moronic, Jun Wuxia could not find any other words to describe these lambs on their way to slaughter. The hidden cloud peak disciple led them to their living quarters. The hidden cloud peak lived up to its name as the second largest peak. The disciples' living quarters were extremely spacious, and a scattering of several disciples were walking across the huge courtyard with their heads lowered, showing no interest in the new batch of junior fellow disciples just accepted into Hidden Cloud Peak. The disciples of the Hidden Cloud Peak were well treated, and each disciple was assigned an individual room. Not even disciples of Qingyun himself enjoyed such privileges in their living quarters. In Qingyun clan, besides for elders and the privileged few specially granted by the sovereign himself, a single room was usually shared by 2 or 3 disciples. Walking into their own rooms, the group of youths were laughing at the luxurious quarters they were to enjoy, silently thinking their fortunes had really turned around. Jun Wuxia's room was next to Xiao Chu's, situated at the northern edge of the quarters. Their rooms were next to a pond, and it was decorated with artificial mountains, and it looked rather elegant. Sitting on a chair in the room, Jun Wuxia's eyes scanned the room. The beddings were new, although they were of rather bad quality, they were at least clean. She had not sat down for long before a slight frown appeared on her face. A light familiar scent of blood swirled below her nose. The smell was very faint, almost too faint to be noticed. If not for her unusually keen sense of smell, she would not have noticed it at all. Upstada T from N, 0/V/LB/.co/M. Following the hated scent, Jun Wuxia came to stand before the table next to the bed. The paint on a corner of the table was new, its color a slightly brighter shade than the rest. Jun Wuxia retrieved a small dagger from her cloth bag and scraped off the paint in that corner. The orange paint flaked off bit by bit and the original wood was revealed. Looking at it closely, within the wood itself, it was stained with the darker shade of blood. The blood stain looked rather recent when blood had dripped on the table and seeped into the wood, staining it a dark shade of red, and it was impossible to wash off. This is interesting. Jun Wuxia sat back on the chair and stared at the carelessly covered blood stain, and her cold eyes flashed. The hidden cloud peak was as dangerous as she had heard. The previous occupant of this room did not die too long ago, or the scent of blood would have completely dissipated. Kudsong-ju accepted a large number of disciples on the 15th of every month. But she had secretly observed earlier within the living quarters of the disciples, there were less than 200 of them when added up. According to Kudsong-ju's acceptance of 30 disciples every month, the numbers did not add up, not even when you multiply it by 10. Judging from Kudsong-ju's way of accepting disciples this time round, he had accepted her and Xiaochu openly, but he had also secretly got his disciples to gather almost another 30 rejected candidates after the assessment and brought them back to the hidden cloud peak. If Kudsong-ju had done it the same way all this while, others would not see anything suspicious about the hidden cloud peak. After all, from what many on the outside can see, the hidden cloud peak did not have that many disciples. All traces of their existence were erased, they were thorough in their deceit. Jun Wuxia got up, and took out a sealed porcelain bottle. She heaped the scraped paint together into a tiny heap and poured a tiny bit of the liquid from the bottle onto it. The dry paint dissolved gradually and Jun Wuxia smeared the paint across gently with the bottom of the bottle and recoated the corner she had scraped off with the paint. In a moment, it was restored to look as it had before. Mistress, it seems bad in here. Upstada T from N, 0/V/LB/.co/M. Black mist seeped out of Jun Wuxia's body into a ball and coalesced into the agile little black cat. It jumped onto the soft bed and swished its furry tail furiously, looking like it was trying to dispel the bad smell in the air. It's just the heavy smell of death. Jun Wuxia said dismissively, a smell she was extremely familiar with. Dissipated from the rotting bodies under the surface, the scent of death gradually blossomed here. The hidden cloud peak looked on the surface to be a place exalted and revered, but hidden underneath was mysterious deaths, unseen, unknown. That hideous monster must have been up to no good. The little black cat had seen Kudsong-ju clearly when it hid within Jun Wuxia's body, and he had looked absolutely horrendous. Jun Wuxia was silent and sat quietly in the chair. They had just come to the hidden cloud peak and they were led straight to the living quarters by the disciple. No one else paid them any attention and the excited youths in the group had gathered in the courtyard all afternoon. They did not dare stray or wander without any instructions given as they highly treasured this opportunity given to them. When night approached, several hidden cloud peak disciples were returning to the quarters. The newcomers had grown hungry and they watched as their senior fellows passed them. One of them gathered his courage and approached the seniors to ask for food, but were sent crawling back with cold stares. Only when night had fully fallen, and the youths were ravenously hungry, the disciple who had led them to the quarters earlier in the day ambled in slowly and shouted for all the new recruits to gather. Jun Wuxia and Xiaochu stepped out of their rooms and exchanged a glance, and they did not see a sign of hunger on each other. Senior, it's already so late into the night, when can we eat? The ravenous youths held their bellies as they looked at the disciple. The disciple cast them a glance and replied maliciously, "You want to eat?" The youths nodded eagerly. The disciple raised his hand and pointed outside, and said, "Look, there are 100 large urns outside. 5 miles to the east lies a mountain spring. Every one of you will have to fill up 3 large urns with water. If you do not complete it, don't even think about dinner tonight, or even tomorrow's breakfast. What? The youths were utterly shocked. They had seen the huge urns earlier today when they had come in. They were larger in width than any of them, with their hands stretched out, and were as tall as they were. The distance of 5 miles was not too far away, but a round trip would make it 10. They had starved for a whole day and had not even a drop of water, and it was already so late at night, they did not have the energy to carry water treading through the mountains. Such huge urns to fill, and to fill up 3 at that, would require tens and tens of trips for them. The uneven mountain paths did not make it easier, but even if the path was flat and even, none of them would be able to complete it. So, what is this? You guys are complaining? Let me tell you, the water in those urns will be used to water the herb beds tomorrow. If you cannot do it, then get out of here quick. The hidden cloud peak has no use for useless wimps like that. The disciple sneered and gave them a good tongue lashing. The youths had been happily languishing around all day thinking that their dreams had finally come true, but they all huddled in fear together now, when they found out that their nightmare had actually just begun. A dream of fantasy that suddenly fell straight into their hands was actually a nightmare that could claim all their lives. They stubbornly refused to give up this rare opportunity to have been finally accepted into the hidden cloud peak, and pushed themselves to hang on. Even when the task given was impossible, they dragged themselves up and moved to carry it out. Dragging their tired bodies, the youths went out and picked up the buckets to go on their way to retrieve water from the spring. 2 lazy bodies trailed at the back of the group and watched the others drag their wretched bodies hobbling unsteadily to fetch water. Hungry? Xiao Chu asked after everyone else had left and the 2 of them were alone outside the quarters. Jun Wuxia shook her head. Her appetite had always been small and did not hold great interest in the desire for food, only ensuring that she ingested adequate nutrition and carbohydrates daily and not anything more than that. The elixirs she brought with her provided her with that sufficiently, and she did not feel any hunger. Here, keep this with you. You don't have to eat them today, just keep them for another time. This torment should still continue on for quite a while longer. Xiao Chu took out a packet of dried meat from his bag and stuffed it into Jun Wuxia's hands. Jun Wuxia raised an eyebrow and looked at Xiao Chu. He had chattered endlessly all this while, but his actions at times had revealed clues contrary to the mindless personality he projected. Xiao Chu's initial aim had been to get admitted into the hidden cloud peak, and his actions after had shown him to be familiar with the internal workings here. Dried meat were small and inconspicuous, they were most ideal as rations. People rarely kept any on themselves but for the well-traveled, and Xiao Chu seemed to have prepared for the unexpected circumstances rather well. Xiao Chu had hinted from the beginning that he would protect her in the hidden cloud peak, so it seemed he knew a few things about things happening here. The dried meat was also prepared beforehand against tonight's expected torment. N/W novel chapters are published on no/vel/bin.co/m. What was Xiao Chu's objective here with the Qingyun clan? Xiao Chu noticed that Jun Wuxia did not accept the dried meat and he stuffed it back into his own bag. If you get hungry, just let me know. I have more than enough. Let's not carry water, the task is impossible to complete. Why don't you just hang around out here? If you go back now, you would only get nagged at by the seniors. Xiao Chu was also obviously not going to become the hidden cloud peak's laborer. Where are you going? Jun Wuxia asked suddenly. Xiao Chu hesitated and thought what Jun Wuxia was going to do left alone. You want me to stay out here, what about you? Jun Wuxia pointed out the absence with no mention of himself. Xiao Chu slapped his forehead in frustration and said, I was rather obvious, wasn't I? Brother Hua had always scolded me for that. He looked around to make sure there was no one around before he said in a low voice, "I am going to find someone. The hidden cloud peak is extremely dangerous, so do not stray too far from here. After I am done talking with that person, I will come back here for you." In Xiao Chu's eyes, Jun Wuxie's petite little frame and skinny limbs would be very dangerous to stay within the hidden cloud peak. He thought if he was not around to keep his eyes on Jun Wuxie, the other youths might prey on him and carry him off with them. "I'll go with you," Jun Wuxie said to Xiao Chu. Xiao Chu was taken aback. "You want to come with me?" Jun Wuxie nodded. Xiao Chu was more familiar with the hidden cloud peak than she was. No matter who Xiao Chu was, he was obviously not friendly to the Qingyan clan. If there were no conflicts in their objective, she was willing to familiarize herself a little through Xiao Chu. Xiao Chu was looking troubled. He looked at Jun Wuxie and paused a long moment before saying, "All right, but you must promise me. No matter what you see, you must not make a single noise." It might be better to bring Jun Xia along. Leaving him here alone in the lion's den did not sit that comfortably with Xiao Chu either. It was obvious, Xiao Chu had a wrong perception of Jun Wuxie. He saw Jun Wuxie as a defenseless little youth, cleanly forgetting Jun Wuxie's previous abilities with poison he had witnessed just recently with his own eyes. Jun Wuxie, who had been mistakenly taken to be a harmless little bunny, was hence led by Xiao Chu deep into the inner parts of the hidden cloud peak. Xiao Chu proceeded unerringly, and stuck to dark and dim paths, totally avoiding the patrolling disciples within the peak. Seeing Xiao Chu's familiarity with the route to take, Jun Wuxie grew more certain with her earlier guess. Xiao Chu's knowledge of the hidden cloud peak might not be inferior to Baiyin Xian. She followed Xiao Chu through many of hidden cloud peak's architecture. Jun Wuxie's sharp nose told her, the deeper they went into the hidden cloud peak, the stronger the scent of herbs and medicine was permeated in the air. The smell was not exactly the fragrance that herbs originally gave out when processed, but was the scent of a multitude variety of herbs mixed together. The stench was rather pungent, and did not smell like anything like nourishing or healing medicine. Finally, Xiao Chu stopped before an unremarkable building. Outside the building, 2 hidden cloud peak disciples stood guard. It was late into the night and the 2 guards looked to be rather tired as they leaned on the doors, eyes half closed, almost drifting off to sleep. In the next moment, Xiao Chu streaked like a bolt of lightning past the 2 sleepy guards, and raised both his hands and quickly knocked the lights out of both of them before they even realized anything was amiss. With the guards taken out, Xiao Chu waved to Jun Wuxie, who had stayed hidden in the dark, and proceeded to push the doors open to enter inside. Jun Wuxie followed closely behind. Upon setting foot inside the building, an overwhelming stench of blood swept over them, nearly gagging Jun Wuxie. The interior was lit dimly, and the faint light shone upon the furnishings within. The walls were filled with shelves of herbs and nothing looked out of place. But the thick stink of blood that went into their lungs made Jun Wuxie realize that everything before their eyes here was just a false front put up to fool the unsuspecting. Xiao Chu turned a corner from the room and squatted down to pull at a part of the floor. A gaping dark tunnel appeared before them, so dark that the bottom could not be seen. The intense stench of blood had rushed out from the darkness when the trapdoor was opened, and the stink continued to surge forth, almost as if alive. "Follow me," Xiao Chu said quietly to Jun Wuxie and took out a small light, a small glowing amber, and stepped down onto the dark staircase leading down. Jun Wuxie followed behind Xiao Chu in the seemingly endless darkness. It was deathly quiet, and the unnerving silence pounded at their souls like a soundless knell. And soon, the stairs brought them to a scene straight from hell. The underground chamber was filled with large urns scattered all over, and a liquid bubbled within them as they emitted a dark green gas. More shockingly, was that every large urn contained a live human soaked within the liquid. Or rather, those people looked more dead than alive. The humans immersed within the urns were stark naked and their skin were festered with sores from being soaked in poisonous liquids. Their eyes had been gouged out and left with two dark gaping holes, and their mouths were gagged and tied with black ropes. Dried blood smeared around their mouths in dark brown streaks as they sat unmoving within the urns. Their lolled heads did not show any signs of movement, but only the slight rise and fall in their chests showed anything otherwise to Jun Wuxia. N/W novel chapters are published on no/vel/bin.co/m. They were still alive. Tens of urns stood with incapacitated humans immersed within. Above the urns, there were several wooden racks. Several more youths were chained to the racks and stripped off their clothes. They were covered in many festering wounds and the pus emitted a pungent stink. Another young youth hung from the rack, skinned alive. The sight before her eyes brought a humming in Jun Wuxia's mind. At that moment, she felt like she had been transported back into the prison of her nightmares. Under the coercion of the demon, she was forced to watch him conduct various inhumanely cruel experiments on the human body. Xiao Chu noticed Jun Wuxia's sudden pale face and he looked guiltily at Jun Wuxia. I had not wanted you to see all these. He had obviously known of this repulsive place hidden within the hidden cloud peak. I'm all right. Jun Wuxia snapped back to her senses and waved her hand. She had burned that hell on earth to the ground and sent that demon into the inferno. She had nothing more to fear. Xiao Chu did not know how to console Jun Wuxia and could only scratch his head furiously in frustration as he led them deeper into the underground chamber. The further in they went, the sights grew more grisly. The gory hell hidden deep within the hidden cloud peak was a nightmare brought to life. At last, Xiao Chu stopped to stand before a wall. Upon the wall, a tall youth had 2 hooks pierced through his pelvic bones, and 9 other stakes were driven through his body. His 2 hands were secured by chains that hung suspended from the ceiling. Fresh red blood ran from his wounds and flowed down his body, finally dripping from his toes. A pool of blood had formed on the floor below him. His head was lowered and he was silent, as if dead. You're finally here? A gentle but cold voice sounded suddenly, and the youth who hung from the wall suddenly came alive as he raised his head. He had rather feminine features and looked pretty enough to make a person not want to destroy that beauty. The eyes slightly inclined at the outer corners had a small mole dotted just below one, which lent a bewitching essence to the youth's beautiful features. Bro. Brother Hua. Xiao Chu stared at the horribly ravaged but still pretty-looking youth above. Jun Wuxia narrowed her eyes and looked at the figure upon the wall. She measured the wounds suffered by the youth and was surprised that anyone could still remain conscious under those conditions. That guy had a very strong will. Isekai dated novels on NOV/E/Lbin.co. The pretty youth frowned as his eyes set on Jun Wuxia standing behind Xiao Chu. Who is that? Xiao Chu gulped and said, This is the boy I mentioned to you guys before. The genius I met in Ghost City. Genius? Jun Wuxia raised an eyebrow at that statement. The youth who was Brother Huan narrowed his eyes further and an astonishing sight played out right before Jun Wuxia's eyes. The youth who had been imprisoned by the hooks and stakes suddenly started to move. His hands that had been tied with chains seemed to slip out from them and hung limply as if his bones had been sucked out of him. While he freed himself from his shackles, he set a foot against the wall behind him and pushed himself free from the hooks on his pelvic bones. His tall slender frame drew a graceful arc in the air as he landed firmly before Jun Wuxia and Xiao Chu, his bare feet in the puddle of his own blood. Brother Hua, who was standing on the firm ground, had restored his hands, the distinct joints in his fingers and hands pulling out the stakes lodged into his body one by one. The stakes removed had flesh stuck to them, but he did not even flinch and only continued to stare at Jun Wuxia through narrowed eyes. His escape from his imprisonment had been so graceful and easy for him that it left anyone watching stupefied. Why did you bring him here? Brother Hua turned and his cold eyes bored into Xiao Chu. The pretty youth's angry stare did not pose any real threat to Xiao Chu, but had instead been charming and gentle. Xiao Chu cleared his throat nervously and said, "Brother Hua, you should have a little more faith in me. I just happened to meet Jun Xia here in the Qingyun clan's Cloudy Peaks. We were both candidates applying to be admitted into the Qingyun clan as disciples. You know very well how dangerous it is late at night within the hidden Cloud Peak. If I had left him alone out there, he would have been in grave danger." The pretty youth's frown eased and he turned to Jun Wuxia and said, "My name is Hua Yao. Our dense Xiao Chu told us about you before and we did not expect to meet you here. This is not exactly the right place nor the right time for a first meeting, or I would have much more I would like to say to you." Hua Yao had a pleasant voice, and his tone was neither hurried nor slow, pulling at the heartstrings of people, but his bewitchingly pretty face was startlingly cold. "If you were anything like what Xiao Chu had told us, I would think that you had come to the Qingyun clan with other underlying motives and not just to be a disciple under them. The hidden Cloud Peak is not a safe place, no matter what your motives are, just remember this. Stay away from Kudsongju. Do not pay heed to any of the seniors' suggestions to meet up alone, and do not take any medicine or elixirs of unknown origins. If you can, do not even eat or drink anything from them." The brow that had just eased suddenly creased back into a frown. When Xiao Chu had first mentioned his meeting with the kid in the ghost city, they had hoped to find him again, to see if he could help them with producing the elixir that they needed. They had managed to find the person, but it most definitely was not the right place or time for them to discuss any of their intentions. They had another task at hand and were unable to bring Jun Wuxia back with them, and they could only try their best not put expose Jun Wuxia to any danger before their mission was completed. Those people out there, the disciples the hidden Cloud Peak newly brought in, did not have their names recorded in their list of disciples. Even if they were to die, no one would be able to find out they were associated with the hidden Cloud Peak. All the disciples secretly brought in by Kudsongju would end up dying here in this underground chamber as his live subjects in his research of poisons. If I remember it correctly, he will torture the batch of new recruits the first night they enter the hidden Cloud Peak. Hua Yao continued. "You should have seen them, Brother Hua. That hideous beast actually made everyone go hungry and made them go fetch water." Xiao Chu nodded as he said, revealing that his well-prepared self must have been through the information given by Hua Yao. Hua Yao's lips curled slightly, forming into a devilish cold smile. Vigorous activities on an empty stomach will burn out those bodies thoroughly, and it will not be a surprise if a few of them were to fall ill. If Kudsongju truly intends to kill the whole bunch of recruits, he will not do it to all of them at the same time, but to start off with the most inconspicuous methods and whittle them down bit by bit to fully utilize them. The hidden Cloud Peak is actually just a pen that cages in all these sacrificial sheeps, and Kudsongju just needs to introduce an excuse or two when he needs to, and to keep the rest in the dark about his shady actions, he proclaims to bring back and heal those that had fallen sick. Am I right? Jun Wuxia asked nonchalantly, her eyes narrowed as she shared her analysis. In order to not alert the rest of the herd of sacrificial sheep, Kudsongju used harsh treatments to tire them out, and those disciples who injured themselves or needed other treatments would be brought to the elder, and nothing would seem out of place. Diascover dated novels on NOV/E/Lbin.co. And as for those who were brought away, the rest would be too tired to bother whether they were dead or alive. A whole batch of new and naive recruits brought into the hidden Cloud Peak would only end up dying one after another. And by the time any of them felt anything amiss, it would have been too late. Hua Yao looked at Jun Wuxia in surprise. He had not expected to see such a young boy to be able to assess Kudsongju's underhanded and malicious deeds in such detail after just spending half a day in the hidden Cloud Peak. He saw that Jun Wuxia was indeed extraordinary. Your guess is right on the mark. That is indeed Kudsongju's modus operandi. He would bring in a few of them every other few days, and kills them all off slowly. Within the hidden Cloud Peak, only those disciples dressed in the Qingyun clan's uniform are truly safe as they are wolves of the same pack, and know exactly how things work within the peak. Hua Yao affirmed, impressed by Jun Wuxia. You came in last month? Jun Wuxia looked at Hua Yao, noticing the grave injuries on him, but compared to the others within this underground chamber, were far less serious, and at least he was conscious. Hua Yao nodded. I am the last one to be brought here into this chamber from the previous batch, and I sent my contractual ring spirit bearing all these information to Xiao Chu before I came in. Jun Wuxia observed Hua Yao and noticed the blood on his wounds had clotted. His body looked a mess, but he seemed to be in good spirits. If he had not been seen to have hung shackled and pierced with stakes to the wall just moments ago, nobody could have guessed at the travesty done upon him. Most up-to-date NVELs are published on n0velgen.co/m. For a normal person, to have their pelvic bones pierced through and stakes driven through the body, even if they did not die, they would be on their last breaths. But Hua Yao seemed to still be rather spirited. Noticing Jun Wuxia's eyes upon Hua Yao, Xiao Chu stepped up and rested a hand on Hua Yao's shoulder. Don't just judge Brother Hua in his wretched state, these injuries to him are just a walk in the park. Jun Wuxia raised an eyebrow. From Hua Yao's escape from his shackles that pinned him to the wall, this pretty youth could only be someone extraordinary. I have free control over my bones. To clear up Jun Wuxia's doubts, Hua Yao raised a hand, and his slender fingers turned visibly soft before her eyes, and the bones within seemed to have disappeared into thin air, his hand hanging limply from his wrist. Jun Wuxia's eyes flashed with a slight tinge of surprise. She had met contortionists in her previous life who were able to change their bones in certain ways, but they were in no way comparable to what Hua Yao was capable of. Hua Yao's control over his bones did not only allow contortion, but seemingly allowed him to freely make his bones grow or disappear at will. What is your objective here? Jun Wuxia reined in her surprise. From Xiao Chu's and Hua Yao's actions, she was able to ascertain that they were definitely not allies of the Qingyun clan. As long as they were not friendly to her enemy, she would find a use for them. We are here to retrieve some things. What about you? Hua Yao restored his hand. He did not hide his objective for coming here. Just like Jun Wuxia, he was clear they were all not friendly towards the Qingyun clan. They both had their own objectives, and they could form a temporary alliance. Besides, they had another favor to ask of Jun Wuxia, and the intelligent should know very well when they should show their sincerity. Among them all, Jun Wuxia, Hua Yao and Xiao Chu were intelligent people. I am here to wipe out the entire Qingyun clan. Jun Wuxia spoke easily, but every single one of her words stunned her listeners. Xiao Chu widened his eyes in amazement, staring in disbelief at Jun Wuxia, and even Hua Yao's face showed a flash of surprise. You must be kidding, right? Xiao Chu dug his finger into his ears furiously, thinking he might have heard Jun Wuxia wrongly. Wipe out the entire Qingyun clan? Was this guy serious? I think our objectives are not in conflict. Cooperation, or fight our own individual battles. Jun Wuxia was not interested in lengthy explanations. Hua Yao's familiarity with the hidden cloud peak would be useful to her, and if they agreed to cooperate, it would shorten the time she would take to annihilate the Qingyun clan. If not, she would not force the issue. To Jun Wuxia, her concept of an alliance was just something that made things easier for her if available to use, and would not be much of a concern even if she did not make one. She had initially planned to do everything on her own anyway. But did she look like she was kidding? Hua Yao and Xiao Chu exchanged a quick glance and immediately saw the obvious answer in each other's eyes. Hua Yao looked at Jun Wuxia and said, "We can work together, and after we succeed, we have a favor to ask of you." Speak. Jun Wuxia was not surprised in the least. Xiao Chu had been enthusiastic all this time, and she did not think that having met just once before would make Xiao Chu so fiercely protective of her. Xiao Chu mentioned that you have a way with producing elixirs, and we would like to ask for your help to produce a certain elixir. We will provide you with the recipe, and we will help to gather the herbs needed. You will only need to complete it from there. Hua Yao paused before he continued, "We do not demand guaranteed success, but only hope you can give it your best shot. If it is successfully completed, we would be most grateful. But if it happened to fail, we will not force the issue further." Jun Wuxian nodded slightly. Little wonder Xiao Chu had been so protective of her. It seemed like the elixir she had produced in the ghost city had made Xiao Chu take notice of her. To have made Hua Yao and Xiao Chu request for it so solemnly, it would not be anything simple or easy. But when Hua Yao had been so upfront about it, she saw no reason to reject him of his request. Besides, in terms of medicine and the skills involved in elixir production, Jun Wuxia had utmost confidence in herself. As long as anyone in this world had successfully produced the elixir before, she did not believe it would be beyond her. Top VL updates on n/o/v/lb/in.com. Alright, you have my word. Jun Wuxia agreed without any hesitation. Xiao Chu's face broke into a joyous smile. "I knew it. I knew you would agree." Jun Wuxia looked at Xiao Chu. It was just a fair deal between two parties. Excessive emotions would only cloud the mind. Hua Yao was used to Xiao Chu's exuberant personality and ignored his outburst. He then proceeded to tell Jun Wuxia about the Hidden Cloud Peak in detail. Having been in the Hidden Cloud Peak for a whole month, Hua Yao's understanding of the Hidden Cloud Peak completely overshadowed by Yun Xian's. Kudsong-ju stayed within his own quarters every morning and never stepped out. He would only pass down instructions to the disciples of the Hidden Cloud Peak in the afternoon and only for a short while. He was alone most of the time, and even the authentic disciples of the Hidden Cloud Peak did not have much interaction with him. After sundown, Kudsong-ju would come to this underground chamber and subject his new recruits to unspeakable torment. For the youths imprisoned here in this chamber, Kudsong-ju only saw them as test subjects for his various experiments and research, consisting mainly of feeding poisons and torturing. All kinds of experiments are carried out here daily. After sundown, the Hidden Cloud Peak turns into a nightmarish hell. And for those who die from his experiments, would be carted out in the dead of the night by the disciples of the Hidden Cloud Peak and be buried within the herb beds, to lend nourishment to the growing herbs as fertilizer. After being admitted into the Hidden Cloud Peak, unless they become a genuine disciple under Kudsong-ju himself, they would not ever leave the Hidden Cloud Peak, not even after they died. Those people were fated to never leave here alive, the moment they stepped into the Hidden Cloud Peak. Jun Wuxia listened intently to Hua Yao, her cold eyes lowered, as she pondered a moment. She suddenly raised her head and looked at Hua Yao to ask, "You can freely control your bones, can you change your body shape and looks?" Hua Yao was shocked. And he seemed to realize what Jun Wuxia was asking, but did not seem sure before he nodded. "Kill Kudsong-ju, and have you take his place." Jun Wuxia narrowed her eyes as she revealed her plan. Hua Yao and Xiao Chu felt the shock reverberate through their entire beings. They never would have expected that Jun Wuxia would even think about killing Kudsong-ju the very first night she entered the Hidden Cloud Peak. Jun Wuxia might have stated her objective for coming to the Qingyun clan was to wipe out the whole Qingyun clan. But wasn't the speed the plans were being carried out a tad bit too fast? Up-to-date OVLS on OVL-bin.cm. Can it be done? Xiao Chu stared at Jun Wuxia stunned, unable to accept such shocking ideas coming from the petite and refined-looking youth before him. Jun Wuxia frowned. Hua Yao replied instead, "How do you intend to do it?" "I might be able to change my bone structure, but I am unable to transform my skin. Even if I am to change my facial bone structure to be exactly like Kudsong-ju, I won't be able to replicate that face. I have my ways." Jun Wuxia looked at Hua Yao. "You do not have to do anything else, but to wait here." Hua Yao stared at Jun Wuxia a moment, as if guessing at her intentions. He decided not to say anything further, and gave his silent consent. The three young youths made their first pact of agreement in the dark, dank, and wet underground chamber. Their cooperation this time was the start to the tangles that was destined to bind their lives. At the earliest break of dawn, Jun Wuxia and Xiao Chu left the underground chamber. Before they left, Jun Wuxia witnessed Huayao drive the stakes into his body and hung himself back onto the hooks and bound himself to the chains. He looked just as he had before they found him. After a night of torment, the newly recruited youths were tired beyond words. Before Jun Wuxia and Xiao Chu reached their quarters, they saw over 20 of the battered and exhausted youths leaning beside the water urns. At that moment, they seemed to have lost their spirit and energy, lying around like limp rag dolls, listless and limpid. Many of them were soaking wet and the buckets used to carry the water lay beside them, and they had no strength left to go on. Having gone hungry a whole day and night, the stomachs were growling furiously, and the night's hard labor and resulting exhaustion wringed every ounce of energy out from their bodies, and many of them had fallen asleep where they sat. Jun Wuxia's and Xiao Chu's arrival had not been noticed by anyone else, and they conveniently picked a spot to sit down. Without anyone seeing, Jun Wuxia pushed an elixir into the hands of Xiao Chu. "What is this?" Xiao Chu looked at the grayish elixir in his hand, and then looked in puzzlement at Jun Wuxia. Jun Wuxia glanced at Xiao Chu but did not feel like explaining. She picked up the elixir from Xiao Chu's hand and slapped her hand onto Xiao Chu's mouth, sending the elixir down his throat, and swallowed an elixir herself. The extremely bitter elixir slipped down his throat and brought tears to Xiao Chu's eyes. He grimaced in agony as he stared at Jun Wuxia, and pinched on his own nose. This kid was simply straightforward and brutal. When the first rays of light spilled onto the lands, the exhausted youths were stirred back to consciousness by the blinding light. The figures picked themselves up wearily and wobbled unsteadily into their sleeping quarters. There was nothing else they wanted more than to go back and sink into their beds, and drink a few mouthfuls of water to flush away the hunger pangs. Not a single one of them was able to complete the task set to them, and according to what the Hidden Cloud Peak senior had said, they would not have any breakfast either. A pity, but the torment had not ended. Just when the new recruits were dragging themselves back into the quarters, they were stopped by the senior disciples of the Hidden Cloud Peak who had just awoken. "Have all of you finished it?" The fully refreshed disciple asked as he looked upon the group of wretched and exhausted youth, as an evil smile appeared on his lips. The youths lowered their heads, unable to make a sound. "What a bunch of losers! Since you can't even complete such a simple task, you can forget about breakfast. Now, go and get the water from the urns and water the herb beds." Without allowing the ravaged youths any chance to rest, more torment was being heaped upon them. Howls of protest sounded from those youths then. "Senior, we are dying from exhaustion, and did not sleep a wink last night. Can we sleep just a little before we go?" A braver youth among them pleaded for them. The next moment, as soon as those words had left his mouth, the Hidden Cloud Peak disciple rushed at him and kicked him hard in the stomach, making the weakened youth double over and fell onto the floor, howling in pain. "What a lazy bunch! These rules in the Hidden Cloud Peak are meant to be followed once you are admitted. Anyone who refuses to follow them can pack up and leave." The Hidden Cloud Peak disciple looked at every single one of them in disdain and gave a cold laugh. The cruel look in his eyes did not even see those new recruits as humans anymore. Under threat and fear made these totally exhausted youths huddle together, unable to argue further. They dragged themselves to their feet and straggled outside. The Hidden Cloud Peak did not allow any outsiders to enter, and hence, no one knew what went on behind their firmly closed doors. There was no one to come save these sacrificial lambs about to be sent to slaughter. Say, if these guys knew they would be tortured to death by the Hidden Cloud Peak, would they still cling on so desperately to be admitted into the Hidden Cloud Peak? Xiao Chu walked slowly out of the quarters and looked at the figures before him walking unsteadily, his eyes inquisitive. Kudsongju was a bad egg, but these scoundrels were no angels as well. When they had just come to the Hidden Cloud Peak, they had sneered and jeered at him and Jun Wuxia. He doubted they had the energy to do that anymore. Jun Wuxia did not say anything. She lowered her eyes and looked at the ground before her feet. A place like this totally disgusted her every moment she was here. Up-to-date OVLS on OVL bin.cm. And since it disgusted her that much, she would totally wipe the place out. Xiao Chu waited for Jun Wuxia to reply, but she did not say a word. He then turned his head and suddenly saw that Jun Wuxia's pink cheeks had lost all color, and her lips were deathly white. Jun Xia. You. Xiao Chu had just opened his mouth to speak when he suddenly felt the world spin around him. Before he could react, he involuntarily fell flat on his face onto the ground. Two loud thuds alerted the youths who were walking before them. They turned their heads to see and found that the trailing pair of Xiao Chu and Jun Wuxia had fainted as they lay flat on the ground. They had shown no prior signs of fatigue, but their faces were now deathly pale and the dry cracked lips were white. Help! Some people fainted. Shouts erupted from the group of youths. The Hidden Cloud Peak disciples were drawn to the noise and they immediately spotted Jun Wuxia and Xiao Chu lying at the side of the path the moment they stepped out. For just a brief moment, a flash of malicious glee flashed within the eyes of the disciples of the Hidden Cloud Peak, but it disappeared very soon after. They put on an exasperated face thereafter and reprimanded with disdain at the group of youths, "What a useless bunch this is. They are falling to pieces after just one night in the Hidden Cloud Peak. Get some people here and bring these two useless pieces of thrash back to Elder Ku. I can't believe they could be this hopeless. They are more trouble than they are worth and would only be a bother to the elder." The bumbling group of youths looked with uncertainty at what was happening here. According to the senior Hidden Cloud Peak disciples, they would be sent to Elder Ku for treatment, and they were suddenly comforted by the fact that the elder of the Hidden Cloud Peak took a personal interest in the well-being of their disciples. That must be true. The Hidden Cloud Peak would never torment them like this without reason. This must be a test for them. If they can hold out a little longer, they would soon become a true disciple of the Hidden Cloud Peak. After they told themselves that they would be treated by the elder himself if they were to fall ill, their earlier complaints of exhaustion seemed to evaporate into the air. Some of them even started to anticipate eagerly for their bodies to succumb to exhaustion and be subjected to the treatment from Elder Ku, and push their bodies beyond their limits. The fantasy that enveloped the naive youths gave them renewed strength, and their ravaged bodies were suddenly able to move as the youths moved out determined to succeed. Dumb pieces of trash. The Hidden Cloud Peak disciple muttered to himself as he stood at the entrance to the quarters, his eyes fixed on the naive sacrifices who were oblivious to the certain death that awaited them at the end of their disillusioned good fortune, as they trudged out to suffer further torment. Do we just send these two to the elder? A few Hidden Cloud Peak disciples walked over and kicked at the unmoving pair lying on the ground, asked easily. Just send them up. I did not expect that there to be such weak ones among the sheep that would succumb to the torture on the very first night. They're sure out of luck. Without feeling any pity for the pair, two Hidden Cloud Peak disciples carried Xiao Chu and Jun Wuxia, moving deeper into the peak. As they made their way in, the disciples paid no attention to the injured pair and handled them roughly. After some time, they came before the same building that Xiao Chu and Jun Wuxia had sneaked into last night. The doors to the building were open and the guards at the doors allowed the disciples in without stopping them when the guards saw them carrying the two injured over their shoulders. After they entered, Xiao Chu and Jun Wuxia were thrown like sacks onto the hard floor. With a boom, the doors to the building were then closed. Xiao Chu lay flat on the ground, his face stuck to the dirty floor, his pale face in a grimace. Up-to-date OVLS on OVL bin.cm. Will somebody tell him what was happening to him? Why did he suddenly faint? What scared him more was that after he collapsed, he had remained conscious and heard every single word of the conversation between the senior disciples. And no matter how hard he tried, he could not move a finger. He had remained conscious, and his half-closed eyes had allowed him to see everything that was going on. But he just could not move. What kind of an elixir did Junxia give him? Why is he in such a state? As Xiao Chu was feeling helpless and confused on the hard floor, he suddenly noticed a little shadow that suddenly flashed past before his eyes. The shadow nimbly jumped across the room and finally stopped before a shelf filled with medicinal jars. It was a graceful little black cat, and its chest was decorated with a brilliant crest of gold. The little black cat noticed Xiao Chu's eyes as it licked its paws slowly and swished its tail lazily, before it jumped up to hide behind the jars of medicine. Time passed, before the doors to the building were opened again. The sun shone in through the doors and lit the dim room with its light. A crooked figure shuffled to stand before the doors into the room, the light shining behind him. "Stay alert and watch carefully, I do not want any disturbances." An evil chilling voice was heard, one that made anyone feel like they were dipped into the icy cold water of a winter lake. Before the comforting sunlight could warm the cold hard floor, the doors to the room were shut tight once again. The sharp jingle of bells sounded in the ears of Jun Wuxia and Xiao Chu, and the sound gradually came closer to the two figures lying motionless upon the ground. The jingles of bells beat at their thumping hearts, its rhythm in tandem with their heartbeats. Kudsongju stood, his back hunched and his eyes narrowed as he stared at the two youths, his darkened lips curled in a cruel arc. He shook his hands and two lengths of chains slipped out from his voluminous sleeves. He secured the chains around the bellies of Xiao Chu and Jun Wuxia and dragged the unconscious pair towards the underground chamber. After he left, a nimble black shadow slipped from behind the medicinal jars upon the shelf and followed. Its small body blended into the darkness easily as it dove into the tunnel leading down into the chamber. In the deep underground chamber, the nauseating smell of blood permeated throughout, mixed with the strong smell of herbs that assaulted one's sense of smell. The crisply clear jingle of the bells followed Kudsongju as he shuffled forward, and the two hidden Cloud Peak disciples who were busying themselves within the underground chamber immediately dropped the tasks at hand and went up to Kudsongju when they heard him coming. "Master." The two disciples bowed respectfully. Kudsongju released the chains around Jun Wuxia and Xiao Chu and said to the two disciples, "Bring them over." "Yes, master." The disciples picked up the two youths and carried them over to the raised wooden platforms at the side. Two loud thuds sounded as the youths were thrown carelessly upon the wooden boards. "Clean them up properly. I have new drugs to test on them." Kudsongju let out a spine-chilling cackle as he turned to walk further inside. Within the dimly lit underground chamber, the torches flickered, and the pretty-faced youth hung from the wall, his face pale. He was not moving, and it seemed as though he could be dead. Kudsongju lifted a water scoop from a bucket and splashed it heavily upon the youth. The icy cold water woke the unconscious youth and he raised his head slowly, his eyes glinted with a trace of hatred, the tiny teardrop mole below his eye showing clearly on his face. "I can see you are still very spirited. That's good. Let's play a different game today." Kudsongju cackled maliciously and pulled a thin cane from a bucket filled with a black gooey liquid. The cane was soaked through with the black liquid and it glistened darkly within the dim firelight, and thorns were embedded throughout its length. This youth was from the previous batch of new recruits brought into the hidden Cloud Peak last month. All the others from the same batch that had been brought in had already died under his hands. This youth had possessed exceptional life force and his vitality had far surpassed all the others. Even after more than 2 weeks' torture, he had remained alive. The cane soaked in the poisonous black liquid was slashed upon the youth's tall slender body, every stroke left glaringly gashing red wounds as the thorns dug into his flesh. The black poison liquid stuck to the wounds and the red bloody gashes soon turned a dark purple. Your F48 stories on /o/v/lbn.cm. This is the poisonous cane that grows only on the eastern Spirit Mountain. I collected and immersed them in the juice of the heart-eroding grass. The poisonous cane's barbed hooks might be sharp, but were rather brittle. They break off easily after just a few uses and lose its effectiveness. But when it is soaked in the juice of the heart-eroding grass, it hardens and strengthens the barbed hooks, making them unbelievably strong and increases its poisonous qualities greatly. As he continued lashing, Kudsong-ju was immersed in his teaching as he rattled on with his hoarse voice. The best thing about it is, the poison is not lethal enough to kill, but will induce unbearable pain and agony in the human body. The wounds it leaves behind will feel like thousands of ants biting away at the flesh. Huayao, have you remembered everything your master had so painstakingly prepared for your lesson today? The cane slashed mercilessly within the dim chamber, and Kudsong-ju's eyes grew crazed, his face contorted in glee, and his breaths grew shorter as he got more and more excited. The youth took on the slashes without uttering a single sound, with his head lowered, as he clenched his jaw tight. Within the pair of pretty eyes, they did not show any trace of fear or terror, but flashed with a chill and showed defiant calm. The endless cracks from the cane echoed throughout the underground chamber while the two disciples outside lowered their heads as they began to prepare the two newly arrived sacrificial sheep. That kid in there can really take it, he's actually still alive. One of the disciples said indifferently, having gotten used to the daily tortuous experiments that happened daily in the underground chamber, and Huayao was the only one to still survive after more than 10 days under the malicious hands of Kudsong-ju. Before him, none had managed to last that long. Forget 10 days, none had lasted more than even 5 days. Basically, any of the new recruits sent here mostly die in 3 days, and even if they miraculously survived, an outcome worse than death awaited them. Their vision and voices would be snatched away from them, becoming blind and mute, unable to utter a single word of protest or curse, and immersed in the urns that were filled to the brim with poison. Death was actually a relief for these people. I took a look at him earlier this morning, he would not last much longer. The other disciple replied without any expression. I wonder how long these two sheep here would last, 2 days? Or 3 days? This kid here had looked rather thin, but he is actually rather muscular. The disciple exclaimed as he cut up Xiao Chu's clothes. Under the tattered tunic, his firm muscular chest glistened under the dim flickering torches, as the disciple admired for a little longer before he reached out his hand and stroked Xiao Chu's chest when he could not resist it any longer. The disciple, absorbed in his admiration and the feeling that lingered on his fingertips, had not noticed that the sacrificial sheep that laid there had seemed to shiver from his touch. Top VL updates on n/o/v/lb/in.com. The other disciple pouted at his partner's luck as he stared at the petite and skinny specimen of a boy before him, and was about to begin with his task in disdain. I don't know about yours, but this one here should be lucky if he could even last through today. As he spoke, he picked up the blade, raised his hand, and was about to cut through the clothes when his hand was back in mid-action. The disciple froze, the shock paralyzing him a moment, as he looked in disbelief at the small hand that was gripped on his wrist. That hand belonged to the little brat that lay before him. Little Black. Jun Wuxia, who had been unconscious just a second ago, suddenly snapped her cold and chilling eyes open, and with a low call, a massive black shadow had suddenly appeared in the underground chamber. The two disciples had been rather laid back and relaxed when suddenly they spotted the big black beast, but it had pounced on them from within the shadows fast as lightning before they could react, and pinned them firmly onto the ground. How did such a huge beast get into this underground chamber? And they had not even noticed anything at all. The daggers that they held within their hands had dropped on the ground when the massive beast had pounced on them, and it held them both down under a paw, each pressed against their necks, its sharp claws digging into their carotid artery. A little more pressure, and the beast would have taken their lives. Everything had happened too fast, and they only glimpsed a massive shadow before they found themselves pinned, and were unable to react in the slightest. Hear them utter one word and kill them. The cold, clear voice sounded in the ears of the two hidden Cloud Peak disciples, and their eyes widened in fear when they saw where the voice had come from. A small petite figure sat up slowly on the wooden platform unhurriedly. The small youth who had been unconscious just moments ago now sat there looking at them with eyes that sent a chill deep into their bones as they lay on the floor, not daring to move a muscle. Gulp. Jun Wuxia stood up and glanced at the two daggers lying on the floor near her feet. Her cold gaze shifted as she turned and came to stand beside Xiao Chu. She then pried his mouth open and popped an elixir into it. The next moment, the rigid figure lying upon the wooden platform jumped up suddenly and Xiao Chu screamed. Disgusting! Tui! Xiao Chu stood pulling at his cut-up clothes and both his hands wiped his chest furiously till his skin turned red and sore. Damn! He was just caressed by a man. Was that idiot a pervert? The images of him being caressed by that perverted trash when he was fully conscious but was unable to move made Xiao Chu lose his mind. He walked single-mindedly towards that despicable face that made him boil over with rage and stood next to the black beast, his eyes burning with unbridled anger. The black beast hesitated and blinked at the fuming Xiao Chu, and cast a confused glance at Jun Wuxia. Jun Wuxia nodded slightly. And the black beast lifted its right paw. The same moment that the black beast lifted its paw, the relieved disciple took a deep breath, but found himself lifted in the air by a raging Xiao Chu who exploded in the very next second. Keep it down. Jun Wuxia shot Xiao Chu a look of warning. Xiao Chu flipped his hand and covered it over the mouth of the disciple who was about to scream and pressed him onto the ground. With his free hand, he clenched it into a fist and rained heavy punches, pummeling away to vent out the disgust and frustration within. The disciple could not escape from the hand covering his mouth nor break free from Xiao Chu as he struggled his hardest to escape. However, the thin frame of Xiao Chu had surprising strength that could rival Drunk Lotus as he held the disciple down with one hand and pummeled away with his other, ravaging the face under his fist. The other Hidden Cloud Peak disciple still pinned under the black beast was forced to watch on as his compatriot was hammered into a bloody mess, his bones almost completely broken all over, and he himself began to shiver. Only when the man breathed his last, did Xiao Chu release him. He slowly stood up, wiped his blood-covered fist on his tattered clothes, and said with a frown, "These were my best clothes. And now they're ruined too. Say, little Xia, what did you feed me with anyway? I could not move a muscle at all." Xiao Chu decided that he would never want to go through that again. When Kud Songju had appeared, he had wanted to punch him then, but his body refused to move a single inch until Jun Wuxia popped the second elixir into him before he regained the movement of his limbs and body. The act must be complete. Jun Wuxia said softly, as she eyed the other Hidden Cloud Peak disciple under the black beast's paw. Find the new ST-ovals on n/velben.com. The disciple noticed Jun Wuxia's eyes on him and he started to shiver more violently and he stared at Jun Wuxia in fear, shaking his head, in a silent plea for his life. Kill! Jun Wuxia commanded. Before he could make a noise, the black beast bit through his neck. His face was still frozen, with a look of horror upon it. With the two disciples dealt with, Jun Wuxia and Xiao Chu proceeded deeper into the underground chamber. In there, the lesson of the day for Huayao was still ongoing, with Kud Songju teaching. Totally immersed in his instruction of his students, he suddenly noticed a reaction for his student. The pretty youth under torture finally raised his head, his eyes bright, staring straight in front of him. Finally? You've reached your limit? Kud Songju cackled, and his evil laughter echoed in the underground chamber. All this time, Huayao had not shown the slightest reaction to the numerous torture inflicted upon him, but finally, his eyes had changed. Did this mean that the boy can finally no longer bear up under his ingenuity? Well, truckers, that's all for this part. See you all in the next video.